Audiobook title Gun Girl from Another World. 00 to 146 ongoing part 02. That causes the Swoppy to squawk, but I shake my finger at her. You heard the captain. Dessert only. Besides, I already drank out of it. You really want to share a mug that badly? That flusters her again. A cute look, I decide, and I pull out another purified mana crystal and set it beside her. Immediately, all of the pirate eyes in the vicinity are trained on it, and I worry I might have just made her a target, so I decide one last decoration is in order. It's hers, I insist to the crowd. If anyone wants to take it from her, they can come see me. I pull my pistol and raise it, safety on, toward the ceiling. I heal your greed like I healed your captain, savvy. They all get the picture, and the eyes all quickly divert from the bright, golden light of the crystal. Quickly, the din from before returns, and I give the swabby a grin, wink and thumbs up that she doesn't look nearly appreciative of. But she's red again, so I consider it a win anyway. I've never parted with pirates before, but I have to admit, it's pretty much what I would have expected. Once the dessert is gone, the drinking starts. Nobody really has anything better to do without adventurers coming in, and the mood is too high after such a meal for anyone to want it to stop. Turns out that, even if the pirates don't need to eat, they can still get drunk, and once they start getting drunk, the singing starts. We sing shanties that I've never heard before, and I lead a few rounds with ones I know that they've never heard before. Not everyone's singing. The rowdier sorts get up to other activities, like arm wrestling, where it takes two swabbies to beat a swashbuckler. Others make a game of getting Ayre to repeat whatever it is he hears when they speak. This leads to laughs on each side, both in what things the pirates dare to say, and in listening to Ayre make random pirate noises. The former gets raunchier and cruder the longer the alcohol continues to flow. I also find out that Ayre is a lightweight. It's not more than a couple mugs before he's looking pretty tipsy, and it's probably a large part of why they are able to convince him to play the game so shamelessly in the first place. It's cute how he so fervently gives his red sheet all to accurately reproduce whatever sounds he hears. It's notable to me that he's not making the stereotypical pirate sounds that I hear. These must be the sounds they're actually making, but since they're not a language when coming from Ayre, Essence doesn't bother to translate them into anything. Me, I'm a hugger. I know it ahead of time, of course, even though I've not had any alcohol before now since coming to this world. Nobody else has any warning, though, and in between bouts of shanties, both Ayre and the swabby fall victim. Captain, I call at one point when I've got the blonde young woman trapped under my arm again. I want to recruit Miss Swabby to my party. Can I keep her? The captain holds her liquor better than any of us, little surprised with the practice she must have had, and is calmly sipping on hers while watching the merriment of her crew around her. When I all but drag the swabby over to her with my request, though, she gives a light laugh. Precious little hero, it's beyond even your power to release even one of us from our bondage of servitude here. We are all slaves to the dungeon core. You would have to bring the matter up with it. Oh, right, the core. I promptly release the poor swabby with little thought to the matter as I make my way back toward Ayre. Ayre. We still got to take care of the core. Poor Ayre, though, is so sauced that he stopped trying to stand at all, and even from his seated position, more and more of the pirate sounds are slurring together, much to the pirates' amusement. Half of them are already starting to consider switching to another game that sounds suspiciously like Pin the Skirt on the Elf. Deciding my bestest bestie is no longer safe, or at least his remaining dignity is in immediate danger, I make my way over, shouldering my way through the throng to his side. I try to pull one arm up over my shoulder, but his uncooperative dead weight nearly pulls me down with him. Or maybe that's my own instability. In a moment of drunken genius, I remember Urin using a spell that cleared the status of Guildmaster Kobai with a single touch when he'd had a cup of Essence Arabica. The old bear had nearly looked like he was ready to come to blows with her from the hyperactivity induced by the caffeine. All she did was tap his forehead, and he was back in his right mind. Forgetting more traditional solutions like switching the elf to water or feeding him bread pudding to soak up the alcohol, I immediately dive into my points page and navigate to the spells. I'm hoping to see some sort of commentary like I get with my bullets and such, but I'm left disappointed. Apparently, that only happens with the custom stuff sold just to me as the Gunslinger hero. Since this is an existing spell like most of the others I've picked up, there's just the regular, boring description. Purge, advanced priest magic, clears all status effects from target, positive and negative. Requires physical contact. Casting cost, 100 MP. Oh, wow. By far and away my most expensive spell to date. It even comes with a hefty purchase price of 5,000 points. I've got enough points to cover it, though, which is probably an indication that I'm hoarding them too much. But that's a problem for future Remmi. Present Remmi reasons that it's worth the cost since we don't have a healer with us, and decides to take the leap against what will probably be future Remmi's better judgment. But again, that's her problem, not mine. One purchase, 100 mana, and a boop on the nose later, and Ayre's eyes snap back into focus. He blinks for a moment before turning to look at me. Did you just poke my nose? Don't worry about that, I assure him with a big grin and a hug. It's time to go purify the core. He stares at me a little longer. Remmi, how drunk are you? Not as drunk as you were. Do you really think it's a good idea to try to purify the core while under the effect of alcohol? I gasp as my eyes open wide. Oh, gosh, you're right, Ayre. I hold up an index finger. I almost broke the first rule of firearms safety. Never operate under the influence. His gaze goes flat in reply. I thought the first rule was never point it at something you don't intend to destroy. I ignore him as I release my grip on the elf and slap my forehead. Purge. Oh, wonderful. Future Remmi just arrived and she realizes she just spent a third of her mana in under a minute. Well, it could have been worse. Without Edge Witch, it would have been 2/3. Well, whatever, 200 mana is still way more than enough to use Purification Cannon. The captain takes us back to her quarters, and, with a wave of her hand, reveals the portal to the core. Now, it goes without saying, she warns, but if you try anything fishy, you'll be walking the plank, little hero. We have no intention of any such thing, I assure her. Besides, if you even thought we might, you'd never have opened it. She crosses her arms. Don't talk me into changing my mind. Go on, hurry up. I want to see what this is all about. Right. I switch my rounds for healing bullets, since the core isn't contaminated and I don't want to risk damaging it, and step into the core chamber. I raise my gun and concentrate on my aim. Purification Cannon. Even outside the portal, Ayre and the captain both shield their eyes from the blinding light, but by the time it fades, I've already got the notification. The core has been warded against contamination. I don't feel satisfied leaving it at that, though. This dungeon has turned out to be a fun time with new friends made, so I want to leave it something. I think for a moment on what that should be, though. It doesn't need more energy, so a purified crystal is out, and it might be rude to give it one from another dungeon, anyway. Or maybe cross-contamination is a thing that's possible. Finally, I settle on the perfect gift, a serving of essence rabbit stew and essence bread pudding with lemon sauce so it can share in a feast with those under its care and mythosaurus. Maybe pick up some more words besides random pirate sounds, my friend, I bid it, not knowing if it can even comprehend data in written form. It all disappears into the core regardless, however, and I smile as I pat the core and wish it clear skies and favourable winds. Book 2 Chapter 21 Luke. Chapter 21 Look. Good hustle on those dungeons, hero. In honour of your dungeon purifying prowess, we at HEAVENLY letter 1D40 letter 1D39 systems have engineered an all-new ballistic round just for you. Null rounds, specifically designed to work with your purification cannon. These rounds deal no damage, and apply no inherited effect to the cannon, making it safe to use on all targets, even those you don't want to horrifically disfigure. Remember, you're not shooting blanks. You're shooting Heavenly ESSENCE letter 1D40 letter 1D39 brand null rounds. The advertisement had popped up the first time I opened up my point store after we left the Desert Cove dungeon, and I'm still reflecting on it as I turn the grey striped magazine over in my hand. New products like this tend to appear, from what I've noticed, whenever there's a need for them based on what I've been doing. Of course, even the ad stated that this release is related to purifying the dungeons. The real question is, what about it demanded their need? Am I risking damage to the cause using other rounds? Well, I have them now. That's the important thing. I can use them on cause and people both when I don't want to, say, take the roof off of an inn. Just to throw out a random example. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that played a part in the generation of these bullets too. I had shared the message with Ayre at the time, and he leans across the carriage to me now. What does it mean to shoot blanks? Well, I try, floundering for a moment as I search for the words to explain a meaning I take for granted. It means there's no bullet. Ayre's eyes go to the magazine in my hand. But the bullets are right there. Oh, right. I guess I've never really explained the structure of bullets to him before. Ayre must think they're like the bolt magazines for my crossbow. No, these are cartridges, I explain. The bullet is really just a little bit at the end. That's the only part that goes flying. That's why you see the empty cases coming out of my gun. I reach into my satchel, pull out my usual overpressure magazine, then pop a loose round out of it. I hold the bullet up and point to the metal bit at the end. We can call the whole thing a bullet for simplicity's sake. But this bit here, that's the actual projectile, a shaped cap of soft metal like lead or copper. Its shape determines what it does on impact, usually mashing or shredding to increase kinetic damage. I turn the bullet around and point to the centre of the flat end, where there's a little circle. This here's the primer. It's what's struck by the pistol's mechanisms when I pull the trigger. When it's struck by the firing pin, it transmits a little spark like striking flint to the inside of the cartridge. Finally, I turn the bullet sideways, holding it between my index fingers with one on the base and one on the nose. In between the primer and the bullet is a powder that explodes once that spark reaches it. That's what you hear when the gun goes off, or the better part of it, anyway. The explosion generates high-pressure gases that are what shoves the bullet down the barrel and into the target. I can tell that I lost Ayre somewhere along the way from his 1,000-yard stare. After a moment, it comes to focus on me again as his ears nearly go as flat as his expression. Remmi, be honest. Do your people overcomplicate their inventions for the fun of it? Yes, I chirp without missing a beat. We call them Goldberg machines. And there's whole competitions to see who can accomplish the simplest tasks with the most complex creation. I motion with the bullet again. But this isn't one of them. Come on, your people have fireworks, don't you? It's based off of the same idea, Remmi. That is nothing like a firework. He pauses after saying that, as if a thought struck him. He leans back and rubs his chin for a moment. Though, you know what it does remind me of? Your explanation of how your people generate electric elemented energy. That long chain of transmutation you cycle through to end up with what you want. Except instead of fire, water, air, metal and finally electricity, it's fire, earth, air and metal. I rub my cheek in a thinking pose of my own. I guess you could describe it that way. The problem is that we can't just generate the desired element directly, so we come up with ways to quickly do so with something we can generate. Fire. Air immediately provides. Both processes start with fire. Do all of your processes start that way? I consider the question for several moments before answering, going over different mechanical processes in my head. Most certainly do. Heat is easy to create, and releases a lot of energy that we can then use to do other things. It's a fundamental universal force, so the number of ways to get it are more limited by our creativity than by a lack of options. The elf across from me frowns in contemplation. I suppose that's the limitation of a world without magic. I can't imagine the chaos of a world where the fundamental elements run completely uncontrolled like that. I can only shrug. To us, that's just the normal world. When we first discovered fire, it was probably from a random lightning strike, and we had to figure out how to keep that source fire burning until we learned to make our own. I grinned though. But now, and I toss the bullet up and catch it again. Now, we're masters of the whole planet, and all of those forces work for us. No beast can threaten us, and no storm can chase us away. Ayre frowns again, this time in disapproval. If you had magic, a suitably powerful mage could just make the storm go away. Maybe, I admit with a nod. But from a world without magic, we created a world where nobody needs it either. Everything we create can be used by anyone, all without using a single drop of magic. Further discussion is interrupted by the carriage bell ringing, an indication that the driver needs to speak to us. Since Ayre is closer, he gets a knee up on the seat and turns to slide the hatch open. It reveals the road ahead of us, still mostly nothing but fields and trees. I can see some farms in the distance, though, which tells me that we're coming up on some outpost of civilization. Is something wrong? The elf asks. I don't know the driver's name. Drivers are available for hire at way stations for those without one under dedicated employment, but they only drive so far and to a given destination. After that, you have to hire a different one to go any further. I'm reminded that this one must be very new the moment he opens his mouth. Madam, he addresses the archer. There's a horseman approaching us from the rear. I frown at that. Just one. That's nothing out of the ordinary. We're passed by mounted horsemen all of the time. They're simply faster than our one-horse carriage. They're usually messengers, mailmen essentially, moving between way stations. The driver wouldn't be alerting us just for that. We'd seen half a dozen of them just since he came on. He appeared to be heavily armed, madam, and I don't see any regalia. Oh, yeah, okay, I can see why that would raise alarm. Anyone would be suspicious seeing such a thing. Even adventurers would be travelling in a group, but a lone warrior bearing no markings. In a world where one man can be more powerful than a dozen soldiers, that could be bad news. You don't need a whole crew to take down one carriage. You only have to be strong enough to beat its defenders. I stuff my bullets away and unfasten the strap securing my pistol, then turn around in my own seat to look out the back window. There's the warrior, all right, and heavily armed is an understatement. He's wearing steel armor, and while he only has one weapon, it's a massive sword that looks like it could sunder the whole carriage in one strike, and I have no doubt its master has the strength to do exactly that. After all, I've seen his status window. I strap my gun back down and jump for the door even though we're still moving, and I'm grinning all the while. I ignore Ayre's panicked cry as I lean halfway out the door, holding to the railing on the outside with one hand as I wave to the fiery redhead with the other. Look, it only takes a few moments of the wild swings of my arm as I shout his name before he recognizes what he's seeing and spurs his horse to speed up. In just a dozen seconds or so, he's slowing it down again to match our speed. Remma, is that you? Look, I shout back, more from excitement at bumping into a fellow hero after so long than a need to be heard. What are you doing clear out here? I could ask you the same, he declares. I'm on my way home. I heard there's a dispute with some Oni over holy grounds and took the excuse to report in. Excuse me, madam, the driver addresses me. Should I pull over? That's a reminder that I'm still hanging out of the door, and I look down at the road passing by underneath as if seeing it for the first time. No, I'll use the window. Just a sec, Luke. I pull myself back in and close the door, then go to open the window. While I'm working the crank, Ayre comes over and whispers to me. Who is he? Oh, that's Luke, I say without giving it much thought. He's the Swordmaster hero. I haven't seen him since the capital. Another hero. I don't get to answer since the window's open now, and I'm faced with my fellow hero again. Just as well, I wouldn't know how to answer it. Ayre's never treated me with any real sense of awe, so I don't know how to deal with the tone with which he's speaking of Luke. I clear my head and focus on the conversation in front of me. Your hometown doesn't happen to be Jiri Village, would it? That's the one, he cheerfully confirms. Bigger than most villages, but still doesn't have that big city feel that makes it all crowded with strangers, you know. I think I can relate, I agree. I'm not from a big place, myself, and I just spent a couple months in Dabun. Got myself a piece of land and everything. Oh, that land the Empress promised you, he recalls. Glad you like it. But what's bringing you to Jiri? We're doing a dungeon tour. I provide readily, clearing all of the dungeons up and down the border with the Demosne. For some reason, mentioning the Demosne seems to unnerve the big guy in a way I didn't think he could be bothered. The Western Demosne is a dangerous place, Rem. I'm gobsmacked. Dangerous enough to bother you like this? He shakes his head. It was the first place we were sent. All 4 of us. We only went to the border, but it was like another world. We barely made it out with our lives. I think for a moment, that's where the darkness is coming from, right? He nods, his jaw set at the memory. I force a chipper tune to my voice. Well, the good news, then, is that this dungeon tour might just help with that. That gets his attention. But the details will have to wait until we're somewhere better for carrying on a long conversation in the middle of the highway. Book 2 Chapter 20, 2 Rooms. Chapter 22, Rooms. So this is a gun. I've already unloaded and emptied the chamber of the weapon before passing it across the carriage to Luke. And now he's examining it from every angle. That's right, I confirm. The one and only in all of the Furinshao Empire. Probably even all of Tolist. He slips his hand around the grip. It seems so small, but it's heavy for its size. I nod. That's because the barrel and chamber have to be up to handling an explosion going off inside. The smaller the bullet, the lighter a build you can get away with. Messing with explosions in your hands, the fighter muses as he looks down the sights. It sounds like a good way to get hurt. Only if you handle it incorrectly or don't take good care of it, I counter. Like any other weapon, really. That makes sense. Luke agrees readily as he passes the firearm back to me. He immediately grins widely, though, like he's a little kid that just got promised candy. I can't wait to see what you can do with it. I can't believe it was there all along. We totally missed out on seeing you in action. It's really loud. I excuse spatially. It would have scared all of the nobles and maybe distracted the rest of you. I motion toward Ayre, trying not to look desperate for a save. Ayre's always complaining about the noise. The elf nods in agreement. When she does it inside caves, my ears have a low ringing and light pain in them that lingers until I receive healing. He frowns at me. It's entirely possible the noise alone is capable of causing physical damage. It's called tinnitus, I provide, ignoring the look Ayre gives me. And you're supposed to be wearing hearing protection, but I haven't seen anything that would do the job. Not to mention, by design, it would reduce how well you hear. You know, in the middle of combat. The elf shakes his head. Remmi, you even have a name for the injury. Should you really be taking it so flippantly? I lean back in my seat as I cross my arms behind my head. At least healing magic clears it up. We should be grateful it's such an easy fix. I can pat you on the head, and away it goes. Whoa, hold on. Luke interjects. You have healing magic, like say, in a few different flavors, I admit, rubbing the back of my head. But none of it's going to be as good as what she can do. I actually picked up enough magic to get the hedge witch trait. Wow, really? He asks, leaning over the table. I haven't gotten any new traits yet. He catches himself, though, and leans partially back into his seat. Not that I'm complaining. The ones we started with seem really good all on their own, and it's not like I intend to do much else than hit my problems with a sword. Anyway, I guess, so being better at that works for me. I feel bad enough for him that I'm not about to tell him about Jack of all trades. But Ayre has no such scruples. Oh, she's actually gotten 2 of them. She picks them up disgustingly easily. I facepalm at Luke's crestfallen expression and mutter to the elf. I wasn't going to say anything about that, Ayre. It's obvious he wants one of his own. Ayre goes beet red at that, ears twitching in nervous embarrassment. Oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. That was insensitive of me. Luke recovers quickly, however, and smiles as he waves a dismissive hand. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. She was taught a whole bunch about a lot of stuff, right? It only makes sense that she'd end up digging a lot of wells. I blink, taking a moment to realize that was an idiom. Especially since I did, in fact, dig a well. That was part of it. Yeah, I confirm once I get my wits about me again. The other is Jack of all trades, and it's for doing a bit of everything with general skills. I built my own house, even. Twice, because I decided the first time wasn't good enough. Luke looks impressed, but Ayre sighs and tells on me again, crossing his arms with another shake of his head. She still doesn't think it's good enough. The thing's big enough for a small family, but she won't be content until it's got what she calls a living room. What's a living room? Apparently, it's a big entire room dedicated to sitting around. But Luke's face lights up. Oh, like a tea room. Ayre narrows his eyes at the other hero. That's not how you use a tea room. But I chuckle at the comparison. I'm probably going to need one of those, too, and a rock garden. Remmi, Ayre whines, your house is going to be sprawling if you keep adding rooms like that. Not if I make it 2 stories, I counter. I can put the bedrooms upstairs, and places for company and the kitchen downstairs. Bedrooms, plural, Luke asks. I shrug. Gotta have room for when friends visit, and teammates. Right now, Ayre and I sleep only separated by divider. That's normal, Ayre insists. If you have a big enough house for guests, that's what you use the tatami room for. That bewilders me. You have an entire room for storing tatami, and you want to shove guests in there, too. It's not for storing tatami. The floor is all tatami mats. It's an all-purpose room that you can shuffle around to be whatever you need, or just lay out bedding in for guests. Enough about rooms. Luke finally dismisses the topic with a shake of his head. Tell me more about these traits. I take a moment to gather my words. Well, like I said, Jack of all trades is for general skills. I pull it up and flip it about for him to see as I explain the contents. It required me to learn and display at least 10 different general skills, which would be pretty steep for a non-hero, but it increases how much I pick up and can figure out about the skills, and increases the quality and speed of my work, plus an increase in point gain from it, he observes. That's amazing. And what's auto mode? Our auto mode is a little trickier to explain, I say as I try to explain it, anyway. I take a penalty to the points I would gain for crafting and the rate of my growth in understanding the skill, but in exchange, I go through all of the steps without having to think about it. As near as I can tell, I always produce the best result I know how to get, too, so human error is completely removed. Wow, Luke breathes. I know so many people that would love to have a skill like that. Plumbers, smiths, carpenters, seamstresses. It would change lives. I nod in agreement, even if his enthusiasm is a little overwhelming. Auto mode's description suggests there may be other ways to earn it, like just getting really good at one repetitive task. That might be an easier way to gain it than mastering 10 separate general skills. It would also mean a much more limited auto mode, too, though, wouldn't it? Ayre asks. After all, if it's only for one kind of task, then you can't automate anything else, right? What's far cooler, though, I insist, is that auto mode is an entirely different kind of skill called a hidden skill. It doesn't consume any points. You just get it automatically the moment you meet the requirements. But that's the only way to get it, even for a hero. And there's no way to know what the requirements are ahead of time. How is that so neat? Luke asks, his face twisted in confusion. That sounds like they're all but impossible to get. Sure, I agree. But that also means there's an unknowable number of them just waiting to be discovered. You might even get one just for defeating. I don't know, I flounder for a moment. 10,000 enemies with your sword. He rubs his chin as he considers that possibility. That's a lot of enemies. I nod in agreement. Enough that nobody's likely to do it outside of exceptional circumstances. Which sounds like exactly the kind of ridiculous thing a hidden skill might be waiting for. Maybe, he relents, but changes topic slightly. Still, as incredible as auto mode sounds, it's really just a crafting skill, isn't it? How does it help you as a hero? Well, mostly in that I maintain and upgrade our gear. I admit, it's not a combat skill, but all of the general skills I picked up help me support my allies better off of the battlefield. Better weapons and stat-boosting foods improve our overall performance and boost morale. Stat-boosting foods. Luke repeats, almost simultaneously with his stomach growling. That's right, the guy is a big eater. Probably the sort that's always hungry. I reach into my bag and pull out a sub-sandwich. The meat, like most that I had to work with in Dabun, is rabbit, but the vegetables are all essence crops, and the topping is mayonnaise, something the Empire, as far as I have seen, doesn't have. Eat up, I say as I pass it to him. He stares at the sandwich, looking between it and my bag. You just had this stuffed in there. It's longer than the bag. Oh, it wasn't in the bag, I clarify. I have an extra dimensional storage space that's tied to the bag. It was a reward for destroying a heart of corruption outside Dabun village. There doesn't seem to be an upper limit on space, and time is halted for everything in it. It lets our food remain as fresh as the moment it went in. Fresh food, all the time. That's a quest reward I could get behind. He tears into the sandwich and immediately begins making sounds of approval. I take the relative silence, minus the violence being inflicted upon my cooking just across the carriage for me, to move the topic along. I make a mental note to get it cleaned before the crumbs draw mice. In terms of direct combat ability, Head Switch is far more beneficial. It basically gives me some of the benefits of being an actual mage, increasing the mana I get from my intellect, increasing the potency of my spells, and decreasing the mana cost. I open the window for Head Switch and share it in place of Jack's window. The bonuses are good, but probably only half of what an actual mage would have, let alone what Benry must be able to do. Why are you investing so much into magic, anyway? Having a mouthful of sandwich clearly doesn't give Luke pause in speaking. Well, I'm not, really, I answer awkwardly. It's just utility stuff, like Spark and Cleanse, and I picked up Heal, though I think my healing bullets are better. Oh, and Diagnose. Using it, and Identify on the same target unlocks Identify level 2. This time, Luke swallows. The sandwich is mostly gone already. I guess that's not that much, when you spread it out like that. Didn't you at least get anything for combat? I nod. I did, and I didn't get Head Switch until then. Ayre taught me Spiral Shot, which increases the potency and penetration of ranged weapon attacks, and a retired Platinum rank adventurer advised me to pick up Empower, since I actually have the mana for it. With Head Switch, it increases all of my physical abilities by 75%, but burns through mana as long as it's active. Phew, he declares, wiping the last of the sandwich off with the back of his hand. Now that sounds powerful. I wish I had the mana for something like that. How much are you working with now? I grin as I back out of the treat and share my actual status window. Name, Remmi Lee. Race, human outsider. Age, 15-24. Level, 15. Class, Gunslinger, HP 400/400, MP 300/300, SB 400/400, Strength 100, Toughness 100, Intellect 200, Agility 200, Points 17,520. Traits, Hero, Gun Nut, Jack of all trades general, Head Switch. Suspecting Luke may not be the best at math, I provide, with Empower active. That would boost my strength and toughness to 175, and my agility to 350. If I'm not casting anything else, I can keep that up for 2 minutes straight, but I normally toggle it on and off as needed to extend that. In fact, that puts me nearly to Zaya's level, that retired platinum rank adventurer. Not that I'd assume I was on her level even if it allowed me to match her, as I'm sure she has just as many ways to go beyond her base stats, if not more. Luke nearly jumps out of his seat with a look on his face of pure glee. Wow, you've made amazing gains since we started. If you'd had this status then, you'd be the most powerful hero summoned. And you're still only level 15. I can only rub the back of my head at his returned enthusiasm as he continues to rave, while the carriage rolls on toward Jiri village. He genuinely seems happy just for the sake of someone else doing well. He doesn't even bring his own stats up for a comparison, even though he's no doubt grown, too. I feel like he'd have cheered me on even if I'd only made half the gains I have. The system really chose well when it picked him to be a hero. Chapter BORRRT. Chapter BORRRT. Asterisk U and asterisk. It has been a week since Hero Remmi last came out of her workshop, a structure wholly separate from the main house, and half buried into the ground as if she fears something might escape. It is a rather large structure, 10 arm spans across, and half as many deep, with a thick wire running on poles all the way to the water wheel she installed on the river. The wire tickles with electric manner that powers ceiling lamps, keeping the whole interior illuminated day and night, accompanied by all sorts of noises ranging from the cries of tortured iron to the clap of thunder. I've staunchly avoided coming anywhere near it. I've only been inside once, and that was more than enough. I can still perfectly picture the madhouse in my mind, planks of wood, sheets of metal, gears, gaskets, and tubes. There was no sense of order, except Remmi knew where everything she wanted was. Half-constructed assemblies of eldritch devices were scattered across tabletops, their purpose I wouldn't even dare venture to guess. I have not wished a thing to do with it ever since. Let her keep whatever sacrilegious things she is twisting the elements with unseen by mortal eyes. It is better that way. Until today, I've kept that view with the ironclad while one resolves to avoid a nest of hornets. But it has been a week since Remmi has emerged from that hellish hole in the ground, and someone must check on her. Noises have not ceased, and the lights have not dimmed, but there has been no sight of the Gunslinger hero. By Empress Tanner's orders and my former charge's personal request, the alien girl is my responsibility, and so the duty to venture into that den of mad alchemy falls upon my own shoulders. With that I could entrust it to Ayre, but no, that child is my responsibility. I will check on her. Am I not too old for such cowardice as to foist the place onto a mere child such as the archer? I am ashamed for even having considered it for the slightest of moments. Though they both may be children, Remmi's mind has already been warped by the ways of another world, and it would not do to inflict that madness upon her only friend of her own age. Thus steeling myself, I make my way from the edge of the property toward that withdrawn hovel at a pace I tell myself is better described as measured than halting. It takes an eternity, and far too little time to cross the distance before I am standing in front of the steps down to a thick steel door. My heart quivers in my chest at the thought of what I might walk in on, but I still it again with shame. Remmi could be hurt or sick. Even in my self-flagellation, I dare not consider an even worse possibility. Surely, nothing so small could be the end of a summoned hero entirely. The world, the system would never permit it. With the timidity of a rabbit, I take the few steps down to the door and find myself hoping it will be locked even as I reach for its handle. An utterly foolish thought. Such an obstacle would only be a passing inconvenience for me, I'm well aware, and would serve only as an excuse to go no further. But the door is not locked, and it opens easily under my grip, welcoming me into the acrid air. It smells as with the wake of a lightning strike, as if the air itself were burnt by great passing of energy. Still under that is the smell of a forge, of hot iron, coal fire, and singed leather. The long table against the far wall is as covered with foreign detritus as the last time I was down here, and I find myself utterly unable to say whether it is the same collection of artifacts now as it was then. The rest of the space is filled with tools and machinery, only a small fraction of which I am able to identify. Much of it, I know, Remmi built herself, for she could not find tools of the sort or strength she required. She had to build that which she would use to build her mud creations, completely disappointed with what Tolest had to offer in that regard. Some of it, though I may have no name, I can intuit its purpose from its design, but much of it is simply alien to me. I push deeper into the building, following the hissing, sizzling, spurting sound I'm hearing from further in, and even with the lights overhead, I nearly do not recognize the girl when I see her. Remmi is bent down over some contraption, her form distorted by heavy leather gloves and a blacksmith's apron. Thick goggles obscure her face, and some sort of flame comes from her hand, though I can tell the origin is not magic. There is no sense of arcana from it. It takes me a moment to spot the spigot in her grip as she directs it at various points on the device. Some sort of hose leads away from the underside of her hand, some sort of fuel line, perhaps. Everywhere the flame touches, the metal glows white hot, rimmed with angry orange, and the flame, itself, is a vivid blue that leaves spots in my vision when I look away. I try to look to the contraption, itself, but most of it is covered with an oily top. It is impossible for me to determine its full shape. I'm nearly about to call out for the girl's attention when the flame cuts out and Remmi exhales, still staring at the point in the metal she had been focusing the flame on. It befuddles me how she could be leaning in so close to a flame so bright, but no, it must be the goggles. Perhaps they are smoked to obscure the light. Finally, she proclaims, that should solve the structural stability issues. If it can't hold itself together through a little vibration, it's never going to handle full priority. As usual, when she speaks of the mechanics of her technology, even the words that are not simply gibberish make little sense to me. Instead of dwelling on it, I watch as she stands up straight and lifts the goggles up into her hair. This has the effect of making her eyes the clearest part of her face, as the rest is covered in sweat, oil, and soot. I mutter the cleanse spell into existence and wave it over her form. She blinks as the soiling disappears from her skin and her clothes, and looks up as if taking notice for the first time of another presence in the room. Her shock is immediately replaced with a bright smile. Urine. What a pleasant surprise. What are you doing here? I'm checking on you, I state simply, doing my best to maintain at least a neutral gaze, surrounded on all sides as I am by such chaos and madness. On me, she repeats, her expression immediately going lost and confused. What for? Did I do something? I let my gaze become a little sterner. You have not emerged from this workshop even once in the last week. Her gaze goes to a corner, where a pile of cheap bags and thin wooden boxes has accumulated. I recognize them immediately as the system's ration packs purchasable by heroes through its point system. Is that really all she has eaten for a week? Apparently so, as her eyes evaluate the pile for a moment, taking its measure, and she gives a slow nod of disbelief. Well, yeah, okay, I guess it has been that long. I cross my arms under my chest, keeping my focus on her. For something you profess to hate, you're entirely too prone to losing yourself in your crafting. What is it that has so enamored you this time? That puts a wild grin on her face as she steps back and whips away the top from the device with a tarda. My first full look at the machine does not provide me with many more answers than I possessed before. There's a large, roughly cylindrical assembly at one end with a pair of handles attached, before transitioning into a half-dozen metal tubes arranged in a circular pattern. I can spy a casing holding an electric stone shard behind the assembly, presumably to power whatever it is. Remmi's grin is wide as she props her hands on her hips. What do you think? I raise my gaze from the device back to her. I think it looks as though you bolted metal pipes to a sausage grinder. That response makes her frown as she tries to process it before looking back down at the machine to see if she can make out what I see. She gives up in short order, throwing her hands out as she turns back to me. It's a minigun, not a sausage grinder. It is my turn to return my attention to the contraption, which must weigh wholly half a dan. Remmi, in no world does this thing remotely resemble your gun, and even if it did, it would in no way qualify for the definition of miniature to it. That just brings her grin back. That's because it's not a miniature of my gun, but of a heavy-mounted autocannon. That last word is gibberish to me, but I can intuit what she must be saying. This mechanism is essentially a downscaled version of an artillery emplacement. That thought gets me staring her in the face. You miniaturized a siege weapon of your world for individual use. I wouldn't call it a siege weapon, she waffles, rubbing the side of her head as she does when she tries to explain something. The full-sized version is more for light vehicles and personnel suppression. She holds a finger up for emphasis. In fact, this is technically a miniaturized version of that, making this objectively a microgun. But everyone just colloquially calls anything with multiple spinning barrels a minigun. She hefts it up and depresses a switch on one of the handles, which engages the electric shard's power to some mechanism that begins to whine as the tube starts spinning faster and faster. Nothing fires since she apparently hasn't loaded any projectiles into it yet, but she seems satisfied with its performance. This thing's actually pretty heavy compared to what we build back home, mostly because you guys lack lighter, stronger metals that radiate heat better. This thing's mostly steel, and if it weren't for the fact we've got super strength, to be too heavy to use without bracing it. But I'm expecting the kick to be reduced with all of that extra weight, at least. Remmi starts moving for the doorway, and I immediately get a bad feeling. Remmi, what are you doing? Her grin has all of the excitement of a child getting to play with a new toy for the first time. We're going to try it out, of course. Can't very well fire it off in here. Well, I won't make you fire it. The yellow-haired girl assures me as she shoulders past me with the machine. But don't you want to see what it does? I most certainly do not want to see what it does. But I have a knowing feeling that it might be necessary, if only to be on top of the inevitable consequences, and I follow her out into the field, toward the tree line opposite the direction of the village. Remmi pulls one of the bullet sleeves from the satchel on her hip and turns it over in her grip. Her expression can only be described as manic. You wouldn't believe how many points I've poured into my magazine size for the sake of this project. I'll basically never have to reload my pistol in the middle of a firefight ever again. But I'm betting this thing still won't be able to fire for a whole minute. That seems an oddly short time, and a great expenditure of bolts. What can be accomplished in so little time? That manic grin turns to me a moment before she jams the sleeve into an aperture on the machine. Let's find out. The first burst erupts with such volume that I clamp my hands over my ears. I can see the fire leaping from the barrels as they each take such rapid turns that their movements become indistinguishable. Remmi lets out a shout in celebration, but only for a moment. Then she trains her attention on a large tree, and this burst is more prolonged, several seconds in length. It ends with the creaking of the tree before it crashes to the ground, the entire thing chewed through by the bullets launched from the minigun. My heroic charge is laughing at the sight, while I stare at it in abject horror. Let's see how long it can really go. I'm still staring at the remains of the tree and almost miss her declaration. But this time, she holds the button down and sweeps the weapon back and forth, unleashing lead in what can only be described as a deluge, laughing wildly all along as if all of the explosions of dirt and splinters are only for her amusement. When the noise finally fades to an echoed roar, I can only imagine a regiment of soldiers having been standing in the pockmarked field ahead of us. How many good men would have been torn to ribbons by such a terrible weapon? The eldritch being under my care doesn't seem to be done yet, however, tossing aside the empty sleeve before pulling out another with a look that can only be madness. I'm certain of it when I see the colour of the stripe along the side red. She is loading her explosive fireball rounds. I start for her before I can even think of anything more to say than, Remmi, no. Remmi, yes. She crows and slams the button down. Purification cannon. And I can only stare at the nightmare that is the great beam of light as wide as a man's chest, throwing the entire clearing into dark relief as it erupts through trees, brush, stone, and hillside to roar into the far distance. I cannot even feel my limbs as I watch it collide with a small mountain only visible through the path the beam carved, with an impact plume we can see from here. Remmi's face is enraptured, eyes staring wide at that distant sight, and smile wide enough to see all of her teeth. She lets the demonic machine drop to the ground as she begins to jump and holler, throwing her arms up into the air. Urine. Did you see that? Urine. Urine. She is trying to get my attention, but I did see it, and I wish I could look away. Even if I could, it will haunt my dreams for a season. Book 2, Chapter 23, Contraband. Chapter 23, Contraband. The carriage approaches the city gates with only the driver readily seen. Luke is inside the carriage with Ayre and myself, with his horse tethered to the back to guide it along with us. When the carriage slows to a stop, however, I reach for the window before the driver has time to ring the bell. Everything all right? I ask. The man looks like he'd been worried about more of her. What now? And takes a moment to speak, in which time I can see closed iron gates and an approaching guard holding a spear. The gates are shut, madam, he informs me redundantly, though it's my own fault for asking something I could see with my own eyes. A town guard is approaching us for some reason. By that point, the guard is close enough to overhear. Just a standard inspection, he informs the driver. Mayor's orders, got to make sure you're not carrying any contraband. I turn to look in confusion. What constitutes contraband? He blinks back and shrugs. I don't know. We weren't checking for anything like that before I was summoned. The gates were kept open too. The guard reaches the side of the carriage and knocks on the door. Sorry, but I need to ask you to step out of the carriage. We'll be as quick as we can about it. To the guard's credit, he does sound genuinely apologetic for all of this trouble. The guards must consider whatever they're searching for to be more trouble than it's worth. We three look to each other for any objections and pass around a series of shrugs. I don't think any of us suspect something fishy is up, but even if it was, it isn't like a single town guard is going to do anything to two heroes and a silver rank adventurer. All right, Luke calls out, watch the door, we're coming out. He gives a moment in case the guard needs it to step away, then opens the door, apparently intending to step out first, and then he pauses in the doorway. I obviously can't see his face from this angle, but if the guard's is any indication, it's likely in the same expression of recognition. Luke, the guard declares in disbelief. Luke Flamville, is that you? Prayer. Luke declares back, holding his arms wide as he finishes hopping out of the carriage. I was hoping the first face back would be a friendly one. The embrace, Luke's metal armor making muted clanking sounds as it claps against the guard's brigandine vest, and the guard calls back to his partner that stayed at the gate. Hey, Calouse. It's Luke. Luke's back. The other guard only rolls his eyes, but Luke takes the opportunity to hold his hand out and help Ayre and me out of the carriage. By the time Proud turns back, I'm out of the carriage, and he's helping Ayre down, and the guard's eyes go wide. Wow, Flamville, I never had you figured for a womanizer, and you're bringing two of them home. And what kind of carriage is that anyway? It's not like that. Luke holds his hands up as his neck starts going as red as his hair. We crossed paths on the way here. That's my horse in back. I know Remmi from the capital, and since we were going the same direction, we decided to take the opportunity to catch up. The capital. The guard repeats in disbelief. When did you ever go to the capital? Luke falls back to rubbing the back of his head, clearly floundering under the teasing, so I step in. We were both summoned there. I answer for him as I pull out the large coin with the imperial seal on it from my satchel. We each received one printed on the opposite side with a symbol representing our class when we were declared heroes by the Imperial throne. I pass it to him. Seal up. I'm Remmi Lee, the Gunslinger hero. And you're talking to Luke Flamville, the Swordmaster hero. The guard turns it over in his hand for a moment before turning his attention back to Luke. So that's your excuse for leaving the captain without so much as a notice, eh? Went and became a hero. His grin returns. Not sure how well that excuse will fly. But at least she'll be happy to know you didn't bring a couple capital girls home with you. But then his gaze goes to Ayre, who's already looking uncomfortable. Unless I put an arm out into the guard's field of vision between him and the elf. Ayre's my teammate. He seems to realize he's crossed a line because he goes a similar red to what Luke did. Oh, right. Didn't mean anything by it. Just puzzling out what our boy's been up to since he disappeared months ago. I really did get back as soon as I could. Luke insists. The nobles and generals kept us so busy. I feel like I've seen half the Empire since I was home last. I nod in sympathy to that. They've been sending me up and down the western border. My next stop's Ogre's Grotto. The guard's face clinches up at that, as if into an overdramatic flinch, as he inhales sharply. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's in the conflicted territory. Conflicted territory, I repeat. Luke seems to be better informed. So it's true, he asks. Things have gotten that bad with the Oni. Negotiations aren't going anywhere. As far as I've heard, Prow provides, and, of course, the mayor insists on running them himself, instead of calling for a diplomat. And the inspections? Ayre asks. The guard glances to the elf. The mayor wants to make sure nobody's trying to slip through and trade with them. Figures they're landbound that way, and might fold sooner. I frown at that, crossing my arms. Well, if you want a war, that sounds like a good way to start it. The guard can't do much but shrug. That's just the gist that we get from the whole thing. If you want more, you're going to have to talk to the captain. After I finish the inspection, of course. I look to the walls of the city as he gets started, wondering where in all of that the captain I keep hearing mentioned is, and what they're like. The walls, themselves, are plastered, probably concealing stone or baked mud bricks. Since the walls are curved, I suspect that there's tactical reasoning for the plaster, beyond just a sleek finish. All of those turns would have left the wall with countless footholds for would-be assailants to scale it without needing so much as a ladder. With all of the gaps filled in with plaster, however, they end up with a smooth, watertight surface that gives nowhere to grip and little to gain traction against. It's an impressive structure, especially compared to the palisades surrounding most villages. It's still not as thick or high as the walls around most cities, though. In short, nice walls. But I've seen better. The guard finds nothing that constitutes contraband, of course. But we're also travelling incredibly light. He even checks our bags. But there's little in mine and Ayre's but what you'd find in a hiker's bag: food, water, rope, and, for me, my coin, since it would be suspicious if it didn't show up there now that he'd seen it. We restock foodstuffs in the nearest town before we go into a dungeon. I only partially lie when he asks about it. Our stockpile of food has dwindled quite a bit, especially after cooking for the pirates. I'm really itching for a return to Dabun so I can restock all of my essence crops that I've spent. But that's a long way in the opposite direction without teleportation magic. We're actually really low on meat and bread. The guard looks over the empty luggage rack again. Excuse me, low, not out. Where is it now? I grin and climb back up into the carriage. The way the seats were built left big spaces under them, so I did the obvious thing and converted the front into drawers. There's nothing in them now. But as I pull one out, I transfer packages of dried meat, granola and crusted bread into it from my storage space. The other, I transfer bundles of Ayre's arrows, oils and cloth for his bow maintenance, and, for good measure, a gun cleaning kit. Not that I expect the guard to recognise that last one. With them both slit open, I beckon him in and watch him go slack-jawed. I never would have guessed you had compartments there. Is this some sort of smuggling cart? Nah, I assure him. It's just easier on long trips if we don't have to get out every time we want a snack. And the arrows are in case we're attacked. That way, Ayre can keep firing without having to get out. Prow nods slowly. Yes, that makes more sense. Very much adventurer logic. Though this is still a very fancy carriage for a pair of adventurers, even if one of them is a hero. He rubs the back of his head in a very Luke gesture. Not that I really get what you're heroes of. Like the stories Luke puts in from the ground, we're not heroes of anything in particular. We're big H heroes. Like the legends. He reaches back and grips the hilt of his massive sword. I was gifted Ute to steal by the throne itself. If I had to describe Prow's expression as anything, it would be restrained jealousy of the weapon. Yeah, pretty sure that Captain's going to let you hear it over the non-standard kit, Luke. If she wants me back in Brigandine, she'll have it. He swears. But you know I've never been good with polearms. Well, hold on, I say as I climb back out. There are weapons Luke's bad with. I know his class is Swordmaster, but I always got the impression he was good with just about anything he picked up. Disgustingly so, always was. Prow spills with a scowl. Except his guard-issued spear. No matter how many times it gets drilled into him, the doofus ends up trying to whack his opponent with it sooner or later. I glance to the embarrassed hero. Well, look on the bright side. Now you can just buy the proficiency. For some reason, that just makes the guard bust out laughing. He obviously doesn't know much about heroes in general, so it must be something about the spear proficiency itself. All I can do, though, is look to Luke in confusion. He just gives an embarrassed grin and a shrug. I already have the proficiency requiring it is one of the requirements for passing guard training. I frown back as I process that. So you're saying you're trained in the spear. You know how to use it. You've drilled it enough for the system to consider you proficient in it. And you still treat it like a game of whack-a-mole. That gets the guard laughing again. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds exactly like Luke. The swordmaster hero just slumps his shoulders. I can't help it. I get into the motions, and in the heat of the moment, I follow something up with a downward swing. Sounds like what you need is a halberd. At my words, something else clicks in his mind, and he snaps his attention back to me. Oh, that's right. Rem, you're proficient in spears too, aren't you? My look of confusion is back again. Me, what gave you that idea? Back at the test, he insists. After your weapon broke, you picked up a golem spear. The way you gripped that shaft made you really look like you knew what you were doing. I feel my face go red at that. Geez, Luke, phrasing. I'm sure he didn't mean anything by it, and I can't even be sure innuendo translates cleanly. At least, I can't until I see Prow trying to keep from laughing. It's true. Men are perpetual adolescents, regardless of the world. I cross my arms, though, and focus on the question itself. But no, I don't really have proficiency with the spear. I've seen it used a lot, though, and heard a couple explanations in the process. I just tried to imitate that. I only picked it because it was either that or a sword, and I wanted reach. You should give it a try while you're in town. Then, he insists like he's recommending his favourite gym. I'm sure old Jill wouldn't mind giving you some pointers. He's not nearly as mean as he acts. Prow shakes his head in disagreement, immediately trying to throw her in with the old goat. And you expect me to believe you two are friends? Actually, I interrupt. I think I'd rather speak to this captain before anything. Sounds like they're in charge of enough that they're my key to getting into the grotto. My arms are still crossed, but I shake my head for good measure. I have a feeling I'll have plenty of time to play tourist waiting for that to shake out, so the sooner we get that ball rolling, the sooner Ayre and I can continue our own mission. Prow nods in agreement. Meeting with the captain can easily be arranged. She'll definitely want to see Luke, at least, so you can get in with him. You'll have a harder time avoiding the mayor if you're as important as you sound. One step at a time then, I agree. Captain first, then I'll deal with the mayor if I must. Book 2 Chapter 24 Barracks. Chapter 24 Barracks. Where we end up waiting is a low, wide building full of tables, like the world's most boring dive bar. It's largely empty this time of day, but not for the usual reason a place that looks like this would be empty. The reason isn't that it's the wrong time for drinking, though it is. In fact, I'm not certain this place even serves alcohol. We're in the commons area of the village's guard barracks. Because it's only a village, almost all of the guards go home at the end of their shift. Only a few staying in the handful of beds past the doors. This is probably usually because they have an odd shift or are pulling a double, and there's no point going home. The commons area is the largest section of the building, with only said bunks, a couple offices, a small armory, and a Maybury-sized area for holding cells taking up the rest of the interior space. They have a small training area that honestly seems kind of pathetic after having seen what the guild office of even a tiny place like Dabun has. But that's outside. They don't even have snacks available for the guards, let alone guests like Ayre and me, so I've reached into my magic bag yet again with milk and cookies. I think it's kind of a cringe snack, but we really are running low on supplies, so, short of a full meal, it's all I've really got at the moment. Not that Luke minds. Wow, you really are good at cooking, Rem, he says around another one he just shoved in his mouth. Somehow, despite his tendency to talk when he eats, and to stuff his mouth with food, Precious little manages to escape it. It's like the laws of physics bend to his will to eat all of the stuff. These are the best cookies I've ever had. He swallows and chases it with some milk before speaking again. Somehow, I figured this would be Say's specialty. But wow, what kind of fruit did you use to sweeten it? I can't pick up on the texture at all. Say, that would be Say Nunyabiz, the theurgist hero. She specializes in holy magic similarly to a priest. I'm not sure of the differences, but since I've never seen a priest with a flail, I can only assume she's more combat-oriented than they are. I was distracted during the initial presentation of our abilities, though, so the only thing I saw from her was barriers and healing magic, both of which I know a priest does, courtesy of urine. I can see what Luke means, though. Sayner feels different from the other heroes. I never really thought of myself as a warrior, per se, but I think I've proven a go-getter. Luke, Benru and Tassim all radiated experience, or at least knowledgeability, from the moment I first met them. Sayner, on the other hand, wasn't out of place in that room where we shared breakfast, so much as she simply lacked a big presence. And not because she was short or endowed. She just didn't feel like a warrior. She felt like Ayre caregiver. Even her flail is really affeable. It's easy to picture her in ceremonies or next to someone's sick bed, but much harder to picture her in the middle of a bloody battlefield. Personally, I'm all for that kind of hero, too. You can end up overlooking a lot of needs when all you have are combatants. You're also at risk of having such an outwing hammer that every little problem starts looking like a nail. I'm glad she's there to keep our perspectives broad. I really only make a mental connection to what he must have meant about Saner before circling back to Luke's question about the cookies, though that's because I didn't sweeten them with fruit. In fact, these specific cookies are called sugar cookies. Sugar, and I swear, he actually almost sprayed that time, as he's already snatched up another and shoved it in that bottomless more he calls a mouth. He compulsively swallows again. Oh gosh, and I've been eating them up. It's nice of you to share something that expensive, but I feel like I owe you now. I wave it off. It's fine, I've got a source. It's one of the essence crops I grow, and one of the few things I've still got plenty of in storage since it grows so fast. If you checked your status, you'd see the sugar cookies boost mana regeneration. Huh? No kidding. He turns his head a bit away, no doubt checking exactly that. Wow, you should share some of these with Benny. Benny, that's Benaru Sendai, the battle mage hero. He almost looks like he's the one that got brought here from another world. Tall, lean, jet black hair and glasses. Not to mention dangerously clever. He guessed a lot about where I came from just from seeing my outsider status and disproportional stats. Also, he hates when Luke calls him Benny, but the big lug has proven oblivious to social cues. Really, there must be something in general against nicknames in this society, because I'm the only one that doesn't mind him shortening my name. I'm not sure Luke even remembers our whole names anyway. I take out a couple caramel apples and set them on the table between us. You can eat one now because I know you'll want to, but save the other for when you're in a tight spot. If you think the cookies are impressive, these things fully restore your health and manner, no matter how much you've lost. He marvels at the wrapped treat. Wow, this could change how we treat injured forever. Why haven't we already started spreading them throughout the Empire? We have, I admit with a bit of fidgeting. Slowly anyway. Essence crops are so powerful that the throne is worried about them becoming prolific enough for abuse. I can see where they're coming from. Personally, I'm more concerned about the consequences of inflated statuses driving people to a false sense of invulnerability. Oh yeah. Luke's response is slow, probably from processing the number of larger words. Ayre's there to help. She means the throne doesn't want bad people to get hold of them, while she's worried about people using them to pick fights bigger than they can handle. Oh, yeah. His face immediately lights up with understanding. Facts. Sometimes, Rem talks a lot like Benny. Ayre gives a knowing nod. She calls it collegiate. Then, in a sarcastically loud whisper, the elf adds, she doesn't think she's one of them. They share amusement at my expense. Then Luke adds, you must be pretty smart, too, if you're able to keep up with her. Aye, Arander's the nickname. He's managed to shrink even Ayre's short name. I wasn't sure it was even possible. Maybe it's some sort of unique talent. Ayre's bottom lip goes out, but the elf is very clearly trying not to take offense while simultaneously finding it offensive. Actually, my intellect has been slowly going up ever since I met her. I think just listening to someone like her and trying to follow along must count as mental training. That surprises both of us heroes. This is the first time Ayre's mentioned this. Wait, really? I ask. That's so cool. Why didn't you mention that before? My friend frowns over at me. Because if I told you that listening to you yammer about otherworldly nonsense was making me smarter, you'd never stop. Okay, that's fair. Luke's shock is being replaced by a more thoughtful expression. Actually, it makes sense in a way. You get faster if you try to keep up with someone fast. You get stronger if you try to keep up with someone strong. It's a basic fact of training. But then he sighs. Man, you're telling me if I'd just been paying attention to Benny's constant lecturing, I could have gotten smarter. But it's so dull. You're a hero, Ayre points out flatly. You can just buy intellect directly. He grins in embarrassment as he rubs the back of his head. Well, yeah, sure. But that takes points, and those are hard to come by. Right, points make the world go, hero or not. Except for one. Ayre pins me with an accusing gaze. Funny how she never has that problem, somehow. I feel like I'm getting grilled under a spotlight for some reason, and twiddle my thumbs. I'm sure it's just because of all of the training we do, and we've been running through dungeons one after another. If at all possible, Luke puts in on that. I want to do Ogre's Grotto with you too. You're the only hero I haven't gotten to really see in action. He turns to Ayre with just as much energy. And you're keeping pace with a hero. I couldn't have imagined doing that. You must be really amazing, too. Ayre rubs behind one of his ears as they wilt in embarrassment at the praise. Well, a sacred priestess told us to keep it quiet, so keep this to yourself. But heroes like you and Remmi give allies a point multiplier, just like training in a dungeon. Wow, really? He looks down at his own hands in wonder, as if seeing them for the first time. We can do something like that. That's crazy. Then his face split into a bright, excited smile. Maybe Captain will want to train with me. Speaking of the Captain, I speak up, seeing an opportunity to get the topic back to something more current. I keep hearing Captain this and Captain that, but everyone seems to know them so well that they don't actually share anything. What can you tell me about the guard captain, before we meet? Luke practically starts gushing. It's almost cute. Oh, you'll like her. She's really nice, and we all really look up to her. I grew up with her, and she was always looking out for me. She stopped me from doing so many dumb things. So she's the same age as you and she's already captain, huh? I ask. I'm starting to get a rather cliché mental image of the tomboy next door. Yeah, she always worked really hard. Captain is only second in command for most guard hierarchies. Ayre fills me in. Bigger cities will have more ranks, and captains will be in charge of divisions. In smaller towns and villages like this, though, there's not enough guards for more than one captain, and they are the right hand of the commander of the guard. I rub my chin at that. Then why does everyone we talk to default to all of this reverence for the captain? Why aren't we talking to the commander? The commander's getting up in years. Luke admits awkwardly. Heck, he was getting up there when we were kids. I still wouldn't want to make him mad, but his stamina isn't what it used to be. Everyone else's age has retired. That's why Captain was able to get promoted so quickly. Now, she's basically running all of the day-to-day stuff in his name. Oh, so she's the captain in name only, basically. That explains it. I shift in my seat before correcting course again. So what can we expect, personality-wise? Oh, super nice. He nods eagerly. Then he pauses, considers for a moment with his head back, and lowers it to look at us again. In fact, Tash reminds me of her. Immediately, I'm taken aback. That would be the last hero, Tassum Mian, the Shadowstalker hero. Out of the 4 heroes, not counting myself as the 5th, Tassum had struck me as the one that had, to borrow a phrase from back home, seen some shit. She wasn't mean, or even particularly standoffish. She was just taciturn, cool, distant, a little brooding, maybe. I'm pretty sure she was involved in illegal stuff before becoming a hero. I wouldn't be surprised to find out she'd killed before, but like with Saner, I know what look means. Whatever Tassum's background, rather than some evil, bloodthirsty assassin, she'd been protective of us, calling out our more troublesome behaviours and doing her best to mediate our personality differences. Most notably, she'd been the buffer between everyone and Luke's loud bulldozer personality. But nice. She isn't exactly the poster child for nice, let alone super nice. Luke is nice. Tassum is orphanage big sister that's been around too long to put up with the little brat's nonsense. Jaded, that's a good term for Tassum. How does Tassum meet the definition of super nice? I finally ask. Even though it was his comparison, Luke has to think about it for a minute. She seems the type to always keep us out of trouble. That's true, and he did say that was something this woman did. Before I can say another word, the doors to the barracks are thrown open in a manner that nearly gives me flashbacks. Luke Flamville, Book 2 Chapter 25, Ayre. Chapter 25. Ayre. Luke jumps up as if he thinks he might be under attack. See, Captain. The captain of the guard is a young woman of about Luke's age. I honestly somehow expected her to have engine red hair, too. But no, she's got raven black locks pulled back in a simple ponytail. She's fit and attractive like nearly everyone in Tolus seems to be. And despite the reputation that's preceded her, she's only about my height. This means Luke actually stands a full head and a good chunk of shoulder above her. It doesn't stop her from storming across the room for him. I lift my milk from the table just in case. You disappeared for months. She opens. Nearly an entire season has passed since you just vanished one night. Where have you been? In the capital, Luke answers quickly, though he amends it. Then here and there, a little bit of everywhere really. This was the soonest I could get back, honest. Months, she repeats as she reaches the table, and grips it hard enough that I'm surprised it doesn't splinter. It quickly follows my example, and snatches his milk up, too. All of that time, and you couldn't even find the time to write. I tried, he insists, nearly leaning so far back in his chair that he's about to fall, as he waves his hands before him. But you know my writing. Everyone I tried to send, they returned to me, said they couldn't complete the delivery. Here, I've still got them. He puts his chair back down, and turns about to start digging through his own bag, quickly coming out with a bundle of letters that he holds out to the captain like a sacrificial offering. She takes them in hand and begins to flip through them. It's no wonder they couldn't deliver them. Luke, your penmanship is atrocious. Luke gives a sad attempt at a laugh as he goes back to rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, sorry. Becoming a hero didn't make it any better. The captain sighs as she moves the bundle to hold it at her hip. Well, I suppose, since you're here now, you can tell me all about it, yourself. She pulls a chair out from the table and sits down, placing the letters beside her. Start by explaining what you're talking about with this hero stuff. He starts as he scratches his eyebrow, searching for the right words. Well, that's how I disappeared. We all vanished from wherever we were, and showed up in the High Temple, already changed into heroes. The captain asks. Yeah, now that the words are moving, they're flowing more easily for him. Me and Rem, and 3 others. Tash, Benny, and Say. We all showed up completely naked, and the Emperor and Empress were there, and the priest checked our status with this little black orb. Then they gave us rooms for the night, fed us this big breakfast, gave us fancy new weapons, and had us fight a bunch of scarecrows. Then we got these neat custom coins. He pulls his out, one side with the Imperial seal, the other embossed with a sword, and passes it to the captain. She turns it over in her hands, examining each side. That's the Imperial crest, all right. Anyone carrying something like this, I'd assume they had a lot of clout. She glances to me. For a moment, it seems like she's judging me, but she just asks me a simple question. And you have one, too. Rather than answer out loud, I reach into my bag and pull out my own coin, showing her first the crest, then flipping it around so she can see the gun. The captain turns to Ayre, but the elf is quick to wave his hands. I'm just an adventurer. Ayre's with me, I provide. She looks back to me as if evaluating what is said, then turns back to Luke. And since it was only the next day, I'm guessing they didn't let you go just yet, or you wouldn't have taken so long to get back here. Luke nods in agreement. Yeah, they had a whole bunch of stuff for us to do. They outfitted us with new gear like this armor. He knocks his armored knuckles against his pauldron for emphasis, and showed us a bunch of the nobles' quarter. He shakes his head. I tell you, nobles must be really big fans of heroes. The whole time I was in the capital, it was like they couldn't spend enough time with me. They tried to shower me with a bunch of gifts, but I didn't have any way to carry them, so I had to turn them down. A bunch of noble girls wanted to show me their favorite places, but I know that means I'd have had to do the spending, and I didn't have any money on me, either. The captain's face is growing more intense, so I clear my throat and put in, I think she's wanting to hear about what you did after you left the capital, Luke. Oh, right. Luke was oblivious to the tension as he shifted gears. Well, first, they sent us to the edge of the Western Demosne. We got to see right up close what it looks like over there. At that, the captain's expression shifts to one of concern. Is it as bad as the rumors say? That manages to sober even the swordmaster, who shakes his head. It's worse. It's like looking into another world, and it's all wrong. She looks down at the table. They have a tight control on any information about the Demosne. Even I can hardly get any information about what's going on, and you'd think we'd be one of the places which would be important to know. I wouldn't know how to put it to words, anyway. Luke admits, it's all wrong. He makes a conscious effort to rally his spirit, however, and gives a halfway decent grin. But don't worry, Captain. That's what they summoned us as heroes for. We'll get it taken care of. Nothing can stop us if we're all together. The captain does a visible head count once more, but you're not all together. There's just 2 of you here. Luke laughs nervously as he rubs the back of his head again. Yeah, about that apparently. There's a lot of little fires that need putting out, because they've been sending us all over taking care of that. Most of it's not very exciting. I actually only just met up with Rem on the way here. The captain turns back to me again. So you're here for a different reason than Luke. I take it. I'm also guessing your name isn't actually Remmi Lee, I provide, offering my hand to shake. She takes it with just a slight look of confusion. I'm the Gunslinger hero. Tash is Tassim Benny is Benarusendai, and Say is Sainarbibe. Wow, you're really good with names. Luke praises me with a big grin. I could never remember all of that. It must be that massive intellect. I doubt I'll get to meet them if they're so busy, the captain tells me, but I appreciate the names all the same, and I apologize for Luke's shortening tendency. I wave it off. It's fine. I get the impression it's a much bigger deal here, but where I'm from, it's considered friendly. I don't take offense. I finally set my cup back on the table, since it seems to be safe to do so. Though, if I could ask, you haven't been introduced to me as anything but the captain. Her face immediately pales, but she soon gives Luke an accusing glare. For his part, the hero is suddenly very interested in the sugar cookies. After a moment, she turns back to me again. She stands and gives a proper bow. I'm an Arapisker, captain of the guard of Jiri village. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Hero Lee. Now I'm the one feeling awkward, considering all I did was shake her hand. Ah, sorry, I'm a foreigner to the Empire, so I still haven't caught on to some of the manners. I guess I shouldn't have been so casual. Not at all. Ayre shakes her head. As a higher station, it was up to you to introduce yourself however you pleased. Well, I'm not accustomed to stations, either, so if you could just treat me like you would any other adventurer on a mission, I'd appreciate it. And please, just Remmi is fine. That was another odd request, wasn't it? I can tell by the way she tilts her head. I'm too accustomed to dealing with Ayre and Urin, who I'm closer with, and nobody in Dabun seemed particularly uptight, either. Very well, she finally agrees. You say you are on a mission. I asked about it earlier, but we got sidetracked with names. What kind of mission for an adventurer would see you come to the barracks instead of the local guild branch? I actually need to go there at some point, too, I admit, but that's because I pick up jobs to do in my path. My actual mission is direct from the throne. I've been charged with clearing dungeons up and down the border with the Demosne, and my next one is Ogre's Grotto. Ogre's Grotto, huh? Anara repeats with a thoughtful expression. That's going to be a problem. You throne orders will get you through the mayor easily enough, but the Oni aren't going to be nearly so receptive, though I suspect you've already been told that if you're here talking to me about it. I give a quick nod. Something about a conflict with the Oni tribe in the area. Apparently, the mayor is trying to mediate it. She gives a heavy sigh. Yes, and for the record, I never said it, but that's half the problem. Do you know anything about the Hyohi tribe? Honestly, I've never so much as met an Oni in my entire life, I confess. I don't know a thing about any specific tribes, and all that I know about Oni in general is that they're supposed to be really strong, and they drink really hard. Anara blinks at that. I can't say I've ever heard anything about a drinking habit. Not more than any other race anyway. I can only shrug. Then I know even less than I thought I did. She gives a slow shake of her head to clear it and reset. In any case, the Huohi tribe has lived on lands neighbouring Jiri village since before the village was founded. We've always had close, friendly ties with them, though. We've supported each other like neighbours ought, and for generations. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who didn't look at them as just part of the village. What changed? I ask. The assessment of ore in their hills, the captain explains. A rock slide exposed a rich vein, and what constitutes the money in this town wants at it. A lot of people getting big heads about growing the town over a mining boom into a proper city, too. And of course, since it's what the money wants, it's what the mayor wants. And this is just a guess I put out, but I'm betting the prospectors aren't looking to just stop at the one slide. Ayre crosses her arms with a scoff. Settled just for being as rich as a noble? No, of course not. They're convinced the entire place is a cache of riches just barely hidden by a layer of soil. If they're allowed to go at it without a choke, they'll strip the Huohi lands bare, which they only oppose. Obviously, I sigh, starting to get a good idea of the obstacles ahead of me. Alright, I know I'm going to regret this, but could you by chance lay out for me where the negotiations stand right now? And Captain Ayre obliges me. Book 2 Chapter 26 Eggs. Chapter 26 Eggs. I'm out in the fresh air of Jiri village proper. The village square is a grand affair full of stands crying their wares. And the centre of it all is a large white stone fountain surrounded by benches where people can rest their legs and mingle. Many people are, in fact, doing exactly that, given that it's the middle of the day. Shopkeepers, craftsmen, workers and customers intermix freely, greeting familiar faces or striking up conversation. The food vendors are in their rush hour, and their array of aromas is enough to stir any appetite, even if it isn't as readily whipped up as mine. Through it all, the mists of water spray from the fountain keep the air comfortably mild in the high noon sun. It's just air with me too. Ayre had detained Luke under the premise of nearly 5 fortnights of unsubmitted reports. I hope he finds the opportunity to ask her to train with him somewhere in all of that. That feels like the closest either of them can get to the concept of a date. I dunno, from what Ewan told me, it worked for the Emperor and Empress. Maybe it'll work out for them. Honestly, my head isn't in any of this. Sure, my stomach is, and I'm munching on meat skewers and pastries as we go around restocking our actual foodstuffs, but the rest of me is just going through the motions. My mind is far away, recalling what the captain of the guard told me. I don't want to say war. That's too national a word for something limited to a single region, surrounding an issue completely devoid of tie to the empire as a whole. Jiri village is definitely on the brink of open conflict, however, despite its currently peaceful atmosphere. This is in no small part due to the frankly antagonistic negotiation tactics employed by the village mayor, a minor noble by the name of Lord Oshu. Having an actual noble as your village mayor sounds bad enough on its own, and more than enough to expect some self-glorifying shenanigans born of his insecurity. Unfortunately, Lord Oshu is also cousin to the region's ruling noble, Lady Noyer. That brings him clout above his station, and likely an accompanying ego as an accessory. Oh gosh, I'm going to have to deal with him, aren't I? Why can't Benari be here instead? Remmi. The sharp sound of my name pulls me from my musing and turns me toward a red-faced Ayre, who I retroactively register has been trying to get my attention for a moment now. I try to speak before realizing my mouth is full of skewer. I pull it out and try again. Yes? Sorry, Ayre. What was it? My friend gives an exasperated sigh. I was asking you if this powdered stuff was any good. And the elf holds out a jar of white powder and one of yellow powder. I guess at the contents. Powdered milk and eggs. Well, how about that? Ayre grumbles. You were listening. A little, anyway. I give an awkward smile as I rub the back of my head. I'm sorry, Ayre, really, I am. My head's just been lost in what Ayre told us. Ayre gives a different sigh as he lets his arms drop. Yeah, I haven't seen you this deep in your own head since back when we first met. The elf makes a motion to wave it away. Leave it alone. It's not our problem. If it's bothering you that much, write Sacred Urine about it. Maybe she can force an imperial diplomat on the mayor. I blink at the suggestion. You know, that's actually a really good idea. I think I'll do that. Thanks, Ayre. He raises the jars again. Thank me by concentrating on our supplies and answering my question. I give an embarrassed laugh, but then point to them. They're really good for baking, and they keep pretty much indefinitely if they're sealed and dry. But they're less flexible than the real thing, so they're kind of redundant for us. We're familiar with them. I nod. My people mastered dehydration. We do it to all sorts of things for long-term storage, or for special environments. I'm not even going to try to explain space exploration. I'd be interested to know if they did it by convection, or if they have some way of freeze-drying it. Both the vendor and Ayre are staring flatly at me, but it's my friend who voices the obvious question. You would dry something out by freezing it. Again, I nod. It's a complicated procedure involving extreme control of both the temperature and the air pressure, but it allows the product to retain its form, instead of having to be thinned out or otherwise destroyed first. You could preserve an apple with it, and it would still be identifiable as a whole apple, more or less, whereas with convection, you'd have to thinly slice the apple and expose the slices to the air, or grind it into applesauce. I can see they're not following, though, so I shake my head. The more I think about it, and judging from the vendor's reaction, freeze-drying is too unlikely. These were made over a low heat with a maintained airflow, weren't they? The man, understanding this description far better, nods energetically. Yes, yes. So, you are familiar with it. He gives a nervous laugh. Guess it's not as much of a trade secret as my wife, and I thought. But oh, you are adventurers, aren't you? How are you preserving your food for so long that this is redundant for you? I wiggle my fingers at him. Magic, how else? I prop my hands on my hips. We've got storage that stops time on anything inside it. Beats even refrigeration. He looks shaken by that. Oh my. That isn't common, is it? I grin back. Not as far as I've seen. Or at least the bathhouse back home was still complaining about keeping milk fresh. Your enterprise is perfectly safe. Ingenious, even. We're just not the target by exception. He thinks about it for a moment, then offers a jar forward again. Well, then how about buying some anyway? Free up space in that storage for other things. I share a look with Ayre. He's got us dead to rights on that one. If our storage space sounds too large, nobody would believe it's portable. As adventurers, it must be portable, so nobody would believe it's particularly large. If we want to keep a seemingly infinite storage portal a secret, we don't have much of a choice. I turn back to him, with my grin back on full force. You know what? You make a good point. We'll take a couple jars of milk and eggs each. Let's see what else you've got, too. Who knows? It could be an interesting way to mix things up. It's as we continue browsing that the growing sound of heavy footfalls and clanking armor reach us, so we turn to see the source before their owners have actually gotten to us. It doesn't help that it's accompanied by growing silence replacing the lively din of the square. The soldiers approaching us with their gazes directly on us are immediately identifiable as more than just your average town guardsmen. Their armor is fancier, and their belts and sashes are purple instead of simple brown. They also don't look nearly as personable, so the mayor even has his own personal guard, does he? What a militant little man. They come to a stop in a small formation in front of us, and the forward one is the one to speak. Hero Remmi Lee. That's me, I say, casually letting my hand rest on my weapon. Since it's not the obvious crossbow over my shoulder, or the long knife at the small of my back, it doesn't warrant a response from them. Is there a problem? The Lord Mayor requests your presence at his estate. Oh, great, here it is. I knew it was coming. I don't hide their exasperation on my face. Can it wait? We're in the middle of provisioning. Oh, that doesn't make them happy. Grips on spear hafts tighten almost audibly, but the one in front manages to keep his expression neutral. Madam, the Lord Mayor requests your immediate presence at his estate. We are to escort you there forthwith. I really don't like this guy's attitude, though. What happens if I respectfully decline? This time, the grips are audible, and the leader's voice is tenser, his jaw tight. Madam, we are to escort you to the Lord Mayor's estate. Immediately. I sigh, not really wanting to pick a fight in the middle of the square. Well, who knows? It might actually be something important. I guess I should at least go hear him out. I motion for the blue-haired elf. Come on, Ayre, we'll finish later. We both start walking, but the man brings the haft of his spear down, stopping Ayre short. I stop moving a half-step later. Madam, the Lord Mayor requests your presence at his estate. Wow, these puppets don't have many lines, do they? Ayre goes where I go, I insist. We're partners. Madam, I must insist you cease your disrespect of the Lord Mayor. He extends his offer to you alone. I unsnap the flap securing my gun. If that offends him, we're really not going to get along. But maybe you should go ask him if he wants to be offending me. The hierarchy here isn't what you seem to think it is. Here, and his men switch to a two-handed grip on their spears. Madam, I must ask that you come along quietly, or there will be trouble for you. Oh, this guy did not just paraphrase Robocop on me. Let me be clear, I answer, forcing my voice to remain calm. I'm coming with you, and Ayre's coming with me. And if you try to force the matter, I will not hesitate to shoot every last one of you, and leave your humiliated forms paralyzed on the ground as we go without you. The soldier lets out a growl. You go too far, foreigner. He lunges forward with his spear, but I spin to the side while Ayre backflips away, and the weapon goes smashing into the stand behind us. Its four bodies use their tiered reach to hit us, instead, but Ayre handsprings away again. I hope to one day be as acrobatic as that elf. Just pull that stuff off as casually as that. Instead, I've already drawn and fired two heavenly THUNDER letter 1D40 letter 1D39 rounds into my two attackers, and instead of skewing me, they collapse on top of each other, their twitching limbs unable to maintain their grips on their weapons. The leader rips his spear out of the stall and swings at me in a swipe, but I duck under and put my barrel to his stomach before pulling the trigger. The kinetic force still hits him hard, taking the wind out of him the same instant the paralysis sets in. The two behind him have abandoned going after Ayre, since the elf isn't attacking, and even as their leader's body collapses, their spears are rushing for me. Mentally cursing their clear training and coordination, I dive to the side rather than away. It's a shorter distance to get out of the way, and keeps them from just pursuing me. It's not a handspring, but I roll into a crouch with one knee to the ground and my gun raised. Two more shots, and the square goes silent. I reload my gun before returning it to its holster. I only spent 5 of its 20 rounds, but better to have a full magazine than to run dry in the middle of a firefight. Then I turn back to the vendor. How much did he destroy? The man takes a moment to find his voice. Let me see. He takes a quick count of broken jars. Besides the stall, 5 jars. I pull a bar from my coin satchel. Ironically, it's not actually a bar, but a large, golden coin with a rectangle punched out of the middle. Does 3 of these cover it? Yes, and then some. I toss them to him without much thought. Keep the change. I'll have the mayor reimburse me. Good luck with the powdered goods endeavor. I step over a couple of the guards as I make my way to Ayre. Come on. We don't want to keep him waiting. Book 2 Chapter 27, Mayor. Chapter 27, Mayor. I'd expect the house of the mayor of Jiri village to be bigger than that of the mayor of Dabun village, since Jiri is so close to being an actual city. In truth, however, it's far larger and fancier than the size of the village alone can justify. There's also a lot more going on. We approach 2 guards at the gate of the compound. They don't even look at us as they speak. State your business. Hero Remmi Lee and partner, I reply, pulling out my coin to show the imperial mark. The mayor's goons already attacked me once. It's about time I start pulling rank. Here at the request of the Lord Mayor. He rings a bell, but does nothing else until a minute later when a servant approaches the gate from the other side. Hero Remmi Lee and partner, the guard repeats, for the Lord Mayor. Yes. We have been expecting you, Hero. The servant rings a second bell, and the 2 guards reach in to pull the gate doors open for us. Please, follow me. Really big on ceremony here. We follow a path clearly meant for carriages up to the house proper, where another pair of guards opens the large double doors for us, and the servant sees us into what I think of as the foyer. Hero Remmi Lee and partner, the servant introduces us with a bow. There's a man in fine clothes waiting here for us without managing to look either too impatient or overeager. He stands in the middle of the room, but off to the side is a woman lounging against the wall. Never mind cousins. They look similar enough to be siblings. Lord Mayor Oshu, I greet him with a slight dip of my head, while Ayre goes for a full bow. Then I glance to the woman, and Lady Regent Noir, if I'm not mistaken. The man dismisses the servant with a flick of his wrist, and the servant disappears back out the door once more. Hero Lee, he opens submissively, your cleverness outpaces me. I had hoped for the honor of introducing my cousin, who only just happened to be visiting today. Truly, a hero's eyes are keen, even for one so young. Perhaps even my escort was unnecessary. Fishing for compliments, is he? Apologies, Lord Mayor, I reply politely, but it is fortunate that they were, as they did not accompany us. Luckily, your place of residence was easy to find. Hard to miss is more like it. Still, my statement causes him visible confusion. Forgive me, Hero. I instructed them to do so. They are normally so loyal. I cannot imagine what came over them to dishonor me so. That's easy. They attacked me. Lady Noir jumps upright, directing her rage at her cousin. They what? He quickly turns back to me, desperate for a lifeline. Please, Hero, tell me what demon overtook them. Apparently, you sent them only for me, I explain. But I go nowhere on business without Ayre. I motion to the elf, who bows again. This is my partner, Ayre, silver rank adventurer. When I insisted that my teammate accompany me, your guardsmen sought to take me by force. Lady Noir palms her forehead as if battling a migraine. Where yokels picked a fight with a hero, and a silver rank adventurer. Lord Oshu is nearly on his knees. My sincerest apologies. I thought heroes travelled alone. Else I would have invited your entire party. I will convey these events to their next of kin. That won't be necessary. I wave it off. They are not dead. I only paralyzed them. It should be wearing off in another 4 to 5 minutes or so. Lady Noir looks about ready to faint. The humiliation lives on. Lord Oshu tries to be more controlled, however. I thank you for your display of restraint, Hero. I've had my fun, and I wave it off. Don't worry about it. You asked me here for a reason, I'm sure. What was it? He looks grateful for the change of topic, and that I apparently hadn't come to kill him for the slight against me. Yes, of course. It's a small thing. I simply couldn't imagine an imperial hero staying in some inn. Especially since I've inconvenienced you so. I insist that you and your team stay here, in my guest house, and join my cousin and myself for dinner this evening. That's what this was all about. It had to be the clumsiest invitation I'd ever received. Still, as I glance about, I can't help but realize something's missing. What about the Swordmaster Hero? Will he be joining us? Lord Oshu's face goes blank for a moment. Swordmaster, look flammable. Lady Noir provides with barely hidden irritation with her cousin. Do try to remember at least the important citizens of your domain, cousin. It is not as if you have terribly many of them. The Lord Mayor coughs and sputters, and hums as he tries to clear his throat. Yes, the flammable boy. I assure you both, I did not forget him. It's simply that he is one of my precious citizens, and after being on for so long, why, I thought he'd want to stay in his own home, see his own family. I was just confused as to why you expected him to be here. Yes, well, that was as convincing as it was rallying. I offer him a metaphorical branch. But since I don't have any family here, and he grabs it without hesitation. Yes, you have nowhere to stay, nobody to see. You'll stay in only the best accommodations our fine city has to offer, eat only the finest foods, and if you have time, I'd be delighted to introduce you to Jiu's most trustworthy businessmen, the finest weapons and armor, anything you may need. It would be my pleasure to see it acquired for you. It's sounding more and more like he's trying to keep me out of his city and peddle his connections to me. No doubt these most trustworthy of businessmen are the big money Ayre mentioned. The ones with the Lord Mayor in their pockets, and ones that would no doubt like very much to have a young, naive, gullible hero in their pockets as well. It makes me feel guilty to think it, but they may have had better luck for that with Luke. Perhaps Lord Oshu worried that Luke was too close to the town, or may have already been biased against him. Maybe, since Luke was in the city guard, and Lord Oshu no doubt knew how the members thereof felt about the whole affair with the Oni, the Lord Mayor assumed it would have been too difficult to sway him. Or maybe he really did just completely forget that he had a local hero at all, or thought that little of his subjects. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more I feel my opinion of the man continue to drop. Still, no harm in testing his generosity. I look up and tap my chin as if just thinking of something. Oh, now that you mention it, our guards caused some amount of damage to the shops in the square when they came to get me. I covered the costs out of my own pocket, since I was already there. I was sure you'd be happy to reimburse me once I told you about it. Lord Oshu clasps his hands before him. Oh, yes, absolutely. It would be my pleasure. He snaps his fingers, and another servant approaches, presumably the closest one at the time. Relay to my accountant that we are to reimburse Euro Lee from my personal accounts. He turns back to me. I forgot to ask, how much was it again? I beam a bright smile back at him. 3 bars. The poor man. I hope he isn't coming down with a cold for how much that cough keeps bothering him. He recovers admirably, however, since it's too late to back out now. Yes. Reimburse her for 300 tins. It can be delivered to the guest house. She can pick it up there. Also, make sure the house is prepared for both her and her companion, adventurer Ayre. The servant bows and is dismissed again, leaving to fulfill her master's instructions. Now, if that's all for the moment, Lord Oshu turns back to us. It is my understanding that you come to us from beyond the Empire's borders. He holds his hands open in invitation. We were just about to take tea. Won't you join us and tell us about your homeland? It really is too bad that I'm already onto him. If I were as young and gullible as he clearly thinks I am, he'd sweep me off of my feet. Tea with 2 nobles. A chance to talk about my homeland I'm surely homesick for. I could see me falling for it the first time I was 15, especially if I actually was from some other land in this world. Fortunately, I have a ready excuse. Actually, Ayre and I were in the middle of restocking our provisions when we received your invitation. I carefully don't say that we were interrupted, though it's definitely how I feel on the matter. There's something to be said for polite tact, after all. It's important we finish that as soon as possible, so that we can be ready to leave as soon as the opportunity arises. Of course, he replies a little too easily. He snaps again, and like an infinite conjuring trick, a third servant appears at his side. Send for Master Gyre immediately. Tell him to be prepared for tea and business. As soon as the servant is gone, he explains. Master Gyre owns one of the foremost trading companies in the region. He will be able to get you whatever you desire. Again, on my coin, I insist. A hero shouldn't have to pay for anything, you know, so it's already begun. He really is trying to keep me close, trying to keep me from wondering. Why he wants to control who I buy from is easy enough to deduce, of course. Not only does it allow his big money friends to make contact with me, but he's expecting a hero to have heroic expenses. If he can funnel that to his friends, they just might be grateful enough to offer him a bit of a kickback. But then, why offer it from his own funds? Surely, any kickback he'd get would be less than the money he spent. At best, it would amount to a simple discount, and nothing more. Well, unfortunately for him, I already know how the system works, courtesy of my accident at the inn in Meritory, and the explanation Yuen had given in her letter. Yes, the nobles are expected to cover sudden expenses heroes incur over the course of their duties. If a monster attacks, I'm not liable for any structural damages that occur in the course of fighting it off. For example, the cost is supposed to go to the local lord, which, in this case, would be Lady Noir. She would pay for the repairs so that the people can get on with their lives, but they aren't expected to swallow that cost out of the goodness of their hearts. It's a stopgap measure. They then turn and request reimbursement from the Imperial Throne, who ultimately covers all such expenses from the heroes. In other words, the money he spends on me goes directly to his friends, who I'm sure give him a kickback, and then his cousin reimburses him, and, finally, she charges the throne for everything they'll no doubt overpay for. To put it simply, I'm being used for fraud. Well, they don't know that I'm letter buddies with someone who has the Empress's ear. The thought of sending Yuen a letter about this, and then these two spending all of that money and never seeing so much as a bit from the throne puts a genuine smile on my face. Well, then, Lord Mayor, I answer his generous offer. It seems our schedule just opened up. We would love to join you and the Lady Regent for tea. Book 2 Chapter 28 Salesman. Chapter 28 Salesman. My word, a monster that dives at such speeds to attack. Lord Oshu looks faint at my description of a falcon. I, of course, never used the word monster in that description, but through the eyes of a Tolstein, such a beast can only be conceived of as a monster. No mere animal could, in their perception, ever have such traits. I'm more shocked at the bears, Lady Noir exclaims. To think they are so smart as to just walk up and take what they want, yet so powerful as to shrug off attacks from even a group of soldiers. That's true, I wouldn't want to fight a bear with a sword. But then, with everyone being superhuman in this world, maybe it would be a fair fight. Then again, the bear would be superhuman too. Super bear? Yeah, it would be super bear. That sounds awesome. Ayre, on the other hand, has heard of these animals before, and isn't nearly as impressed hearing about them a second time. Wait until they hear about the spider venom that rots flesh, or the deer that can headbutt through the side of a carriage. The two nobles look horrified at that, but I put on my best hurt face expression as I turn to my companion. What are you stealing my stories for, Ayre? Did I do something to you? He's not buying it, of course. Not at all, Remmi. I'm just starting to wonder if you have anything other than those 4 animals. Oh, sure. I set down my teacup to hold up a finger for emphasis. There's a bird that's taller than a man, runs as fast as a horse at full gallop, and a neighbouring nation declared war on the entire species after they overran farms by the thousands. The nation lost. Twice. The table is dead silent. Even the servants in the corners of the room seem to be standing a little more rigid. Ayre, used to my antics as he may be, is still shaken at the thought of an entire nation losing to a single species, or maybe it's the sheer number of them. Probably some combination of the two. It's still Ayre that finds his voice first. One of these days, Remmi, I'm going to learn better than to question if your tales can get any stranger. Of course, I can tell that's not what he really wants to say. I can see his real thoughts etched into his face. You keep saying you don't have any monsters, is what that face says. Equal parts stunned and horrified. But it's true. Earth doesn't have monsters in the Tolstoyan sense, because we lack an arcana or essence cycle. Monsters are species that have mutated into new, distinct lifeforms from the absorption of arcana. More powerful in virtually every respect, the predecessor species go extinct, and are forever replaced by their monstrous counterparts by simple competition. Even the humble horned rabbit, a creature so weak as to have a natural level of 1, and a disposition so mild, they are kept as both livestock and children's pets, is a monster, physically superior to whatever once was the Tolstoyan rabbit. In exchange, Tolus' biodiversity seems far smaller than Earth's, presumably because evolution was interrupted by this shift relatively early on. It's even possible that modern monsters are descended from other species of monsters, rather than beasts. It's impossible to say for certain, at least with my knowledge of Tolstoyan paleontology, if there can be said to be much of such a field to begin with. As for why Ayre didn't just say as much, well, it's because we're not making it public knowledge that I'm not just from another country, but from another world entirely. It would just be too much more to explain, if the average layman, let alone a tradition-obsessed noble, could even wrap his head around it. I can only assume that such a nation failed because they were not properly outfitted. Why, I can think of half a dozen items from our own catalogues that could make short work of such creatures. The table turns to face the new voice, a man dressed in robes nearly as fine as those of the nobles that are our hosts. I can immediately tell a salesman when I see one, and this man positively radiates. Boy, do I have a deal for you. He apparently rushed ahead to the servant escorting him to not be late in delivering the line, as said servant appears a moment later, and inhales to introduce him. I can't help myself, however. I must stick and prod this excessive formality wherever I can make an excuse for it. I head the servant off, beating him to the punch as I stand to my feet. Master Ayre, I presume. While the servant flounders, the man before me isn't even flustered as he sweeps into a bow. Lady Hero Remmi Lee, the missive warned me you were clever. And quick. Oh, a point to the staff's competency, then. That was far more than the very brief message that Lord Oshu had dictated. No doubt they're well experienced in interpreting his brevity and relaying the necessary details. This also means that I have no idea how much he knows. I would do well to assume he knows at least everything Lord Oshu did up to that point, and possibly more from sources outside the home. He makes his way over to me with a smooth gait, and bows again as he takes my hand. It failed to warn me how lovely you were, though all the town is abuzz with that wonderful shade of yellow hair. It makes you stand out quite starkly in a crowd. Yeah, he definitely knows about the fight in the square. There's no question in my mind about that now. The guards should have recovered from their paralysis by now, as well, though they aren't still there in the square. Lord Oshu sent for them to be recovered and detained in the estate barracks until he could speak with them. Almost makes me feel bad for them, but they did try to kill me, so I suppose pirate monsters did, too, and I didn't hold a grudge against them. But they were much nicer about it. Ayre uses enough charm that his flirtatious lines don't even come off as cheesy as they should be. If he has the slightest head for actual business, it's no wonder that he became one of the top merchants in the city. I put on my best smile and dip my head in gratitude for his praise. In my homeland, my hair colour is called blonde, and I'm fortunate to have it. Blonde, he repeats, the word foreign on his tongue. I will remember that. Ayre then turns to the Lord Mayor and Lady Regent and bows. Lady Noir, it is always a good day to get even a moment within your presence. Lord Oshu, thank you for the invitation. Lord Oshu tosses his head back in a bark of laughter. No honeyed words for me, old friend. Ayre smiles at what is obviously an old joke between them. I remain of particular tastes, my Lord Mayor. Well, you missed one. He motions across the table to Ayre. Allow me to introduce you to Ayre, silver rank adventurer, and member of the heroes party. Hey, he finally got to actually introduce someone. Good for him. I give him a little mental applause for finally managing it for the first time since my arrival. Ah, an elf. He turns and gives Ayre a speculative eye before bowing again. You people are as renowned for your skills as much as for your eternal beauty. The compliment is less direct than it was for Lady Noir or myself, so I can't tell if he's guessed Ayre is a guy, or if he's just playing it safe. Or maybe it's just because Ayre is a potential customer. Ayre stands and bows at the waist back to him, a much more formal gesture than his own. A pleasure, Master Gyre. The Lord Mayor speaks highly of your acumen. As, indeed, he should, he boasts. There's no other enterprise in the region that carries the range of goods that Gyrecraft Mercantile does, nor of such quality. Lord Oshie waves a dismissive hand. Save the sales pitch until everyone is seated. Master Gyre, this is to be a casual affair, and besides, I understand they already have a list of their needs. Gyre dips his head and goes to oblige, and even I wait until we're all sitting again, and he's had a pull of his tea. We do, for the most part, I confirm, but it can be subject to change if it's something beneficial. However, I'm curious. Are you only able to acquire goods from this region? Han, he asks with a sparkle in his eye. Got your mind on something in particular? Then, I'm afraid your homeland may be a bit far away, but I shake my head. No, not that far away. I've become quite fond of the goods from the Cerizan province, but we've nearly exhausted them on our trip thus far. Cerizan, eh? He rubs his chin, clearly running the numbers in his head. Yes, it could be done, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't want the opportunity to prove the worth of our own goods to you in their stead. Spare no expense, old friend, Lord Oshie assures him immediately. If she wants Cerizan goods, go ahead and get them. You'll have time enough before they arrive to show off our own goods. She'll be staying here at the estate, after all. Gyre nods back, then turns back to me. Splendid. Then I believe I can accommodate you. I write out a list then. I tell him, we'll take a proper inventory, and have it to you before the day is over. Get it to Sacred Priestess Urin in Dabun village. She knows the sources I want. His eyes widen, as do those of the nobles. You'd have me use the Sacred Priestess as a sales agent. It's not that, I assure him. Rather, as a hero, she's the priestess I'm assigned to. As such, she's in charge of most of the things related to me. He's rubbing his chin again. I see. I was unaware of how the Holy Temple arranges things for the heroes. I can't speak to the setup for the other heroes, I clarify. The assignment was likely because of my foreign origins, since I came here knowing nothing of the Empire or its customs. His salesman smile returns in full force. Well, you carry yourself very well for someone so young who claims to know so little. I match it what for what. Good manners are universal. Ayre raises a hand tentatively, as if worried about being caught in the middle of some sort of battle. I would be interested in hearing about those items you mentioned for dealing with the monsters Remmi was describing. Gyre breaks from my gaze with a smoothness that makes breaking feel like the wrong word, and swivels his attention to the elf. Of course. Why, the first that comes to mind would be what I affectionately call the bowler net arrow. It's still in prototyping, but it's already garnering interest from nobility. In other words, it's not working yet, and the only one to show any interest is Lord Oshie. I, of course, don't say this. Instead, I use another angle. Bowler net, so it's a pair of arrows fired as one, with a weighted net between them, that entangles the target. He snaps his fingers and points to me. Precisely, Lady Hero. 100 archers could stop 1,000 such monsters with ease with such ammunition. But wouldn't the extra weight and the arrow's aerodynamics completely destroy the range and accuracy of the weapon? He falters noticeably. These are issues we are still addressing in testing. I did not know you were an engineer, as well, Lady Hero. I pull the noodle splitter from behind my shoulder and pass it to him. I built this. He marvels at it appropriately for a minute, though I'm not sure how much of it he really understands. He'd probably understand it better if I broke it down into sales points for him. A fascinating take on a repeating crossbow, he says finally, at least recognizing the class of weapon he's holding. Is this typical of the weaponry your people use? It has some commonalities, I admit, but no, it's a decent holdout weapon, but it's much weaker than the weapons I'm accustomed to. He seems reassured by that, as one would expect. A repeating crossbow just can't compete with a real weapon. Oh, now, I want to give him a demonstration. I grab up an apple from the fruit bowl, test it in my hand, then pass it to Ayre. Throw this across the room for me. Ayre gets that bad look on his face, and shakes his head slowly. Remmi, I beam at my friend. Please, he sighs, then rears back and chucks it. In a blink, I've yanked the noodle splitter back from Gyre and fired. It takes the rest of the table a moment to realize what just happened, then another to locate the fruit, pinned firmly to the wall. While their jaws are still hanging, I take the opportunity to fire another 4 bolts, dead center of the apple, to illustrate the consecutive firing of the weapon. William Tell would be proud. With the fruit sufficiently destroyed, I exchange the empty magazine for a new one from my belt and return the weapon to its holster. I don't say another word, allowing the act to speak for itself as I pick up my tea again and take another sip. Book 2 Chapter 29 Dabun. Chapter 29 Dabun, ****. Normally, I'd never go on one of these long-distance supply runs, myself. Part of the point of being in charge is that you have employees to do that sort of grunt work for you, paid at just enough of a wage that they think it's worth it not to stab you in the back, and not a bit more, of course. When the average worker hears competitive wages, he thinks we're competing for him, like he's some sort of product we're desperate to get our hands on. No, the competition is in keeping them as low as possible, with the companies most willing to play with that line between loyalty and uprising making the biggest gains. The biggest expenditure in any business, of course, is the employee after all. But this trip is special, and not just because it's on behalf of a hero that's going to make our entire circle a lot of money. That's a big part of it, of course. But Hero Lee dined on the finest cakes and meats at a noble's table, and had still insisted on goods from this tiniest of villages. She's barely out of childhood, though. It's entirely possible that it's out of childish attachment, and nothing more. If it's not, however, if there really is something of such value hidden in some backwater, it must belong to Gaiacraft before anyone else can get it into the broader market. I've made my wealth chasing the scent of money, and I'm not about to stop when the aroma is this strong. We're beating a path there, too. The girl didn't ask for it, but she's paying for expedited service. Or rather, the throne is. I can't believe they set up such a gullible scheme. They're just begging for it to be taken advantage of like this. It's expensive travelling with 4 horses to a wagon, and rough enough with a wagon so lightly loaded that we tie ourselves to the seats, but only the imperial messengers running mail between outposts are faster than us. It would be even worse if the wagons were completely empty. Every bump would put us at risk of losing an axle. The load is necessary to prevent this, but it's also not its only purpose. Gaiacraft Mercantile isn't active in the Ceres province, but that could change if the locals got a taste of a higher class of goods. While we're in the province, we'll be doing a bit of trading of our own, all the better to come away with a bigger profit. Even so, I was bewildered when the yellow girl provided her list. I can only conclude that she is some heroic form of goods transportation. I brought 3 wagons on this trip. 2 I expect to load up completely. The 3rd holds parts for the wagons and our own provisions. This kind of riding is rough on the wagons, and a hard break without spare parts could cost us days. Time is money, the girl had cheerfully said when I informed her I was heading out as soon as I received her list. I've never heard the saying before, but I have to say I like it. I've suspected it since first meeting her in Oshu's tea room, but I'm more certain than ever that she's from a merchant family, herself. Thank essence she's so young and naive, or she'd be dangerous to pull this sort of stunt on. When we finally come in sight of Dabun, I'm disgusted. It's worse than I could have ever imagined. Dewey Village is so close to a proper city that it's barely more than a matter of semantics. This place, on the other hand, only differs from a hamlet by the presence of full-sized walls, if the wooden spikes can be called as much. It's more than the bodily high walls one sees around smaller settlements, but it still looks barbaric to my senses. The whole village spans perhaps a couple districts worth of Dewey Village, even counting the surrounding farms outside the walls. I can make out a road heading up into the forest on the other side, but I can only assume leads to the mayor's estate. I can't imagine him living down in the thick of the village. Were I mayor, I'd definitely claim an estate in that forest, with all of its game for myself. As we get closer, I see it's even worse than I'd imagined. Vermin run rampant through the fields and everyone acts as if it's perfectly normal. They even seem to be playing with the filthy things. I understand it's their crop, but cattle belong behind fences. This is just unsightly. The final blow comes when we pull into what constitutes their village square. I'm immediately grateful for the foresight to finish selling our goods at the last outpost when the opportunity arose. As this place clearly has no money, people wear simple fabrics in plain colours, with none of the vibrancy of urban couture. I find myself dreading spending the night at the village inn, a 2-floor affair with likely more space given to the bar than to available rooms. Images fill my mind of splintered, old beds with mouldy, flea-infested tatami. I resolve myself to gather my order as quickly as possible, and leave this place the same day. Once the wagons come to a stop, I hop off, and leave the wagons and their horses to my teamsters. I'm too long out of the practice, and it's what I pay them for anyway. I'm better plied putting my best face forward and tracking down our contact. I adjust my robes and ask the nearest layman the direction of the local temple. I'm repeatedly surprised at just how backwater this place truly is. So small and insignificant is it that the Holy Temple only recently deemed it worth a resident temple at all. In fact, while it has a forward section open for service, the larger portion of the facility is still under construction. Temples are notoriously slow to go up, each stage needing its own blessings and each load of supplies requiring sanctification. It wouldn't surprise me to find out it's been under construction for months. What does surprise me is that there's only one priest for the entire premises, the sacred priestess I've been sent to make contact with. She seems young, relatively speaking, given that she's an elf. It's possible that she was only made a sacred priest within the last year, and this temple and the hero Remmi Lee were her first charges. Essence blesses me with so many gullible steps in my path. I put on my brightest smile and approach the white-haired priestess with a bow. Sacred urine, I presume. You presume correctly, she answers properly. How may I be of assistance, child? I'm afraid I didn't come for spiritual needs. I admit, I've come on business for one hero Remmi Lee, and have been told you're in charge of her affairs. Sacred Yuan smiles. Ah, yes, how is Remmi? As she asks this, she guides me toward a small temporary house, where she must be staying while construction continues. Immediately inside is a low table and tea set as if she'd been expecting company. Perhaps she keeps it ready just in case. She must see many people throughout her day, both overseeing the construction and being the only priest for the village. At least it's gloriously free of all the overgrown, long-eared rats running rampant over the rest of the village. She's well, I answer as I accept the priestess's guidance and take the opposite side of the table when bidden. She is currently staying at the Lord Mayor's estate in Jiri village as his guest. I apologize. I'm not privy to most of her travels. I'm simply the deliveryman. You're well dressed for a simple deliveryman, she keenly observes. Yes, well, I understate myself, Sacred Mother, I confess with a wry grin. I'm Master Gyre, owner of Gyrecraft Mercantile, one of the largest good traders in this area of the Empire. I'm on good terms with the Lord Mayor, and he trusts me so that he asked I personally see to the hero's needs. Oh my, she intones as one would expect her to do at such a reveal as she pours us cups of tea. What an important man has come into our humble little village. There's something revitalizing at someone finally recognizing that, and I find myself relaxing in her presence. Yes, well, I thought it only appropriate, with such trust placed in me, that I should oversee it personally. Do you know from when she prefers her goods? I do, she confirms. Do you have a list? I do, I say in turn and cheerfully pull out a scroll from within my robes. It's quite a long list however. I wouldn't burden you to memorize it on the spot. If we could go to the place of business, I can arrange pickup, and have my men begin loading the wagons. Oh my, she says again, her fingertips covering her mouth. Wagons, plural. I chuckle and nod. Oh yes, I did mention it's a very long list. The young hero has quite the appetite, I'd wager. At that, she chuckles, too, a pleasant bell-like sound. Yes, she certainly does. But we have some time. Please, tell me, how did you come to head one of the largest trading companies in this area of the Empire? The tea break turns out to be a more than welcome break from all of the travel, and the stress that I hadn't even realized I'd accumulated. I sit there chatting with the priestess until the teapot runs empty, all without thinking for a moment about the passage of time. And when it does go empty, I find myself saddened that the break has come to an end. Sacred Yuan may be new to her position, but she's talented in it. Indeed, I fear she's wasted in such a backwater as Dabun. She stands and leads me back outside, then across town, a shorter trip than it sounds, to the Independent Exploration Service Guild's local branch office. She stops when I do as I try to figure out what we're doing here. It is, apparently, a simple guess to the thought in my head, as she doesn't hesitate to answer it. The goods in question are handled by the Adventurers Guild. The list I'd been given is all foodstuffs. Grains, flours, hard fruits, long storage vegetables. Some of it is high-end stuff, like the sugar, and some of the seasonings, even I don't recognize, but all of it is goods that we should be picking up from a warehouse after arranging it with a store clerk. Why, by the name of the Emperor, would it be handled by the guild? I'm certain my confusion is evident on my face when Sacred Yuan chuckles again, but this time she gives no answer and simply pushes the doors open. I'm a little slower to follow. I'm no coward, and brand the man that would say so, but I've never cared for the loud, rowdy company of adventurers. I've always much preferred to hire professional security, more predictable, less disorderly, and far better groomed. Oh, lovely. They have their own tavern in here. At least it keeps them out of the main one. Just the local yokels to deal with. Then, Sacred Yuan returns a wave to the barmaid, a loud, red-headed woman, and leads the way to the front desk, where a tanned young woman is already grinning. "This the bloke?" she asks as if they'd been expecting us. Sacred Yuan motions calmly to me, and introduces me. "This is Master Gyre of Gyrecraft Mercantile. He is here to pick up Remmi's order." Yes. Alarm bells start going off in my mind, but I do my best to silence them. Yes, I've got quite the list here. I'm halfway through pulling it out, but the receptionist just waves me off. "You sure do. Took us all morning to get it boxed up and ready for you." There's those alarm bells again, and they're getting louder. Excuse me, how is that possible? "We've only just arrived." "Yeah, that yellow," she thinks ahead. "Sent a missive with the list ahead of you. We got it." She looks to Sacred Yuan. "What, yesterday morning?" "I've been played. That's the only explanation. I've underestimated the hero, and possibly everyone involved with her, but I'm not out of cards to play yet. You may find my list has some last-minute changes to it," I insist, eager to get samples of this mysterious product for myself. "I urge you to review it." "I'm certain that you do, Master Gyre," Sacred Yuan tells me, smiling that gentle, comforting smile. She told us that might be the case. However, she insisted that any changes would be by personal missive. She was very clear. The receptionist leans over the counter far too casually. "You'll find everything around back if you bring your wagons around, Master. If you have any issues with the count, you can take it up with the Guildmaster." Book 2 Chapter 30 Farm. Chapter 30 Farm *Gyre*. I did, in fact, bring it up with the Guildmaster. Yet another mistake. I had expected an administrator familiar with pushing papers, and whom I could perhaps convince, items if necessary, of the veracity of my modified list. Instead, a great grey bear came out and growled at me until I accepted my fate. Now I'm staring down at pallets of boxes, all wrapped in wax paper and sealed with a rice paper sticker on either end. Each box is labelled in code, but all are nearly identical in size and are impossible to see into. Any attempt to get into the box would tear the sticker, and steaming the sticker off would ruin the fragile rice paper. Either way, the attempt would be revealed, and the good suspect. I've moved packages like this before, certainly. The kind you don't ask about, and deliver without curiosity. I have never, in all of my years, however, seen such steps taken for mere foodstuffs. What is the meaning of this? I finally have to demand. How am I to verify the shipment when I can't see the shipment? The receptionist, introduced to me as Diener, has been left in charge of overseeing the transfer of goods. Not to worry, Kiri, the guild takes this business very seriously. Every item was checked, cross-checked and counted. Everything is exactly as Yellow asked for, not 1 grain more or less. It is understandable that security would be so tight. Sacred urine contributes far more soothingly, and without demeaning nicknames. These are the belongings of a hero, after all. I blink away my confusion at that statement. You mean she has already paid for them, as well? But she shakes her white head. No, this produce belongs to hero Remmi Lee. She is the one that sells them. Of course the little hero had already been plying her merchant background. I'd assumed her barely more than a child. I hadn't even considered she'd be canny enough to already be using her newfound status. Oh, how I've underestimated this whole affair. But if they're for sale, I recover, setting aside my shock and indignation. Then how may I go about purchasing some for myself? You will need to seek a permit from the throne. Sacred urine immediately, and gracefully dashes my hopes against the rocks. I'm afraid trade of hero Remmi's goods is tightly regulated. I say again, far less positive. But it means there is, in fact, something special about them, after all. I step out of the way of my workers. You lot get this loaded. We're done here. I'm going to go see what I can do about restocking our own provisions for the trip back. Sacred urine steps up to me right away. Would you care for my assistance, Master Gyre? No, I assure her. You've been such a thorough help already, and this will be incredibly dull and tedious. The most exciting thing will be a little haggling over salted meat. You should stay and make sure these dullards don't break anything. She dips her head respectfully. As you wish. I will make sure the loading proceeds smoothly. Good girl, I think, as I slip off into the village. At least she knows her place. Hero Lee's trickery be thrice-damned. Of course, we don't need provisions. As if I would pay someone else for what I could get out of my own stock without the markup. No, once I'm out of sight of the guild's warehouse, I break in a different direction. I had originally thought the road must go to the mayor's estate. But if Hero Lee is running an industrial farm out of this village, a secluded place like that is the only place it could be. If I'm going to get to the bottom of what this big secret about the produce is, I'll clearly have to go to the source. I hardly set about this subterfuge before it feels like I'm drawing all of the eyes in the village to me. Obviously, it's all in my head. Any eyes on me are no doubt because of how I'm dressed relative to them. They don't know what I'm about, or whether or not I'm permitted to do so. Certainly enough, none rise to stop me as I head toward the far end of the village, and set foot on the road that curls down from the forest. It's a well-built road, though I question why it spends so much time meandering back and forth. Certainly, a straight line would have been easier. Of course, the answer occurs to me almost immediately. It maintains the tree line, so that nobody may see directly into the estate. That such cunning is so subtle I almost missed it shames me. I clearly must stop taking that child so lightly. The first thing I see besides road and trees is the house. It must belong to Hero Lee. Its design is too alien to what I expect to be normal to have been designed by a native. It's also built entirely out of hardwood, as bizarre as such a thing is to see. It's not as big as I expected, either. Perhaps she simply hasn't had a proper estate built since she has been on the road for so long since coming here. The heroes, by my understanding, have only been in existence for a few months. If she has spent much of that travelling, then, yes, she wouldn't have had the time to build anything grander, nor the funds. She may have only had time to start her business and get it operational before leaving. How helpful it must have been to have the throne's ear to get around all of the fees and paperwork us mere mortals must endure to get government to do anything for us, or to meet its demands for endless permits and licenses. There's signs that someone is staying here. Regardless, however, the yard is maintained, for one, not showing a month of wild growth, and the fields, as they come into sight, are neatly maintained and clear of weeds. I immediately lower my profile, alert for any signs of movement. Obviously, Hero Lee has hired a groundskeeper. It could lead to awkward questions if I carelessly bump into them, but no, it's all still, and I creep forward toward the crops themselves. The garden is almost alien in a similar way to the house. I can recognize it as a garden, just as I can recognize the building as a house, but it's not done in a way I've ever seen a farm done. But then, I'm no farmer. It could simply be that I don't know any better. One thing I'm certain of, however, is that this is nowhere near a big enough operation to field even the order the guild filled for Hero Lee, though I am fairly certain everything she ordered is represented. There's an outright eclectic variety of plants and produce, Several I know for a fact are out of season. It will be half a year, for example, before apples are ready for harvest, yet here are several trees practically bending under the weight of their yield. That's another problem. I don't know by what means she made apples grow and ripen out of season, but there is certainly no way that she could have been the one to plant them. These trees are at least several years old by their size. They had to already exist. A third problem is that I simply don't recognize many of the plants here, and it's my job to move all manner of merchandise. I've seen nearly every herb, fruit, vegetable, and berry in the Empire cross my counters at some point in my career. But this has a simple explanation. Clearly, she brought some foreign plants from her homeland. Really, it's a simple and ingenious strategy. Even if farmers immediately caught on and could get a successful crop on their first attempt, it would be a solid year to establish herself as the source for exotic crops. More likely, it would be several years of monopoly for her before anyone managed to duplicate her crops. Was this just a test bed? Then, that would explain why it was so relatively small and absolutely eclectic. The establishing of an initial bed of crops with mass production occurring elsewhere, further into the forest, perhaps, or maybe at a secondary location. Was it that simple? Is the big secret just that Ayre Lee brought crops from another land and some secret for accelerating production? The latter would certainly have the throne's interest, as well as that of every other industrial farmer in the Empire. But would that explain the secrecy with the packaging? No. That could be concealed easily enough with labels from the Southern Territories, where it remained warm year-round even as the Northern Territories froze. No, that can't possibly be the answer. Not alone. There must be more going on here than I'm seeing. I can't let myself get distracted by what's happening at the surface, as outrageous as it already appeared to be. I creep toward the field of crops, feeling foolish in the bright, early afternoon sun. Essence, hide me. I beg you don't let the groundskeeper pick this time to come out. I reach a row of vertical, green vines with little, yellow flowers. It's hard to imagine, but they must grow into the great, big, red berries hanging from the stems. I take one in my hand, and it fills my hand completely, easily larger than my palm. It comes loose with a light twist, and its skin is so glossy that I can nearly make out my face in it. This is clearly one of the foreign plants she brought with her. I'm positive I've never seen its like. It resembles a pomegranate at first glance, though it isn't as firm, and I doubt its skin is so thick. It smells tangy, rather than the sweet smell I expect. I wish I wasn't sneaking around so that I could ask someone its name, but I've already determined the exotic nature of her plants can't be the sole reason for all the overprotective fervour around it. What to do next? I must test it. Can one eat this berry raw? Do I have a choice? I don't exactly have a kitchen at my command, ready to dissect and examine it. Despite myself, my mouth starts to water at the impending taste of this utterly foreign fruit. I slowly bring it toward my mouth. There's a rustling nearby, and I'm snapped out of my daze as I whirl about on the spot only to see one of those accursed rodents watching me from the bushes. Watching me quite sternly. In fact, I still my spite heart with a deep breath. Let the damnable thing watch. What's it going to do? Tell its rodent friends? No, I turn my attention back to the fruit. Phew. Well, that is the most threatening sound I've ever heard from a rabbit. I turn my attention once more to the horned beast and narrow my eyes at it. Is it glaring at me? Can rabbits glare? Is that even possible? It's just a rabbit. I could punt it if it even dared to get within reach. I wave a dismissive hand toward it. Begone, rodent. I've no time for your nonsense. Again, I turn my attention to the fruit. I lift the berry to my mouth. I open wide, salivating. Phew. What can only be described as a battle cry rips from the bushes a moment before something small and hard connects with the side of my head, sending me rolling head over tail away from the crops. My back slams into a tree, and something red and hard lands on my head. The world is spinning around me, but some barely stable part of my mind hears the door to the house clicking open. Cougar, a woman's voice calls. Is something out here? I flail to get my feet under me and dash off into the underbrush, my only sense of direction being away. Book 2 Chapter 31 Slip. Chapter 31. Tle. Remmi *. Staying at the Lord Mayor's estate has been cloying. I've long since decided it was a mistake. Lord Oshu has been micromanaging my every day, ensuring I see the best of his city, he claims. In practice, I've seen enough of noble life to make me want to go back to my farm in Dabun, and never take my hands back out of the dirt. And then there's the meetings. He insists I come along to meet the businessmen that run Ayre Village, quickly followed by insistences that it won't be a mere village for much longer. And, of course, they all want to sell me something, and the Lord Mayor insists I pick what catches my eye on his dime. I put up enough resistance that I seem humbly unwilling, but I'm terribly tempted to let him spend it all on me, since I've already got the message out to you of what they're up to here. But I can't. That money no doubt comes from the town, not his own pocket, and I don't want to hurt the people. Speaking of the town, I haven't been able to get back out into it since my first day. I haven't gotten to see Luke again, or Captain Ayre, or that nice man whose wife hit upon dehydrating milk and eggs. I really want to see if he fixed up his booth. There was that guardsman trainer Luke mentioned too, wield. So much that I want to see, and the Lord Mayor has kept me in a gilded cage. Some part of me suspects that's no figure of speech either. Surely, he wouldn't have the balls to actually attempt to contain a hero, would he? Well, no matter. He actually can't contain me very well. When I relay my plans to Ayre, He opts to remain just in case they really are trying to keep me here, but I veto that. With us separated, the guards could overpower the archer and take Ayre captive, then use my friend to manipulate me. No, if we're slipping out, we're doing it together. We would try the front door just to be thorough. What are they going to do? Tell us no. But every time over the better part of a week we've been here that we've tried to leave that way, we were intercepted by Lord Mayor Oshie with some urgent affair that never seemed to be quite heroically urgent. Things like his cousin, Lady Regent Neuer, having planned a girls-only shopping trip to the most expensive stores in town, of course. And yes, she took Ayre. At least that confirmed that the two nobles didn't know any better, and Ayre begged me not to spoil the opportunity for fashion. I, for one, no longer have a lacking of outfits by my metric, with something to wear even if I'm called upon to attend a formal ball. Something I'd rather fight a dozen hearts of corruption than deal with. That being said, none of the new outfits are suitable for casual wear, either. Anyway, to avoid another spontaneous tea party or something equally draining to my sanity, we're taking a more conventional exit. We're going out the window. No need for chains of knotted cheats here, though. After all, my storage has my custom-made grappling hook and plenty of rope. We can exit stage left good and properly. Ayre goes out the window first. I don't tell him it's because I'm paranoid of triggering a trope of him getting abducted again the moment I can't get to him quickly. I just know that as soon as I go first, guards are going to burst in and grab him. I mean, they probably won't, and it would be just fine. But I can't shake the worry. Nope. As if to reinforce my paranoia, Ayre's halfway down the rope when I hear knocking at the door. Guards, ma'am, they announce loudly. We're coming in. Did we do something to alert them? Are we being monitored? I don't know, but they can tell what's going on with one glance at me looking down out of the window the moment they come through the door. Hot. One shouts, but I wheel around and roar as I come down in a crouch. The paralysis rents come out with a soft pew, pew. That barely leaves the room courtesy of the new power abort for my handgun. Suppressor. Tired of the entire neighborhood knowing where you are from the loud clapping of your gunpowder. Glutes. Want to spare your allies. The trials of early hearing loss. This active power greatly reduces the volume of shots fired from the augmented firearm, allowing stealth operations and safe discharge in enclosed areas. While active, the following effects apply to your shots. Asterisk 20% penalty to range. Asterisk 20% penalty to damage. Asterisk significant reduction to volume. Asterisk preserves property values in an horror. Casting cost, 20 MP. 20 mana per shot is pretty steep, honestly, at twice what spiral shot costs. But with my reductions, it's an easily affordable 5 points per use. I still want to get Ayre actual hearing protection, though, as using it constantly would get to be a pain even on my supplies. Not to mention its penalties. A fifth of my range and damage. That's a lot in a fight where distance is key or the enemy is tanky. Fortunately, the range here is basically nothing, and the heavenly THUNDER letter 1D40 letter 1D39 rounds don't care about damage. I could do without the insinuation of cheeks clapping being what gives me away, and I'm pretty sure HOAs don't exist here. But my firearm skills were clearly created just for me, and by the same hand that manages my marketplace, so I shrug it off. Suppressor is far too useful a skill to turn my nose up at over something petty like that, and it's toggled at will, so I don't even have to stop and screw on or remove an attachment. Like magic, it just modifies my gun on the fly, just like with the expanded magazine and power increases. I don't know if hedge which modifies penalties, and there's certainly no way to know if it's increasing the reduction in volume, since it's not enumerated at all. But the resulting sound is barely louder than a crossbow bolt. On the other hand, if we still had any doubt that they're keeping us here under duress, the guard's reaction now completely dissolves it. I drag their seizing bodies into the room and briefly consider pulling out more rope to bind and gag them. But no, there's no point in doing so. Such restraints are only good for delaying the discovery of our disappearance. With the paralysis lasting over an hour, we have more than enough time to make our escape. It'd just be a waste of good rope. Instead, I pull them into the middle of the room so they won't knock anything over and head back to the window. Ayre's down by now, but he's looking back up worriedly. Remmi, he asks, trying to be quiet while also being loud enough for me to hear him. Is everything okay? It's fine, I insist. I'm coming down now. I put first one leg, then the other over the windowsill and then I kick my boots off. Ayre barely dodges them. Remmi, he demands explanation. I just hold up a finger to my lips for him to be quiet, then grab the rope and begin rappelling down the side of the guest house. It's not a long trip, and we could probably have just jumped, but we didn't want to risk our legs on probably. My toes barely make a sound against the wood as I make my way down, and I'm soon on the ground with no new guards coming to check on us. What was with the boots? The elf demands again as I'm slipping them back on. Guards must have heard you coming down, I explain. They barged into the room while you were descending. I paralysed them and dragged them into the room, but I wanted to make sure more didn't come on my trip. I glance back up and grab the rope again. Seems to have worked. I flick the rope to unhook the grapple and pull it free, making sure it doesn't rattle down the side of the house, then quickly spool the rope back up and stuff it all back into storage. This next part is the most difficult. We have to get to the outer wall of the estate and scale it, too. Actually, It's low enough that we might be able to jump and grab the edge, rather than using the rope, which will be faster. The difficulty comes from the fact that we'll need to do that without running into or being spotted by any patrols. Or, rather, that would be difficult, if not for another skill I picked up, this one from the Shadowstalker list, Tassim's class. Frankly, it's scary to know that she can do things like this. Life sense. Open your mind's eye and become aware of the life essences around you. Reveals the presence of living beings within a radius of your position determined by your proficiency in the skill. Higher levels of proficiency reveal the relative strength of individual living beings with greater accuracy and detail. And to think that this is the weakest rank in a tree of detection skills. Of course, there are also skills to conceal one's life essence specifically to counter such detection, so it can't be trusted absolutely. But for the most part, I've basically got eyes in the back of my head, and they see through walls, except they don't actually see anything. It's more like how I know how many rounds I have in my magazine. Once someone enters my radius, I just know where they are. It also doesn't tell me anything more than that, at least not at the base level. I can't tell who individual blips are, and I can't tell what they are doing. I can't tell the difference between someone in a hurry and someone charging at my back with a knife. I don't think I care for the implied glimpse into what Tassim's world must be like. I just hope an ability like this doesn't make me paranoid, or at least that it'll stack with that sixth sense for danger that Ayre still swears must be some sort of skill, even though it sounded like utter nonsense when I tried to describe it to him. In any case, for now, this new skill will easily pick out approaching patrols, even if they're on the other side of the wall, and sure enough, where we find a segment ideal for climbing over once passing by. Careful not to make a sound. We wait for them to pass. Then Ayre goes over first again, this time for practical reasons. Ayre may have higher strength than I do, but it's not enough to make a difference when scaling over a wall, it turns out. So I give Ayre a hand lift, and once he drops out of sight, I activate Empower and jump up to vault over the wall, myself. It's a short trip from there into the city proper, and we meet no further resistance. Still, we don't let our guard down until we're back in the shopping district, lest any of Lord Mayor Oshu's personal guards happen to be out and about the wealthier section of town. Finally, however, we're free, and Ayre and I celebrate with a quick splurge of junk food. I tell you, cheap fried food never tasted so good as it does when you've been eating like a noble for a week. We're out. Ayre observes around a mouthful of baked potato, then swallows. What now? I want to check in with Luke, I confess from behind a skewer of unidentifiable grilled meat chunks. I want to make sure nothing has changed dramatically while we've been boxed up. I've got a bad feeling about it. Ayre scowls. You and your bad feelings. Why do you always have to have them right when things are improving? I give a short laugh and shrug. Believe me, I'd love to be wrong more often than not. Book 2 Chapter 32 Turncoat. Chapter 32 Turncoat. My elation at our escape doesn't last long. We try asking the guard where Luke's currently at, but the cold shoulder I get is a far cry from the friendly welcome we got at the gate when we first arrived. You'll have to check with the barracks, he tells me in the clearest tone possible that even if he does know, he's not telling me. I remember my manners and try to shrug it off as I thank him and depart as if it were a completely normal exchange. After all, maybe he's just having a bad day. Well, if he's having a bad day, so is every guard in town, apparently. We open the doors to the barracks, and a palpable chill pours out from the common area as soon as I'm seen. I don't know what's going on, but it just makes it all the more important that I find Luke. I go up to the nearest table. Excuse me, I'm looking. But the two guards don't even let me finish before getting up and moving to another table like I'm diseased. Ayre steps up beside me. What was that about? Dunno, I frown. But I'm gonna find out. We try several more times just to be thorough, but only manage to cause an impromptu game of musical chairs. Ayre tries without me, but they aren't stupid. We came in together, and he's been moving around with me, so they know full well he's with me, and give him the same treatment. Finally, one of the guards gets frustrated enough to snap at us. Are you stupid, girl? He shouts. Can't you see none of us want anything to do with you? Communication. That's what I've been trying to get, for someone to talk, even if it's like this. But why? I immediately put in. What's happened? What's happened? He repeats in a rage, and he grabs his spear so suddenly that I recoil, though his neighbouring guards quickly grab him by the arms. It doesn't keep him from shouting back, though. My wife is an Oni, you filthy little whore. Ayre and I are both stunned by the outburst, unable to find any words to reply to it with. It's so disconnected from anything we know about what is going on, that the mental connections to continue just aren't there. Behind us, the door to the captain's office slams open. What's going on out here? I wheel around to see Captain and Nara, and Luke standing there, and I grab Ayre to retreat to their familiar faces. Captain, Luke. What's going on? What happened that everyone's mad at me? I'm not prepared for the scowls on their faces when they recognise it's me out here. Nara looks at me with a disgusted twist of her mouth. What did you think was going to happen when you pulled something like that? Did you think we'd just overlook you stabbing us in the back like that? You seemed like you had such a level head on your shoulders. Luke just looks disappointed. It's heartbreaking to see. I thought you were better than that, Rem. Better than what? I demand now. I haven't done anything. I haven't had the chance. I've been boxed up in the mayor's estate for nearly a week. Anara scoffs. Yeah, pays pretty well to be a turncoat, I guess. I wasn't there willingly, I insist. My first day here, he insisted I stay in his guest house, and I haven't been out without escorts until today. Captain, we had to break out of the estate to get here. Bads tried to stop us. Does it sound like someone being paid for something, or does it sound like someone held against their will? Anara and Luke's expressions crack at that, as, indeed, it doesn't add up. After a moment of processing, Anara steps aside to clear the way to her office. Before anyone says anything more, I think you'd better come into my office and give an accounting of your time since coming to Dewey. That's the best offer I've gotten since getting back here, and I give a firm nod before moving to step past her. She lowers an arm to block me, though, and I look at her with confusion. You and your companion will give your testimony separately, and you'll leave your weapons with her while you're in my office. The same in reverse when you're done. Ayre looks to me with concern when I turn back to him. We're being treated like criminals. It's okay, I assure him with a hand on his upper arm. Captain, Anara, and Luke are fair people. Whatever's happened, we'll get to the bottom of it. My friend looks shocked when I actually start undoing my holster, though. You're really doing it? It's what they asked, and I trust them, I say as I pass my holster with its gun and all of its satchels to him. Oof, he breathes as he takes it in his grip. Heavier than it looks. Not too heavy for an adventurer's superhuman ability scores, but heavy enough to surprise the elf. Only when it's followed by my crossbow and its harness, as well as my backpack and blade, do I turn to the door again. I give a reassuring wave to Ayre over my shoulder. Don't give anyone any trouble, and I'm sure they'll be happy to leave you alone. If not, holler. We'll figure this out. I pass over the threshold, and Anara and Luke follow, shutting the door behind us. Luke leans against the corner, while Anara moves around to the other side of her simple desk. There's one other chair there on my side, and she motions for me to take it, only sitting down once I've done so. Captain, Anara pulls a stone from a drawer and sets it on the table between us. Do you know what this is? Hero Lee. No, ma'am. It's a recording stone. When I activate it, it will memorize everything said in this room. There will be a perfect record of every word you say. My eyes illuminating probably isn't the response she is expecting, since she's clearly trying to scare me off of lying. Oh, a recorder. Yes, I know what that is. Ours are different, but serve the same purpose. Can you back the meteor up and transfer it somewhere else? She blinks at me for a moment, then hesitantly answers, yes, but that isn't the point. Hero Lee, understand that your testimony will be compared word for word against your companions, and that if anyone else we question in the course of any resulting investigation, it would be in your best interest to be as honest as possible. I nod. My best friend back home is a cop. She and every murder detective show I've ever seen tell me that's standard operating procedure across worlds. I understand, I say. I'm ready whenever you are. Anara nods and taps the dark stone, causing it to glow purple like a dim, little black light. Then she leans forward over her desk, focusing her attention on me. Hero Remmi Lee testimony, case undetermined, she says and rattles off the date, and, with a quick glance at your standing clock in the corner, the time. Captain Anara Pisker presiding. Hero Luke Flamville in witness. She glances to him as she says his name, and he nods back. The captain looks to me once more. State your full name and home province. Remmi Ann Lee, I oblige. My residence is in Serizan province, but I'm a foreigner by upbringing. She nods. Hero Lee, tell me what has transpired since you came to Jiri village. I hesitate, confused by the instruction. Do you want me to start clear back from where I first arrived, or just after I left the barracks last time? The very beginning, Anara provides, patient, but strict. Leave as little out as possible. So, that's what I do. I start with our approach to Jiri village, where we bumped into Luke, the greeting we received at the gate, our trip to the barracks to meet with her, and how Ayre and I went out shopping for provisions after. I tell her about the booth with the dehydrated goods, and how we were approached by guards that clearly weren't city guards, and the resulting scuffle when things didn't go exactly their way. I explain my decision to meet with the Lord Mayor, anyway, and the subsequent reception by him and his cousin, the Lady Regent. I detail my suspicions of being used for embezzlement of my order from Dabun, and how I sent a letterhead to alert them to any suspicious activity. This leads to a series of follow-up questions about the embezzlement, and what I expected a little village to do about it. That line of questioning ends abruptly when I explain my handler's ties to the throne. I go through the doldrums of the next few days, and how I was treated at the estate, each attempt to leave, each conspired shopping spree hoisted on us, and how I turned down as much as I could politely get away with. I finally reached today, when we finally made our escape, how we did it, the guards I dispatched, and our celebration with junk food. I had a bad feeling about how hard Lord Oshi worked to keep us in a gilded cage. I finish, so I wanted to consult with Luke to make sure things hadn't degenerated. Finally, I cross my arms and my legs with a look of irritation that I'm certain isn't a pout. Apparently, I was worried about the wrong thing. We tried asking around town, but only got directed to ask at the barracks so it wouldn't be their problem. We get here, and the guards treated us like we were plagued, and one finally shouted at me about having an only wife. You two came out, and gave me the cold stare, and scolded me while I tried to explain that I had no idea what you were talking about. I unfold one hand to motion to the recording stone before tucking it back in again. You then had me come in here and lay out what I've been doing since coming to Jiri village. And here we are. The whole thing probably takes the better part of half an hour. And through it all, Nara stays focused on me mostly without interruption. Her gaze is as effective as any lamp shined in my face. But I stay calm. Like I told Ayre, I trust these people. Honesty will pave the way to get me to the truth. I have neither reason nor inclination to lie. She continues to watch me for a long moment after I come to a stop. But she's the one to break the silence. So Lord Mayor she never brought up the hero who tribe negotiations to you. I think it over for a moment, making sure I couldn't recall him ever bringing them up. But I ultimately shake my head. No, I don't think he ever brought the negotiations up, specifically. But he'd talk about the tribe, themselves. Always negatively. I can see now that he was trying to colour my perceptions of the Oni, but I don't think he realised I already had a perception of him that made me prone to ignoring him. But she doubles down. Nobody ever asked you to take a stance on the negotiations. Why she would be so insistent on that confuses me, but I shake my head. No, never. I think they would have been disappointed if they did. I happen to be against strip mining, and in favour of preserving historical landmarks. One more time, Anara insists. You've never endorsed the Lord Mayor and the financial consortium on full annexation of the Huo tribal lands. I blink, bewildered. No, never. She doesn't say another word. Instead, she pulls out a newsletter. Printed on it in bold, black letters are words that simultaneously explain everything and make my blood boil. Imperial, Hero backs Mayor absolutely in mining dispute. Book 2 Chapter 33 Temper. Chapter 33. Temper. I come storming out of the office with the newsletter clutched in my hand and look, and Anara hot on my tail. Come on, Ayre. We're going back to the estate, I declare, much to the elf's confusion, as I grab up my holster and begin fastening it back on again. Luke puts his body in front of me to stop me in my path. Rem, stop. Give me one good reason. Because if you go up there like you're right now, you'll kill the mayor. Oh, we've got the attention of the whole barracks now. But I don't care. I scoff at the idea. Oh, don't worry. Luke, I'm not going to kill him. I'm far too pissed to kill him. I crunch the newsletter in my grip, not caring about the damage done to it. I'm going to paralyze him, string him up from a lamp post, and shoot him again every hour until his seizures cause the rope to come undone. If I get bored, maybe I'll even plink him with healing bullets in between. Captain Anara comes up behind me, so I'm between the both of them. That sounds very illegal, Miss Lee. Don't make me arrest a hero. I laugh. That's the best part. It's all technically harmless. Ayre is on his feet now. Wait, what's going on? I slap the newsletter down on the table, freeing up my other hand to help me get my crossbow harness on. He's been using us this entire time, Ayre, lying about us in the press. Says we're staying up at his estate because we're helping him with his whole strip mining shtick. The elf picks up the newsletter and opens it up from how I've crinkled it, and is aghast at what he sees. No, it's no wonder why everyone is so mad at us. Then, please, Rem, Luke insists, still with his arms out to block me from moving past him. Take a second to breathe before you do something you know you'll regret. That's when Anara says something that catches me off guard. Here, Lee, you said before that you trust us. I blink at that, and turn back toward her, halfway through sliding my backpack straps up my arms. Yes, I agree hesitantly, more because I don't understand why it's being brought up now than any lack of agreement. But her eyes are intense, focused, determined. Then I beg you to trust the system we swore to uphold. Even the mayor isn't above the law. Before you go taking it into your own hands, let us do it our way. Captain's right. Luke agrees immediately. I know you could probably raid the entire estate on your own, but that doesn't make it the right thing to do. Let's do things the right way, and you won't need to do it on your own, okay? I take a deep breath at their words, close my eyes as I hold it for several heartbeats, then open them again as I release it. I'm still furious, but the fires of my temper burn a little dimmer. Not by much, but enough that I can see past them again. Alright then, what's the plan? The plan is the same as before, the captain of the guard tells me, her own tone more relaxed now that I'm listening. You wait out here while we question your companion. She glances to the elf. Ayre, was it? Ayre nods, but I give a frown. You still don't believe me. It's not about whether or not we believe you, she assures me. It's about corroboration. The more corroboration your story has, the stronger it stands. Without it, it will only be your word against the mayor's. And there's little to be done in that kind of situation. I know Ayre's story is going to back mine, I object, but Regent Noir is just going to give one that backs the mayor. Then where will we be? Ayre nods in agreement. Then there's station to be considered. Rennie outranks them as a hero, but both of them outrank me. At best, doesn't that just make it all come out weighted evenly? Captain Anara shakes her head, however, and crosses her arms. Station doesn't play a role in testimony, she corrects the elf. It's testimony to testimony, corroboration to corroboration. All that matters is getting to the truth of the matter. She sighs and shifts her weight to the other side. It may be a different matter when it comes to charges, but that's out of my hands. Then she focuses on me again. These won't be the only testimonies we take either. We'll find other witnesses and ask them what they know of events they were involved in. I assure you, It will be very thorough. Luke chimes in. And if we still end up in a stalemate, we'll just ask the local temple to send a priest that can cast truth spells. I stare at Luke for a moment at that revelation. You mean spells that compel the target to speak the truth? Or just detect a lie? Both. He grins proudly at the opportunity to share such information. They're the same skill tree, just different levels. Either way helps tremendously with a stubborn investigation. You never mentioned priests having such scary powers as compelled speech. I turn back to Anara as I point to Luke with my finger. Why not just do it to start with? She sighs and gives Luke a look that says he was too quick to speak. Because enlisting the temple is expensive. Priests who have invested in truth spells in particular are considered a sort of specialist. The village funds don't look kindly upon spending so much money without exhausting every other avenue first. Anara steps aside and motions Ayre toward the doorway to her office. Now, let us be on with it. Oh, right. Ayre starts forward, but stops of his own accord, pausing to shrug off the bow from its harness, and undo his quiver. These main weapons are followed quickly by a long dagger, and a small set of utility knives. And since I left my backpack, he does too. Really, it's kind of uncanny to see just how nearly identical our loadouts are in a general sense. Obviously, we're both ranged combatants, but our main weapons are so different that it's strange to be reminded how much everything we carry echoes each other. Ayre goes into the office, and I'm left sitting at the table with our stuff. Unfortunately, I don't sit still well, and it's not long before I'm getting antsy. I'm soon looking around for something to do, and that's when I notice the guard that yelled at me get up to leave. I know that he was lied to, that he was wrong about me, and he didn't have to call me a whore, but I feel like I owe him an apology out of sympathy if nothing else. I get up from my seat and head over to intercept him. It's not like I'm hiding what I'm doing, so of course he easily sees me coming. I wouldn't call his gaze welcoming, but he waits for me to arrive. The guard doesn't say anything, so I start. Hey, so I know what happened now, and I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. It's no wonder you were so disgusted with me. He seems to chew at his cheek, and the tension in his face and neck says he's trying to restrain himself. When he finally does speak, it's to ask a question. Did you do it? I blink, my default reaction to being confused at a response. No, absolutely not. The mayor lied. The man gives his cheek another chew before he says anything more. Are you doing anything about it? Yes, Captain Anara is opening an investigation. But that doesn't seem to appease him. That's what the captain is doing. What are you doing about it? I stand there like a dullard for a long moment. They convinced me to wait. It doesn't sound like you have much of an idea what you'll be doing when the waiting's over, either. Well, excuse, rubbing my head. It will depend on what the captain does. He gives a short, derisive scoff. Listen, kid. You can't always wait around for others to make decisions for you. Especially not if you're going to go around calling yourself hero. Sooner or later, you have to figure out what you're doing for yourself. And just like that, he walks right on out of the barracks, a couple others right behind him. I'm left standing there, dumbstruck by his words. Half on autopilot, I find my way back to my seat, but my mind is still on what the guard said to me. I can't even find the energy to take offense to being called a kid. For the first time in a while, I feel completely out of my depth, like a kid playing at being an adult. His words hit me harder than I would have expected. They just keep replaying in my head, over and over again. I had been ready to act, but Luke was right. I would have gone on the warpath. Having time to cool my head, I can see that now. But what was I going to do next, instead? Do I really just leave it all up to the cops and wait out a lengthy investigation? And into what? Lying in an interview? What do I expect them to do? Vote him out of office? I don't get the impression it's an elected position around here. I trust Anara and Luke, and they clearly think there's something to be done. I absolutely believe in the right way to do things too. But what does that even mean here? And I'm a hero. Isn't the whole reason I'm given so much freedom in action specifically so that I can do what needs to be done when normal channels can't? But that just brings up another question. What needs to be done? Lord Mayor Oshu needs to be confronted, at the very least. And probably Lady Regent Neuer, as well. I have a feeling that going after the mayor is pushing Anara's luck without the backing of the regent. And Neuer is almost certainly in on the whole scheme. A regent is all, but definitely beyond the captain's pay grade. Even I know that. Corruption at that level can probably only be addressed by the throne itself. And yet, was I really just going to leave Neuer to Anara to figure out? I'm sure the captain must have some sort of a plan. After all, she has known these people for far longer than I've even been in this world. She must have something prepared, or she's just trusting in the rules and expecting procedure to guide her through the night. I have no way of knowing. I didn't even think to ask. What would a hero do? Well, if the comics are to be believed, a hero would rush in and shut down the criminal enterprise, then leave them for the police to book and jail. That's more than a bit too silly to be practical, though. No, I need to prove they're guilty first. Not just of embezzlement, not just of abduction, not just of lies and slander. I need to do something about the Oni, too. In all of this mess, I nearly lost sight of them. Not only are they my doorway to the Ogre's Grotto dungeon, but the mayor and his financiers want to take their home out from under them. That's worse than anything he's done to me. I don't know what Anara has planned, but the very least I can do is give her my backing and support as a hero, and make sure she's not standing alone. that and they're ready to act when the time comes. I stand up immediately the moment the door to the captain's office opens, my gaze serious. They recognize it immediately. For a moment, they look worried that I've worked myself back up into a murderous fury. Captain, I announce, your next destination is the mayor's estate. Am I right? She narrows her eyes at me, trying to get a read on me. Yes, I'm coming with you. It's time I start acting like an imperial hero. Book 2 Chapter 34 Station. Chapter 34. Station. Our approach to the mayoral estate probably doesn't look nearly as impressive as it feels. There's 6 of us total. Though we walk down the street as if daring an army to stop us, even the 2 guardsmen the captain roped into coming with us seem to feel it. After all, not only are they walking with their captain, but with 2 heroes as well. The 6th is, of course, Ayre. There's no way we're leaving him behind. And as a silver rank adventurer, he's no slouch, significantly more combat capable than the rank-and-file village guardsmen. But to those same guardsmen, next to Luke, Captain Ayre, and myself, he's an extra, no more expected to change the course of a conflict than the individual guards. Well, if combat does break out, I imagine they'd change their impressions of him pretty fast. Ayre is as quick a shot as I am, and every bit as precise. His follow-up shots are slower, of course, but not as slow as one might expect from the bow. Having not really seen other archers in action, I can't say for certain if this is normal for archers in this world or if it's an elven specialty. And speaking of the bow, he swapped out his traditional recurve bow for the more powerful compound bow I made for him. It only doesn't look strange on his back because of the materials used in its construction. Hand-forged steel wheels and purified abomination bone give it a much more natural look than aluminum and plastic would have appeared. Nonetheless, we're armed for action. Like Ayre, I'm not looking to hold back with my hand crossbow. My pistol is loaded with paralysis rounds and my belt is stocked with reloads. A part of me hopes I'll be given an excuse to use them, but I very deliberately tamped that part down. These are people, no matter how twisted they may be, and I'm not here to deliver vigilante justice. We come up on the main gate of the mayoral estate, and unlike the dismissive reception they gave to us when it was just Ayre and me, the 2 gate guards immediately cross their spears before the gate at the sight of us. Halt. State your business. Captain Ayre has the whole procession stop. Then she takes 1 step forward apart from the group. Captain of the guard and company, she announces, here for the mayor. The 2 gate guards look to each other, but we're not attacking them, and we're following protocol, so they shrug to one another and the one at the bell gives it a ring. We continue to wait patiently until the servant arrives, and the gate guard announces, Captain of the village guard and company, to see the mayor. The servant looks over us, girded in weapons and armor, and takes a moment to find his words. Do you have an appointment? It's asked hesitantly, as if we might come through the gate and impale him if we took offence, but I can absolutely see them using a lack of an appointment as an excuse to keep us locked out. Ayre doesn't hesitate, though. We're here on business. Present us to the mayor immediately. Her tone brooks no dissent, and the servant man cowers under the weight of her glare. Yes, Captain, of once. Please wait while I inform the reception. This, at least, she permits, giving a cursory nod to the man before he scurries off. It's another wait, this one longer than the first, but none of us so much as fidget while we wait. Neither do the gate guards. To their credit, they may be stuck-up jerks working for a bigger jerk, but I have to admit that they're consummate professionals. Eventually, the servant returns, looking breathless. The Lord Mayor will see you now, he gasps, then rings the bell. Please, follow me. The guards seem hesitant to open the gate for us, but do so once they lower their spears. It obviously grates on them to allow a clearly armed force past, even one only 6 people strong. For a second time, at least for Ayre and myself, we follow the servant up the path to the front doors of the main building. The second set of guards here are more ready to allow us through with the servant escorting us, and we're soon inside the estate once more. Just like that first day, the Lord Mayor and Lady Regent are waiting for us. Just like that day, he's attentive without looking too eager, and she's lounging off to the side as if this has nothing to do with her. Of course, that doesn't mean she isn't paying very close attention, especially when the captain's and company is composed of 2 heroes, a silver rank adventurer and 2 extra guards, all armed and armoured. Hero Lee, how good to see you again. He greets me directly before recognizing anyone else. We were quite worried when you disappeared from your quarters without warning. Why, imagine the stain if it had come to pass that a hero had been abducted while under our care. The dishonor would have been immeasurable. It does my heart good to see you safely in the care of our venerable city guard. Only then does he turn his attention to Captain Ayre. I presume that is the reason behind your visit today, Captain. I'm afraid not, my lord, Captain Ayre replies diplomatically. I regret to inform you that you are officially under investigation. I don't think he's a good enough actor for the look of shock on his face to be anything but genuine. His cough is making a comeback too. An investigation? Whatever for? Multiple counts of embezzlement, fraud and conspiracy to commit fraud, 2 counts of abduction, as well as racketeering charges and libel. Captain Ayre rattles off. We will require your testimony and cooperation during this time. Mayor Oshu is clearly having trouble processing all of this, but building behind it is an angry, purple vein pulsing in his forehead. Likely long before he has managed to put meaning to all of the words the captain just threw at him, the vein takes precedence as he clenches his fists. You dare make such accusations against me, he demands. With all due respect, Lord Mayor, she retains her air of diplomacy. It is my job to investigate any and all such charges, regardless of the esteem of those they are brought against. You forget your station, Captain, Lord Oshu declares, sneering through verbalizing her rank. Perhaps I should have words with your commander. Maybe you've been elevated too quickly. At the threat in his words, look, and I immediately step forward, reflexively reaching for our weapons as we place ourselves halfway between the Lord Mayor and Captain Ayre. The implication of violence causes him to take a step back from us both. WH, what do you think you're doing? Don't make the mistake of forgetting your station either, Mayor, I say, not attempting the diplomatic tone Ayre had held. Threatening the captain of the guard for doing her job in front of two Imperial heroes can't be a terribly honourable use of your position. His eyes dart to look at that. Is it possible he only just now realised who the Swordmaster is? Yes, I decide, reflecting on how scattered he was when I first met him, and how he clearly had no idea who Luke was. It's entirely likely that he's only now putting it together. The woman, who looks enough like him to be his sister, takes this opportunity to step over into the exchange. Take a deep breath and control yourself, my dear cousin, Lady Noir advises him. There is no reason to not cooperate. It is only an investigation, after all. As Hero Lee has aptly stated, the captain is only doing her job. No doubt this is a simple matter that will see you absolved once your dutiful, adorable little captain completes her work. I'm gladdened to have your support, Lady Regent. Captain Ayre remains diplomatic and bows as she speaks. I shall need testimony from you, as well, given your presence during many of the events. Rather than getting defensive, Lady Noir retains an air of grace and nobility about her as she nods. Of course, dear, of course. I would be happy to do anything within my power to help you clear this matter up as quickly as possible. Why, I'm certain my cousin would be equally delighted to provide a room within his estate so that you can get whatever you need from us. Said cousin doesn't look nearly so inclined, but Lord Oshu adjusts his coat and swallows his pride all the same. Of course, cousin, she can make use of my meeting room. It should have all of the facilities she requires. He snaps his fingers and repeats the conjuring trick from the first day, a maidservant immediately at hand to see to his desires. Prepare refreshments for the captain's company. I expect this will be a lengthy endeavour, and lengthy it is. I lose track of how many pastries I eat, or how many pitchers of honey water I drink, or how many times I excuse myself to the restroom. I thought the interrogations of Ayre and myself were long. I may still be sick of noble fare, but the smell still makes me hungry, and it's a better way to pass the time than sitting on my thumbs. The guards are more hesitant than Luke or myself to dig in, while Ayre seemingly takes just enough to be polite. The hours grow long, however, and eventually even they dip in, too. It's a credit to the staff that the tray never goes empty, and the honey water never stops flowing. We're deep into the third hour when the gate servant arrives. Master Gyre for the Lord Mayor and Hero Lee, he announces. The man, himself, walks in behind the servant and looks over the affairs before him. Oh, my Lord Mayor, whatever trouble has become of you in my absence? Captain Ayre and the Mayor both stand, but it is the former who speaks. Please excuse us, Master Gyre. We are currently conducting an investigation. Whatever for, the merchant asks with a, if I dare say it, slightly nervous scoff. Was someone fool enough to steal from the mayoral estate? I come up next to him. Actually, Mr. Gyre, you might want to not go so far, yourself. I'm sure the captain would like to speak with you too. Captain Ayre glances to me at that, and we exchange nods. Then she turns to face Gyre again. Yes, Master Gyre, I believe I might. If it wouldn't be too much trouble, please wait, and I can hopefully get to you shortly. That shouldn't be a problem, Captain, he agrees tentatively. I have a delivery for Lady Hero Lee. I'll just see to that while we wait. That would be acceptable, she permits, and turns back to the mayor while the two time guards and I escort him back to the foyer. I'm overjoyed to receive the shipment. It's the goods from Dabun. A bright spot in an otherwise incredibly dull week. I resolve to go over it all later, but for now, we step out the door to the wagons, and, before his very eyes, I empty the both of them in record time, or, at least, I'm fairly certain no haulers have ever rivaled near instantaneously. Gyre is gobsmacked by the display. He flexes his mouth several times before finding words. I confess I expected, with such an order, that you had some heroic means of storage, Lady Lee, but I did not expect it to be so sudden. Did you not need to confirm the contents? Yes and no, I admit. I can take a closer look later, but I also have instinctive knowledge of everything inside the storage. My face lights up. Oh, there was even a letter. I'll have to read it later. The man shakes his head in disbelief. Unfathomable, he breathes, but then rallies himself. Lady Lee, the matter within the estate, he starts to ask. Before he can finish phrasing his question, a messenger bearing the imperial crest comes running up the drive, presumably bypassing by rank the ceremony at the front gate. Urgent imperial missive for hero Remmi Lee. Book 2 Chapter 35 Gobsmacked. Chapter 35 Gobsmacked. I knew this was going to happen. I told you. I brandish the letter like a threat of violence. Ayre seems more embarrassed than intimidated. I'm certain your ability to foretell the future is very sharp, Remmi. Please stop swinging around an imperial missive like a club. That gets Luke's attention, however. Rem can see into the future, His innocent face practically screams, "Otherworlders are amazing." I sigh and shake my head. "No, not like that, Luke. I just had a feeling I was going to get roped into this business one way or another." I shrug. "Honestly, I thought it was going to be the Lord Mayor who dragged me into it. In a way, I suppose he did. But this isn't how I expected it to go down." Ahem. The sound comes from the doorway as Captain Ayre and Lord Mayor Oshu emerge from the meeting-turned-interrogation room. It had been the mayor, himself, who made the offended noise. "What other accusations are you laying against me, Hero Lee?" he asks, putting on his best peeved expression. "Oh, nothing against you, specifically," I clarify, holding up the letter. "I just got an imperial missive with new orders." "Well, then, perhaps you shall cease to be a thorn in my side." He's certainly grown more sour toward me over the lengthy questioning period. His cousin swoops in to scold him. "Remember your manners, cousin," Lady Regent Noya reminds him. "She is a hero, after all. If you've done nothing wrong, then perhaps it was a mere misunderstanding that led to this investigation." Oshu sighs, with a displeased expression still on his face. "You are right, of course. All of this could have been a miscommunication. I must remember as a noble to be more understanding of the minds of children. Nevertheless, it has wasted a great deal of time, and I have tasks that I will soon be late for if I do not leave immediately." Ayre sits up with surprise. "Is the questioning finished?" "Lord Mayor Oshu's is, yes," the captain replied. "I apologize to everyone for the length of time involved. I do hope I can count on the Lady Regent and Master Gar to be more forthcoming with their answers, else we will be here well into the evening." "HMBH, watch your tongue, Captain," he reprimands back. "We're still in dangerous territory. Just because heroes are present, that doesn't mean that station shouldn't still regulate your manners." Servants are already sliding a coat over his shoulders, and another has a hat in hand, ready to pass it to him. "Now, if you will excuse me, my dealings with uncivilized rabble haven't concluded just yet. I still have the Hyohei barbarians to contend with yet today." I step forward at that. His attitude has put an unexpected spring in my step over the news I've just received. "Well, if you hate dealing with them so much," I chippily inform him, "then this should be a weight off of your shoulders." He entertains me with the wary stare one gives a hissing snake. "What are you talking about now?" "Those new orders," I reply, twirling the letter again. "By the authority of the throne, I'm now the duly appointed diplomat for the discussions with the Oni." His stare changes to one that suggests he doesn't understand the words leaving my mouth, then to one of stark, gobsmacked disbelief. "Unfathomable. Let me see that." He grabs for the letter, and I let him have it. Lord Oshu paused over it for several seconds, as if verifying its authenticity, before he begins reading the relevant part aloud. "Effective immediately, you're empowered to do whatever necessary to take over mining negotiations with the Hyohei tribe of Dewey Village, and said village is to extend to you every diplomatic courtesy, in addition to those due to you as a hero. You are advised to be cautious with collateral damage while within Dewey Village and surrounding land. While you retain your immunity to litigation for damages incurred during the course of your duties, Dewey Village, specifically, has been removed from the reimbursement program, leaving it subject to any and all costs from its own coffers. Neither the throne nor the regent shall reimburse their expenses." The more Lord Oshu reads of the letter, the more outraged he becomes until his voice is raised in fury, and he's gripping the edges of the paper in white knuckles. "I'll be imposing on you," I say once he finishes the section, "to show me to where the meeting is taking place, and to introduce me to the people involved." Lord Oshu lowers the paper as he glowers over the top of it at me. "I should have you killed where you stand for the indignities you continue to heap upon me." I reach down and pat my pistol. "Do you really want a list of all of the reasons that's a bad idea, Lord Mayor, or are you just venting?" He growls some more, but turns and snatches the hat from the servant with enough force that he nearly yanks the poor girl off of her feet, then slams the garment onto his head as if it wronged him. "Come along," he hisses through a clenched jaw. "Let us get this fast over and done with." In contrast, I put a wide smile on my face. "Right behind you, Lord Oshu." I grab Ayre by the arm, to the elf's surprise as I pass by. "Oh, Captain," I call back. "You can do without the two of us here, right?" Ayre arches an eyebrow. "2 guards and 1 here should be plenty," she assures me. "I don't expect any further trouble." "But Remmi," Ayre protests. "I'm not a diplomat." "You're my assistant and advisor and friend," I counter, and I nod toward one of the purple-sashed personal bodyguards for the Lord Mayor. "It's just like I told the guards when they first found us. You go where I go. Besides, who else am I going to ask if I'm about to do something stupid?" That pulls a defeated sigh from the archer, who stops resisting and falls in alongside me. The guards seem more annoyed at me for dealing so casually and dismissively with the mayor than they do at the extra head, walking still arm-locked with me like Ayre might change his mind and dart off without warning. The meeting place for the territorial discussions is on the outskirts of the city, where the normal architecture typical of imperial houses and buildings shifts noticeably into a more rural style, highlighted by more rough wood and thatched roofing. The people here are different, too. Their clothes are simpler, often nothing more than robes and sandals. Their skin is predominantly a ruddy, clay red, their eyes are slitted like a cat's or a lizard's, and their foreheads are adorned with a number of horns. Some only have 1, most have 2, and a narrow number have 3 or more. It's not hard to tell that we aren't dealing with humans anymore. These are the Oni. Still, aside from trending a bit taller than the average for Imperial humans, they remain otherwise surprisingly humanoid in appearance. Their nails are a little sharper, most of the men stand a head taller than the mare, and overall, they seem built for strength, male or female. But it wouldn't be hard to overlook the minor details, especially with a hat, and just see a person, like anyone else. A few of them give our retinue dirty looks, but most of them just go on with their business. Still, the air of reception is more that of chilly dismissal than ignoring tolerance. If this is the state of human-Oni relations, then negotiations really aren't going well. I can only hope that I can undo the damage Lord Oshu has done quickly. After all, one of the big reasons the throne put me in charge was to bring this to an end, interfering as it was with my mission to purify the dungeons. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to skip doing it right either. This needs a peaceful, proper resolution, or nothing is going to go back to normal. A hasty, one-sided agreement could even make things much, much worse. Lord Oshu and his guards lead the way to the largest building in this village within a village, a wide, low longhouse with antlers mounted over the double doors. This is the Hirohi chief's estate, he explains to me as we approach. They don't call it that, but it's the equivalent. It is both his home and where all tribal business takes place. I'm betting it's also where the tribe's non-combatants would take shelter if the village were attacked, I guess. He rubs his chin thoughtfully, then gives a nod. Yes, probably. They have no wall of their own, though we've offered to include them in ours for generations. Even those that move into Jiri proper say the walls make them feel too enclosed. He follows this with a shake of his head, and a mutter of, barbarians. I frown at the racism. You know, Lord Mayor, I live outside the walls of Dabun village. The only thing between my home and anything is a forest. In fact, back home, we haven't surrounded our cities with walls for hundreds of years. Yes, well, you're an exception, he huffs. You were raised outside of the Empire entirely. No one can expect you to be as civilized as a native. The Hyohei have been part of the Empire for generations upon generations. None of them alive know the hardships of true uncivilized living, yet they continue to insist on celebrating savagery. My frown deepens, not that he seems to notice. They seem peaceful enough. Peaceful, yes, peaceful enough when surrounded by the soldiers of the Empire. He continues his little rant. But look at how they live. Archaic housing, dirt roads beaten into the ground by their feet. We teach our children numbers and letters. They teach theirs that the land is an actual spirit they need to worship and serve. I'm starting to understand why negotiations haven't gone anywhere. Of course. He doesn't catch the dig, just scoffing. Of course not. How do you reason with people that think the ground's going to get offended if you step on it wrong? I shake my head, as much in disbelief at his density as an offense from his bigotry. It's a different world, I tell myself. I'm not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Well, I wasn't in Kansas before, but I'm allowed to make pop culture references in my head. Is there a special procedure we have to respect in requesting entrance? He shakes his head. I'm still Lord Mayor of this place, whether they're pretending otherwise or not. All of the land belongs to the throne, and I'm its local caretaker. There's nowhere I need permission to enter. It occurs to me that I have no particular reason to stay polite with him except out of simple manners. I nearly tell him on the spot that the more I hear him talk, the more I dislike him, but my grandmother always told me when to say nothing at all, and I hold my tongue. The guards move forward, push the doors open for him, and announce, Lord Mayor Oshu. I feel torn between feeling like they should have announced me too, and being glad they didn't. I decide on the latter. Best that I make my own introductions, though I have a hunch that nasty article probably spread here too. Instead, I walk a step behind him, and off to the side as he walks into the building like he owns the place. I try to be a little more humble, but I'm sure it goes unnoticed before his bravado. All right, he announces to the assembled Oni. Let's see if we can finally get you to see sense today. Book 2 Chapter 36 Tribe. Chapter 36 Tribe. The interior of the longhouse was rustic. In another world, it would be called open concept, but it was more like they hadn't bothered building walls at all. No, that wasn't entirely true. I can see doors in the back that must lead to the personal home areas of the chief and his family. It's only this area of business that is open wide like this. There's a long, low table here, surrounded by long cushions I suspect are stuffed with straw. It stretches nearly the width of the longhouse, and half a dozen seats are already taken on the far side. In the middle is a man that reminds me of Guildmaster Kobai. A large, grey man who still looks like he could rip me in two if I ticked him off. To either side are older men, neither nearly as large, followed further out by a pair of women. To our far right is a child in fancier robes than those of the children outside. I'd guess her to be about 8 or so if I was pressed to do so. Unlike the normal ruddy colour of the Oni, however, her skin is porcelain white, making her black eyes and hair pop all the more by comparison. In fact, the big man in the middle is the only one that remotely shares her skin tone, and even it has a tan to it. Between the black and white, the only real colour on her entire face is in her lips and the tips of her horns, which I hope are merely painted matching blood red. It's a very striking difference to the rest of her palette, and I have to pull my attention away to keep from staring. The girl keeps her head down, but none of the adults look pleased to see us. Still, the big man in the middle motions to our side of the table. Lord Mayor Oshu, he greets his counterpart. What a delight to have you. Please, have a seat. When we come to an agreement, we shall celebrate with fire water and roasts. You promise that every time. Lord Oshu replies as we approach. Only because we have not yet succeeded. Surely, today will be the day. After all, you've brought your hero with you. The man whom I now am certain is the chieftain stands and begins stretching his shoulder. Boy, is he tall, he might even be taller than Kobai. Miss Hero, he addresses, or even recognizes my presence for the first time. It's been a long while since I've had to settle something with brute force. But if that's the option you choose, I promise to give it my all. Oh, brother, I thought the mayor's little newspaper stunt was going to be bad news. But I didn't know the chieftain was a musclehead, and way too eager, from the sounds of it. Maybe it would have been better if Luke had come along. The two lunkheads would hit it off grand. I apologize, I start with a dip of my head, but I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not here to fight, not if that's not necessary. The old musclehead pauses in his stretches with a look of confusion. Then he bends over to get to my eye level. Isn't the whole reason he brought you along to be a representative of his power? My endorsement of the Lord Mayor's full desires has unfortunately been grossly overstated. I try. And then I do the bold thing, and step ahead of the mayor to sit directly across from the chief. In fact, he's been discharged from negotiating with you on the matter. It is now my job to find a resolution in this dispute amenable to both parties. Now I have the full attention of everyone at the table. Even the girl has broken her good manners to gaze at me directly. I can practically feel Lord Oshu seething behind me too. Oh, the chief says after a long moment of blinking, and he does look disappointed as he returns to his seat. That's not what I was expecting when you came through the door with weapons strapped to your back. I promise you, they're not for you. Then I glance over my shoulder, deliberately choosing that moment to turn my attention back to the mayor, and pat the cushion to my left side. Have a seat, Lord Mayor. You are holding things up. My unspoken threat wasn't missed, I'm sure, especially not with the way his two guards grit their teeth, but I ignore them and watch the mayor do his best to bury his fury, and do as he was bidden. The other elders watch the scene with stunned expressions, but after a moment, the chieftain just throws his head back and laughs. You're a unique one, aren't you, Miss Hero? More than anyone else in this room but Ayre could imagine, but I don't say that. Fairly so, yes, I agree instead. Then smile to Ayre and motion him to sit on my right. The guards remain standing behind us. With the seating complete, I turn back to the chieftain. I hope that offer of fire water and roast extends to me, as well. It sounds delicious. That got another laugh out of him, and he slaps his own chest for emphasis. Of course, Chief Elder Runlow would never leave someone out of a celebration. I chuckle, and since he has now introduced himself, I motion to myself in turn. I'm glad to hear it. By the way, I am Hero Remmi Lee. It's an honor to make your acquaintance, Chief Elder. I motion to my right. This is Ayre, my companion and silver rank adventurer. Silver, eh? He asks, then chuckles. Well, I suppose you're not that much older than my granddaughter, after all. He motions to the girl at the end. Corrigan, say hello. The girl bows her head properly, with her hands clasped before her. I'm Corrigan, daughter of Mouse. Pleased to meet you. Your granddaughter is adorable. I praise the both of them, and strong, if I am to understand you are comparing her to a silver rank. He gives a big belly laugh at that. I hope to have her at gold rank by the time she is old enough to apply. She's got that much potential. I tell you, nothing is more precious to an old man than the promise of a new generation. Lord Oshu tenses at that, no doubt stupidly sensing a weakness, but I reach over and squeeze his arm, intentionally doing it hard. The action doesn't reach my face, however, which is smiling. My grandfather often says much the same thing. I'm very grateful for the wisdom he shared with me growing up. Runlow nods sagely, but then grins again as he slaps his knees. Well, that's enough warning from the both of us. What do you say we get down to business proper? I'd love nothing more, I agree, clasping my hands eagerly as I lean in over the table, as well. Let's start with hearing what you want out of the agreement. You are attempting to use a general skill that you are not proficient in. Using a skill without proficiency has a high risk of failure or inferior result. Continuing without proficiency has a low chance of granting proficiency. It is recommended to find a trainer for the desired skill to ensure you acquire proficiency. As a hero, you may spend points directly to acquire a general proficiency and / or any requisite proficiencies immediately. Wow, it'd been quite a long while since I'd seen that notice. Who'd have thought it'd pop up for diplomacy? For the time being, however, it's an annoyance. It may be less effective to try diplomacy without a skill for it, but I know enough to know it's worse to start darting your eyes around distractedly while doing it. Instead, I dismiss the window and nod along as Chief Runlow outlines what I find to be entirely reasonable terms. They only want their land preserved, their homes left alone, and their way of life undisturbed. Of course, while these are reasonable desires, they obviously conflict with the desires of Jiri Village for a new mine, especially the extensive series of mines that Lord Oshu and his backers want. It would be nearly impossible to honour any of the tribe's concerns under the absolute confiscation they want, and the entitled mayor has been wholly unwilling to bend at all. expecting the tribe to simply agree that the economic benefits outweigh such petty quibbles. Obviously, to get any bend out of the Hyohi, Jiri's demands have to be willing to bend first, so I take the first step in infuriating the Lord Mayor. A single mine needn't be disruptive, I put forth. Aside from the entrance to the mine itself, and the road for transit of materials, the land would be unaltered. Jiri village isn't so far away that processing can't be set up there. The notice pops up again, but I'm sure it's in relation to my lack of a dedicated diplomacy skill, not my description of the mine. I didn't come into this completely unprepared, and spent the points on the way over for knowledge of mining infrastructure and construction. Combined with my knowledge of environmental stewardship I had to pick up as a prerequisite for slime farming, I'm reasonably confident in my description. I just wish I'd known there was an actual diplomacy skill. Sure, I'd have to get it later, and continue to wing it for now. It's fortunate Ewan isn't here, or she'd be letting me hear it for getting skills with no combat application again. But then, maybe she'd consider diplomacy something heroes might be expected to do anyway. Meanwhile, the chieftain frowns. That wasn't how the Lord Mayor described it, he counters. According to him, the process involves digging out the hills from top down to make sure they get everything the land has to give. That's called strip mining, I explain, and while it's a lot more thorough, you're right to suspect it's a huge alteration to the land. It's basically digging out a whole quarry by that point. And what you're suggesting is a different kind of mining. I nod. It's a more traditional sort of mine. We dig into the hill itself from basically a large doorway, and cart stone and ore out to be moved elsewhere. Ronlo nods along with the explanation. Like an artificial cave, he reasons. And the stone and ore, this elsewhere will be somewhere not on Hyohi land. That can be arranged. I nod, and am empowered by the awareness of Lord Oshu trying not to writhe beside me. Of course, if you have use for any of the stone, the Hyohi will have first call on how it will be used, since it comes from your land. At that, Lord Oshu can remain silent no longer. The ore, however, must belong to Jiri village. The Hyohi don't even have the knowledge of how to process it, anyway. It's useless to you. The chieftain scowls over at the mayor, his good mood souring almost as soon as the human noble opens his mouth. We are not blind to the utility of good steel, he replied, his voice gravelly with his irritation at the interruption. If we are agreeing to share the fruits of the land, then share seems like an important part of that. He turns back to me again and motions with one large hand. In fact, that seems like as good an opening as any. You have addressed our basic concerns well enough, but what benefit does this bring to my people? Again, the mayor interrupts. Bah, I've gone over that with you countless times, Ronalo. The growth of Jiri village, the influx of goods, the expansion of the wealth and infrastructure of the region. The benefits are endless, and consist of things we largely don't care about. The big man counters flatly. We consider the people of Jiri our brothers and sisters, only not a part of the tribe by circumstance. Their happiness is our happiness. It's been my honor to preside over 3 marriage ceremonies between our 2 people this past year alone. Ignoring the manners of their chieftain, the well-being of the village itself is important to me. However, an influx of strangers does not necessarily benefit either of us to my senses, and while I'm always impressed how much humans can make by trading in useless baubles, an increase in them does not fill bellies or stockpile for the winter. How does this mine improve the lives of the Oni in ways we value? Lord Oshu opens his mouth indignantly, but I give his arm another squeeze, and this time, he cringes from the force. Superhuman strength for the win. I get the impression this is an old argument that you 2 have had over and over. I say instead, so let's talk about what we can do about it. Chief Ronalo, your people are strong of body and resistant to extreme temperatures. Is that right? Book 2 Chapter 37 Roast. Chapter 37 Roast. The negotiations continued shockingly smoothly. The Hyohi were, indeed, very willing to consider the idea of a mine, especially in the absence of the mayor's all-or-nothing demands. As for the benefits, they'd get first dibs on jobs from the enterprise. That mostly meant mining, but since the mayor had said they didn't know how to refine the ore, I suggested it should include apprenticeships to work with it, too. Eventually, the Hyohi would have their own skilled blacksmiths and smelters, able to work with all of the materials the best Jiri smiths could. The agreement also included a discount on any ore out of the mine that the Hyohi wanted to buy. This had, at first, rustled Ronalo's feathers. The ore is coming from Hyohi lands, and we'd still be charging them for it. But the reasoning behind this was simple. If we allowed first dibs on all ore out of the mine like we were with the stone, there was nothing keeping the Oni from simply claiming all of the ore and selling it to the village at a markup. Ronalo insisted that he'd never do such a thing, and I believed him. But I threw the mayor under the bus, so to speak, to get it through. Could he say, without the discount included in the agreement, the Lord Mayor that thought so little of the Oni and the merchants behind him wouldn't do exactly that? Such men cannot find it in themselves to trust others not to do what they would do, and so the precaution was necessary for their agreement. I found a moment while we broke for refreshments to go ahead and heed the alert, and by the time we sat back down again, I had several new general skills in the diplomatic tree. Immediately, I'd seen areas in the growing agreement that needed more polish, and we ironed out a final draft before evening. Ultimately, the agreement had to be signed by the regent before becoming official, but by the time we wrapped up, we had an agreement that everyone but the mayor was happy with, and he was just being a stick in the mud. Come on, Lord Oshu. I elbow him as run low, and the other elders put their seals on 3 copies of the agreement. One is for their records, one is for the mayor's, and the third is the official one that goes to Lady Noyer. You should be happy. You're getting your mine. Yes, he agrees petulantly. 1 mine. Wealth to rival the throne in these hills, and we get 1 lousy mine. You're by far the worst diplomat I've ever seen. That mine is going in the only place ore has been confirmed, I point out. As far as you know, that's the only place so rich, and even if it isn't, you can have more than 1 mine shaft in a single mine. I tap the document. Provided you conform to the safety standards, of course. Blast your safety standards, Lord Oshu rants back. Nobody so over-engineers holes in the ground, which is why mining is such a dangerous profession. These standards will ensure the miner's safety and secure the mine against instability. A waste of time, I tell you. There's no way my cousin will sign off on this boondoggle. I can't help but wonder what he actually said instead of boondoggle, but set it aside for now. That will be a discussion between me and her, one I look forward to having. I am under no illusion that this had been a normal diplomatic situation. It's entirely possible that it wouldn't have been considered worth a real diplomat's time. After all, if Sui wanted someone official, he could have ridden hard and not arrived all that far behind the missive itself. The hold-up hadn't been the matter at hand, but the incompetence of the one in charge of negotiations. I am no master diplomat. Rather, I was dealing with good-hearted people who wanted an agreeable outcome. Anyone halfway reasonable could have done the same, without stretching it out into a political fiasco. Speaking of which, I also need to convince Lady Regent Noyer to reverse Lord Mayor Oshu's ridiculous embargo on the Hyohi. Such strong-arm tactics in such a tame situation only befit a bully and a tyrant. Runalo interrupts us both by coming up behind us and slapping a massive hand on each of our shoulders. The grip absolutely engulfs my shoulder and part of my arm. Enough, he declares. The deal is done. Now is the time for celebration of a new step for the Hyohi, with their siblings of Jiri. He turns his attention on me, in particular. Hero, it will be some time before the roasts are ready. I know the laws of the Empire differ, but for the Oni, if you're old enough to fight, then you're old enough to drink. He moves the other hand from the mayor to my other shoulder to spin me around to face him. So come, drink and tell us of the adventures that make you a hero. Maybe show us some of the talents of one, as well. Asterisk, 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 Ayre, asterisk. Remmi is amazing. Yeah, that statement goes without saying. She's a divinely selected hero of the realm. Of course she's amazing. She almost couldn't be anything else. But it's one thing to say that, and another to see it in action. I've seen her fight, and even when I might exceed her in raw numbers before she catches up again in an instant, I don't think I could ever actually take her one-on-one, even without the radical power of her gun. She's on another level from anyone normal in a way that I don't think she's ever really noticed. Even if she'd started with nothing, even if you stripped her ridiculous status away, even if she started with 10s in everything, chopping trees to build up strength little by little, with no way to purchase boons for herself, Remmi never would have stayed that low for long. I don't know how I can be so certain of something like that, but I am. It's just the sort of person she is. Maybe all heroes are like that. Maybe that's why they're selected as heroes in the first place. But I have a feeling that they're all selected for their own reasons, too, and even among heroes, there's no one quite like Remmi, and not just because she's from an entirely different world, either. Oh, sure, she claims she's perfectly normal there. But people are people, no matter where you go, and exceptional people are going to be exceptional regardless, even if they don't start in the right circumstances to show it. But today was something even more incredible. Not the escape from this state, not the discovery of being used by the mayor, not the resulting investigation. Wow, we've had a busy day. No, all of that was fairly normal for us. As ridiculous as that thought strikes me as soon as I have it. But to see her go from all of that, and step right into the role of a diplomat like it was her class all along was something else. I'm used to her being smart. I'm used to her knowing all sorts of things that engineering specialists should know, not combat classes. I'm used to having my mind blown every other day by her ridiculous stories and ideas. But then to just swoop in and sweep aside the mayor and hammer out an entire agreement in a single day. It's just unbelievable. And now, we're celebrating with Oni. There's bonfires going, and fatty bowl roasts flavoured with nothing but rock salt, and wood smoke keep the bellies full. I've been nursing a wooden flagon of the heavy Oni liquor, too. But every time I start making progress on it, some laughing man or woman swoops by to top it off again. The world's getting soft around the edges, and I don't think the heat in my belly is all for meat anymore. Actually, I could probably do with some more of it. Elves don't eat as much meat as humans, and definitely not as the near obligate Oni. But something in the back of my mind is reminding me that the grease is good for counteracting some of the alcohol. I make my way toward the biggest fire pit, swerving around some figures dancing to the sounds of drums and pipes, and begging off joining in when a woman I don't even see the face of tries to pull me toward it. Mostly, I don't see her face because I'm eye level with her cleavage and am trying to find anywhere else to look a moment later. I think that amuses her more than anything, because rather than take offense, she assures me mine will come in due time, even if I'm a tiny elf, and she spins away back to the music again. Maybe she is even drunker than I am. Dancing sounds like fun, but I'm worried I'd just make a fool of myself so I continue with my original plan of getting some more roast. As I close in on the fire I had set my sights on, I find Remmi already there, animatedly talking with the Oni chieftain. I vaguely recall that's where I left her some time earlier, intending to mosey around and see the rest of the party. I squint my eyes as I try to recall how long I've been gone, but decide it couldn't have been too long. I do remember it being lighter, unlike now where the only light is from the fires. But dusk fades fast, so that doesn't mean much. Remmi's been drinking too, I'm sure. There's a sparkle in her eyes that isn't just firelight, and she's talking with her hands even more than she normally does, only to pause occasionally to take another pull from her cup. There's a pork leg in her other hand, and she alternates between the drink and the meat, but manages to keep talking as quickly as she can swallow it down again. Chief Ronlo is displaying similar manners, but looks significantly less intoxicated, even if his bites and gulps are much bigger. I make my way back over and greet them with a wave of my hand not holding the flagon. Hey, you aren't still on the story about the abomination, are you? What? Remmi turns to look at me and laughs at something. No, that was forever ago, Ayre. I'm regaling him with Kyuger's antics right now. Ronlo throws his head back and laughs. Imagine training with a rodent, but this rabbit sounds like a true warrior. Kyuger is something, all right. I agree with a nod that feels a bit too heavy. But he always liked me more than Remmi. So did the pirates. The yellow-haired hero belts out. Pirates? Ronlo turns back to her with a look of disbelief. Yeah, I haven't told you about that adventure yet, have I? Ayre walked right up to a group of pirates, introduced himself, and they hauled him off like treasure. I feel my face go red at that, but I can't disagree. That was roughly how it happened, much to my embarrassment. I thought they were adventurers. How was I supposed to know they were dungeon monsters? Dungeon monsters? Ronlo repeats. I thought you said they were pirates. They were both. Remmi chirps with that wide grin that says she's proud of the confusion she's caused. The dungeon caught a rural pirate ship and kept the crew alive by turning them into dungeon monsters. They all talked with cliché pirate noises and wanted to dress Ayre up in sailor cosplay. They were trying to turn me into a pirate to make me part of the crew. I correct her. I feel my cheek bulge and my lip jut out in a pout, but I can't bring enough willpower to stop it, or stop my ears from drooping. If they'd succeeded, I'd be doomed for eternity right along with them. In a cute outfit, Remmi counters like it's a valid counter-argument. Still, it's a good thing I was able to infiltrate the crew and get to you. By mugging some poor girl and stealing all of her clothes, I argue back. I can't blame her for being infuriated at you. Remmi hides her grin behind her mug. Well, she got pudding out of the deal, so it all worked out. Pudding. She turns back to Ronlo and gives a big, animated nod and grin. Yeah, we cooked for the entire crew. Now, we're practically honorary members, and without the whole curse to wander the caverns for all eternity shtick. Gosh, our adventures really haven't been normal, have they? Book 2 Chapter 38 Snore. Chapter 38 Snore. Asterisk Remmi asterisk. Lord Mayor Oshi procured a carriage for the trip back to the estate. It was probably the best decision he'd made all day, as I'm sure he was halfway to plastered too. He may not have been so pleased with the agreement, but he understood the diplomatic importance of putting in the time to take part in the celebrations. Ayre's down for the count, sleeping against my shoulder with his coat laid over him. Technically, I could heal him with purge, but he's earned a little nap. It won't be that long before I'm having to rouse him. Anyway, then I'll give him a choice to sleep it off or get it magicked off. With the guards outside, that just leaves Oshu and myself inside the carriage, and he watches me for a long moment, gathering his thoughts, before he finally speaks. It's an impressive feat to drink with an Oni and still be standing at the end of the night. He opens. Even more so to do so with Ronlo. I wouldn't have expected it of someone as young and lightweight as yourself. I'm not just on my feet figuratively, since we're technically sitting at the moment. I'm actually stone cold sober. I grin brightly and wiggle my fingers. The trick is cheating with magic, if you can keep a diplomatic secret. It's a joke, of course. If I really wanted to keep it a secret, I certainly wouldn't have been telling him. His eyes widen in surprise, having clearly been under the impression I'd somehow managed to tank that powerful alcohol. Magic? But what spell could a combat specialist learn that would help with such a task? None, probably. But as a hero, I can learn things that I otherwise never would without a great deal of extra effort. I lean forward and tap his forehead playfully. Purge. I'm able to see the clouding of his eyes lift before my own, and it takes him a moment to process what just happened to him. He flusters for a moment before pulling a hand down his face. For essence's sake, girl, don't do that without warning someone. I was looking forward to nursing the buzz for the rest of the evening. Now, I have to start over from the beginning. I grin at his misfortune, but I don't tell him that I came away with a whole barrel of the Oni vintage, myself, safely packed away in my storage. I don't really know what I'm going to do with it, but I can think of a lot of times having it on hand could be advantageous socially. It'll also be a fine disinfectant, should that be something I ever need. Ronlo had been ecstatic to share when I asked. Good booze is like a good story, he said. It's a waste to keep it to yourself. I mean, Oni booze isn't exactly fine liqueur, but it's definitely special in its own heavy-handed way. Much like the Oni themselves, an insight he laughed raucously over when I shared it with him. He seemed delighted that someone so young was showing such an interest, but I prefer to think that he was just happy that I was interested in Oni culture and not actually hoping I was picking up drinking as a habit. Not that I have any qualms about drinking. I was old enough before I got zapped here, so I figure that means I'm mature enough to drink responsibly. I was just never a heavy drinker, and I don't have any plans of changing that now. Actually, a number of my essence crops could be aged into wine and other alcohols. I should make a note to look into that and see how fermentation changes the effects of the foods. I could probably build a fermenter of some sort to accelerate the process. There might even be magic for it. I'd bet Ayre would know. I should send her a letter. My mind continues to consider ideas for the crops as I make idle conversation with Lord Oshu until we reach the estate's front gate. I know I'm probably his second least favourite person right now, but I have to admit that he knows how to set that aside for the sake of appearances. At the gate, we come to a stop, and he opens the door slide window to wave one of the gate guards over. The guard immediately comes and stands at attention, but Oshu acts as if it's just what's expected and pays it no mind. Is that nosy city guard captain still here? He asks without preamble. No, my lord, the guard answers. She left hours ago, just before dusk. Dusk was hours ago. I find myself wishing my system window had a digital clock built in, and resolve to buy a timepiece. It'll probably have to be a pocket watch. Something to look into tomorrow. I wonder if I can get one in chrome so it matches my gun, or if I'll have to settle for silver. I hope I don't have to do that. Silver's a pain to maintain. There's a more immediate concern, however. I don't have any intention of spending another night in the estate's guest house after having to break out of it, and then spending the day undercutting the property's master. I wait until Lord Oshu dismisses the guard to speak up. If Captain Anara and Luke have left, perhaps this is where we should part, too. The whole day has vanished rather quickly for Ayre and myself. It's already going to be a short night for all of us, and we still need to get to an inn. The idea seems to surprise him, but before it can reach words, it apparently makes sense, and he nods instead of protesting. Yes, I suppose you would want to switch to an inn. You must have left belongings behind, though. Yes, I would be a poor host if I turned you away so late, as well. Perhaps you stay one more night and pack up your things in the morning. That makes my newfound diplomacy skills panic a bit. If I were to accept, he could go, see, all of that, and she still stays at my estate. I told you that I had her backing, after she helped me solidify an agreement with the Oni, too. It would, at the very least, be akin to an acceptance of him using my name. I appreciate the offer. I refused politely, but we got everything packed up before we left earlier today. It would be best if we declined. His gaze goes to Ayre, still sleeping soundly against my shoulder. Your teammate doesn't seem up to travel. Are you certain? I'll carry Ayre if necessary, I assure him. The nearest inn isn't so far. I've already got all of my friend's belongings in my storage so that he wouldn't accidentally forget them, so it's just Ayre, himself, left. At that, his gaze moves back to me, looking my figure over. Forgive me, but you don't look the sort accustomed to that level of physical activity. But I shake my head. I've got more strength than it looks. The side effect of being able to purchase my stats is that the muscles don't build up the appearance one expects. Luke could probably have lifted the entire carriage. Okay, that was probably an overestimation of the Swordmaster hero's abilities, but it gets the point across. I watch Lord Oshu's face as his mind goes back to the memory of Luke's physical appearance and tries to apply the image of hefting the entire carriage over his head. Excuse me, miss, the coachman speaks. Since the window is still open, I couldn't help but overhear. I have to take the carriage back to the house anyway. We'll be going right by a nice inn in Midtown. It's not the high-end you'll find here in the Uptown, but if it's all right by you, I don't mind carrying you back that way and dropping you off. No need to walk that way. The interruption sours Lord Oshu's expression immediately. It is not the place of commoners to insert themselves into the conversations of their betters. That's a horrible attitude to have, Lord Oshu. I scold him immediately, changing his expression back to shock at my admonition. He's going out of his way to be helpful. It's a gentlemanly way to conduct oneself. It's servile in the worst way, he argues. But I ignore him. I would be honoured to accept your offer, sir. Thank you, I say over the mare's grumbling. The honour is mine, the coachman assures me, cheerful at my defence of him. A moment later, he ushers the horse into motion again when the guards open the gate to permit us entrance. I exchange some final courtesies with Lord Mayor Oshu before he departs with a cloud over his head, and I use Ayre's sleeping form as an excuse not to rise to see him off, which he waves off as if it weren't even a concern. Maybe as a hero, I've still got a lacking understanding of courtesy between different social castes, or maybe he's simply well trained to not show offence. Likely, it's some combination of both. Soon, the carriage starts moving again, and I reach over to close the window before sliding open the smaller divider between the driver and us. Sorry for the mare, I apologise. You didn't deserve to be talked to like that. But the coachman just laughs at my words. Miss, I have been called far worse by the wives of drunkards, and for what he's paying for the midnight rate, I'd let him call me a little more. Midnight, I repeat. Is it really so late? That gets another laugh. Quite a party you went to, was it? Well, it was the first one I've been to thrown by Oni, I admit, but I get the impression they set a high bar. They do, miss. They very much do. His tone grows more wistful. My cousin married an Oni, and the man throws a barbecue party over anything. He threw one last week, because the bakery down the street started stocking his favourite cookie. They're a lively bunch, I agree. More than my friend could keep up with. Ayre's retort amounts to little more than an oblivious mumble and half a snore. The elf you got in with? He asks accurately. Yeah, a little less known for holding their liquor. Glad she stopped before I had to clean out the carriage. Ayre's well, and truly conked out, I assure him. Pretty sure we're safely past that hazard. I find myself continuing to chat with the pleasant coachman until we reach the inn he mentioned. I rouse Ayre just enough to get him walking while using me as a support, and we disembark. I insist on paying the coachman extra, even though Lord Oshu already paid the fare. He tries to turn me down, but I insist he's earned it, and honestly, he didn't try to turn me down that hard. I wave as he takes off again, then usher Ayre inside. The diner portion of the inn is quite closed down for the night, a fact the man stuck at the counter for the night shift is quick to confirm. Buzz closed, he calls out as soon as the door's bell rings like some Pavlovian response. He doesn't even look up from the paper he seems to be sketching in. That's quite all right, I assure him, causing him to look up suddenly as if he was surprised. We've already had our fill. We're actually looking for a room. He takes one glance at Ayre, and a look of understanding fills his eyes. Right. Got a double open, if that's what you need. I tell him that will be perfect. Coins and key exchange hands, and I start the trek of hobble walking Ayre up the stairs so he can finish sleeping it off. Book 2 Chapter 39 sold. Chapter 39 sold. The next day, I go to Jury's guild office. I go alone, as Ayre had begged off, determined to wallow in bed. I offered to heal my friend, but the elf stubbornly wanted nothing to do with the day, even if it were for receiving aid. So, instead, I ordered a pitcher of cold water and a mug of fresh coffee brought up to our room and saw myself out once they arrived. The guild halls are relatively standardized in their construction, or at least in their amenities. Everyone we've been to has a bar area, reception desks, maps, and a quest board. Sometimes they aren't arranged quite the same way, and the trophies mounted and posed about are always different, but those core services always remain in roughly the same, or sometimes mirrored, placements. It makes it a familiar place, even in the middle of a foreign city, but that doesn't make it the same. Since I left Ayre at the inn, I decide to go ahead and have breakfast at the guild. It's a bit of a splurge when I have a storage space absolutely brimming with fresh ingredients, but, hey, getting all of those from Dabun has me feeling a little homesick. The figure behind the bar is a heavyset man who has an attitude like he doesn't really want to be there. It probably doesn't help that I'm there early, either. A quiet time withheld for both sessions with familiar faces rather than catering to newcomers, and even the silver badge on my chest doesn't make me one of them. All in all, a far cry from Zaya's energetic greetings and homey dishes, the service and sustenance reminding me of what I could expect from early morning diners back home, technically what I ordered, and with no concern for earning tips. That's fine though. I leave him to chat with his buddies and eat my breakfast at an empty table to keep to myself. After turning my dishes in, which at least earns me a thanks since I don't just leave them on the table, I make my way to the quest board to see what kind of missions are pinned to it. I need to see if any of them are out toward Ogre's Grotto. Then we could knock them out on our way. Skeletons in my closet. Kill skeletons that have taken residence in my dressing room. I have to read that one over several times to make sure my eyes aren't deceiving me when I see it. If I weren't certain that figures of speech didn't carry over, I'd think that it was posted as a gag. Instead, it sounds rather dangerous. I bet it might even be keeping the poster from returning home. I'm just about to reach for it when, excuse me, a young woman with glasses slips by me to pull the particular quest off of the board. I take a good look at her as she does so, and almost think of her as younger than me, remembering just in time that she's got the better part of a decade on me in this body. If she were a few years older, she'd look the part of a Hollywood librarian, but my sensibilities instead place her as bookish college student one rager away from a career change. Is something wrong with that mission? I ask as she tucks it into a folder she's holding at her side. Oh, we just received notice that it's been completed, she explains. Apparently, the poster is an alchemist, and the skeletons were the vaporous result of a late night and poor ventilation. She turns to look at me, adjusting the glasses on her face to help her focus on my features, and then her eyes narrow. Hero Remmi Lee. I blink in surprise at being recognized, then remember how much I stick out and grin. It's the hair, isn't it? Yes, she unabashedly answers immediately, then blinks back at me. Unless you're colouring yours to imitate her. In that case, I apologise for the mistake. No, that's me, I assure her quickly. Is all. There's something I can do for you. Come with me to the reception counter, please. We have a message waiting for you. I follow her back in confusion. Who would be trying to contact me with a message this way? Most messengers are skilled in locating the targets of missives, probably due to some sort of tracking skills. If you at least know the town and the person's name, a messenger could make the delivery. The one case I can think of that would make sense would be guild business. Anyone who knows how Ayre and I do things could reasonably guess we'd show up here sooner or later, too. It turns out to be the latter, surprisingly, when the glasses girl pulls out a short note marked as from Captain Anara. A man in steel armour brought this in for you yesterday evening. And that would have been Luke. I can't help but notice she doesn't recognise him by identifying features. I bury my pout, thank her, and accept the note. It's simply a request to meet them to discuss yesterday's questioning if they haven't already gotten hold of me by the time I get this note. Well, they didn't get hold of me yet, so I guess the note turned out to be a good idea. I fold the note up, slip it into a pocket, and thank the girl again. It looks like I'm going to be needing to make another stop this morning. After all, it's not a terribly long trip downtown to the city guard barracks. Enough time that I grab a fresh smoked sausage from the newly opened stalls on the way there. It's salty and greasy in just the right way to finish off the last taste of my eggs and beans with coffee I had at the guild. I'm in a good mood when I arrive, and so are the guards. In a complete 180 from the last time I came to the barracks, I'm greeted with smiles and waves instead of cold shoulders. It's hard to believe that was only yesterday. Yeesh, it had been a long day. My mind tells me that I should be exhausted after it all. But instead, I woke up bright and early just like I always do, with no sign of tiredness in sight. I give a little stretch to celebrate. Being a teenager again really is amazing. Is the captain in? I ask of one as I pass. In her office, he replies around a cup of his own coffee. Thanks, I reply and head past. I approach the door and rap my knuckles against it. Enter. At the one word welcome, I turn the knob and push the door open enough to step into the room. You wanted to see me, Captain? I ask. Well, you're up early. Ayre greets me a moment after she recognizes me. She taps some papers to get them straight and sets them aside. Some part of me just assumed all heroes sleep like Luke. Let me guess. I venture as I shut the door behind me. Sleeps like a log, snores like a bear, and doesn't rouse until there's food. She gives a good-natured snort. Heard him, have you? He seems the type to sleep very well. I reply diplomatically. This earns another short laugh. And you? I don't suppose I just happen to find a like mind, waking up at the crack of dawn for duty and responsibility. Just youthful vigor, I chirp, giving a pump of my arm. And 400 stamina. Ayre chuckles at that. Really, I don't think I could have sat still if I had that much stamina, either. She stamps another paper and files it away. Though you'd be amazed how fast paperwork drains SB anyway. And she motions to a chair across from her own. Have a seat. You should try more coffee, I suggest as I take the seat. There's a blend that gives unlimited stamina for an hour. She gives me a suspicious glance at that. A blend of what? Illicit chemical compounds with a little coffee for flavor. I grin and pull a ceramic thermos from my bag and pour the contents into an empty cup near her. The liquid is a brown so deep that it's nearly black, and it steams up into the air. With that steam is a rich, nutty aroma anyone could identify. Nope, just coffee. Essence Arabica coffee. She frowns down at the cup in distrust before sliding it to the side with her quill. That smells wonderful, she admits, but maybe later. Ayre returns her gaze back to my face. I wanted to talk to you about the inquiries we performed yesterday. You were pulled away by other duties, so you weren't around to hear. Don't tell me. I open with a depressed sigh, my cheer fading. Nor backed up everything she said, but the captain breaks into a grin. No. Just the opposite. She didn't even try to shuffle her answers around like the mayor did. And the only corroboration she gave was to times and places. In fact, the Lady Regent's story matches up with yours and Ayre's perfectly. My eyes must be the size of saucers. She actually sold her cousin out. At my choice of phrase, Ayre frowned scoldingly. Please don't put it like that. Rather, her answers indicate she wasn't involved with her cousin's scheming at all. My sire, at that, is less depressed and more resigned as I lean back in the seat. Yeah, she definitely kept a friendly distance from him. She was very careful not to discuss business in front of me, I think. That makes her smarter than Mayor Oshu, Ayre agrees. But it's also in line with all of the evidence so far. She's kept her hands neatly out of it. Any idea how much he hates me right now? I ask. I've still got to talk to her about the treaty with the Oni. The captain takes the change of topic even further. An agreement's been reached with the Oni. Oh, please tell me that it had to do with that imperial missive you got yesterday. And not any thanks to the mayor. Not to worry. I assure her, the mayor didn't have anything to do with it. I give her a bit of side eye as I confide in her. If anything, he did his royal best to get in the way as often as possible. But no, he should get no credit, and if he tries to claim any, feel free to tell anyone you know better. I'll do that, Ayre agrees with a smirk. Can you tell me what the deal entails? I sure can, I chirp, my good mood returning, though I pause to give a caveat. Oh, but it's still got to be approved by Lady Noir before it's official, of course. Of course. And so, that's what I do. I spend the next few minutes laying out the broad swaths of the mining agreement, and what it will mean for the Oni, what they'll get out of it, and my long-term hopes for it. With any luck, I finish up with Seal, as close as the Oni and Jiri are now. In a couple more generations, nobody will be able to tell where one ends and the other begins. The Oni will have craftsmen on par with anyone else, and everyone will have all of the ore they could possibly want, all without destroying everything green in the process. Those are some long-term goals, Ayre says after taking a moment to process everything I've said. It's impressive that you are thinking so far ahead as to be doing so in terms of generations. But I shrug it off. That's just how long change takes sometimes. It's all got of time to become second nature, and that usually takes at least a generation growing up in it. Well, for what it's worth, the captain offers. I can't think of any reason Lady Noir would turn this offer down. The way you sell it, It sounds like it does everything everyone was looking for. I frown at that. That all depends on how invested she was in the strip mining approach. I may have to convince her that this is just as worth it. The mayor thought she'd never sign off on the safety measures. I don't think you have anything to worry about, she assures me. If I learned anything about our Lady Regent yesterday, it's that she's infinitely more far-sighted than her cousin. If nothing else, you're the one person she can't say no to right now, and she knows it. Using this moment to get something like this agreement passed is a good use of the opportunity. You may just be right about that, I agree thoughtfully. In fact, if you're done with me, I should probably go see her before she has time to think of a way out of it. Captain Anara and I trade farewells and I see myself out of her office. Just before I leave, though, I turn back and say, don't forget to drink your coffee. And I leave seeing her give it a speculative glance once more just before she reaches for it. Book 2 Chapter 40 Libertine. Chapter 40 Libertine. Hero Remmi Lee to see Lady Regent Noyer. My introduction to the gate guards is getting to be old hat at this point, but it's odd for me to be calling upon the Regent instead of the Mayor. Odd enough, in fact, that it catches them off guard. The Regent, miss, that's right, I confirm. Is she in? That's, he starts a bit aggressively, then hesitates, no doubt remembering who he is talking to. We cannot comment on the presence of other guests at the estate. That's fair, I admit. It's easy for me to forget that her office is elsewhere. I can go through the mayor to get to her, though, right. Miss, the Lord Mayor is not seeing visitors at the moment. Well, this is odd for them. Normally, they just let me through on mention of me being a hero. All of this runaround is more trouble than they'd given me since my first day in town. I don't bother asking if everything's okay. I know they'll definitely just stonewall that, too. Well, can you ring me in anyway? I try asking. It's important business. The Lord Mayor is not seeing visitors at the moment, he repeats, stone-faced. I sigh into the palm of my hand. Look, you know that if you don't let me in, I'm just going to go in over the wall. Anyway, right. Both of them clench their hands more tightly around their spears. Miss, trespassing is against the law. I pat the gun at my hip, a weapon they are no doubt familiar with by reputation at this point, if not by personal experience. I've got clearance, and a pretty sure bet you don't really want to stop me. Before I can antagonize the gate guards any further, the servant that normally comes when the gate guards ring the bell comes sprinting desperately for the gate. This is enough to get the attention of all three of us, and we all watch as he closes the last of the distance. He reaches the gate and gasps for air as he reaches up to ring the bell for them to let me in. The guards stare at him, then at each other, in confusion trying to figure out what to do, but then the man finds his breath and berates them. Don't just stand there, you idiots. Let her in. The Regent commands it. At that, my eyes go to the main building of the estate, and I think I catch the motion of a blind closing. So our antics were being watched, were they? Well, at least that makes things a lot easier. At the mention of the Regent's orders, the men hurry and get the gate open for me. They don't apologize, though, and I make an effort to resist being smug about being let in to make it worse. They're just doing their jobs, even if they're as bad at it as always. Too much arrogance from their position, not enough orders on what to do when faced with certain people, and maybe threatening to shoot them if they tried to stop me was a bit too far for me, as well. Regardless, I'm let through and I walk down the increasingly familiar path to the front door, or, rather, the double doors. Once the servant lets me through them, he begins guiding me through the hallways toward a destination I realize must be the mayor's office. I've been there a couple of times, enough to recognize the route. I'm not actually here to see the mayor. I try to correct him. I'm here to speak with the Regent. That's where we're going, he informs me in turn, and soon, we're before another set of heavy doors. He knocks and opens one of them. Hero Remmi Lee, as requested, lady. Sure enough, on the other side, behind the desk Mayor Oshu normally works at, sits Regent Noyer, bent over stacks of paperwork that make me glad whatever is going on isn't my responsibility. Still, she raises up as if happy to see me. Hero Lee, she greets me. I see that you did not bring your eternal companion with you today. Ayre is sleeping off the celebration with the Oni, I inform her as I step into the room, and the servant leaves, shutting the door behind me. I offer to treat the hangover, but my friend would rather battle that dragon alone. Noyer huffs at that. I was surprised my cousin wasn't in a similar state this morning. His body has never held much tolerance for overindulgence. That's actually my fault, I admit. He wanted to keep it going, but I purged him of it before I thought to ask. Then you have my gratitude. She surprises me with her reply. It was far easier to have a conversation with him this morning when he was sober. I can only imagine how he would have taken it with a hangover. I might have even been moved to enough sympathy to put it off. Her comment catches me confused. Taken what? Lady Noyer? What happened to the mayor? Why are you running his office? She gives the amused huff again. In short, Hero Lee, you happened to the mayor. Your report brought his schemes to the surface and put me in the position of having to review the service of my own cousin. You don't sound very put off by it. I'm very good at decorum, Noyer replies with a smirk, and I'm left trying to figure out if she's really offended or not. So, what? He's on leave, I ask, a moment later hoping the word got translated, and that I don't have to explain it. He has been discharged from his position, she provides, the translation apparently proceeding just fine. As of this morning, there is currently no mayor of Jiri village, leaving me to clean up his mess until I can appoint another. Oh, that's rather more serious than just on leave. I never imagined she'd go that far with him. But then, I had been all but certain she'd back him up and leave us with nowhere to go. What's going to happen to him then? Noir apparently went to the same summoning school as her cousin, as she makes a motion with her hand, and a young woman is there ready to take her instructions. She takes it a step further, however, and gives no verbal instructions, just another hand gesture, and the woman hurries off again. He will be returning to the family estate in shame, she declares as if it were an execution sentence. He has the day to get his affairs in order. Then he'll be leaving tomorrow. She motions me to a chair and then returns to the other side of the desk with a sigh. For the foreseeable future, I'm both regent and acting mayor, until such time as I can find another suitable representative. I'm certain his friends will proffer themselves as candidates, but I suspect that will just perpetuate the cycle of idiocy I'm discovering. She's slipping a little if she doesn't think I'd notice she's more concerned with idiocy than criminality. I diplomatically refrain from commenting on it, however. It's too easy to just brush it off as an issue of semantics. I think for a moment before speaking for a change. Well, an ideal candidate would be local, respected, and with a track record of integrity and community work, am I right? She looks up at me from across the desk with a leery eye. You sound like you have someone in mind. Chief Runlow, I venture. That's who I'd pick. Then I scratch the side of my head. Well, no, I'd run an election for the position, but he'd still get my vote. An election, she repeats, bewildered by the idea. For someone I have to trust with the care and management of my people. Yours must be quite libertine, Miss Lee. Libertine. A word that sounds so positive, yet the tone in which she says it is anything but. Not that it's a terribly positive word in truth. I choose to think she is calling my people unrestrained, rather than promiscuous. It makes better sense anyway. Still, she takes a speculative look as she considers the actual idea. One meeting with the head of the Oni, and you came away with such a positive impression of him. I hope that wasn't the alcohol talking. I was more or less sober the whole night, I swear. The man has a good head on his shoulders, and cares deeply for the people of Jiri, not just his own tribe. I take it under advisement, she finally answers. Though I don't know how the people of Jiri would take to an Oni mayor. You should survey them, I suggest. I think you'll find them pretty open about it. They don't seem to see any differences between them and the Oni. Noir frowns a bit, thoughtfully. Full of ideas, aren't you? Maybe I should be appointing you to the position. I'd have to decline, I admit with a bow of my head. My home is in an entirely different region, and my first responsibility is to my duties as a hero. She shifts in her seat. I guessed as much. You didn't come here to talk about low-level government, though, did you? No, ma'am, I reply, and I have the treaty in my hand from my bag. I wanted to cover the land deal with the Oni. Well, aren't you diligent? She intones as she accepts the document. Most would have simply mailed it. I had a hunch, I admit, that my duties in negotiating this deal weren't going to be through until I had your signature on it. That earns me an arched eyebrow, but she begins to flip through it. This has to be the most in-depth land deal I've ever seen, she says after a minute of reading. Training agreements. Mining codes. Just what did you do before you became a hero? I was an engineer, ma'am, I provide readily. Funnily, I think that might be the first time anyone's ever asked me that. Maybe they generally assumed I was too young to have had an occupation. They would have been right, of course, but only because I hadn't been 15 for nearly a decade before I got here, either. Timey-wimey shenanigans, and all that. An engineer, she repeats, looking over some of the sections again. Yes, I suppose I can see it. Strange, I would have thought you a merchant's daughter. You don't conduct yourself like a simple engineer. Where I'm from, there's no such thing as a simple engineer. Lady Noir, I reply, amused at the idea. We've got far too much to do. She reads through to the end and pulls out a quill. Well, it all seems very thorough to me, and it puts an end to this whole affair my cousin started. I'm happy to sign it. I step up a bit closer at that. Does that mean that, with this, the embargo on the Oni is also concluded? She looks at me with bewilderment, but then smirks sardonically, her eyes closing as if she is battling a migraine. Ah, yes. He did do something like that, didn't he? Yes, consider it abolished. Was that also something they were concerned about? It never came up, I admit. I suspect he underestimated how independent the Hyohe are. It was more of a pain for his own people than it ever was for them. A running theme with his term, I'm finding, she mutters. But then why do you look so excited about it? I say, getting a little sheepish about being so obvious. I'm one of those impacted. I've mentioned that I'm under imperial orders to visit all of the dungeons in the regions bordering the Denisny. Olga's Grotto is the next one for me, in case you've forgotten. Realization dawns in her eyes, which is in Hyohe territory, making this whole affair your problem from the start. Essence, abandon that fool. Yes, of course. You are free to proceed to the dungeon at your leisure. And if there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to bring it to me. I don't care if we won't be getting reimbursed from the throne. I'll see to my responsibility. Something my cousin should have been more conscious of. If he had, I point out, feeling just a bit cheeky at how heavily she seems to be denying any connection to it all. He'd still be mayor. She frowns, no doubt picking up on it being a bit of a dig, if it's not immediately clear how, and simply concludes our lovely meeting with a single word. Quite. Book 2 Chapter 41 Mull. Chapter 41 Mull. I'd like to get started on the Orbis Grotto dungeon as soon as possible, but I seriously doubt Ayre will be ready to go anywhere today, and there's prep work to do that I want him there for, anyway. Prep work that would have been done a week ago, if the former Lord Mayor hadn't gotten his affairs in our way. That makes it 2 days before we can reasonably head out. If the prep work has to wait until tomorrow when Ayre is feeling better, that leaves me figuring out something to do with the rest of today. It's still relatively early in the morning, which means I have most of the day to burn. I've been sitting on my laurels for so long that I really want to get in some training, but I'm many miles away from my setup at home. I entertain the idea of going to the guild hall and renting time on the training field there, but that place is expensive to get time on. Even if I can afford it now, it feels like there are better ways to spend money. I'm reminded of Ayre's insistence that I should design an artificial dungeon. Of course, he doesn't understand that those back home tended to be on a computer screen, mostly because he has no concept of a computer screen, or of a computer. It would certainly be nice to have one, though. An artificial dungeon, I mean, not a computer. There's nowhere to even plug one in, and I'd hate to have to be the one to figure out how to convert from Arcana to 120 volts. An artificial dungeon, though, some combination of a haunted house meeting a paintball stadium, would be something worth having. I regret not getting into LARPing now, as I would have been able to see how they put their dungeons together. Of course, most of that involves pretend on the part of the players, and an acting troupe on the other side. While I could certainly see employing fellow adventurers to play the part of monsters, much in the same way badge tests are conducted, that would be expensive, and wouldn't really give the experience that I'd want to deliver. Anyway, ideally, there would be a way to generate the rooms semi-randomly, so that people can't just memorize the route, or at least to physically shuffle them around with standardized rooms. Illusions of monsters would be cheaper than hiring actors, too, but I really don't know much about how illusion magic works in Tolist. It would also mean that the monsters would be harmless on their own, unless there was some way to provide kinetic feedback. Really, what I need is the ability to create a real-world roguelike. It's a popular enough genre back home, where the experience is different every time. Every map is generated by the machine, rather than by human hands, including corridors, monsters, traps, and loot. The genre is named after the video game Rogue, which popularized most of the ideas. Despite being a half-century old, the genre remains popular, with many games taking on the mantle, including one of my favourites, Breach the Gungeon, though that one's more of a bullet hell, an entirely different genre, and one that probably wouldn't be good for implementing in a training dungeon. I'm getting distracted, though, following a horned rabbit hole of ideas, and moving away from the core topic I was focusing on. It's enough for now to make a note of the things I need to figure out for building the artificial dungeon, since there's enough question marks to prevent any real planning from happening. I need to know how much of it can be accomplished by illusion magic. Ideally, the answer would be all of it, and I would need only the area and mechanisms to accommodate it. Speaking of which, I need to know if illusion magic can even be reproduced through artifice. Otherwise, I'll have to come up with a design for projectors and do it all manually, which would seriously impact the ability to keep it procedurally generated. Unless I could install a database of monsters to be projected directly into the devices themselves. Or, even better, from a central databank the entire thing connects to. Illusion magic from artifice would have to draw from a database of some sort, after all, wouldn't it? Why not just set the whole thing up to run from one location, with different sections dictating different things? Of course, from what I already know of artifice, that's a project that would rapidly spiral into a labyrinth of its own. I'm basically designing a mechanical computer by that point, dedicated solely to managing the artificial dungeon, and at the very least, it would span a single large room, possibly several. That may end up being what I have to do, anyway, for the project. But I'd much rather have something a little more portable and easier to install in other locations. This project would do the most good if many guild halls could host one. Quite simply, what I need more than anything is more information. I need to consult with a real wizard, preferably a specialist, and find more resources on the topic. In all odds, I'll also need to continue to improve my artifice skills to even be able to approach the matter. But is it possible? I'd like to think so. I don't know enough to say it isn't, which is the ideal point for dreaming, but not so much for doing. I'm all this over while eating a breakfast of cart food, wishing I knew a good cafe, and that I had a notebook to write all of this down in. It still leaves me without something to do for today. Maybe I should go notebook shopping, but that can be done tomorrow with Ayre, when we get everything else. That's when I remember Luke's offer to introduce me to the guard trainer, Wield. Learning more about another weapon certainly can't hurt, and it would be good exercise. You never know when I might need to pick up another weapon dropped by somebody else. I make my decision and head back toward the barracks. It's beginning to feel like quite a familiar place, as aside from the mayor's estate that I'd rather not think about, it's where I've spent more time than anywhere else in Jury Village. I haven't even been gone long, perhaps a couple hours, but most of the soldiers who were in the main area when I wasn't here before have long since left to start their shifts. Most are probably patrolling the town, while others get the boring duty of standing on a wall for presumably 6 to 8 hours. But somebody else is here. Look. I call out, waving a hand above my head for him. I didn't think he'd be up yet. He's sitting at a table with a mug of something hot, and he groans at my words. His hair still messy as if he just rolled out of bed, even though his armor is all on and pristine. I wouldn't be, he answers me, except somebody stuck a burr up captain's seat. She came all the way to my house and into my room like a whirlwind to drag me out of bed. She hasn't done that since we were kids. Haven't seen her that full of energy since then either, come to think of it. I give a sideways glance toward the captain's door he doesn't see since he's not looking at me. I have a strong hunch that's my fault. Instead, I slide into the seat across from him with a, full of energy, you say. Yeah, he confirms. Got through all of her paperwork in record time, apparently. That's why she had the free time to come get me. Finally, he turns his attention to me. I hear you got an early start to your day too. Captain said you already got our note from the guild and came over. I nod. That's right. I haven't been a late sleeper since I came to the Empire. I pause and rub at my chin as I consider my sleeping habits before that. I suppose I wasn't a very late sleeper beforehand either. I've always kept pretty active. It's been, more since becoming a hero. Luke nods back. Yeah, I notice I need a lot less rest between things like exercises, he admits. I guess sleep is just one of those habits that are hard to break for me. Did it increase your appetite too? I take the opportunity to ask. Sacred Yuan told me it might when we were at the High Temple, but now I'll graze all day and still eat full meals. He thinks that over. No, I don't think mine's really changed. Then he gave a protagonist-worthy grin, complete with full sincerity and not a drop of self-awareness. But then, I've always been told I'm a healthy eater. Yeah, I scoff. I have nearly unlimited superfood, and I still wouldn't want to foot your food bill. That sandwich was pretty good. He muses with a distant look as he recalls it, and even though his stomach doesn't rumble, I feel like I can almost hear it. In other news, I change topics. The conflicted territory issue with the hero hit is officially over. Lady Regent Neuer says we can head to Olga's grotto as soon as we're ready. If you were serious about coming along, that actually manages to distract him from his thoughts of food, and his face illuminates with excitement. Really? That's great. I'm absolutely interested. When are you leaving? No sooner than in a couple days, I admit. Ayre's recovering from the celebration last night, and we've still got some preparatory work to do, goods and gear, that sort of thing. Luke nods in understanding. A couple days, you say? That'll give Captain enough heads up for me to ask off, then. Are you still part of the town guard even though you're a hero? I ask. Well, I'd like to think so, he says after a moment. Nobody's told me I'm not. Of course, my responsibilities as a hero take precedence, since they're orders from the throne and essence both. But while I'm here, I'm just happy to do what I can to help out my friends. Even if it's not so important to the big picture, it's important to me. I can't help but smile at that, and I shake my head. What's so funny? Nothing, I insist. It's just, do us all a favor and never change, big lug. He gives an embarrassed smile at that, and rubs the back of his head, but then gets back to the topic we've been discussing. So is that what you're going to be doing today? Picking up supplies. No, I want to wait for Ayre before doing that stuff, I admit. That's why it's going to be a couple days. Got to have time to recover. I'm mostly just burning time today. Any plans? Well, I wanted to get some exercise in, some sort of practice, and I was thinking about how you mentioned me meeting Jill to learn the spear. I lean onto the table. I was hoping that offer's still open. I know a single day isn't enough time to learn the weapon without cheating with essence, but I figure pointers from a professional instructor can make sure I have a strong basis. Luke leans his head back to think that over for a moment. Yeah, I don't see why that would be a problem. And he should have some free time today. He's always overseeing the training grounds, and someone's bound to be there getting chewed out by him, but he should be free. Great. I cheer and stand up from my seat. I don't suppose you would be willing to go ahead and introduce us now, would you? Book 2 Chapter 42 Spear. Chapter 42 Spear. Luke leads me out, and around to a side yard attached to the barracks by a large, three-sided fence. It's relatively noisy inside, with the sound of some guards shouting out and banging against metal targets that I expect to hear. But there's also something else making a racket, too. How many times do I have to tell you, old man? I don't need to learn the spear. I'm a mage. Any concern I might have about walking in on someone's spot clearly isn't shared by Luke. Oh hey, perfect timing. He beams instead. You'll get to meet Rune, too. Rune. I wrinkle my nose. But she said she's a mage, didn't she? His expression becomes confused. Yeah, what about it? Isn't Rune a bit on the nose? He blinks back at me. Is it? I don't really know anything about that. And it's not like parents know what class their children will get when they're born. Okay, that's fair. Maybe I'm being too close-minded. Luke's right. This isn't like a story where names are assigned willy-nilly just because the writer can't come up with anything better. I shouldn't jump to conclusions about people like that anyway. Of course. Then we round the corner, and there's very nearly the most stereotypical witch I've ever laid eyes on. Her black robes look more based on a Chingsam than on Western robes, and I have to admit it looks very good on her. But she's got a staff in her hand and a big, pointy hat on her head. I find myself glancing about for the inevitable cat, and am a little disappointed not to find one. She's arguing with an older man with the body and posture of a drill sergeant. He's wearing the armour of the town guard, but has fancier insignia than the average guardsman. Though his armor looks old and beaten, it's otherwise very well taken care of, both clean and polished. And the shaft of the spear in his hands is well oiled. It's tipped dull from age, but sharp. It's easy to guess he's wield, which would make the witch rune. There's no exception for mages. Wield replies back at a lower volume than the witch had used, though his voice still carries like a low roar. If you want to join the guard, you have to learn the spear. I use magic. Rune continues to insist. If I have to carry around a spear, we're going to insist that I wear the armor, too. And that's just going to completely mess up everything I do. I don't see what the problem is, he counters. You already carry around a polearm. You just have to learn how to use it. She thumps the base of her staff against the ground. This isn't a polearm. It's a spell focus. It's a rod longer than your tall with a weight at the end. Learn how to use it, and it'll actually be worth something when you run out of mana. If I run out of mana, and I'm on the front line, something has gone horribly wrong, which is exactly the time you need to know what to do if you want to get out of it alive. Rune gives a dramatic huff just as we're approaching behind her. You never were happy I became a mage. Just because the only job in this backwater is... Look, Wield calls out, cutting the argument short as diplomatically as possible. There you are, boy. What brings you out to the trimming yard this time of day? Look, Rune repeats immediately, wheeling around on the spot, her cheeks burning red. When did you get here? Ah, just now. Luke answers the girl first, since she's right in front of him. Hi, Rune. Hi, Rune. She mimics back at him. You're always spending time with Anara, but all I get is a hi, Rune. This clearly puts Luke on the back foot, and he rubs the back of his neck. Oh, what was I supposed to say? The girl crosses her arms with a huff, then finally takes a good look at me. She looks me over from head to toe, and back up again before she speaks again. And who's this? Are you seeing an adventure now, too? No, he's quick to insist, and motions to me with both arms. This is Remmi Lee, a fellow hero. We were summoned at the same time. She mentioned wanting to learn more about the spear, so I was going to introduce her to your dad. Rune moves her hands to her hips, but her gaze is immediately less hostile. Lie har, she mispronounces. I wonder if we're distant relatives, then, or something. It would have to be very distant, I stress, deciding it's better not to try to explain that Lie and Lee are spelled differently in an alphabet they wouldn't even comprehend. I'm not from the Furinshao Empire at all, or even Tolist, but if I can't explain the language barrier, there's no way to even approach multidimensional theory. Really? Rune's eyes widen in surprise at that. What kingdom do you come from then? It's not a kingdom, I clarify. It's a constitutional republic, but it's far enough away that I've yet to find anyone that's heard of it. I've never heard of such a governing system either, she admits. But if it's so far away, how is it you speak imperial trade so well? I answer honestly. I don't speak it at all. I've never heard it a day in my life. I let her give me a dumbstruck stare for several long moments. But how? I let my restrained grin now spread across my face. A perk of being a summoned hero. The system translates for us. I don't hear imperial trade when you speak. I hear my own language. I answer in that language, and you hear imperial trade. I did learn how to write it, though, so I can do paperwork and such. Rune is still trying to wrap her mind around it when Wield, her father apparently, steps forward to insert himself into the conversation. As infinitely fascinating as it is to hear about what it means to be a hero, he breaches. Luke said you wished to learn the spear. He too looks me up and down, and frowns. You don't look the part of someone interested in such things. I'll have you know I won't waste my time with flights of fancy. That puts a pout on Rune's lips. Why won't you let me off that easily? Because she's not trying to join the town guard just to spend more time with her friends. Oof. Wield doesn't hold back for sake of company, does he? At least he didn't come right out and accuse her of doing it to get closer to Luke. But then, maybe neither hero nor mage is ready to face that kind of fact. Looks can be deceiving, I put in to head off another argument. I am a hero, after all. I'm stronger and tougher than I look. It's not your strength or toughness I question, he corrects me. It's the dedication. Wield takes a step toward me and levels the tip of his spear at me. I can tell in a glance that his form is perfect, even though I've not got the proficiency myself. Tell me, how long do you intend to study the spear? Under you? I answer. Just 1 day for now, though I'm open to more days of practice when I get back from the dungeon before I have to sit out again. He gives an annoyed growl. 1 day. 1 day to teach you an entire weapon skill set. Guard hopefuls train for a month before they reach proficiency. Oh, no, you misunderstand me, I correct him. I can get the proficiency at any time. I'm not after the proficiency. In fact, let me take that off the table right now. The only indication for them that I'm doing anything is that my eyes are glancing around at different things in the space between us that they can't see. I'd already found where the spear proficiency was located and confirmed I had plenty of points to spare on it. There's a polearm proficiency that would cost more, but for a single weapon, the cost is a bargain of just a few hundred points. There, I conclude after a handful of moments, I am now proficient in the spear. Wield looks more irritated than impressed. Are you trying to mock me, child? Flaunting the power of a hero in front of a man that has spent his life perfecting his skill with this weapon. I shake my head with sincerity. No, sir, that wasn't my intention at all. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't have to baby me so that we could make the most of the time. The problem with buying a proficiency is that it's just the knowledge, not the practical experience. That's what I want from you. I want to learn how to apply that knowledge correctly. He frowns a bit harder at me, glaring at me as if trying to decipher how genuine I really am. Why do you want to learn the spear, girl? As far as I can tell, it has nothing to do with the way you fight. In my first battle as a hero, I confess, I was put up against an opponent far stronger than I was. I didn't have my weapon of choice, and the one I did have was destroyed in the exchange. The only thing I had to pick up and use was a short spear. They're silent, rather than answering immediately, clearly still listening to my words. And Rune asks, and Luke saved my life. I finish, turning to him with a gesture and a grateful nod. If I had to fight with that spear, I may not have walked away with my life. Luke rubs his chin. As I recall, you were hardly working anywhere. We had to have Say heal you up. I nod in agreement. I was terribly outclassed. I realize that there will be times when I can't just use whatever I want, where I won't have my ideal resources. It's why I learned martial arts, and it's why I want to make sure, if I'm ever in that spot again, I know what I'm doing with the spear. At that, Guild finally gives a firm nod, and makes his way back over to a rack of training weapons. He comes back with a wooden spear with a blunted point, walking between Luke and Rune to get to me. Get back, you two, get back, give the kids some room. As they clear out, and circle back behind him, Rune leaning against the barracks wall, and Luke standing beside her, Guild reaches me, and hands me the weapon. Let's start with the basics, just to make sure that proficiency wasn't just wasted points. Show me how you hold a spear. I do my best to imitate what I know, like I did back in the Imperial Courtyard. Though I do it a little more quickly now, my feet a little more sure. My grip loose in my front hand so that I'm prepared to use it to guide the weapon rather than choking it. Guild nods and proceeds to step around me, examining me from different angles. Not bad, not bad. Now show me a thrust. I move both of my hands forward, but my grip remains loose in the front, and my backhand rams the shaft of the spear forward until my two hands meet, then retracts until I'm once more in my ready position. He nods slowly in hesitant approval. Good. Good if you choked it and swung with your hands. I'd have told you to pray to the system to refund your points. Now, let's teach you a few basic combinations. Book 2 Chapter 43 Pragmatic. Chapter 43. Pragmatic. Ayre groans. It's been an entire day. I object. You can't possibly still be hung over. It's the morning of the second day since the signing of the treaty with the Hiohi, and their big celebration over the conclusion of the talks. Ayre and Ayre are on the ground floor of the inn we've been staying in, nearly the entirety of which is the common area. We're at the table for breakfast, which is at least an improvement for Ayre, who spent yesterday in bed. On the other hand, while being out of bed may be progress, he's still slumped over on the table like a wilted plant. At least the headache is gone, he grumbles as the waitress comes over and puts a pair of steaming mugs in front of us. Now, it's just feeling like I got run over by that pirate ship. The waitress gives Ayre a sympathetic gaze. Wild night. Yeah, I tattle, crossing my arms. The night before last. She tries and only half succeeds at suppressing a disbelieving laugh. Wow, you two really know how to party then. Call me next time you decide to throw one. She nudges Ayre's mug closer to the elf. In the meantime, coffee kills a lot of ales. Freshly ground, so drink up. Breakfast will be out in a few minutes. I speak up since Ayre only gives a groan of acknowledgement. Pretty sure that's hungover elf fur. Thanks. By the way, can we get some milk too? Just one will be plenty. I give my coffee mug a little slosh. I don't think I'm in the mood for it black today. Might make it easier on Ayre's stomach too. She gets an expression on her face when I say that, somewhere between confusion and revulsion. You would mix coffee and milk. It's gotten really popular back in Dabun, I offer, avoiding mentioning that I was the one that introduced it there, too. The cream helps smooth out the acidity and brings out the nuttiness of the beans. The waitress's expression shifts again. Ha, if you say so. Sounds like a way to make an expensive drink even pricier. But it's your money. I'll bring another mug around. Thanks, I reply as she heads off. Then I turn my attention to Ayre again. Really? Are you doing that badly? We can put everything off another day if you need it. Ayre makes a great effort and pulls himself semi-upright with a deep breath, then exhales. A moment later, he makes an effort to square his shoulders. No, I can't keep laying in bed. I've already spent an entire day doing nothing. I have to get up and start moving. It's just shopping. The fresh air will do me good. You sound more like you're convincing yourself of that, I observe sympathetically. Ayre sighs again, then takes a sip of coffee and recoils a bit. Are you planning on making one of those cappuccinos? I shake my head. Wrong kind of coffee for that, but a little milk will make it more tolerable for you. I think I'd have just preferred tea, he grumbles. You need the caffeine, I counter. You'll feel better when you get some food in you, too. Ugh, the elf groans, rubbing his face with the heel of his hand. I thought Oni weren't supposed to be heavy drinkers. I suppress a smirk at the thought that maybe it's more just that elves can't hold their liquor. Now isn't the time to poke at poor Ayre. He's miserable enough as it is. I actually asked Ronlo about that while you were off dancing with the ladies. I go with in its place. Surprisingly, instead of asking about it, Ayre wrinkles his nose, clearly casting his mind back to that night. I didn't go dancing, he corrects me. They asked, but I turned them down. But I just scoff. Maybe the first time, when you were still sober enough to second-guess yourself. I wish I had a camera. You were having a blast. Ayre frowns across the table at me, clearly trying to figure out if I'm messing with him or not. What's a camera? It's a tool we have back home, I answer, entertaining the segue. It makes a picture of whatever scene is in front of it, like a perfect, instant painting. The frown remains on his face. Maybe it even deepens a bit. And what chain of processes do you start from fire to end up with a picture? I chuckle at the doubt. It depends on the mechanism. There's several different ways to do it. Some of them don't even use fire. I ignore the disbelieving expression my friend is giving me and continue with my explanation. Most of the methods come down to chemically treating the film or paper so that it changes when exposed to light. That's what captures the image, the change in the film. In its natural state, it's actually reversed and in negative colours, so it's got to be flipped around and converted in development. Sounds like an involved process, Ayre observes. It used to be, yeah, I confirm. It took days of development time and whole chemical baths in special dark rooms to avoid ruining the film, but it was considered a small price to pay for a perfect recreation of important life moments and dear family members. Used to be. I nod. Like most things, we got better at it. Eventually, we had devices that could snap thousands of pictures from the palm of our hand, or even record whole things instead of just individual pictures, and the device would store them for later viewing, either right on the device or by printing them off as physical copies. The elf across from me sighs. And you say your world has no magic? None at all, I chirp with a beaming smile. Just artifice and alchemy. Ayre just shakes his head. I tell you that takes magic, too. But I've seen what you fiddle with without using so much as a drop of it. There's nothing magical about how blacksmith forges steel, I counter. And I'll bet we could ask any apothecary how much of their job involves knowing what plants and minerals do what. We just kept working with those things and getting better with them instead of cheating with magic. Okay, I'm calling you on that bet. The elf comes back, some fire returning to his features. I want to see you make a healing draft without magic, and no cheating with essence crops. I laugh and shake my head. We don't have healing drafts, nothing that creates an immediate effect like that. I can come up with something to treat individual symptoms, and ways to patch you up, but then it's pretty much up to your body to heal the rest of the way on its own. Sounds like medicine is one field you're way behind in. Then Ayre barbs back, but I hold up my finger with a smile. On the contrary, we had to understand what we were doing, and why it worked to get the most out of it. We mapped things about the body you don't even know exist, all to get better at understanding it. We didn't have the luxury of marking stuff up to magic. I lean back to give an example. Why does willow bark make the pain go away? Innate herbal magic? No, because it contains a compound called salicin that we extracted and improved upon into a common pill for treating pain, fevers, and inflammation. Ayre furrows his eyebrows at me. Why do you know that? I shrug with a cheeky grin. Just something I picked up from some biology class, probably. He shakes his head. I'm beginning to think there's such a thing as too much education. I chuckle, and definitely do not giggle at my friend's exasperation. Anyway, the chief. Seeing how they parted, I remembered Captain and Mara telling me that the Oni weren't any more prone to drinking than any other race, so I mentioned it to Run Low. He probably just laughed. My still surly companion, deduces. I immediately nod. He sure did. But he also backed up what she said. Oni are extremely social focused, according to him, and there's a lot of emphasis placed on being able to carry your weight, and not making a fool of the community. It's Ayre's turn to nod at that. It's similar to the mindset of most Imperials, but we don't have as straight a hierarchy about things. That's pretty much what he said too, I confirm. Anyway, they're responsible about drinking most of the time, but they're the type to work hard and play hard, as they say. Ayre's head is moving toward the table again. Remmi, no one says that. Well, they do back home, I huff at the interruption. The point being, when it comes time to celebrate, they go all out. Even then, though, the stigma against being useless the next day encourages them to drink responsibly. The elf's frown is back. I'm pretty sure they were drinking way harder than I was. The most wayfish of them also had a foot, and 50 pounds on you. I point out, it's only a slight exaggeration, and apparently, they hold their liquor exceedingly well even for their size. Ayre wraps his hands around his mug as he works his brain around his words. So what you're saying is that they're not actually heavy drinkers by their own metric. They just have a higher tolerance than everyone else, or at least higher than yours. I agree, smirking openly at him now. You seem to have very low tolerance. That earns me a dirty look over the top of his mug, so I make my smile sweeter in reply. At least I wasn't cheating with the magic you're so quick to turn your nose up at, he counters. The waitress is coming back around with the milk, and our breakfast platters of fresh eggs, smoked meat, and day-old bread under a simple gravy. The heavy meal will stick to our ribs longer and help keep us, or, more accurately, me from making impulse purchases of snacks and food throughout the day, while the lack of spices and richer foods will set better on Ayre's stomach. I thank her for the food and make a mental note to tip well as she heads off again to see to another table. I then pour some of the milk into my coffee and stir it a bit before answering Ayre's accusation. Don't get me wrong, if we had magic, We would have absolutely made use of it. I picked the conversation back up. We're nothing if not pragmatic. If there's a way to do something easier, cheaper and better, we'll figure out how to do it en masse or kill ourselves trying. You're exaggerating. The elf accuses me with a stare. But I just grin back. Remember that rock with the deadly energy I told you and Yuan about? The death toll for mastering its power came in the hundreds of thousands. Ayre seemed to pale a bit at that. Remmi, that's not something anybody should say with a smile. But the smile is because of the outcome. Now, it's our favorite way to power pretty much anything, and the safest form of mass energy production we have. I'm not sure that makes it better. We make mostly small talk as we eat after that, primarily planning our day, and laying out what we want to make sure we get. It's when we're wrapping up our meal that the door to the inn opens, and a messenger steps into the interior, looking around. After a moment of being unable to pick out whoever he's looking for, he raises his voice. Remmi Lee. I stand up and raise my hand. That's me. He comes over and passes me an envelope. Letter for you, miss. Thank you. With the delivery done, he tips his head and heads off again. Ayre watches me as I return to my seat, and flip the envelope open. What is it this time? I take a moment to scan over the short missive before answering. It's from Chief Ronlo, actually. He wants to speak with us about something before we head to Ogre's Grotto. Book 2, Chapter 44, Bards. Chapter 44, Bards. Look, I wave my hand over my head to get his attention when I see him walking with Captain and Ayre. They both slow down as they identify the voice, and come to a complete stop when they spot the two of us approaching. Hero Remmi. And Ayre is first to greet us with a nod of her head. Morning, Captain. She frowns at my greeting. I'm not your captain, Miss Lee. You don't have to call me that. And I've told you before, I answer without hesitation. You can just call me Remmi. The titles get burdensome after a while, especially among friends. So as long as you insist on calling me hero or miss, I'm calling you captain. She turns from my gigawatt grin accompanying my declaration to focus on Ayre without so much as a hitch. And Ayre, it is good to see you on your feet again. I understand you had quite a rough time of it after the celebration of the mining agreement. Ayre's frown isn't as trained as Ayre's, and comes across more as a surly pout. Then he directs it at me. Does everyone know how I spent yesterday? I shrug in innocent self-defense. What was I supposed to say? She asked why you weren't with me, and I told her you were recovering from a hangover. It's not a big deal. Ayre chuckles at our antics, a surprisingly casual behaviour from her. She must be off duty. Not that I'm not charmed to see the both of you, but I distinctly heard that it was Luke you called for. That's just because I saw him first, I plead. He sticks out a bit. Then I start putting the pieces together. Ayre acting like she's off duty, her and Luke working somewhere together. Did we just interrupt? Oh, I'm not offended, she insists while I'm still assembling the puzzle. He sticks out more than just a bit. Luke, for his part, just gives his big grin as he rubs the back of his head. It's the red hair, isn't it? Between that and the fact you're taller than most people around you, I make the comparison. You're like a lighthouse. I hold up my hands in insistence. But if you two were doing something, we don't want to keep you. I just needed to see if there was anything Luke wanted us to pick up for the supplies for the dungeon run tomorrow. Me? He asks with a look of confusion, halfway pointing at himself. Not really. I just use the sword, and usage doesn't really dull. Even if it did, I have my own whetstone and oil, ointments and salves for burns, I guess. Ogre's Grotto isn't really a fire dungeon, but it's got some hot spots, from what I've heard. What you've heard? I ask. You live right next to it, and you've never gone before. Always wanted to, he cheerfully replies. But then, I wasn't a hero the last time I was back home, either. Just a farm boy that joined the town guard. Of course Luke's a farm boy, I think when I hear that. How much more stereotypical could his backstory be? Well, at least a dragon hadn't burned his hometown to the ground, or something. He seems to have missed that part. I look around quickly, and rap my knuckles against a wooden leg of a nearby stall. When Ayre, Luke, and Ayre all look at me in confusion, I get an embarrassed grin on my face. Sorry, superstition from back home. Had a thought and wanted to ward it off. Ayre finds words first. Your people have superstitions. I thought you didn't believe in anything magical. We don't. That's why it's a superstition. Their faces grow more confused, and Ayre asks, you mean something that brings good luck? I rub the side of my head roughly as I mull that over. No, more like something irrational, because it's got no logical connection to the reason you're doing it, but you do it anyway like you think it's going to change anything. Wait, it's Luke's turn to speak up. So you don't actually believe it will do anything, but you do it anyway. My logical side understands that knocking on wood cannot in any way ward away bad things from happening. I try to explain again, but it's so ingrained in my people from being a thing for so long that it feels uncomfortable if we ignore it, like we're tempting fate. That's a superstition. You don't sound like you really believe in fate, either. Ayre's tone is half accusatory, half confused. I give awkwardly while I wiggle my hand in the air in front of me. Sacred Urine is going to be very cross with you if that's the best answer you can give to a question like that. I'll work on it, I promise. Look, fate is a very complex topic with a lot of layers to unravel, both philosophical and spiritual. If you insist on all of my thoughts on it, we'll be here all day, and we're all going to end up very confused. Suffice it to say that my position is that we chart our own path, but that doesn't preclude overarching plans of greater beings based on ideal choices or expectations of what we'll do. Luke raises his hand. I'm confused already. This is sounding more like one of Benny's talks. Ayre just crosses his arms judgmentally. Collegiate, you're the one who brought it up. I protest at the utterly unfair accusation. I just knocked on wood because I didn't want Ayre burned to the ground by dragonfire. That earns me another look from all three of them, though this one is seasoned with apprehension. What? I ask with a shrug. You do have dragons, don't you? Yes, Ayre confirmed slowly. But why would you be imagining our home being set ablaze by a dragon in the first place? I grin nervously, rubbing my upper arm with my other hand. Nothing serious, really. It's just that the stories often go like that. I was thinking of how stereotypical Luke is as a hero, but stories always have some sort of inciting incident where something big happens to propel the protagonist out of the comfort of their home and onto the trail of adventure. You mean like getting summoned halfway across the Empire and being anointed a hero? Ayre ventures as if he thinks I'm not putting due thought into this. No, like a bandit attack, or a dragon just happening to torch it, or the big bad evil guy had beef with someone close to you and sent forces against your village to get to them. I take a deep breath to refill my lungs. The point is, something big always happens to get the protagonist moving, usually in a way so they can't easily go back. Enter a third round of staring before Ayre breaks the silence, turning to the others as if he's the local Remmi professional. He folds his further arm from them under his chest and motions toward them with the closer one. Remmi's people have very active imaginations. I'm gathering, Ayre comments flatly, adjusting her footing as she turns her attention to me. Remmi, I think you might find stories in the Empire a bit less extreme than you're accustomed to. I frown at the way she says that, like it's something wrong with me. Well, honestly, that doesn't really surprise me, I say instead of complaining as I cross my arms. There's a lot less reading done in the Empire than back home, so it only makes sense that storytelling is simpler. This time, at least, everyone just looks confused. It's Luke that asks, wait, what does reading have to do with stories? That's the most common medium by which stories are shared over time, I point out. Bards pass on, oral histories are inconsistent, and plays are historically the entertainment of the rich, but the written word can survive for 1,000 years, and anyone who can read can enjoy their stories at their own leisure. That's right, Ayre says as if putting something together. Your people have a lot of leisure time, don't they? It makes sense you'd favour longer stories, then, and with your obsession with codifying everything, it was only a matter of time before you formulated storytelling. I refuse to consider the possibility that my frown has become a pout. Why are you phrasing all of that like it's bad? And we didn't formulate stories. We just noticed the trends and structures of good stories. If you spend a lot of time like that, though, Luke puts in thoughtfully, you must have a lot of bards. Not everything is enjoyed written, after all, right? I consider my answer for a moment before giving it. Yeah, I'd say we do, but probably not as many as you're thinking. The profession's a bit different for us than it is here. Our media has a much wider dispersal for even a single performer, so instead of a whole lot of them at every town square and pub, we end up with a relatively few really famous ones, specialised in particular performances. A lot of other people aspire to become famous performers, too, but most of them never make it for the fierce competition. Can't they get their starts playing the popular pieces at a local level? When Ayre asks that, I snap my fingers and point at her. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But didn't you seem like you thought it was odd that I recognised a recording device like I did? It takes her a moment to make the connection, but then her eyes widen as if with a horrible thought. No, those devices are expensive. If we didn't have them for work, we'd never even see one. You couldn't have so many of them that you use them for such a frivolous cause. We have so many of them that we build them into other devices as features. I correct her. And why listen to an inferior impersonator when you can listen to the real thing with the push of a button? Honestly, it kind of killed off the bardic profession as you know it here overnight. Luke looks amazed and Ayre looks exhausted with my antics, but Ayre is staring at me like she's trying to process that I eat kittens for breakfast or something. Remmi, your people are terrifying. I sigh and shrug. Yeah, I get that a lot. Then I shake my head. Luke, I'm sorry I mentally scarred your date, but there's one more thing I needed to cover with you. And Ayre and I will be out of your hair. My what? He looks panicked for a moment, but schools his expression quickly as he chooses to focus on the second part of what I said. I mean, what is it? Something about the dungeon run. Yeah, I confirm. We need to get a bit of an early start. I got a letter from Chief Ronalo this morning saying that he wants to speak with us specifically before we go into the dungeon. That manages to get both his and Ayre's attention, and they're focusing on my words again. Chief Ronalo of the Huohe. Ayre elaborates further as she clearly shifts into her guard captain persona. Why? Has something gone wrong with the dungeon? Is there something wrong with the mining agreement after all? All I can do is shrug. I don't know. He didn't say. You'd think if it were something that's serious about the dungeon, he would have elaborated on it, or at least told the guard about it. She nods. Yes, that would have been the appropriate protocol. I return her nod with one of my own. And if it were about the mining agreement, I can't imagine that there'd be any need to mention the dungeon. But that's all I know. All he said was to speak with him before we go. That's it. Their expressions are so serious that I can't help but break into laughter. Really, guys, relax. I'm sure it's nothing serious. He probably just wants us to gather some specific resources from it or something. Stop worrying so much. What's the worst it's really going to be? An escort mission. Book 2 Chapter 45 Dusting. Chapter 45 Dusting. May asterisk. After what feels like forever, we finally have a roof over our heads again. It's a decently large house, but not so large that my brother and I don't have to share a room. There are only 4 bedrooms in the entire place, and Tan and my Toro share one, with Ayre and Ayre sharing another. The 4th is being used for storage. In truth, ours had been in use as storage, as well, and one of the first things we were charged with doing was helping to clear it out and get it ready for us. The room is as big as a double room we might have found at an inn, which means it's big enough for us to have our own chests of drawers and our own beds, even if it's far smaller than what we had back home. Still, compared to a bed of pine needles, it's paradise, and neither of us have dared complain. Mataru is out adventuring. No, that's wrong. I pause in what I'm doing and mentally correct myself. Arisu is out adventuring. I don't know anyone named Mataru. My brother and the others are clearing out an infestation of giant rats in a nearby hamlet. Tan had originally wanted him to establish himself with his weapon and fighting style before taking him on combat missions, even in a support role. Of course, my brother met the party leader's expectations with such speed that everyone celebrated him as a prodigy. Natural talent was the only logical explanation, of course, as Arisu had certainly never been trained by some of the best tutors in the Empire, only by an exacting father. Ayre says that he has a talent for magic as well. Something he and I certainly never had the resources to have learned beforehand. She's already started teaching him an acceleration spell that will allow him a burst of speed that he can combine with his lunges to help make up for his size. I spend my time keeping the house in order. The girls help with the laundry, but it is up to me to get it off of the lines when it finishes drying. Dishes are also my responsibility, but nothing terrible if I stay on top of them. I'm currently sweeping the floor, one of the 2 most time-consuming tasks on my list of chores, but even it isn't too much work when I'm maintaining it every day. After that, I'll switch to dusting, the other time-consuming chore. If I were a noble named me, this kind of work would be inexcusable. Even with my mother's love of breaking convention, she left such menial chores to the staff that she paid very well to take care of such things. But it doesn't hurt my pride to do these things, because I'm not a noble named May. I'm an orphan named Ayre, and this labour is to pay for my room and board. And for an orphan who was living on the road not that long ago, this is nothing. I take care of the cooking too. I don't have to, and originally, it was a group effort after everyone got back, but they would be gone all day, or just outside training. Either way, they'd come back trained on any day that wasn't a day off. I decided that, if nothing else, I could get things started so that the prep work was done, but it was a small step from there, it turned out, to just finishing it, myself, so that they could come home to a hot meal. I'm not the cook that my mother was, or that Remmi, that yellow-haired adventurer, was either. I have to buy bread from in town, because baking it is beyond me for now. But stews are easy just so long as you remember to taste them as you go. I can wash and peel vegetables and chop and sear meat, so the preparatory work goes all right. Sometimes, I worry that they might get sick of stew all of the time, so I started practicing roasts. But Tan actually said recently that he looks forward to my stew after a tiring mission. Arisu agreed, so maybe I'm overthinking it. I'd still like to have more variety, but even with these simple dishes, I'm still getting the system notice that I lack the cooking proficiency. Pushing my luck could have disastrous consequences for everyone. But then again, if I don't push, then I will never improve. The level of those people that I admire will never be within my reach if I forever play it safe. I finish sweeping and push the last of the debris out the back door, then shut it and put the broom away. I tighten my apron and reach for the dusting stick. If I had still been in the rags that had once been our travelling clothes, I wouldn't have bothered with the apron. But the party had insisted on getting Arisu and I both a whole set of fresh clothes. It is a far cry from noble attire, but it isn't poor clothing either, and I don't want to soil it needlessly. As it is, I still wear a baggy overshirt over my dress alongside the apron to minimise the risk to the dress. If I need to be presentable, I can quickly shed both with little fuss, along with a head cloth I have wrapped around my hair, and with a little stroking of my hair, we're ready to greet guests at the door. That is something I have to occasionally do, as I'm usually the only one home. Receiving packages and messages also falls under my tasks. I'm not entirely without time to myself, however. Indeed, the chores are often finished by mid-morning, and dinner is not started until late afternoon, so the rest of the day's hours are mine to do with as I please. Sometimes, that is spent going into town for food and supplies, but more often I spend it training too. With no one around, and the house to myself, I can practice magic without risking giving it away that I have a class. It isn't a secret that I'm studying magic, however. They believe that I'm doing so in hopes of improving my status when I receive a class. Ayre has been very helpful in this, allowing me access to her books. She thinks I'm just reading the introductory texts, but she has a decent little library of tomes, and they'll serve well to diversify my spells beyond just my specialty of fire. My brother wants to prepare himself to avenge our parents, and I refuse to fall behind just because I'm staying home. So once again, with the chores done, I do what I do most days and settle in for my own training regimen. I start with the theory, an hour or so of reading the tomes, and then I'll begin practicing the spell in actuality until I either learn it or exhaust my reserves. I actually really enjoy studying magic. It's magical. There is something special about asserting you will on your manner, and watching their effect come into shape in the world around you. Flames have always been particularly enchanting, but I can watch any magical display for hours, then stay up late into the night trying to reproduce it. I'm rarely able to recreate the entire thing on my own, but it's always exciting to figure out even a fragment of it. My study is disrupted by the ringing of the bell on the gate for the front yard fence. It's a convenient way to know when someone is coming when things are quiet enough. But who could be coming? I ponder the question as I pat myself down to get the wrinkles from sitting out of my dress and make my way over to the front door. Maybe it's Miss Elder. She is a neighbour with a fondness for baking. She often brings her extra over to share as an excuse to check in on me and make sure I'm doing okay. I've considered asking her to teach me how to bake, but haven't wanted to be troublesome. I don't like opening the door ahead of the arrival of a guest. I feel like it makes me look overeager, so I've gotten into the habit of waiting at the door for them to knock. It's as a result of this that I hear voices that most definitely do not belong to Miss Elder. Yeah, I heard this is where a group of adventurers live. That sounds like a deterrent if ever I heard one. If they're able to afford a place like this, they've got to be pretty strong, right? Don't be such a coward. They're basically gone every day. They only come back to sleep, eat, and shit. The place is as empty as an abandoned warehouse. Yeah, and you know they don't take everything with them when they go. Just think of the things they must leave behind. Bars, word drops, spare weapons, all just sitting there, waiting for someone to take them off their hands. But if that stuff really is here, wouldn't they have protections? There's a laugh. What, like that stupid little bell strapped to the fence? Seriously, Jendo, if you're going to be such a baby, nobody's making you come in. Tell you what, since you're so terrified, why don't you keep watch so nothing catches us by surprise? Then you won't have anything to worry about. More laughter. Yeah, that's a great idea. We'll totally split the cuts evenly, and won't keep any of the really good stuff to ourselves. Come on, guys. That's not funny. It's not just myself I'm worried about here. There's got to be a reason nobody's ever just strolled up and busted into this place before. Yeah, they're all ballless eunuchs afraid of door chimes. Enough chatter. If we're going to do this, let's do it. The last thing we need is someone wandering by and actually seeing us. In and out. You got it, Chief. Here, let me do the knocking. At that, I take a few cautious steps back, something that immediately proves prescient as a heavy kick lands against the door. The portal buckles, but it takes a second kick to break through. On the other side are three grown men, dressed in poor clothes and looking dirty. The one with his foot still raised has a brown vest over his grey shirt and has a bandana tied around his head. The man behind him is wearing a torn shirt and has a cheap knife on his hip. The third is a little slumped and seems to be balding prematurely. The first two have vicious eyes, while the third has eyes like a hungry little rat. From their perspective, there's a little girl in a dress covered by an apron, a keen energy flaring in her eyes as flames dance in her upraised palm. An aura of furious power wraps around her form. I just swept that, I complain flatly, though I doubt it comes across that way judging from the expressions of shock on their faces as they instinctively recoil. You said they were all gone, the rat-eyed one protested to the one in the middle. I assume the rat-eyed one is Jendo. The one in the middle is the chief, and the big brute that just kicked in the door is the one that was doing all of the laughing. I don't care. They've undone my hard work. I don't even give them time to process what they're looking at or to come up with a reply to the rat-eyed one's complaint. In flame, I say tonelessly as I stretch my enlightened palm out toward them, and the great gout of flames that rolls forth belches from the doorway and out into the open air, fueled by all of my deep irritation that this scum had the gall to break into my home. Book 2 Chapter 46 Cutie. Chapter 46 Cutie. Asterisk Miss Elder asterisk. I jump out of my seat when I hear what sounds like an explosion going off next door and run out into the yard for a better look. Sure enough, there's smoke coming from the adventurer's house. They're usually such nice neighbours. Just kids, really, but good kids. Quiet most of the time, and always helpful when I need a quick little hand with something out of reach. The thought of a fire breaking out immediately sends my mind to the dear orphan girl they took in with her brother. Both of them are far too young to be adventuring if you ask me, but without parents to take care of them, the brother is stepping up to provide for his sister the only way he knows how, and there's something to be said for that. But the kids are always gone this time of day, outrighting the wrongs of the world like too many spicy pepper snakes in the garden or a lemon fungus outbreak in the fields. They work hard, those kids, and leave nearly every day of the week to keep it up. The one exception is the little girl. Too young to go adventuring even by their standards, she takes up the admirable task of taking care of the house. It must be a great deal of work to keep such a large house at her age, but I've never heard word of her complaining. She spends most days all alone by herself inside, except on days she goes down to the market. I can't help but stand there and rack my mind as I stare at the smoke drifting into the sky. Was this one of the days she'd gone to market? Our houses are close enough that I normally see her leave when she does, but had I seen her today, I could have missed her. There's another explosion of fire, and 3 grown men come running over the fence from the front of the property. They're moving fast enough that I barely get a decent look at them, but they look like riffraff. Burnt, smoky riffraff. Let's get out of here. One of them, sporting thinning hair and beady eyes, is practically screaming his lungs out as he scrambles over the fence. Come on, Chief, another shouts, a big young man that could have been doing honest work in physical labor if he really wanted to make something of himself. I briefly think he's going to charge right through the pickets, but he vaults over them at the last moment. Damn angry maid, the third, wearing a knife on his hip, is swearing. To his credit, he comes cleanly over the fence in a single leap. All 3 of them are sporting smoking cinders and scorched patches on their clothes, like they got caught face first in the blast, but none of them look seriously injured. I expect they're going to be sore for a few days, and I'd recommend an aloe rub if they didn't look the sort to have had it coming. With that thought, however, my mind jumps back to poor, sweet Ayre, and I snatch my skirt up and get to moving. Those ruffians mention someone's still in there, and the only one it could be is that little girl. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'll hang myself before I stand by and leave a dear child to burn alive. I'm halfway between the houses before I realise that I should have sent for someone to ring the fire bell, but it's too late to do it now. That child is in danger right now, and any hesitation could mean the difference between her making it out alive and her brother coming back to the loss of what little was left of his family. All that I can do is hope someone else noticed and is making their way to sound the alarm on their own initiative. But I'm completely unprepared for what I see when I round the corner. There is no fire. The house is almost entirely intact, and the only sign that there was any fire at all is in the shadows on the door frame. Ayre is there, perfectly fine, and kneeling down to fret over the door itself, which is busted in around the latch as if someone kicked it in. Were those hoodlums trying to break in and rob the place? What would they have done to Ayre if they'd found the little girl there all by her lonesome? The thought sends shivers up my spine. Whatever those explosions were, they drove the troublemakers off before any such ill could befall her. Oh, Ayre, dear, tell me you're all right, I gush as I hurry up the walkway to her side. She gets to her feet and turns to face me. Miss Elder, she registers as I hit my knees and start fretting over her, looking for burn marks. I'm fine. It wasn't a problem. I take her by the shoulders and lean back to look her in the face. The blank face. The poor thing must be shell-shocked. Little Ayre has always been withdrawn since I first met her, a coping mechanism, I'm sure, for the passage of her parents. Her brother, Arisu, deals with their passing by throwing himself into his training like a boy possessed, as if he's determined to make sure such a thing never happens again. Poor Ayre, on the other hand, seems to have retracted into herself for shelter. I imagine we have all hoped that being around the others, and having them to talk to would help her to open up again. But now, brigands have charged at her new sanctuary, accompanied by fire and explosions. Who knows what kind of memories of her lost parents that might have brought up? A child should be scared. A child should be shaken by the intrusion of a place they felt was supposed to be safe. A child should be crying. Ayre should be in my arms right now, crying for stability. She just blinks at me as I fret. I suppress my worry that this event may have driven her more steps back than she's gained. She may not be expressing it, but she needs me to provide the stability she's lacking right now. I can't be worrying about what might be. I have to be a pillar of support for her. I force a smile onto my face as I get to my feet and look over the scene again. My attention goes to the door she was worrying over, and I decide to open with that. Are you worried that Han will be upset about the broken door? She's silent for a moment as her attention goes back to it. Then she nods. With perfect timing, Hesse from down the road comes running up, and I wave to get his attention. We're okay, I assure him. The door is damaged, though. Could you go get the carpenter while I watch her? He agrees, and heads off in the other direction, toward the village centre. There we go, I assure Ayre as I cup her shoulders in my hands. Mr. Sasaki will come and fix that door up, and the boys will never know it was broken. Why, I'll bet he'll be able to stand down and restain those scorch marks, too. It'll be like it never happened. Ayre stares at the doorway and gives a slow nod. Good. Yes, good, I agree as I maneuver her back inside. No sense standing around on the threshold in the meantime. We'll be in his way when he gets here if we do that. I make a show of patting down my sides. It seems I forgot to bring any cookies with me in my hurry. Tell me, Ayre, do you like to bake? I notice immediately that I have her attention. Bland though it appear to be on the surface. I don't know how to bake, she admits unabashedly, but I've been wanting to learn. Wonderful, I say, happy to have hit upon the right change of subject to draw her attention away from such terrible happenings in her own front yard. I immediately start steering her toward the kitchen. It's never too soon, or too late, to learn, and there's no time like the present. Let's make a big batch of cookies so that your brother and friends have a nice treat to come home to. She lets me guide her along. Can you teach me how to make bread too? Oh, certainly, I assure her chippily. In fact, bread and cookies are closely related. We can go over both in separate batches, and you'll see what I mean. It really just comes down to how much of what you use. We get to the kitchen, in a pleasant coincidence nice, and far from the front door with it firmly out of sight, and I look around to take stock of what we've got to work with. The kitchen is decently sized, and while I was worried it wouldn't have an oven, it does, as well as a large cauldron fireplace. I can see a large pantry in one corner, and one glance lets me take stock of what pots and pans there are to work with, as they hang above an island workspace in the middle of the room. "Oh, what a nice kitchen you have, Ayre," I praise as I fish down a pan. "Yes, this will do nicely. First, why don't you get us a pair of mixing bowls? We'll need one for the cookies and one for the bread." I watch Ayre go about collecting things as I list them out, and no matter what I ask for, she knows exactly where to find it. This is certainly her space, or at least something she has become intimately familiar with. I suppress a sigh as I watch her carefully crack eggs. She's such a cutie. I would have loved to have known her before she lost her parents, even if the difference would probably have broken my heart. I can just picture the kind of smile she must have, and in imagining it alone, my heart aches to see it. If I thought it would do any good at all, my husband and I would offer to take her and her brother in. I could teach her all of my recipes, and Ayre would learn that he could do a good day's work and make his sister proud without having to risk his life all of the time. But I recognize that it's not what they need. Their hearts have been too broken by conflict to ever settle for such peace. In fact, when I look at this child as she carefully measures out the ingredients under my direction, I know even this moment is fleeting. These aren't skills she wants to gain just to feed a family. She does it because she shares the same drive as her brother and wants to help him in any way she can, even if she is too young to fight. In any other sense, it would be touching, this bond between brother and sister, each supporting the other to their utmost. Instead, knowing what they long for and what drives them, I can't help but see it as tragic. The carpenter, Mr. Sasaki, arrives while we're kneading dough, and I encourage Ayre to keep working at it while I get him started. Once he and I are alone, I urge him to restore the dough to exactly how it was before. And not only do I insist on paying for it, I promise him a plum pie to literally sweeten the deal. Of course, I head right back to the kitchen once he's set to start working. There's a lot to get done before Ayre's baking is finished. I should be able to keep her busy the entire time he's working. The bread will need to rise, but we can decorate and bake the cookies in the meantime. Book 2, Chapter 47, Escort. Chapter 47, Escort. Remmi *. Oh, great. It really is an escort mission. Look, Ayre and I are standing around a corner as I stare at the hulking form of Chief Ronalo and the comparatively tiny figure of his granddaughter beside him. They don't know we're here yet, just standing around waiting for us to show up. But look, and Ayre don't really get why we're hiding either. What's so bad about an escort mission? The elf asks. I roll my eyes hard enough that my head follows the motion. Escort missions are absolutely despised by my people, I explain. They're always the most frustrating missions of all. The escortee is almost never any help, and never moves at the same pace as the party, so you're always having to slow down to an unnatural crawl to accommodate them. Either that, or their walking speed is slightly faster than your walking speed and slightly slower than your running speed. I've clearly already lost poor Luke, who is just blinking blankly at me. That sounds frustrating. It's made worse by the fact that the escortee is often more suicidal than a chicken running into a pot. Ayre, however, frowns down at me. Are we still talking about real escort missions? Or is this one of your stories again? I mean, you can just maintain the same walking pace. There's nothing keeping you stuck between two different speeds like some sort of construct. I frown, too, though I continue facing the scene ahead. It's true that this is the real world, so a lot of those restrictions really don't apply here. But something about the idea of an escort mission at all still grates at me in all of the worst ways. Luke ventures a question into the silence. How do you know it's going to be an escort mission? His granddaughter's with him, I point out, and she's got a cute little red backpack on over her travelling clothes. Maybe she's going somewhere else. They're specifically waiting for us. I counter his hopeful optimism. I guarantee you, he's going to ask us to take her along with us to the dungeon. He did say that she's as strong as a silver rank adventurer, Ayre reminds me. And when have you ever known a grandpa that didn't talk up his grandkids? Luke tries his hand again. He must think an escort with 2 heroes in it is going to keep her plenty safe. And I'm sure it will. I agree. Still, sir, the real question is how much trouble is she going to be? Maybe she's not going to be any trouble at all. Ayre finally picks up, his tone taking a scolding one as his bald hands come down on his hips. Maybe you're worried about nothing and everything will be fine. Maybe she'll even carry her own weight. I turn back to my friend, take one look at his disappointed big sister face, and I sigh. You know what? You're right, Ayre. I'm overthinking this. All of my complaints could be premature. I push myself to my feet and dust my knees off. Come on, let's face this with our best faces forward. No more worrying and fretting. You were the only one doing that. Then we're 2/3 of the way there already. It's Ayre's turn to sigh. Just walk, Miss Hero. At least she recovers quickly, Luke puts in positively as we all make our way around the corner and into sight. It's a short walk from where we were hiding to the Oni chieftain, and I'm grinning the entire time from the interaction with my friends. Ayre's right, I'm thinking of this too much in gaming terms. Most of the worst things about escort missions come from how they're programmed in video games, and those that weren't, well, Corrigan, Ronlo's granddaughter, didn't cross me as the whiny, wimpy, demanding sort, from what little I'd seen of her. Yeah, it's better to think of this as meeting new friends. With that outlook, I'm even kind of looking forward to it. I wave my hand above my head to get their attention as I raise my voice above the bustle of the village. Hey, we're here, Chief. Ronalo and Corrigan had been conversing with each other when we came around, so they weren't immediately facing us. When I call out to them, however, their heads turn to us, and the chieftain's face illuminates with a wide grin. Little Remmi, he calls back and waves us over. And to your friend Ayre, too. He turns to Luke and takes in the young man's measure. And Luke, it's been too long since I've seen you. Becoming a hero has done you well, or is that old Gewald's doing? Luke laughs off the heavy hands coming down on his shoulders. Chieftain, it's good to see you, and I think it's the armor. A good, solid set of armor. It is, Ronalo praises, clapping it again for good measure and causing a racket from the impact. You said you wanted to talk with us about something before we headed to Obu's grotto. I skipped the small talk, gesturing to the child. Does it have something to do with Corrigan looking all ready to go? Ronalo turns toward me with the light in his eyes of a grandfather getting to talk about his favourite subject. Oh, little Remmi, your cleverness cuts to the heart too quickly. I had a whole speech prepared for you and everything. I just smirk at his bombast and cross my arms. You should have kept her out of sight until you were ready for the big reveal. Then, having her out in the open with you all packed up to go, ruins your speech for you. The large man acts shocked, stunned even, far too dramatically to be for anything but show. Hide the light of my life away. Impossible. Ask me to move a mountain, and it would be a more plausible demand. With your physique, I jest. Shouldn't the comparison be something a little harder than that? He laughs at that, a great, deep belly laugh. Ahahaha. You flatter me. Perhaps in my youth, it would have been a simple thing. But I'm getting up in years, no longer quite in my prime. That's why it's important to uplift the younger generation, you know. Oh, I have to admit, that was a nice segue, so I nod along with it in agreement. Gotta give us a chance to really find out what we're working with. I nudge it along. Exactly. Ronalo takes that opportunity to crouch down next to Corrigan and prop his hands on her shoulders, so that the girl becomes the literal centre of the conversation. Now, I know my granddaughter is on par with a silver rank adventurer, but she's far too young to join the guild, herself, and I'm not convinced it's the right life for her, anyway. But there are two components to a truly powerful individual. What my granddaughter lacks is not raw power, but practical experience. The chieftain stands back upright again, placing his hands on his hips as he does so. I've already explained why she can't get that from the guild, so I turn to you, friends of the Hyohi. Your timing with this dungeon is fortuitous, and I can't stand aside and let it pass us by. Won't you consider it a personal request from a doting grandfather to take Corrigan with you? I cross my arms again and give the old man a wry smirk. Sounds like you got your speech in. Anyway, he just grins back at me, unabashed. I turn my attention to Corrigan, then, who has been quiet so far. I get the impression that she has been raised to be very proper, speak when spoken to, be seen, not heard, and all of that other stuff. Maybe it's just around adults, or even just around important people like her chieftain grandfather. Well now, it's her time to speak for herself. She won't amount to anything if there's no spine there. Corrigan, I ask, do you want to go into a dangerous silver-rank dungeon, risking life and limb for bonus points, and maybe a little treasure? Part of me feels like I'm laying it on kind of thick, but I remind myself that's really not the case. If anything, these are areas children even my new age would never be allowed into back in my own world. But the girl's eyes light up with a fire even before she finds her words. I do, she says with a nod, and her voice is tiny, but sharp, like a little bell. I want to be stronger, strong enough to make my grandpa proud. I spare a glance to the man in question, from the way he's grinning. I don't think his pride in her is in any way lacking, but I understand the sentiment. I don't think I could have done hardly anything to dampen my own grandparents' love for me, but I know how that can motivate someone to want to be worthy of it. I watch her for a moment, wondering how much of it is youthful foolishness, then turn back to Ronalo properly. And this has her parents' approval. That makes his grin falter. I'm her guardian. Her parents are not with us anymore. A father should not have to bury his own child. My own gaze circles back and meets his as I try to communicate my empathy through my expression alone. Ronalo, you sound like you're each the only one in the other's life, then. Are you sure about this? Dungeons are dangerous places even for seasoned adventurers. There's no boasting in his tone now. His face is serious, and his deep voice is low. If my heart would have its way, little Remmi, I would wall my granddaughter away from the world with the strongest of stones from deep within the earth so that no harm could reach her, and she would stagnate and grow, rightfully, to resent me for it. He gathers himself, and finds some reserve of bravado as his volume rises again. A flower requires the sun on its leaves, the wind against its stem, and even the rain dousing its petals. Seal it away in a fool's bid to preserve its beauty, and one will only cause it to wither away to dust. Though it might be trampled, uprooted, or even consumed, it can only bloom to its fullest in the wild. I can't help but let out a laugh at his exuberant delivery. A poet and a philosopher, chief, who just full of surprises. He folds his arms across his massive chest and grins widely enough that his fangs are plainly visible. Just so, but to answer your question, little Remmi, I will not cause my sweet Corrigan to be smothered away by my overprotectiveness. He sweeps his hand out as if across a great vista. If she is to be a wildflower, then I would see her bloom across the whole of the land. He leans down toward me for emphasis. but I need not throw her to the boars and the elephants without precautions. A dungeon is dangerous, yes, which is why it has been a place forbidden to her before now, but it is far safer with 2 heroes looking out for her, and the experience will be invaluable. I turned back to Corrigan, more speculative than prepared to address her again, thinking over his words and nodding to them. I can see where he's coming from, and it's largely what I expected his reasoning to be, but I'm not ready to pass judgment on my own, and I turn instead to Luke and Ayre. What do you two think? I think we can take care of her. Luke immediately speaks up. I can't imagine any dungeon trip any safer than with the 2 of us along. Ayre is more hesitant to rush to an answer, is worried and conflicted. I'd say that we don't know her abilities well enough to make a decision. I'd want at least some idea of what she can do before we took her anywhere like a dungeon. I nod. Ayre's concern is a practical one, and I turn back to the pale Oni girl once more. Well, what do you bring to the party, Corrigan? When the girl's eyes spark, I can see her grandfather in them, and she answers with just a single word. Explosions. Book 2 Chapter 48 Grotto. Chapter 48 Grotto. The route to the dungeon takes us into the hills beyond Jiri village, even past the location of the upcoming mine. In fact, we get a good look at the collapsed cliff face that revealed the contentious minerals in the first place. It's still a bit more than half a day's rough hiking before we reach our destination after that. It would have been much faster in our carriage, but there really was no way it would have been able to handle the terrain. Even utility vehicles from back home would have been bouncing all over the place. Horses maybe would have been an option, but there would have been a huge risk of injuring one, and there was a skill issue involved with that option. Anyway, in the end, it's just easier to walk. We can tell at a glance the moment we enter the dungeon's domain. The stubborn grasses and shrubs fade away, quickly giving way to a barren, rocky landscape at the same time as the terrain starts to level out and widen. It's not long before we 4 are the only living things to be seen in the valley. I pause just long enough to nudge a very skull-shaped rock on the ground with the toe of my boot. Well, this isn't ominous at all. Ayre already has his compound bow in his hands, and an arrow at the ready even though we're not actually in the dungeon itself, yet, and he nods in agreement with me. This is certainly not the friendliest domain we've passed into. I scoff at the understatement. Yeah, that would have to go to Desert Cove. What was that like? The question comes from Luke. I throw my hands expansively wide. Glorious beachfront. White sand, crystal waters, and exotic fish. Ayre nods again, this time smiling serenely at the memory. We went swimming after we cleared the dungeon. It was a lot of fun. I want to go there again sometime, just to relax and enjoy it. We could see our new friends there again, too. Rather than elaborate, though, I frown. Everything's on the expensive side there, though. We'd have to really be making a lot as adventurers to afford it with any regularity. Once a year, Ayre pleads. I assent to that easily enough. Yeah, once a year is doable. Corrigan actually speaks up. Have you all been to a lot of places? Yeah, I'd say so, I confirm. Ayre and I have been doing a proper tour of the border with the Western Denizny, and Luke says he's been sent all over, too. The swordsman rubs the back of his head at that and gives an awkward laugh. Honestly, most of it was spent on the road, and there were always orders and arrangements for wherever I was sent, so I didn't get to do a lot of exploring when I got there, either. Ayre turned to glance toward him. What kind of things did they have you doing? He shrugs a little uncomfortably at that. Well, I'm not like Rem, or Benny. I'm really only good at just the one thing, so that's what they sent me around doing. Breaking up a monster nest outside Gazan, taking out a bandit camp near Heidu, that sort of thing. The elf looks disappointed, and maybe a little disbelieving. That's all the Empire's using the heroes for, just beating down the mundane problems that the military could have handled. Well, I was getting points for it, he defends, and they were problems I was happy to take care of so that others didn't need to risk their lives dealing with it. So it made me stronger, and kept everyone else safer. I'd consider that a positive. Well, sure. Ayre objects back, but there's a literal apocalypse on the literal horizon. I mean, that's the entire reason the heroes were summoned, right? Why aren't they putting you all right to work on that? Is Remmi the only hero actively working against the corruption? That line of questioning in particular seems to make Luke extremely uncomfortable as he glances back and forth between Ayre and Corrigan. We've been discouraged from talking about that around civilians. I know I did it in the carriage, but it was Rem that brought it up, and you've been working with her, but... Corrigan picks up quickly that she's the weak link, and her gaze goes flat. Everyone knows there's something wrong with the Denizny, she informs Luke with a frown. We don't know what it's called, but we know heroes are supposed to fight it, and Hero Remmi has been pretty clear she's visiting dungeons in order to do something that prevents it from spreading. Luke turns to me at that, his gaze lost and confused. I've received no orders of any kind to hold my tongue, I clarify, crossing my arms, which is a positive, considering I'm not terribly good at doing that, anyway. In fact, the only standing orders I have about the corruption is to shoot it when I see it. He puts on a rare thoughtful expression. Maybe it was because we got separated. After the test against the wood golems, the generals and nobles took charge of us, but you didn't come with us. I nod in confirmation of what he's saying. That's right. Sacred Yun took me to meet with the Empress, who returned my gun, and had me run the exam again out of sight of everyone, then sent me to Dabun. Until Lord Mayor Oshu and Lady Regent Neuer, I hadn't had any interactions with nobles at all since then. That surprises even Ayre, if only for a moment. Then the elf's face contracts into one of realization. Come to think of it, Sarrazin Province's regent never paid you a visit in all of the time I was with you in Dabun, not even after we retrieved his niece and nephew. I repeat my head gesture to the archer. I'm pretty sure the Empress never made my second test results known to all of the nobles involved. I'm still the defective extra, which has kept me neatly out of their machinations. That last word clearly confuses Luke again. Machinations, schemes, plots, intrigues, shenanigans, I explain, but shake my head when I see him inhaling to defend them again. Don't get me wrong, I can absolutely see the benefit of all of that running around and beefing us up. I went through a good amount of that myself. Still, really. Well, I obviously had a lot further to go even to catch up to where the rest of you started at. I raise my finger in contradiction. But if I were inclined to be less charitable, I'd say it sounds a lot more like busy work to keep potentially powerful people occupied. Now, Luke frowns. Tash called it something similar before we all split ways, but I just thought she was being a pessimist. What's happening to the Demisni is terrifying. Why would they summon us if they didn't want us to oppose it? I shrug. Any number of reasons. Maybe it's distant enough that they don't see it as much of a threat as we are. We're challenged to their authority, while the corruption is a slow, distant thing. And besides, Sacred Urine said the summoning was carried out by the High Temple on the order of the throne. It's entirely possible that the nobles weren't involved and are just trying to get the most leverage out of a new situation. Now you're starting to sound like Benny. Luke rubbed at his chin a bit, though. Do you really think they're trying to hamper us? I don't know, I answer honestly. I've had so little to do with any of that stuff that I can't speak from anything but impressions. But if I had 5 heroes of limitless potential at my command, I know what I'd do with them. What? I'd keep them together. Make sure they learn to work together and make the most of their strengths, I reply. I'd power level them by running them through back-to-back dungeons. Even if I didn't know about purifying them to protect against the corruption, I'd still focus the heroes on the border region so that, if anything does go wrong, they can be quick to respond. I cross my arms in conclusion, however. What I absolutely would not do, though, is split them all up and scatter them to the winds in every direction except the source of the problem. Whether they're doing that intentionally or out of incompetence, though I don't know enough to say. Heck, I hate to admit it, but it's possible they know more than we do, and they're actually making really good decisions on how to utilize us. But the bigger picture would have to be really messed up for that to make any kind of sense. Luke's frown is making a comeback. I'd rather not think they'd be trying to tie us up on purpose. I hate to burst your bubble, Luke, but not everyone is as honest or well-meaning as you are. I try to let him down gently. Back to Tash again, he notes. I let out a sigh. Look, I get it. We even have a saying back home. Don't attribute to malice what can be explained by ignorance. I don't want to give you the impression that everyone's out to get you. That kind of absolute opposition isn't even particularly likely. I'm just saying, if they're sending a hero capable of cleaving fortress walls on bandit clean-up duty, there's some sort of reason behind it, even if that reason is human short-sightedness and greed. The boy has the self-consciousness to be bashful, and turns nearly as red as his hair as he rubs at his neck again. I don't know if I'm quite the level of fortress walls yet. You'll get there, I assure him with a pat on his arm. Corrigan is staring at the entire exchange in something akin to morbid wonder. Heroes have it rough. They're built for it, though. Ayre reassures the girl. If my time with Remmi has taught me anything, it's that heroes don't so much conform to common sense as they batter it into submission. That was one time. I definitely don't pout at the sassy elf, but the archer just rolls his eyes with a full-body sigh and adds to the little Oni. They can't count, either. The barb earns a giggle from the pale child. The banter helps lift the mood in the wake of the more depressing exchange with Luke, and we come to a cave opening in good spirits. As the only distinct thing in the area, it's pretty obvious that it's the entrance to the dungeon proper. Sure enough, the screen pops up just as we pass the threshold. You are entering Ogre's Grotto Dungeon. Arcana level high. Point multiplier, 175%. I look down at Corrigan with her little red flip-top backpack to see her reaction to the pop-up. Her eyes light up as they focus on the nothingness in the air immediately before her. Her first dungeon is about to start, and it's going to be the biggest bonus to points she's ever received. Even more than that multiplier implies, too. I hope 2 heroes being with her on her first time through doesn't skew her expectations too much. I turn my attention back to the cavern itself and step forward to enter the dungeon. I chuckle to myself at the pun, promptly earning a glance from Ayre, but the elf says nothing. Instead, I just get a look aimed at me that says he's done with my own shenanigans. My musings are quickly cut short, however. We're hardly through the cave entrance before we all unanimously come to a halt again. It's not because it's too dark to see. After all, there are torches right in front of us. Torches mounted to either side of a floor-to-ceiling carved mural of a 3-eyed, horned monstrosity grinning at us with a mouthful of fine teeth. Well, I speak up into the silence that overtakes our party. That's not the first thing I expected to see. Book 2, Chapter 49, Cumulative. Chapter 49, Cumulative. The path to either side of the mural had joined up again into a larger hallway after about a dozen feet, making the whole massive stone column the mural was carved into roughly square. That hallway had taken our party into what could only be described as a great hall, with a towering ceiling disappearing into the shadows beyond the torchlight. Once, the massive room, many remmis wide and yet longer still, might have been used for feasting and celebration, but the remnants of the long, wooden tables lay broken and rotten, their pieces scattered across the stone floor. Broken weapons, crushed helmets, shattered shields and discarded banners are littered across the entire expanse, enough of them of different designs that they couldn't all be from the same engagement. Even now, the air is filled with the sounds of battle as a tide of small, humanoid monsters throw themselves against us with a lack of self-preservation that no natural creature would dare tempt. One would think that this would be an all-hands-on-deck defense, but behind us, unnoticed by either of us heroes, Ayre and Corrigan seem almost bored. They're taking pot shots into the crowd, but it's with a lazy, almost resigned drawl to their motions, with nothing ever really approaching them. The reason is well because nothing's getting past me and Luke in the first place. Luke and I are having the time of our lives. Blades come down and clash against Vutaji, and the sword-wielding hero sweeps their bearers away with a wide swing. I'm right by his side, shooting around him into the surrounding foes trying to flank him. Initially, there had been mages and archers in the back, but they fell before they hardly got an attack off to my semi-automatic sweep. The rest is really just prolonged cleanup. Corrigan points her staff at a cluster to the far left, and a red ray leaps from the tip, zipping across the intervening space until it impacts one of the monsters in the chest. The next instant, an explosion of fire centered on that impact point engulfs it, and its surrounding assailants. With the rear opening exploited, she sighs and addresses the elf. Is this what it's always like, traveling with a hero? Ayre frowns, turning to shoot one of the large, monstrous wolves the green and brown-skinned monsters seem to use for both mounts and warhounds. The arrow, surrounded by swirling seafoam energies, pierces right through the skull of the beast and the chest of its rider. Normally, Remmi alone isn't this bad, he admits. Maybe this is what happens when you get too many heroes together in one place. They were summoned together, after all. Maybe their insanity is cumulative. Are we even needed here? Ayre considers the child's question for a long moment, but ultimately doesn't give a direct answer. Maybe this is for the best, he muses instead. The way I see it, if they can tire themselves out early now, they'll be easier to deal with later. It's like managing a toddler. He pauses as he considers the analogy, and amends it slightly. A hyperactive toddler with a deadly weapon. So Corrigan tries a regular toddler. Ayre shrugs. Do only usually give legendary weapons to their toddlers as playthings. The girl is silent for a moment. I had a wooden rattle shaped like a little Kinarbo. That mental image makes Ayre break out into a smile. Orwa, that sounds adorable. How many boys did you hit over the head with it? The mage huffs and puts a break in exchange with another fireball. Like I said, she mutters instead of answering the question. A regular toddler. Things gradually start settling down, and the clashes of steel and explosions of gunpowder start to fade. Luke and I clean up the last few of them, and I turn back to Ayre and Corrigan. Phew, that was fun, I declare with a grin as I change out my magazine. Way better than bats and zombies. Great hustle, everybody. For some reason I don't understand, that makes Ayre's face twist in frustrated anger, and he takes 2 long strides right for me before smacking me down the face with the shaft of his bow. Oh, I cry out, recoiling from the sudden impact. I rub my nose as I peer at my friend through one eye. What was that for? What do you mean, everybody? He asks. Who's this everybody you're talking about? I look over the 3 of them. Luke looks just as lost as I feel, and Corrigan just looks on in nonplussed consent to Ayre's outburst. Everybody, I repeat in an attempt at answering. You, me, Luke and Corrigan. Everybody. Well, you might want to recount. Ayre scolds me for some reason I've yet to comprehend, because everybody didn't get to play. Why are you talking to me like I'm a toddler that stole the toys? Because that wasn't fun, he answers. That was you and Luke going off in a battle frenzy, and leaving Corrigan and I behind. We didn't leave you behind, I protest at the unfair accusation. I would never leave my best friend behind, and Corrigan was the one we were supposed to be protecting. You were both right there the entire time. Down comes the bow as Ayre whacks me again, and he ignores my outcry. Hey, this is hero abuse, I shout as I keep getting whacked by his bow. This is hero discipline, my friend argues back. You went so far off the road that you completely failed to realize that you and Luke were the only ones doing any fighting, but there were fireballs and arrows. I try weakly, holding my nose again. That was us keeping ourselves occupied and waiting for you 2 to finish. We could have had a tea party back here, and it wouldn't have made any difference. I put on a limp smile and hold my hand innocently out to either side. But shouldn't that be amazing then? If Luke and I really handled that entire wave of enemies on our own. At my mentioning of the other party involved, Ayre wheels on him, as if to see what he has to say for himself. He apparently has much more experience dealing with angry friends because he immediately lowers his head. Please forgive my hubris, the swordsman quickly gushes the moment Ayre's angry gaze falls upon him. The elf's eyes sit on him a little longer, as if gauging his sincerity. Well, at least you apologized, I suppose, he concludes with crossed arms, and a sigh then turns back to me. You see, Remmi, that's a hero's humility. I look to the side, away from them both, and cross my arms, too. That's a guy who's already been trained by his harem, I mutter instead, and I'm not really surprised when that earns me one more whack on the head. Corrigan, who originally seemed in passive agreement of my punishment, moves on past us now that the show has mostly wound itself down, intent on inspecting the remnants of the battle. Unlike naturally occurring monsters, dungeon monsters don't just lay down and die when they are defeated. This is because they are not actually living beings, but concentrated masses of arcana generated by the dungeon. When they die then, the bonds holding them together are released, causing the masses to break down and evaporate. Breaking up these clots of power releases energy being held by the dungeon, lowering its overall power level and preventing it from reaching critical mass. If adventurers didn't do this regularly, once the dungeon reaches criticality, it would expand outward, consuming more territory. Sooner or later, it would inevitably intercept occupied lands and threaten settlements. It sometimes makes me wonder what kept them in check before the humanoid races came about and figured that out, or maybe if there's something the essence did to shrink the dungeons back down to manageable sizes. What would happen if two dungeons ran into one another? Did perhaps dungeon wars rage across the land in Tolstoyan prehistory, with hordes of dungeon-spawned monsters raging against one another until one dungeon or the other exhausted itself and lost the conflicting territory? Are there whole mega-dungeons out there somewhere that have absorbed other dungeons and integrated them into their structures in one massive, patchwork labyrinth? Overseas, perhaps, where there might not be any civilization to oppose them. But one might be wondering, if dungeon monsters disappear when they're defeated, what remnants are there for the child to investigate? Well, sometimes, not everything disappears. Sometimes, the arcana is thick enough to make a permanent item that remains even after the monster is defeated. These are, predictably, gold dungeon drops, and are the primary means of making money off of a dungeon run. Usually, they're just particular body parts that are worth a bit to alchemists and the like. Sometimes, they're magical stones, crystals or ores, valuable to smiths and artificers. If you're really lucky, whole items can survive, which usually means magical weapons or armor. The higher the arcana level of the dungeon when you run it, the higher the likelihood of getting drops, since, of course, the arcana is more concentrated, and we came in when it was high, so we should have decent odds. Of course, there's another thing that will be influencing that: heroic luck. It's an unmeasured characteristic, but powerful in little ways. How the system can influence something as ephemeral as luck is a question that, well, I have ideas as to potential answers, but I can't say I particularly care for the implications. In this case, I prefer to just assume that the essence radiating from a hero's body augments or reinforces the dungeon arcana somehow, and leave it at that. Corrigan doesn't pick up a drop, though. She picks up one of the helmets off of the ground instead, turning the battered thing over in her hands. Do we have to pick through all of this to find any treasure? I wheel toward the girl, delighted for the topic to shift away from the fight itself. It's really a mess in here, right? I agree, but grin at her with a wink. I've got a trick, though, so we don't have to sort through it all. I focus on my auto-loot ability and mentally flip through the objects in the room. Most of them are helpfully identifiable as dungeon objects, decorative pieces that serve no real purpose without, themselves, being exceptional in some way. That would be all of the broken gear, fallen banners, and busted tables. That's not to say they're worthless if someone wanted to melt them down, but it's probably more work than they're worth, given the state they're in. The Forest Cavern Dungeon, the first dungeon I entered in this world, actually has a wide array of harvestable plants that are frequently in demand back in Dabun and as exports. Of course, the place was barren due to the corruption when I was there, but the arcana crystals we harvested instead might have been even more valuable. All that to say that it's not impossible, or even particularly unusual, for dungeon objects to be valuable enough to be worth gathering up. But these aren't it. Having them laying around all over the place is really irritating me, however, so I mentally select every dungeon object that isn't solid stone. And the next moment, the room is significantly emptier. Corrigan gasps in shock, her jaw hanging open. Wait, where did everything go? I picked up everything but the actual drops, I explain, motioning with one hand to the stuff scattered across the previous battlefield that hadn't vanished. Don't worry, you don't have to hustle around picking them up. I'll get those, too. I'm just going to dump all of this garbage in the corner first. So I go over to the left corner from where we came in, take my backpack off, and turn it over. Without ceremony, a great cacophony fills the room as an endless stream of junk barrels forth like a tide. There's so much of it that I actually have to walk back and forth a bit to keep it from piling too high. As the last of it falls out, I give my bag a completely needless flick and shoulder it back on before turning back to the rest of the group. Ayre's seen the trick plenty of times before, but though Luke knows I have the storage space, this is his first time seeing auto-loot in action, or me using the storage space so extensively. Corrigan, of course, has never seen anything of the like at all. What kind of spell was that? No spell, I grin. Just hero powers. Ayre just sighs and rolls his eyes as he walks over to us. I have a feeling that the system spoils you a bit too much. Book 2 Chapter 50 Strength. Chapter 50 Strength. With a completely unnoteworthy loot catalogued and sorted, we turn our attention to the rest of the room. Ayre in particular makes his way to the far end, where the largest of 3 doors awaits us. It doesn't take much examination before the results are announced. This one is locked. That makes sense, I nod with my hands on my hips. That's obviously the way forward. He looks back at me with a frown. It makes sense to me to have the door forward locked to prevent access. But why do I get the impression that's not why it's obvious to you? I smugly hold up a finger. Obviously, the way forward is going to be locked when there are other routes to go. Why make the one we're supposed to take so obvious if you aren't going to force us to go the other directions first? That gets 3 sets of eyes staring at me. But it's still Ayre that addresses my genius deduction. That Remmi, dungeons aren't built by people. I frown thoughtfully as I rub the back of my head. I didn't say that they were. Then what is it with you and talking about all of this like it's planned? Oh, come on, I protest. It makes sense like it is. While we're going back and forth, Corrigan goes over to one of the side doors and narrows her eyes at scratches and etchings there. This looks like writing, the girl observes insecurely. She looks around for anyone else to give a second opinion. Does this look like writing to anyone else? That interrupts me and Ayre, and we start for the door to see what she's looking at. Still, Ayre slips in a correction. Even if they look like people, dungeon monsters don't speak anything but nonsense. I don't see why the dungeon's attempts at writing would be any different. Maybe it sounds like nonsense, I argue on the way over. But you and I know for a fact it's not. We've communicated with dungeon monsters. You've communicated with them. The archer counters back. All I heard was yar, fiddle-de-dee. I suppress a giggle at Ayre's recitation of pirate gibberish actually getting translated to my concept of pirate gibberish. Luke makes it to Corrigan's side first while we're arguing, and looks up at the door frame. What he says immediately puts us to silence. Hall of Strength. Corrigan looks up at him in surprise. You can read it? He looks down at her and rubs his head with a grin. Well, it just looks like normal Imperial Common to me. It doesn't look anything like Imperial Common. Ayre disagrees. I can read it, too. I put in from beside the elf as we all look up at the script. That means the system is translating it for us. The system? Corrigan repeats. The essence system that governs everything to do with essence. I provide readily to the girl. One of the perks of being a hero is that it translates languages for us automatically into our native tongue. For example, I don't actually know Imperial Common. I've never heard a word of it my entire life. I pause, though, thinking of a particular swear word. Well, that's not quite true. I have heard. Ayre's hand immediately slaps over my mouth. That wasn't Imperial Common. And I keep telling you to forget it. Corrigan's eyes go back up to the script over the doorway. But it's translating this. Yup, I chirp after easing Ayre's hand down away from my face. That means it's definitely some kind of language, if only whatever the dungeon core thinks is words. We're reading its intent, even if it's no language that's ever existed on the surface. I turn to the other direction and peer at the doorway on the opposite side. It's too far away to tell from here, but I'll bet that's an inscription over that door, too. These must be some sort of trial rooms we're supposed to pass before we're allowed to progress through the dungeon. Ayre sighs and crosses his arms. Can't you just say the key to unlock the door is down one of these paths? I just give my friend a boggled look. That is what I said, I insist, and start forward for the door. I'm going to hit her again, Ayre mutters as he follows me like I'm his leash toddler. The new room immediately blocks our view of the mighty hill, studded with obstacles like walls and outcroppings so that there's no straight path to the summit. At the base is a round boulder of native stone, almost as tall as I am. It doesn't take a genius to figure out the purpose of this room, which is probably the point. It will, however, take a strongman. I reach over and clap Luke on the pauldron. Well, I'd say this is all you. Okay, maybe it doesn't take a genius, but perhaps 25 intellect is still a little too low. He looks back at me with a confused expression on his face. What's all me? I point to the boulder. This is the Hall of Strength, so the trial is obviously a test of brute force, getting that boulder all the way to the top of the hill. Ayre, Corrigan, and I definitely aren't spexed for that kind of thing. I grin at him with a sideways wink. Lucky for us, we brought the world's strongest hero with us today. He looks between us and the boulder several times before sighing and letting his shoulders slack. I really was hoping this would be more fighting big monsters and tough dungeon lords. Corrigan holds up her arms in front of her chest with a determined look on her face. We'll cheer you on from here. Hero Luke. Yeah, Ayre agrees, despite probably having the second highest strength in the group, and will help guide you to the top by calling out obstructions, too. Luke really is a pushover good boy. He just sighs at the doubling down from the other two and turns toward the boulder. He squares up to it, bends down, plants his shoulder into it, and begins to push. It starts to roll easily enough, and his face lights up in a beaming smile. Hey, this isn't so bad. Don't get cocky, I advise him. You're only just starting. That boulder is gonna get a lot heavier before you get to the top. His smile almost turns into a pout as he continues pushing the boulder ahead of him. You sound like Gerald. That's how you know I'm right, I counter back. We'll follow behind you to catch you if you slip or need a hand. I won't be very much help for that, Corrigan admits regretfully. Don't worry about that, I assure her. You get ahead of him and start helping guide him around obstacles from that side. She gives an actual pout, so that the little kid you're escorting isn't hit by the boulder if it gets away. I pause and look back at her. Is that her hand up? It makes sense, spending all of her time being treated like the child she is while also being told how great she is must really put her in an emotionally insecure place. But I shake my head. No, so that the squishy wizard isn't hit by the boulder if it gets away. You have the lowest strength and the fewest health points. The most you could hope to do if you found yourself in its path is jump out of the way. And I'm guessing your agility isn't particularly stellar, either. The tactical location for you's out of the way of it in the first place. With a bird's eye view should anything go wrong. I motioned between Ayre and myself. We may not be as strong as Luke, but we've both got triple-digit strength scores, and we're both agility-based. If things go south, we've got the brute force to maybe stop it from rolling out of control, and if not, we've got the speed to get out of the way. Thus, the tactical location for us is down here, helping him out from this side. Her frown softens a little, so it's not just because I'm a kid. I sigh at having to repeat myself and cross my arms. Corrigan, you came with us as a member of the party, and for the duration of this dungeon run, I'm going to treat you accordingly. I don't care about your age. I care about whether or not you can do the job. Part of that job is knowing your place on a team, and doing your best to remember your strengths and weaknesses. Ayre nods in agreement. It's not a mark against you to have things you can't do. That will be the case no matter how old you are. That's why we make teams in the first place, to cover each other's shortcomings. Luke keeps rolling the boulder further up the hill. Yeah, he grunts through the effort. And if you can't keep up, then we can talk about treating you like someone that needs an escort. And that won't be a mark against you either. It'll just show you where you need to focus on improving for next time. The kid looks a little wet-eyed at that, so I clap my hands together to change everyone's attention. Alright, people. Let's get into position. We don't want to wait until Luke's got this thing all the way to the top. Ayre's giggling as he comes over next to me behind Luke. Look at you, being all leader why? And I most definitely do not pout at my best friend. What do you mean? I'm totally the party leader. Now the elf is frowning, though it's thoughtfully. Are you? Isn't only Corrigan greener than you? And if we look at it from experience with the world, even she's more experienced than you are. I'm a hero, aren't I? So's Luke, and he's following orders. Ayre motions to himself. On the other hand, I'm the most senior adventurer of the group. So you call the shots, then. I gesture. Hard pass. I wrinkle my nose at the archer's choice of words. Are you trying to steal my slang now, too? He just shrugs. What if I am? I was bound to pick up some of it sooner or later. But you still won't let me say. Forget IT. Ayre shouts instantly, going tomato red. That's when an ominous sound of gravel gives us both pause as little stones roll past us. Oh, I might need a bit of that help, Luke mutters. I think I hit a loose patch. He lets out a yelp as he loses his footing, and the boulder starts backtracking. Ayre and I immediately jump forward to throw our shoulders against the rock in his stead. A moment later, I engage in power, because this thing's heavy. How much has Luke's strength gone up since I saw his sheep back at the High Temple, that this was easy for him? With Empower, my strength is higher than his was back then, and even with Ayre helping, I can feel it pushing mightily down on me. So this is how it was for Sisyphus. I grunt as I try, and just hold the boulder in place. Forget trying to move the blasted thing. The footing doesn't help. Luke was right. It's loose. Not as bad as actual gravel, but barely holding together. Maybe with proper leverage, Ayre and I could manage to roll this thing uphill. But it never would have been easy. Stop navel-gazing, Ayre growls back at me. Luke recovers quickly and comes to our rescue. Almost immediately, the weight disappears from our shoulders as he completely takes over. Thanks for the save, you two. Good work. No problem, I hiss as I roll my shoulder out. Just doing our part. The boy's strength really is freakish. Not that I'm about to complain. With the three of us triangulating for him, and Corrigan given the heads up to keep an eye out for more soft spots like that, we make our way to the summit without any further major incident. There are portions Luke has to roll it sideways while still keeping it from rolling back down, but generally, we make pretty steady progress until we reach the top. Once there, Luke sighs a bit, resting against the boulder. Now what? Did we complete the trial? Nothing's happened yet, I tell him, looking about to confirm that statement. Corrigan's at the other side of the hill, and she points down into the pit. Hey, there's a village down there. We all come over to look, and sure enough, further down into the valley is a wooden mock-up of a village, complete with little wooden people and houses. Toward the back and to one side is a temple, but to the other side is what looks like a mill. I can even just make out a cloud of flour drifting around it in the air. What's a village doing here? Luke rubs at his head, clearly at a loss for an explanation. I, however, grin. What? Never went bowling? Corrigan looks over at me, tilting her head. What's bowling? My grin widens and I inhale to answer, but Ayre steps in front of me. Don't encourage her. I frown at my best friend for taking away my fun, but Luke is still trying to figure it out. What are we supposed to do, then? Probably flatten as much of the village as we can in one roll with the boulder, I explain, pointing to the aforementioned rock. The more we destroy, the higher our score and the better the reward, I'll bet. It's a test of ogre strength, after all. But they're good boyfriends at that. I don't like the idea of destroying a village. It's just a mock-up, I assure him. There's no real village there, especially not in one room of a dungeon. It's necessary to proceed, Ayre points out, as well. Luke sighs. Fine, I just push it down, right. If Hero Remmi is right, Corrigan corrects, you want to aim it to hit as much as possible. Maybe the temple is worth extra. Ayre guesses. Ogres are clearly supposed to be evil, according to this test, so they'd be opposed to the holy, right? Luke is just about to line the boulder up with the temple according to Ayre and Corrigan's guidance. But I hold up my hand. Wait, I say. Aim for the mill. All three of them stare at me like I've lost my mind. But you said we wanted as many points as possible. Ayre objects. I know what I said, I reply. Trust me, aim for the mill. You hit that, and we'll blow whatever the top score for this thing is out of the water. The three of them look to each other for a long moment, but exchange shrugs, deciding it's worth a try. A short amount of adjustment later, and we're ready to launch. Corrigan seems more excited than any of us. She's pumped up, swinging her arms up into the air. Give it a big push, hero Luke. With a roar, and what I expect is some sort of attack skill. He slams his shoulder into the boulder and sends it careening down the hill toward the unsuspecting village. It slams into the front gates, shattering them, bounces over the marketplace, flattens what I'm pretty sure was supposed to be a guild hall, bounces again, and comes right down on top of the mill. Bullseye. The next instant, the air absolutely detonates, the shockwave flattening the rest of the wooden props and setting flash fires around the remains. Woohoo! I shout into the stunned silence of my teammates. They turn toward me stiffly, as if their own necks have gone wooden. Ayre points to the catastrophe down below. Remmi, what in the 11 hells was that? My grin widens to previously unseen widths. Flower. Book 2 Chapter 51 Nonsense. Chapter 51 Nonsense. Is it really okay for me to have it? Luke asks uncomfortably. Well, you did do all of the work. I emphasize, holding the object that had appeared after the mock-up village was destroyed out toward him with both hands. Besides, what use do any of the rest of us have for it? You are, objectively, the best choice to use it. Corrigan leans in closer to examine the thing in my grip. How do you know what it does? Do you recognize it? Sort of, I cheerfully chirp, immediately setting Ayre to groaning as he rolls his eyes. I mean, everyone knows what a great ogre's heavy belt must do, right? Aren't you the one that's always bragging about finding that augmented identify spell? Ayre points out. There's no reason to guess, Miss 300 Manor Hedge Witch. You can just confirm what it does. Identify. Corrigan repeats. Hedge Witch. I thought you were a martial class. Identify is what the temple's soul odds cast, I explain. It's a spell like any other. It's just that there's no one that remembers how to teach it to others. As a hero, I'm able to purchase knowledge of it directly from the system. When you use the cleric spell diagnose on the same target that you've already identified, you can upgrade the identify spell with the additional data. The upgraded version can even tell you about curses and corruption effects. Poor Corrigan looks lost at this information. Forgotten magic, and it needs a class-specific spell to upgrade. Isn't that too unfair? Ayre nudges me with an elbow. Actually, since you can learn the spell, can't you teach it to others? I frown thoughtfully at that. Maybe. Teaching it to others would be hard, though. I've only ever learned one spell conventionally, so I don't really understand how to explain the process. I think I'd rather leave that to Benaru. He'll probably write a book on lost magic before long. Benaru? Corrigan asks again. It's Luke that answers this time. Oh, Benny's the battle mage hero. He's super smart. His intellect's even higher than Rem's. That directs the girl's gaze back to me. Ayre said you have 300 mana, and you're a hedge witch, so your intellect is 150. Ah no, I'm a gunslinger, I correct her, grinning as I rub the back of my head. Hedge witch is just a trait I have for knowing a bunch of spells. It gives me some of the bonuses of being a mage, but only at about half the strength. And her intellect is 200, Ayre corrects with a huff. I pout back over at him. Hey, aren't a person's stats supposed to be a private thing? Oh, sorry. It's not like you wave them around everywhere you go like a new doll you got from the toy store. Anyway, my pout deepens, but the elf ignores it, motioning with his hands for me to hurry up. Come on, identify the belt, already, so we can get on to the other hall. All right, fine, I sigh, and turn my attention to the belt in my grip. I remove one of my hands from it, and hold my thumb and forefinger around my eye like peering through a monocle. Identify. To my surprise, 2 windows pop up instead of the one that I was expecting. Alert. Due to lack of attention, the merchant personality will be taking over descriptive operations. You only have yourself to blame. Great Ogre's Heavy Belt. Introducing the Great Ogre's Heavy Belt. For those who want those gains while skipping leg day, wear this totally manly belt to say oh yeah brother to any jabroni who thinks they're more manly than you. Buff up with the Great Ogre's Heavy Belt. Available only at Essence Mart, or wherever Great Ogre's Heavy Belts are sold. You picked this up off the ground. Why are you reading this, anyway? Everyone knows what a Great Ogre's Heavy Belt does. While equipped, grants the following effects. Asterisk plus 50% to strength. Asterisk resistance to sonic damage. Asterisk increases two-handed weapon damage. Asterisk plus 50 manliness points. I stare in long silence as I try to process what I'm looking at. Wow, she was bottled up. She didn't even bother spacing it in a nice, neat, little column like normal. She just sort of gushed all over the window. Wait, why am I so sure it's a she? Ah well, just a vibe, I guess. I suppose it's been a while since I shopped for anything new on the store page. Maybe she was getting lonely, or bored. Was that a thing Essence could do? The more analytical screen seemed to disapprove of her. but Yurin insisted that essence doesn't have distinct, separate personalities. Maybe I won't show this to her. Hello, Remmi. Ayre's face disrupts the windowed pop-up as he leans down into my field of vision. You okay? I totally don't yelp and absolutely wasn't lost in my thoughts. Sorry, yeah, I'm fine. I was just reading the description. Ayre's face twists into an expression of disapproving disbelief, so I turn my attention over to Luke instead. I was right. This is definitely best for Luke. It increases your strength by half, grants sonic resistance, and increases your damage with two-handed weapons. Corrigan, however, frowns at that. But that doesn't give him anything he doesn't already have. Is that really the best use of an item, that powerful? You could cheer up your own strength without having to spend points. Ayre could use an even bigger bow. All it does for Hero Luke is make him a little better at what he's already good at. We're not islands, I point out in return. We don't need to do everything ourselves. In fact, making sure that Luke is as good at his role as possible only helps us, because it frees us up from having to do things that we're not as good at. Ayre crosses his arms, says the hero that's determined to take every general skill for herself. That's different. I insist. I actually needed to know that stuff to do my stuff. Yeah, your stuff being all of the crafting that you hate doing oh so very much. I can feel my left cheek puffing out, and I wheel to my fellow hero. Look, Ayre's bullying me. He gives a nervous laugh and scratches at his ear, reaching out his other hand to accept the belt. Thank you for letting me have the reward from that trial, Rem. I'll take good care of it, and use it to do even more to protect everyone. I bop his shoulder with my knuckles as I pass the belt over. I know you will, you big lug. Then I turn toward the other end of the Great Hall. Let's knock out the next trial, too. We make our way to the door on the opposite side of the Great Hall from the Hall of Strength, which, sure enough, is labelled Hall of Guile, as plain as day. To Luke and I have to wonder if maybe the essence system is getting better at translating dungeon speak because of the effort I put in with the pirates. That has a double implication, that the system does not, in fact, know everything, and that it's capable of learning. Half of it seems like another thing Yurin would yell at me for, so it, too, goes in the pile of stuff I'll keep to myself. The door opens before us, and this time, we find ourselves in a rough cave full of turns. If I didn't know any better, I'd guess it was hewn out of the hillside the temple was built into. Illumination is faint, but provided by holes in the ceiling letting sunlight drift down in spots and points. The whole thing makes me wrinkle my nose. I could swear I've seen this setup before. This is ringing more Remmi nonsense alarms, isn't it? Ayre asks with a flat look at my expression. I make a conscious effort to straighten out my nose again. You don't have to call them nonsense when they're usually right. I call them nonsense because they don't make any sense, the elf counters. That they turn out to be right anyway is a mystery for the sages. Corrigan looks back and forth between the two of us, clearly confused by the exchange. Does Hero Remmi have some sort of foresight ability? The question makes Ayre give a dismissive snort as he crosses his arms beneath his breastplate. Not really. Apparently, her people design fake dungeons for fun, so she keeps seeing stuff they pull and managing to guess about things like layout and vulnerabilities. That makes Luke's eyes illuminate. Oh, so what you're saying is that Rem actually has a whole bunch of experience with dungeons. The elf sighs at that. Yeah, if you don't mind that it's all made up and none of it was by anything resembling an actual dungeon core. I raise a hand. Actually, that's not entirely true. We have an entire genre of dungeon dives called roguelikes that, and I'm promptly interrupted, with Ayre raising his voice over me. And she always has an answer for everything. It wouldn't be nearly so grating if her success rate wasn't so aggravatingly high. I frown at my best friend's outburst. Oh, gee, Ayre, I didn't realize you felt so strongly about it. That pulls out another sigh, this one more resigned. It's not that it's so bad, he admits. It's just that no one likes a know-it-all, and the fact that you're accidentally a know-it-all makes it worse, because I can't be angry about your guesses being correct when they save us a lot of misery. But it's every passing error time. I blink at the inserted auditory hiccup. It appears the essence system didn't want to even remotely attempt that one. I look to Luke and Corrigan. Did you two catch that last bit? They both shrug at me, lacking an answer. It kind of sounded elvish. Luke tries. I've never heard the elven language, Corrigan admits, but it might have been. My gaze goes back to Ayre, whose beak red again. It was just a slip of the tongue, the archer insists. Like I start before I get whacked with his bow. Again, I'll take that as a yes. Moving on. Yes, moving on. I agree sullenly, clapping my hands as if it's everyone else's attention I'm trying to gather. We've got a hall to conquer, and we've wasted enough time with shenanigans. I ignore the muttering from Ayre, though I distinctly hear, who shenanigans? Instead, I turn to my friend. I see two ways we can go about this. One, we put another hero on this one and cheese it again. Easy peasy. I can probably find most of the traps in this place fairly reliably. I can see 3 potential ones just from the entrance here. The way I pause, still grinning at him, clearly makes Ayre uneasy. And the second way, well, I happen to know someone who could afford to work on their wilderness survival. The elf blanches, recoiling. You want to do it, but I already got the wilderness survival skill. I shake a finger at him. You know that's not enough. Any work you can do to refine it will only help. And, besides, working with traps specifically might help you learn the trap-making skill. And won't that help with your hunts? Ayre starts grumbling under his breath, not saying anything in particular, as he feels pinned by my points. Finally, he raises his head again. Alright, fine, I'll do it. But why don't we combine both pursuits? I don't want my inexperience to lead us into a deadly situation, so you should follow behind me and help point anything out that I miss. I nod in agreement with that suggestion. That works. Maybe the system will even consider that assistance from a trainer and increase the odds of you getting the skill that way. And don't worry too much. Anything that's not instantly lethal is something that I can heal right up, after all, so this isn't really that dangerous. One more sigh from the reluctant elf suddenly thrust into the spotlight. Alright, let's get this over with. Any last-minute advice before we start? I actually change out my bullets for healing rounds so that I can be quick on the draw if any healing does turn out to be required. Yeah, I confirm as I holster my gun again. Stay out of the light. Book 2 Chapter 52 Guile. Chapter 52. Guile. Getting past the first set of traps is surprisingly easy. They're just the first traps, so I fully expect that to change. But in the meantime, the triggers are clear beams of light, so it's a simple matter of stepping through underneath them. Since the beams seem mostly set to inconvenience a grown man, this means most of our more petite party just sticks close to the wall, and is fine. Special notice goes to Corrigan, who calmly strolls beneath the beams with her only recognition of their presence being holding her staff horizontally. On the other end of the spectrum is poor Luke, who is tall even for a man. This leaves him constantly ducking and curling in and being cautious of even his hair for fear of disrupting the lazy beams of sunlight. He can't even keep Utages sheathed, as its size would prevent him from clearing the beam. You know, Luke, I finally say, looking back at him as he crab walks underneath the beam, it might be easier if you just crawled on your hands and knees at this point. Don't tempt me. He sighs as he comes back up. All of this up and down is more squatting than even guard training had me do. Meanwhile, Ayre is more concentrated on the traps themselves. How did you recognize these traps on sight, Remmi? They look just like normal beams of light from a broken ceiling. I saw it in a movie once. The elf pauses and looks back at me with a reprimanding frown. Okay, more seriously. I point to the shafts of light themselves. They're all too regular. Each one comes down precisely the same way, perfectly overlaid with these mounts in the wall. I run my hand over the series of vertical holes embedded into the stone. It's really obvious one's the trigger for the other. The frown on my friend's face changes from reprimanding to considerate. How okay, so there's something going on in that head of yours. That makes sense. But then, how does the trap actually work? Magic, I answer goofily. Okay, the frown just went back to reprimanding. So I sigh and kneel down to motion to where the beam of light strikes the ground. Look, there's obviously some sort of sensor concealed by the ground. If it were me, I'd be using the sunlight to power a hydraulic switch. So long as there's power, the trap remains retracted. The moment the power breaks, the compression releases, and the trap fires. And what happens then? What, exactly, are we avoiding? I motion for Ayre to step back. Then I move all the way to the opposite wall and take my wakizashi out. I then slip it into the beam of light. Immediately, 3 vertical spears erupt with enough force to skewer a person from the holes in the wall, making Corrigan and Ayre yelp in surprise. I remove the blade, and the spears slowly retract once more. Is it weird I want shish kebabs now? I ask with a thoughtful expression. Ayre glares at me in response. I'm not going to even dignify that with an answer. And if you make shish kebabs when we break for lunch, I'm going to make you eat the sticks. Corrigan shudders after the trap retracts and cracks me one with her staff. Are you crazy? Highly likely. Ayre nods. Oh, come on, I protest. I exercised plenty of safety in triggering it. It's fine. Girls, Luke tries from the rear. Let's not roughhouse in the middle of traps. I don't want anyone stumbling into one. Good point, I agree, and not just because it protects my skill from more abuse. Let's keep going. No telling how much more we have to go through. These easy traps won't hold out forever. Ayre, keep your eyes peeled. I'll point out anything if I think you're about to miss it. Sure enough, it's not long before we pass the last of the light beam traps. Luke gives a sigh of relief once we're past the last one, leaning backwards to pop his spine, but Ayre soon comes to stop again, kneeling down to look at the terrain from a different angle. I grin as I come to stop next to him, folding my arms behind my head. Spot something? Ayre, this section of the floor is raised in a way that doesn't look natural, the archer observes. I'm not sure it's stable. I nod, picking up and tossing a large rock onto the raised floor. The ground rumbles and the floor drops, shattering into pieces in a pit far below us. Pit trap, a classic, I observe sagely. Good catch. It looks like there's enough of a room to make our way through. Corrigan's gaze is pulled down into the deep trap, where distinctive hissing rises up to meet us that sounds disturbingly organic. Did she have to trigger it again? Is she a compulsive disaster poker? Only when it's illuminating, I dismiss with a grin. I motion ahead for Ayre. Else first. Ayre nods and starts forward, but I grab him by the shoulder. Hold on, I warn. Before you get going, look up first. His gaze follows my index finger to a gap in the roof. Are those vines? And along the only walkable path, I agree. I doubt it's a coincidence. but some of them could also be snakes. I've seen that before. Ayre's no doubt reminded of my tales of rat snakes from the Desert Cove dungeon, and he visibly suppresses a shiver. But then he peers more deliberately at the vines, and frowns. Actually, I don't think there's snakes there. I recognize that species of vine. Maybe. I just smile at his knowledge getting applied. Alright, watch a good eye. He turns the frown on me again. Don't you start using that, too. All that frowning is going to give you early wrinkles. Tell us about the carnivorous attack vines. That gets me a scowl, too. The kind that says, why don't you, if you've obviously already figured it out? But I'm patient. And he eventually turns back to them. They're a species of ambush vine. They've got really motion-sensitive tendrils that snap down if anything passes underneath. Those spines are tipped with numbing poison that subdues the prey until they die, and the body is broken down by goose secreted by the tendrils themselves. Sounds like a Half-Life barnacle. Remmi, I will use you as a distraction to get everyone else past them. I don't give the empty threat a second thought. Nah, that's alright. I've got a better idea. I turn toward the other two. Corrigan, you're up. The only girl gives a timid step forward. You're going to use me for the bait? Of course not, I assure her. I figured the answer was obvious. You like burning things. These things need to burn. 2 + 2 = fire lowly. My turn of phrase makes her nose scrunch, and I suspect it didn't translate. But that doesn't mean she isn't sharp enough to tell it was meant to be nonsense. I have no idea what that word was, but it sounds illegal and rude. And I don't just like burning things. She cracks me again with her staff. Are you sure you didn't put points into Tetsubo proficiency, and that staff is having an identity crisis? I rub my head as she glares at me with a pouty expression. Don't waste your breath, Corrigan, Ayre advises with a sigh, hands perched on his tilted hips. Heroes have a unique skill called thick skill. Luke looks around uncomfortably at that, halfway starts to point at himself, and thinks better of getting in the middle of it. Taking Ayre's advice, the little wizard takes a few more steps forward so she has a clean shot, then focuses her mana into the low-level fire spell needed for the task. In flame, the little fireball flies up into the vines and combusts on impact, spreading flames across the rapidly withering troublemakers. Corrigan targets several more openings we can see from here, and repeats the process. In short order, our path is again clear. Having spotted the gimmicks, traversing this section goes pretty smoothly. With the vines cleared out, and the safe zone identified, it's pretty much just walking along the wall again. Except this time, even Luke doesn't have to do fancy bending to get through. Still, it's a relief when the passageway opens up again, and we can see our first real sign of progress. A few hundred yards ahead of us, a flickering barrier seems the last hurdle between us and moving from the cavern back into a finished temple area. Finally, Ayre sighs. I'm getting sick of all of these traps. Again, I grab him by the shoulder. What now? He protests. Hasn't it been enough? Why such a wide, clear area between us and the next hurdle? I ask. Does such an open space really seem in line with what the Hall of Guile has thrown at us so far? Ayre just buries his face in his hand and groans. Of course not, I'm so sick of this place. Fine. What's the trick this time? I reach down and take a handful of the loose sand that forms so much of the floor of the natural cavern, and I toss it ahead of us in a wide arc. It sprinkles perfectly for 5 feet or so in either direction, but anything beyond that disappears. Corrigan peers at the result with disbelief. An illusion. I look back to her. Got anything for dispelling it? But the girl shakes her head. No, sorry. I'm more of a combat mage. That's alright. We'll do it the mundane way, I declare. Everyone fill a bag with sand. Use it to trace the path. This strategy again makes short work of the encounter, and though the route twists and turns, our careful perseverance wins the day. There's even enough sand on the path now that we should be able to just walk right back through on the way out. That then leaves the barrier itself. Sure enough, the energy field prevents us from going any further. Ayre places a hand against it, looking up toward the ceiling it seems to stretch into. How do we get past this? Is it Luke's turn? Do you expect him to just power through it? Nope, I answer as I move over to a plinth with assorted, rotating shapes floating above it. This is the Hall of Guile, not the Hall of Strength. Getting through is going to involve figuring out this console. The elf gives me a leery gaze. You've already figured it out, haven't you? It's a simple spatial visualization intelligence test, I declare as I begin rotating the shapes around. The trick is to see the disparate objects and imagine how they're supposed to go together to form a single, compact shape. We do them all the time back home. We even have toys centered around the concept. Because of course you do. I finish assembling the pieces into a nice, perfect cube and pull my hands away. Done. Sure enough, a moment later, the field flickers more strongly, then disappears. Instead of being impressed, Ayre gives me a glare like I'm some sort of dirty cheater. Why do I get the impression you're making this too easy? Because I am, I conclude. Just like how Luke made the Hall of Strength too easy. These trials weren't built with heroes in mind. I'd bet Tassim and Benaru would have made this whole run even easier. But the glare just deepens. You could at least be humble about it. Deny it a little. Blame something mundane. But my grin just splits my face wider as I plant my hands on my hips, superhero style. But where would the fun be in that? Book 2 Chapter 53 Mirror. Chapter 53. Mirror. The clip of our shoes against tile again is a surprisingly comforting sound. Even though we're still in a dungeon, it's like a bit of civility has returned to the air around us. Thank essence that's over with. Ayre celebrates, giving a big stretch with his arms fully extended over his head and crossed at the wrists. Now, we've just got to get the key and get back out of here. Right back through all of the traps we've already cleared all over again. Corrigan points out like she's still trying to figure out if it's okay to contradict her escorts like that. Guess seeing Ayre treat me so abusively got it in her head that it's okay with me, since she took to whacking me soon after Ayre did. Maybe I should be putting my foot down more about respect. I mean, I don't mind it, as I know Ayre doesn't mean anything by it, and it's funny to see Corrigan acting that way, but it's clearly giving a bad impression. On the other hand, I could just start acting deserving of respect. Nar. Who wants to be an old fogey in a world where everyone's already so uptight? Who knows, maybe I'll even get them to lighten up. You said it, yourself. Ayre is telling the Oni with the berry covering her horns. Honestly, between that, her pale skin, and her small size, Corrigan could pass for a human child. We've already cleared them. We've either disarmed them, or know their tricks and locations. It won't be such a tense affair heading back out as it was coming in. I didn't think it was that bad, I put in. But I do think you're getting the cart ahead of the horse. That lovely expression on all three of their faces, as they have to translate a figure of speech they've never heard before. At least it uses words they're familiar with. You mean I'm getting things mixed up? It tries to translate. Close, I commend. You planning how you're going to leave before you're all the way through the trial. It scowls at me like I just took away his cake. How much more could there possibly be? If I had to guess, I'd say we're about halfway through. I answer with a shrug. You do have to guess, the elf counters. You've never been here before. Luke takes the opportunity to step forward, hands raised. We're never going to find out if we're 10 steps from the key or 1,000 until we start moving, right? And that number isn't getting any smaller until then, either. So let's just keep moving, and find out together, and stop talking like this dungeon's already beaten us. Well said, Luke, I praise. And well spoken. Are you a secret philosopher? He gets bashful at my teasing, rubbing his neck. No, I can't take credit for that. I picked it up from Wield. No shame in that, I assure him energetically. It takes a wise man to recognize wisdom in others. I turn toward further into the temple area. Now, let's take Wield's advice and keep moving forward. I think I see the next obstacle now. The glimmer of light I caught sight of soon resolves itself before us, and I don't fully manage to suppress my excited squeal of glee. Oh, I exclaim as I hop from foot to foot. It's a funhouse mirror maze. Little surprise that Ayre's looking at me like I've lost my last screw. I'm not sure anything in a silver rank dungeon should be described as fun. I jet my bottom lip out at the elf. Oh, come on. Hitting that flour mill was fun. Beating up all of those goblins was fun. Why can't a mirror maze be fun? He turns fully toward me, one hand on his hip, and the other pointed at me. Hitting that flour mill was simulating the destruction of an entire village. Getting ambushed by a swarm of monsters is a major threat, and a mirror maze can't be fun if it's in a place designed to kill us. I give a huff of irritation at his stubbornness. Not with that attitude. It can't. Ayre clings to his cheeks dramatically. It's not about attitude, Remmi. This is a dungeon, not an amusement park. Yeah, I agree, but if it was an amusement park, it'd be off to a great start. No, it'd be off to a dead start. As in, all of the visitors. Where are you even from? Do you think death traps sound like fun? Honestly, I only give the question a second's thought. Half of our amusements come from shooting ourselves off at high speeds, dropping ourselves from really high up, or scaring ourselves silly. Ayre's gaze becomes one of someone watching something volatile start to bubble, and the other half, I turn my grin all the way up to megawatt range. Roller coasters. What in the world is a roller coaster? All three. Corrigan watches this back and forth with her eyes, like one might watch a tennis match. Maybe Hero Remmi is part ogre. That would explain why she's enjoying all of their stuff so much, Luke muses. But I think she might just be winding Ayre up. I hope. Anyway, I thrust my arms up into the air. Let's get on with the mirror maze. I grab Ayre's arm and drag him behind me to the entrance. The mirrors are the bendy sort, too. As we're passing through the entrance, I'm momentarily as short and curvy as Saner, and Corrigan stretches as tall as Luke. I pause and wave my hand back and forth, watching the distortion shift and bend. Ayre comes up behind me with an absolutely massive head. Okay, we're in the maze. Do you have any brilliant idea on how to solve it? Or are we just going to run around until we find the exit by chance? Oh, that's simple. I hold up an index finger. Since this is a single floor maze with the entrance on one exterior wall, and the exit on the opposite exterior wall, then regardless of any internal features the maze layout might possess, following the exterior wall must inevitably lead to the exit. Luke is already holding the side of his head, looking tiny on super broad shoulders. Simple, she says. It's a piece of cake, really. I assure my friends as I move to the wall to the left of the entrance and place my hand against it. Just keep your hand to the wall so you're not fooled by any optical illusions produced by the mirrors. And since it's so easy, that probably means there's going to be traps in here, too, so watch out for any slightly raised tiles or extra lines that may be tripwires. Corrigan holds her staff closer to her chest. What if there are monsters in here? I doubt there are, I reply. It'd be like putting a bull in a glass house. But there might still be illusions in the mirrors, so check your fire before you go off in a panic. Sure enough, we proceed fairly easily. I'm humming, and maybe even skipping a little, enjoying all of the funny distortions of me and my friends as I keep one hand to the wall. Ayre doesn't bother, just following me, and Luke stops after we find out his gauntlet makes the most ear-splitting noise pulling along the mirrors. But Corrigan is keeping her hand to the smooth surface, just like I am. It isn't long before we see the first trap, a tile just a little higher than the surrounding ones. It would have been easy to miss if we were distracted with all of the mirrors and bumbling around lost, but since we're not having to concentrate on anything else, it's fairly easy to spot. I want to push it with a pole just to see what happens, but Corrigan begs me off, so we pass it by without incident. This sets us into a pattern. I'm sure the maze is absolutely loaded with traps, but they're spread out across the entire layout, and our strategy only sees one narrow strip of it. Still, there's more pressure plates I'm not allowed to press, some tripwires I'm not allowed to snip, and even the occasional illusion. The first time a mirror's surface suddenly changed into what looked like a doorway goblins were pouring out of, Corrigan screamed, but I got her by the shoulder before she reflexively fireballed it. All in all, it's a pretty chill time, and we make it out of the other side without incident. Beyond the mirror maze, our end goal is in sight. On an adorned dais, underneath a dramatic column of light, the key of gas sits upright, perched in its stand. Before it is a wide chasm, stretching from wall to wall with only an ancient-looking stone bridge passing over it. One section of the bridge has even collapsed, though the gap is small enough that it wouldn't be difficult to jump over. Really? Ayre asks. A pit with a bridge over it? Isn't this awfully low-key for a final trap? Sure is, I chippily agree, which means we can bet it's not what it seems. Any guesses on what it is? A bridge where it breaks in the middle, the grumpy elf guesses. I flick his nose. Lazy guess. Instead, I look around for a moment, spy a large piece of collapsed rubble, and make my way over to it. Hey, look, can you pick this up? Huh? He asks, surprised at being included. I'm sure. He comes over and hefts it up over his head easily enough. I lead him back over to the bridge. Now, toss it just past the hole we need to jump over. He gives a heave, and the rubble comes down on the stone, but the stone doesn't break. Instead, the entire section swings down, dropping the rubble into the abyss before its counterbalance pulls it back up again, returning it to a seamless bridge. Oh, Ayre intones. That's diabolical, how did you notice? I pull him off to the side to point at the supports for the bridge. Check it. The supports are doubled up near either side, but there's a gap in the middle where there are no supports. Now, could the bridge support its weight over that gap? Probably, but it still meant there was a section that couldn't be trusted in a bridge that's already obviously a trap. That the hole is just big enough to encourage a leap of faith made me doubly suspicious of it. And yet Ayre looks at me like I'm the crazy one. And you people do this kind of thing to yourselves for fun. I just give a dopey grin and shrug. What can I say? No, we totally don't. Corrigan steps up to the bridge, too. But how do we get across, then? We can't brace the bridge without getting over to it. But getting over to it causes it to dump us. Well, there are two ways around the obstacle that stick out to me, I offer. 1. We find a way to minimize the weight we place on the bridge. 2. We find a way to increase the counterballast contractor weight. The party begins mulling the problem over. My arrows might be able to support some additional weight, but I'd have to be able to see the mechanism, and it would have to be made of something my arrows could penetrate, Ayre offers. I'm heavier than any of you, Luke mentions. If I could land on this side of the pillar, it'd be enough weight to let the rest of you cross, and then I could, I dunno, jump again. Maybe. Corrigan is rubbing her chin. I might be able to heat the stone enough to fuse it in place and disable the trap altogether, but that much heat might weaken it, too, and just cause it to collapse. Suddenly, a pop-up appears in front of me, feeling burdened by silly little things like entropy. Wanting to save something before it drops yet can't get your meat puppet hands to cooperate. Introducing for a limited time only, Heavenly TIME letter 1D40 letter 1D39 as stop bullets, so you can hold entropy at gunpoint and say, get bent, to the laws of time. Available at any essence shop near you. Messaging and data rates may apply. Heavenly TIME letter 1D40 letter 1D39 as stop bullets may not work on particularly massive objects. Always test in a safe area first. The oversized buy button is flashing, and has a ton of cartoon arrows pointing to it. My face splits into a grin. Ayre immediately notices and gives me that suspicious look. Remmi, what are you thinking? Nothing. And for once, it's even true. It's just, turns out, the Essence system wants in on this, too. It's got its own solution. Essence is actively monitoring you and offering solutions in real time. I rub the back of my head with a laugh. Yeah, Euron's not going to like that either, is she? Either. Ayre raises an eyebrow as he repeats the key word. Remmi, what else are you hiding? Nothing big, I assure my friend. Just sales personality stuff. Didn't she already tell you to stop breaking things related to the Essence system? I didn't do it, I insist, motioning to the screen in front of me that's invisible to them. This was its own idea. Ayre just sighs, rubbing his forehead. Just do it. I'm not going to get into an argument with the system. I mentally select buy, and a box of cheap panel wood appears before me. Inside is a magazine with a golden line and matching dipped bullets. Okay, everybody, get ready. I don't know how long these will last, so we're going to need to run it. Look, carry Corrigan. Thankfully, the girl doesn't give any protests, and soon, everyone's ready to bolt. I load the magazine into my gun and take aim at the bridge. Alright, as soon as I fire, start running. The bullet goes off, the bridge is engulfed in golden light, and Luke and Ayre take off. The bridge holds under their feet, and I get running after them, having waited in case I needed to shoot it again. I'm halfway across the bridge before the glow fades, and it starts to tip, but I activate Empower, and make a leap for it, getting to see the chasm underneath me before I'm landing on solid stone again. Ayre's next to me in an instant. That was too close. Are you alright, Remmi? Yeah, I'm fine, I assure him. Come on. Let's get the key, trigger the big final trap, and get out of here. Stop promising more traps. Book 2 Chapter 54 Boulder. Chapter 54 Boulder. We're finally in front of the Key of Guile. Though I've enjoyed seeing all the interesting traps and obstacles on the way here, even I have to admit that it feels like it's taken us a while to get this far. It's certainly been longer than the simpler, more straightforward Hall of Strength. But then, if we hadn't had Luke with us, we might still have been straining away on that one too. The dais is made of bricks of native stone, rising up from the tile of the temple floor, the sunlight coming down glinting off of its swirled shape. I'm reminded it's not a tumbler key, but an insert into a larger mechanism made to look like a decoration. Behind the entire thing is a massive statue of a three-eyed ogre's head, its eyes all turned as if concentrating their attention on whoever might stand before the key. Alright, fearless leader, Ayre asks as he paces back and forth at the bottom of the steps. What are we looking at this time? Electrified stand, collapsing steps into a pit of snakes, an illusory key that entrances us so we won't stop grabbing for it. I'm standing facing the key directly, and I grab my chin with one hand while crossing the other arm over my stomach. Oh, actually, those are some really good ideas. But no, it's just sitting there. Ayre pauses in his pacing to turn toward me. Just sitting there, in this place. Why would anything in this entire hall be just sitting there? Because by this time, I explain, if you've been paying any attention at all, you're going to be so neurotic about what's going to go wrong with the key that you aren't looking around for anything else. Ayre narrows his eyes. You're putting way too much emphasis on intelligent design, Remmi. Luke puts his hands forward. Let's not be so quick. She's had a pretty good record so far, right? Spell it out for us, Rem. What is going to happen? I toss my gaze around the room again. Well, let's assume for a moment that the Hall of Guile isn't randomly generated. It's designed to live up to its name. It tests our wit, our perception, our intelligence. But it's just a hall. Sooner or later, it has to come to an end. And the only way out back to the main hall is the way we came in. Yeah, Ayre agrees easily enough, so we have to go through all of the traps all over again. Except, like you told Corrigan, I point out, we've already done them. We've either disabled them or understand them. Let's take a moment and go through them. I start counting off on my fingers. Starting from the last, we've got a tilting bridge. The designer can assume we've either permanently disabled or can easily bypass, turning the biggest head-scratcher into a non-issue. A second finger. Then we've got a mirror maze we've already navigated, so as long as we didn't stumble through it until we found the exit, the designer can assume we have at least a reasonably solid path back through. Third finger. Invisible path hidden by an illusion. Either we dispelled the illusion or deciphered its boundaries somehow. So long as we didn't tiptoe through it with a seeing cane, the designer can assume any exit is more concerned with not tripping over the edge on the way back out than navigating it all over again. Last finger. Pits and vines. Either we made a bridge or killed all of the vines. Either way, the obstacle heading out is more about a narrow path than a difficult hurdle. And finally, my thumb. Light beam spear traps. Absolutely no challenge so long as you take your time to maneuver around them. It crosses his arms, one hip tilted out. We remember the traps, Remmi. We were there. You're lecturing. Stay with me a moment. I'm reaching my point, I insist. So if you know the people going through your hall are going to have to go right back out the same way they came in, what can you do to add more challenge to the traps they've already gone through? In particular, how can you make the easiest first traps the most dangerous last traps? The three before me go silent for a moment, but it's Corrigan who comes up with the answer first. The first traps were easy because we could take our time moving past them, so you'd want to take that away. I point dramatically to the Oni. Exactly. There's no point in trapping the key, because what taking the key is going to trigger is going to run us back out of here in a hurry. And what's that going to look like? Ayre asks, but I throw my arms up in the air. Who knows? This whole hall could start collapsing, or a lava flow could open up. Great bursts of elemental geysers could erupt so that we have to keep ahead of them, or get burned alive. We won't know until we grab the key. So we know it's coming, though, Luke reasons. Can we do anything to stop it? Honestly, these things are, like hardwired into the place usually, I try to explain. Once it starts, nothing's going to stop it. The most we can probably do is slow it down by risking being caught in it, and that's assuming it's something with a clear source. Not much we can do if the place just comes apart at the seams. So, that's it? The elf asks. We just grab the key and run. We just grab the key and run, I confirm. Oh, this is going to suck. I ignore Ayre's complaining and point to Luke. You're on Corrigan duty again. Then, to the Oni, sorry. But we can't risk you falling behind because your stamina gives out or you can't keep up with us. There may be no time for us to grab you if that happens. But she shakes her head. No, I understand. It's okay. Good. Everybody on your marks. Luke gets a good grip on Corrigan and Ayre secures his bow. I turn around and yank the key off of the plinth, and the entire hall begins to rumble and shake. The mouth of the giant head statue starts to shift in grinding dust as it slowly opens, and I catch sight of something solid just behind it. My face splits into a grin. Ooh, classic. I stuff the key into my storage space and turn to the others. It's a giant boulder. Run. Even though they're all ahead of me, I burn empower to leap ahead, because I know I'm going to be essential to getting past the first two obstacles. At the same time as I'm firing to time lock the bridge, that boulder comes down and completely crushes the dais. And it's just getting started. I'm already changing to my overpressure rounds as we clear the pit, and I'm raising the pistol ahead of me as we charge toward the mirror maze. I hate to do this, but I really hope it works. The boulder crushes the bridge, but is so massive that it keeps rolling right over the pit. I open fire on the exterior wall of the mirror maze, sending shards of glass shattering in every direction as we sprint through the interior of its layout. I had no part of that. All bad luck rests solely on Remmi. Ayre shouts as we run through the glass shards of the mirror maze. It's an emergency, I shout back. Fate will understand. Stick to the sides and watch out for pressure plates and broken glass. We're all wearing reinforced or armoured boots, the elf reminds me in response. The glass will be fine. We tear past the still deactivated barrier and into the no man's land of the illusory path. If I'm due bad luck for shooting us a route through the maze, that boulder is doomed because it demolishes the entire rest of the Funhouse Mirror collection. Follow the sand, I remind everybody with a shout, motioning everyone past me since I no longer need to be in front to shoot things. In fact, I switch back to the stop rounds and pop a couple of them into the boulder. The golden light flashes over it and disappears. It doesn't even slow down. Guess I found out the too much must limit. It doesn't care about my one-liner, either, and I turn and dash after the rest of the group. The illusory path has the added benefit of funneling us into a line, which we maintain right into the pit traps, running along the narrow path along the wall. All we've got left are the spear traps, I shout ahead. The bend will slow the boulder down for just a moment. Luke, you're in front. If you can't run bent over and carrying Corrigan, too, now's the time to put her down and crawl for all you're worth. Don't worry, he calls back. I've got this. You aren't the only hero here today, Rem. What I can only describe as a red aura surrounds his form, and rather than slowing down or attempting any evasion, he just lowers his shoulder, turning Corrigan toward the far wall so that his body is between her and the spear holes, and he powers right through the beams of light. The spears rush out and shatter against his armor like he suddenly becomes Superman. He just tears through them like they aren't even there, using his body to shield Corrigan from harm, and leaving Ayre and myself with nothing to do but run behind him in his wake. I'm in awe, but this section of the tunnel is longer, apparently, than the duration of his enhancement. I start to see the light around him dim, when he's still got 2 left to go. I can immediately tell he notices it, too, but rather than slowing down or changing course, he wraps Corrigan tighter in his arms and turns her fully away from the spears entirely, going from trusting his skill to trusting his armor and his own toughness stat. Still, I can see him flinch up as he heads into the next light. I suspect he knows it's going to hurt, but I bring my gun up and take aim. The moment he passes through the beam of light, I fire, and the spears stop inches from him, all 3 surrounded by golden light. He wastes as little time as possible picking his gear up off of the floor, and keeps running like he's a quarterback, and Corrigan's the ball for the final touchdown of the playoffs. 1 more beam of light, and I fire through the first set of spears, managing to catch the second one, too. He and Corrigan clear it, and, not wanting to risk those things timing out on us and getting us caught behind their slow retraction, I holster my gun, activate empower and scoop Ayre up as we shoot through, too. Through the door, I shout, and Luke all but kicks it off its hinges as we throw ourselves through it. A moment later, there's a great crash and the entire dungeon seems to shake as the boulder collides with the other side of the wall to the Hall of Guile, but the dungeon wall holds, and a moment later, everything falls to silence again. Luke, Ayre and I all pretty much collapse where we are, slumping against the cold stone of the main hall's floor. We made it, I mutter. Eat your heart out, Dr. Jones. Good shooting. Luke calls over to me. Guess we can call us even for the wood golem now, eh? I scoff. I'm not sure those things could have taken you down even without that crazy skill you used. He shrugs with one shoulder. It's nice, but I run out of mana way too fast. Mages get a skill for reducing mana consumption, I advise him. It's worth picking up to double the duration of buffs like that. Effectively sitting in my lap, Ayre sighs and pushes himself up with a red face, running his hand down the sides of his tunic to straighten it out. And you really need to stop picking me up and carrying me, Remmi. I'm not some damsel. Sorry, I didn't have time to ask permission. I jumped to my feet and threw an arm around the elf's shoulder. But don't worry, I know you're not some damsel. You're my damsel. You, Remmi. I laugh even as Ayre pushes me away. Hey guys, it's Corrigan speaking up that catches all of our attention, and her gaze is on the floor ahead of us. Was that chest sitting there when we came through here before? Book 2 Chapter 55 Aido. Chapter 55 Aido. Sweet treasure. I rushed to the chest Corrigan had pointed out and skid down in front of it. Remmi. Ayre's voice calls back from where I left him. Be careful. You don't know it's not another trap. Oh, don't worry so much. I call back with a wave of my hand. We're out of the Hall of Guile. This has got to be our reward for doing so well. Just like what we got for completing the Hall of Strength. Luke reaches down and adjusts the ogre's heavy belt. That was a pretty good reward. But that was given to us when we got the key, Ayre points out. I shake my head though. In the Hall of Guile, we got the key before we completed the run, and the final challenge blocked the hall off entirely. There's no way for us to get any reward inside, so generating it out here makes sense. I pop the chest open and consider giving a dramatic shriek and pretending something happened, but I consider it a moment too long and the opportunity passes. Ah well, something to keep in mind for next time. Instead, I peer down into the little chest and gasp at what I see as I reach in and pull it out. It's an eye patch. Ayre comes storming forward with a frustrated sigh and snatches it out of my hands. It's a monocle, not an eye patch. He holds the ornate thing up before him, peeking through it, but not putting it on. An eye patch covers the eye, a monocle, you see through it. Monocle, I repeat as I stand up straight. That's totally what I meant to say. Ayre just rolls his eyes. Sure. What's it do? Well, let's find out. I pull up my hand, imitating a monocle itself, around my eye as I cast Identify. Ogre's third eye. Tired of having to manually aim your shots? Want that sweet first-person shooter anti-motion sickness goodness? Then the ogre's third eye is for you. Enlighten yourself with a fancy SH-mancy reticle to quick aim at your targets that will also put a big, glowing, neon sign over traps you'd be able to see anyway. Available only at tow weight. You're holding it. While equipped, grants the following effects. Asterisk target reticle for ranged weapons. Asterisk highlights environmental hazards and traps. Asterisk slightly increases resistance to motion sickness. I almost can't believe my eyes. It can't possibly do what it sounds like it's doing. Isn't that way too much? Gimme that, I say as I suddenly snatch it back from Ayre, earning a cry of protest from the elf that I ignore. I set the eyepiece in place, and it actually holds really well. I don't have to hold it or wedge it in or stick it in place, or anything. I move my gaze around the room, and the view seems normal enough, though glancing back toward the Hall of Guile's door shows the rectangular section of the boulder visible through the door as a bright yellow, so it only works on line of sight for hazards. That's good to know. I face away from the others and draw my pistol, and only then does the reticle appear. It traces wherever the barrel of my gun is pointing so long as it's within my field of vision. When I point it outside of my field of vision, the marker disappears. There's also a display in the low right that marks what ammunition I've loaded, how many rounds are left in the magazine, and how many magazines of the type I have left. That's actually way more in depth than I even expected. This thing's straight up amazing. I lower my gun and turn toward the others, and the eyepiece even quickly highlights them in green as I look over them. F2. Seriously. Ayre, however, is getting frustrated as I play. Come on, Remmi. What's it say? Are you just going to take it without even telling us? Actually, I say as I pluck it off, blinking as the HUD disappears. I think you should use it, Ayre. It would help you more. I already have an instinctive knowledge of how many rounds I have left after all, and where my barrel is pointed. Ayre probably has some sense of that, too, but I get the impression it's not nearly as clear. The elf stares down at it as I put it back in his hands. But what does it do? It provides a targeting sight that links to your ranged weapon, I explain. It also highlights environmental hazards and traps. It even keeps track of how much ammunition you have left. Ayre's head comes up like he's trying to tell if I'm pulling his chain. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, I nod. That's why I had to check it. It didn't sound possible. I tap the eyepiece in my friend's hand. This thing's definitely no slouch next to the heavy belt, even if it doesn't offer any direct stat increases. The situational awareness alone is amazing. Ayre slips it on, and proceeds to go through much the same tests I did. Though Corrigan approaches me, as he does so. Would this targeting feature work with magic? I doubt it, I answer with a shake of my head. It's specified ranged weapons. I'm sure Ayre will be happy to let you try it later if you want to see for yourself, though. I turn my attention back to the elf, who's cycling arrows on and off with his bow. Hey, Ayre, you good? It won't track unless I have an arrow knocked, he answers with a blink. It must not consider it loaded, I guess. You ready to put it to work on whatever these two keys are for? Ayre looks to the big door at the end of the hall, then back to me, and gives a serious nod. We all regather our wits and put on our game faces before we approach the massive double door of carved stone. Luke and I with me standing on my toes slip the keys of strength and guile into their slots, and the doors grind open. In the room beyond, illuminated by torches, and a shrine of candles, is a mural of the same three-eyed ogre we keep seeing on artwork throughout the dungeon. Maybe it's supposed to be some sort of forgotten god or demon. With the constant portrayals and the names of the treasure we've received, it's unquestionable that the dungeon is themed around him. But while the room we step into is large, perhaps a little over half the size of the main hall, it isn't empty. There's a large humanoid figure kneeling on the hempen rug that covers most of the floor, a long blade sheathed at his side. He's facing away from us, his attention devoutly on the mural, and I almost mistake him for an Oni. Identify tells a different story. It reveals the figure to be named the Swordmaster Ogre, and I swallow when I see he's over a dozen levels higher than the captain from the Desert Cove dungeon. The ogre pushes himself to his feet and turns toward us. He just rests his hand on his sheath, as if waiting for us to make the first move. I can't help but notice that, unlike all of the murals, he only has a normal pair of eyes. He really could have passed for a Hyoho Oni, if a large one with particularly pronounced fangs and more ornate horns. Maybe the dungeon once captured ancestors of the Hyohi and used them as the basis for the place. And then he speaks. You challengers who have overcome the trials of strength and guile, now prove your worth to me. I turn to my friends to ask if they heard that, but the doors slamming shut behind us interrupt me, and instead, I snap my attention ahead to the ogre again. Boss fight time, I shout, and draw my pistol. I fire from the hip, launching lead as soon as the barrel clears leather. In the same instant, the ogre's grip and stance change as he draws his sword, seemingly swinging at the air between us, but there's a glint, a spark in the air, and then a puff of dust off to the side of the room where my bullet actually ends up landing. With almost a smugness to him, he guides the blade back into the sheath without even looking away from us. Well, that's not good. I force my brain to jump back in gear as I push Ayre and look away from me on either side. Iwaido user, spread out. Look out for sharp, sudden draw strikes. Luke, try to create openings for us. I'm on it. Luke replies, drawing Yuteju as he charges for the ogre with a battle cry. His vertical slice is broadcast by the weapon's massive size, and the ogre steps to the side of the blow. He goes to draw and strike with his own blade, but Luke is able to pull back on the hilt of his own sword to bring the weapon in to parry the attack. It's not a good matchup, honestly. Luke is an absolute tank, but the ogre is clearly built for speed. My mind goes back to Empress Tanner's own advice that she had seen more growth in her performance from agility than the traditional strength builds of melee specialists. Clearly, this boss followed the same reasoning. Ultimately, if Luke can't force the ogre into a contest of attrition by reliably trading blows, it would only be a matter of time before he loses a one-on-one. It's fortunate that this isn't a one-on-one. I throw my hand toward Ayre and Corrigan. Keep him distracted. Try to keep up the pressure. Every arrow or spell he's got to parry or avoid is an opening for Luke to take another swing. Ayre's already notching an arrow. What are you going to be doing, then? I'm already moving in the opposite direction from the two of them. Same thing, just way faster. And don't forget to keep moving. You don't want to make yourself an easy target, either. But we aren't the only ones to get a move on. The ogre doesn't seem interested in continuing the exchange with Luke, surprisingly, despite his advantages there. Probably it's specifically because we're here to expose his flank. Either way, once he gets Luke to block his attack, he jumps back and away. His sword easily swats Ayre's arrow into the path of Corrigan's lightning bolt, causing the spell to go off early. By that time, I'm on the other side of him, and I open fire, shooting repeatedly to try to pin him down, but he ducks and weaves, dodging my aim rather than the bullets themselves. Damn it, I'm just not fast enough. And in the meantime, he's making a run for Corrigan, no doubt picking her as the most vulnerable member of the team. But Luke comes in with a shoulder slam that he drives like a linebacker into the ogre's side even as the ogre tries to swing for the mage, and the two go sprawling. The ogre gets to his feet first, only to jump clear of another arrow from Ayre, this one surrounded by spiraling energy. I reload and charge back in, myself, activating Empower and Spiral shot as I throw myself into close range, hoping that it will give him less time to parry the shots. I stay outside the 30-foot line, but he takes my approach as a challenge, ducking under my first shot and closing into thrust toward my middle with his sword. I'm forced to turn to the side to avoid the strike. I bring my gun down toward him, but he knocks his hilt against my hand to deflect it away. I swat at the flat of his blade to push away his follow-up, and try to shove him back with a kick. Even with Empower, I move more than he does, but that's fine by me. Especially since a fireball rocks him from behind a heartbeat later. He has to parry another pair of arrows from a knee, and by that time I've rebraced and pulled a bead on him. My round hits him in the outstretched leg, but it's not to hobble him. I didn't reload with my overpressure rounds. The ogre's entire body seizes up under the effect of the paralysis round, and we don't get the opportunity to tell if his high level would let him shrug it off faster. Luke's right there to take advantage of the opening, bringing Yuteji down to cleave the defenseless Ido master from shoulder to hip. Phew, I sigh as I holster my pistol, bringing the back of my other hand across my forehead. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a level check. Surprisingly, I don't need an explanation for that, Ayre mutters as he lowers his own bow. A level check. Yeah, that makes sense. Or you're finally driving me crazy. The corpse disappears into a shadowy fog that quickly dissipates, and there's a deep rumbling. Before our eyes, The mural shifts, the lower half rotating out until it's left portraying an open mouth. Corrigan looks around, though clearly expecting something. Isn't the core supposed to appear next? I give a scoff. Oh, that wasn't the dungeon boss. That's why it's a level check. Everything else, we could have gotten through strategically. This was the first one that checked if we were really strong enough to keep up. If we were really put through the ringer, then even if we won, we'd be smarter to leave and come back when we were stronger. But the girl just looks around again. But where are we supposed to go next? We've gone through every room, and nothing new opened here. We have to give the rest of the place another look through, I answer. I'll bet something in the dungeon changed when that mural did. Hey, before we take off, Luke puts in, picking something up off of the ground where the ogre had been. We got another drop. Corrigan looks bewildered at that, tracing the object through the air as Luke tosses it to me. Rewards for the trials, I get. But aren't we getting a lot of monster drops? Ayre just shakes his head, crossing his arms with a tilt of his hip. It's traveling with heroes. They have a luck enhancement just for being heroes. With Remmi alone, it drives our drop rate way up. With Luke here, too, this doesn't surprise me at all. Well, Rem. Luke asks like a kid waiting on a Christmas present. What is it? But the moment it landed in my hands, it changed shape into something immediately recognizable. And I feel my face splitting into a grin. It's a speed holster. Dibs. Book 2 Chapter 56 down. Chapter 56 down. I adjust my speed holster for the umpteenth time, the grin still on my face. According to Identify, it's technically called the Ogre's Quick Draw, and is described as a universal sheath thingy that will change shape to fit whatever weapon is stored in it. Like the other Ogre's items, it's absolutely an upgrade over my own holster. Mine is a work of art provided directly from the system with its own, apparently patented, leather, but it provides no bonuses aside from making sure gunk stays out of the gun, and that the gun, itself, doesn't slip out. This new holster does that, too, as well as increasing my draw speed, and the damage of my quick draw technique by half. It's a powerful bonus for opening an engagement, especially considering the already outrageous power of a firearm. Though I'd probably need some sort of special feat if I wanted to quickly sheath it again to spam the bonus. I don't think the system has anything like that, unfortunately. Even if I trained myself to sheath and draw it as quickly as possible, in the time to do so, I could fire several times, the cumulative power of which would be greater than the bonus from the holster. Still, as I trace my finger along the intricate designs of my new holster, I can't help but think of how jealous Stuart Tanner would be to see the thing, and that's a big part of the grin. It's not a realistic thought, of course. The Empress is a platinum ranked adventurer and has been to dungeons far more dangerous than this one. As impressive as these bonuses are, what she's using for casual wear, let alone full battle gear, probably makes this look like I'm getting excited over a +1 short sword. But it's my first +1 short sword, so I'm going to indulge in the baby's first magic item euphoria. Even when I eventually replace it with something even better, I'll probably keep this at the bottom of my inventory till the heat death of the universes. Corrigan, however, is frowning, no doubt feeling left out with everyone else getting magic items and her yet to receive anything. When our gazes meet, she tries to look away like she isn't absolutely green with envy. Don't worry, we'll get something for you, even if we have to search every possible wall for a secret cubby full of gems and the ancestor Ogre King something staff something. I beam my best smile at the girl to reassure her. Ayre rolls his eyes at my phrasing. 200 intellect. He shakes his head. But Remmi's right. We're not done with this dungeon yet. There's still plenty of time to find something for you. That being said, I should remind you again that these drop rates we're experiencing are unrealistic for a normal dungeon run. You shouldn't expect to find anything perfectly fitting for you in even a dozen runs. We're just SBECIAL. I pipe up. Those letters don't mean anything to us, Remmi. Ayre nearly shouts back. We don't know your alphabet. The elf regathers his wits with a sigh, crossing his arms as we walk back across the main hall. Honestly, I think you make these references just for your own amusement. The bright smile I crafted for Corrigan becomes a wide grin, and I don't bother contradicting my friend. Luke glances to the door to the Hall of Strength as we leave it behind. Shouldn't we be checking the other rooms, too? I mean, we can. I concede. But I don't remember seeing anything in the Hall of Strength that could possibly have turned into a way to go any further, and the Hall of Guile is completely inaccessible unless you can roll a boulder the size of a building. I know I spent most of this dungeon criticizing Remmi for trying to apply human reasoning to dungeon's layout, Ayre admits, his arms still crossed, but I agree with her this time. The only thing that changed in the challenge room, mid-boss room, I correct immediately. The elf sighs. Remmi, you're the only one that calls them bosses fine. The only thing that changed in the mid-boss room was the mural. We've only seen that three-eyed ogre in 2 other places, and one of them was in the Hall of Guile, where it baffed out the boulder. Luke reaches up and scratches at his chin as he peers thoughtfully toward the ceiling. Oh, yeah, I guess there wasn't anything like that in the Hall of Strength, was there? Corrigan gasps suddenly. That's right. There was another mural at the entrance. Exactly, Ayre confirms with a nod. Besides, if we turn out to be wrong, we can just walk back and check the Hall of Strength then. I look proudly upon my best friend. You're really getting the hang of navigating a dungeon, Ayre. The elf huffs and looks away, reflexively crossing arms again. It's not the same thing. I'm just relating it to something we've already seen. We're making assumptions about things without any basis at all. I just chuckle into my hand at his reaction, though I don't dare voice the words, "Soon, dear elf," out loud. We follow the split path that led into the main hall, and soon find ourselves back at the temple entrance. Sure enough, there's the three-eyed mural, but it hasn't changed. Corrigan is the first to voice what we're all thinking. Ayre frowns like the wall personally insulted his mother. I could have sworn it's the only place that makes sense. Luke, though, squints at the mural for a moment, then moves over to look at it sideways, bending down to be eye level with the mouth. Were those tusks sticking out before? I thought the whole thing was flat. It certainly looks flat from the front. I agree as I hold my chin thoughtfully. I don't think any of us thought to look at it from the side coming in. I can't say if they stuck out then or not. Corrigan takes a step toward the mural and grasps one tusk in her hand. She's able to wiggle it a bit. It moves. She reaches for the other one, but it's outside of her range. I gotcha, I say as I step up to the other one. Now, shall we pull on 3? Corrigan nods with determination. All right, 1, 2, pull the lever, crunk. We both pull, and there's a rumbling sound that fills the air coming from below our feet. I have just a moment to consider. Maybe I chose the wrong reference before the entire arrangement of tiles in front of the mural folds down underneath our feet. Everyone's eyes widen in surprise in the same instant we start falling. And idiot me, there's only one thing I can think of as gravity yanks our entire party downward. Wrong levity Ayre. The fall is long. The light from the hole in the floor shrinks to nothing, or it might have just closed up again. Either way, it leaves us free-falling through pitch-black darkness for a long moment. I activate life sense to tell where everyone is around me, and sure enough, 3 other life signs return to my senses. Spread out around me. We're falling at roughly the same speed. Look a little faster, Corrigan a little slower. At these speeds, though, we're going to splatter all the same. The sides of the hole we're falling through gradually become visible as red cracks crawl their way into our field of view. They aren't actually moving, of course, but it appears that way with no other frame of reference for our own movement, and soon, fiery light from below blooms up to meet us. There's ground below us, but it's rock, and it's surrounded by what looks like magma. Remmi, do something. The strangled shout comes from Ayre, to my left, but I'm already racking my brain to come up with something, anything. My eyes widen. I'm gonna stop us. You're going to what? I pull my gun, and switch the magazine to those golden S-dot bullets, and take note once more of where everyone is. I'm going to have to be fast, or we're still liable to break bones by gaining too much speed again. Dive ahead of me. Go, go. It takes them half a heartbeat to figure out what I mean, but it's a long fall, and soon, as I spread out my limbs to catch as much air as possible, they narrow their profiles to speed up. Once they're reasonably ahead of me, they spread out again, and by that time I've got seconds to act. I activate Empower to make the most of those seconds possible, and shoot my friends. As quick as I can adjust my aim and pull the trigger, they flash golden yellow mere feet above the ground. I turn the gun around and shoot myself, eyes clenched shut against the ground that must have been inches from my nose. My next sensation of anything happening is thumping against the ground, bruising my nose on the granite, and landing awkwardly on my gun hand. Unlucky the gun doesn't go off again in my stomach from the impact. There are groans from the hot air around me, and I let mine join them as I push myself over onto my butt. That was quick thinking, Rem. Luke speaks up, still on one knee. But nothing looks broken, though he's making a face that tells me something's still hurt. Yeah, thanks for saving us, Ayre mutters, holding his head in both hands. There's a few abrasions on his face and knuckles, but he's intact too. But let's not do that again. Those bullets clearly aren't for people. My whole brain still feels like a brick in my skull, and everything from my knees down is pins and needles. My chest hurts, Corrigan adds. She looks like her face took a good bang, but she's holding her right hand over the left side of her chest. It doesn't take a lot to figure out what they all mean. I feel it too. My head is heavy, my extremities tingle, and my heart is pumping to burst, like a drowning man suddenly coming up for air. It should fade. Temporal dissociation definitely shouldn't be a long deb of probably. At least, I really hope it's not. I don't actually know what's wrong with us, but I have a pretty good idea, and I'd rather talk a big game than scare them with talk of our bodies nearly suffocating, stroking, and heart attacking all at once. Remmi, Ayre groans. Are you making stuff up? Yeah, I admit, but stumble my way to my feet anyway. Come on everybody, gather round. We'll get some healing going. Maybe that'll help with the everything. Get over here, Corrigan. Let's start with you and get a look at that gash on your head. Healing magic does help, or at least the strain of the S-dot bullets timey-wimey damage eases around the same time. It could have been just due to being up and moving, or focusing on something other than the pain that lets our systems relax and begin to run normally again. But I'm happy to give the credit to my heal spell, too. It's hot down here, Ayre complains as I finish tending to Luke, and then pull out a vial of sweetened apple juice to pour down my throat. I swallow it down and wipe the back of my hand across my mouth before stowing the vial again. Sorry, don't have anything for that. We should just be glad it's mostly for show. If convection was working how it's supposed to, we'd literally be baking. If anyone needs water, though, don't hesitate to speak up. Dehydration can get you killed. Corrigan, not seeming nearly as bothered by the heat, has moved over to a wall of stone raising up from the granite floor. It's the mural. That pulls our attention to it, as well. And just like she said, there's the three-eyed ogre again, right in the same place as the one up above. I observe after I take a moment to get my bearings. I thought maybe we'd taken the wrong route, but maybe not. I'm rubbing my chin again. That's clever. First, the switch is easily missable. Then anyone that didn't get caught in it would have thought it a trap. But wasn't it a trap? Ayre asks. I mean, we only didn't die because you stopped us. Maybe there's some other way to break the fall, I guess. Then point to the familiar mural. The dungeon obviously expects us to make it down here, if it's got this mug waiting for us. We really are only halfway through the dungeon, then. I point next to the split paths of stone to either side of the mural. Even the entrance paths are duplicated. The main hall's gotta be on the opposite side. Be ready, everyone. I doubt we're going to have goblins and wolves waiting for us this time. Everyone gives a nod, tightening their grips on their respective weapons. It's time for the second floor. Book 2, Chapter 57, Larva. Chapter 57, Larva. Remmi, what are you doing? I'm crouched down on the edge of the granite clearing we landed on. My left hand is stretched out over the angry soup. I'm tentatively lowering the limb down toward it. Of course, I pause when Ayre's panicked near screech splits the air and look back at the elf, whose fists are clenched before his chest and knees are clasped. I'm checking how hot it is. I state like it's the most normal thing in the world. There's a moment of dumbstruck silence on Ayre's mien. Then, Remmi, it's lava. No, it's not. There's that dumbstruck look again. What do you mean, it's not? It's obviously lava. It looks like lava, I correct my friend, but there's no way it's the real thing. Not the real thing, Ayre repeats. Can't you feel how hot it is in here? Exactly, I point to the elf. It's not nearly hot enough for being surrounded by lava in an enclosed space. The loss of thermodynamics should be baking us alive right now, and it's only uncomfortably hot. And then there are the fumes. What fumes? There aren't any. I swing my arms out toward the lake around us. Lava gives off all sorts of nasty gases, like sulfur dioxide and hydrochloric acid. Not to mention absurd quantities of carbon dioxide. We shouldn't be able to breathe down here if this were really lava. It's Corrigan who speaks up this time, but we can breathe just fine, and we're not baking, which means it's not real lava, I conclude dramatically. It's just a lava-like substance conjured by the dungeon as an environmental hazard. Ayre crosses his arms under his chest, frowning as he juts one hip. Alright, it's only pretend lava. Why does that mean you have to stick your hand in it? Because we need to know how hot it is. Now I feel like I'm repeating myself. We need to know if it's going to kill us if we slip, or if it's something we can survive a brief dip in. I don't feel like you're thinking this through as well as you think you are, Ayre counters. What if it is lethal? Then all I'll lose is my hand, and my healing bullets can regenerate it. I hold up my pistol with my right hand. I've already got them loaded. I don't think you have a suitable sense of self-preservation, Remmi. Luke takes a few steps toward where I am. No, she's got a point. We do need to know how much we can risk. He begins unfastening his gauntlet. But let me do it. You may not be able to aim straight if you're in pain, right? It'll be easier for you to heal someone else. I nod and step back to make room for him. Yeah, good thinking, Luke. Behind us, Ayre groans, rubbing his forehead. Oh, Essence, we're actually doing this, aren't we? Okay, Luke, I coach him as he kneels down next to the liquid. Try to keep your hand in for as long as you can bear it. If that's only a moment, that's fine. If you suddenly lose sensation, though, cool out immediately. He wiggles his fingers a moment, building up his determination, then plunges his hand into the drink. Immediately, expressions of pain flood his face, but he manages to keep it under for several seconds before he finally breaks and yanks it back out again. Oh, it burns, it burns. He's grasping his wrist with his other hand and waving the afflicted hand around, occasionally attempting to blow on it. Hold still. Let me see it. I insist as I grab the limb and pull it in close to my face. I can feel the heat coming off of it. The fingers are red, swollen, and angry. There's blisters and places where I can even see cooked meat underneath. But the hand is fundamentally intact. Come on, heal it. Already, Luke begs. I think it's actually worse in the open air. Just take it easy. Healing's coming, I assure him, careful not to call him a big baby since it probably really is quite painful. Honestly, I'm glad it's not me. I place the barrel against his wrist and pull the trigger. He immediately yelps, and the recoil throws the limb away from me. Still, I'm able to ping it 2 more times even as the momentum sends it flinging about. It's like moving target practice. Oh, ouch. Luke is waving his wrist out even as his skin and nails regenerate on his hand above it. Those things are the most painful healing I've ever received. Are you sure they don't do damage? If they do, I say as I holster my gun, it's far less than the healing they provide. I pick up his gauntlet and help the big man to his feet. Good news is, the lava substitute isn't as deadly as the real thing. It's just really scalding. We can stumble into it a bit and be fine so long as we don't go full in. I hand Luke his gauntlet and slap him on the back. You in particular need to stay out. You'll sink like a rock, and your armor will hold all the fluid in instead of letting it drain away from you even if we get you out. Noted, he replies as he wiggles his fingers again before sliding the gauntlet back over them. Don't worry, I'm not looking to do that again. I think I hear Ayre muttering something about doing it in the first place. But when he speaks up, he's saying something else. I guess it's good to know it's not going to kill us outright. But is there anything else you want to examine? Or can we get moving? I change my rounds back to my overpressure default, and holster the pistol again. Right, ready whenever you are, Ayre. The elf just gives me a flat look, like he's trying to decide if it deserves an answer or not. Then he just turns toward the same split hallway we took upstairs, and leads the way into the second floor main hall. It is not the familiar one from the first floor we passed through so many times. It's probably about the same massive size, but the lava is pervasive here. There's scattered granite platforms, broken bridges, and structures that might have once been about the size of gazebos before they collapsed, as if this whole room was once some sort of ornamental garden or park. As if water once ran through the channels the red, steaming fluid now occupies. Instead of birds and fish, or even goblins and wolves, the new occupants are decidedly more horrifying. We can see bat-like humanoids I can only think of as imps flitting about in the air, and massive, insectile, worm-like creatures snake through the lava itself. One of the latter rears up when imp flies too close. The imp manages to swoop out of the way, but the revelation that the insects are huge, evil-looking centipedes with round, tooth-filled maws is enough to give me plenty of nope. We huddle in the entrance before fully entering the room. So what's the plan? Corrigan is the first to ask. Well, we've got fiendish centipedes and imps, I point out. I bet the latter will try to bombard us with fire magic from the air, and the centipedes will attack if we get too close to the pools they're in. Ayre gives me a look that's half bewildered, half disgusted. Why do you know this? He hisses at me. I just give an innocent shrug. I mean, I'm just calling what I see. Corrigan looks back and forth between us. Is Hero Remmi not supposed to know what imps are? Ayre doesn't answer, not out loud. He just gives me an angry glare. There's nothing I can do but shrug again. Luke casts his gaze around the hall. It looks like there's a solid walkway all the way around the outer edge, which is exactly why we're not taking it. I immediately contradict. There's something fishy about anything that makes it so easy. It's not that easy, Ayre objects. We'd have to walk single file, and we'd still risk being under attack. We're fast, I point out. We could blitz them, get to the far side where it's more solid, and fight them off there. Okay, the elf demands, so why aren't we doing that? Because that's the suspiciously obvious solution. I guarantee you, there's something up with the wall route. Fine, Ayre relents. We don't take the wall. I don't need to hear, I told you so, over something stupid. Down the middle, then, near as possible, I confirm. It'll mean being attacked from more sides. But we've got enough firepower between the four of us to deal with these goons. I'm not sure fire's going to be very useful here, Corrigan points out. Figure of speech, I answer with a wave of my hand. Stick to your lightning, that should be fine. She nods, and we break our huddle. All right, team, let's make this level our pores. Glance to Corrigan, who looks confused at my break. Then I turn forward again. Beatstick, you were about to say the Ayre starts, but his mouth is covered. There are children present. Don't be vulgar. The first imps spot us, and let out a cry that alerts the rest before barreling toward us. The one at the front tumbles out of the air a moment later as my bullet tears through its bulbous skull. Here we go. Let's deal with the imps first as much as possible. Ayre draws an arrow back. I don't have your range, Remmi. We'll be counting on you to thin them down. Then we'll take them out as they come in close. Right. I glance to Luke. Keep those worms off of us. You can count on me. Plan in place. We begin the engagement. I focus on plinking the imps out of the air, not aiming to soak the skies with lead so much as focusing on taking precise shots. 2 more ranged participants mean that I don't need to take them all down, myself. Besides, there's enough that it's not long before arrows and spells start flying too. Little surprise, the centipedes don't keep their noses out of it either. They're slow to follow the noise of battle, but that just means they end up timing so that we're in the thick of the imps by the time they come crawling out of the molten sludge. And sure enough, the imps that come into casting range begin tossing firebolts at us too. Luke's strong, but when we find ourselves having to dance around too many bolts, and he's facing down 3 worms at once, I give the order to move forward. Further into the cavern. We can't let ourselves get surrounded. Luke takes one of the centipede's heads off, then swats a firebolt that was coming for him, and takes off running after us. All the while, Ayre, Corrigan, and I are returning fire into the cloud of bat wings above our heads. We leap across broken bridges to new platforms, briefly take cover in blown-out gazebos before imps flood the gaps, and centipedes crawl over the barricades, and generally make our way in the direction of the far wall. It's a running battle, but we make a good showing of it, right up until something goes wrong. Our path has taken us close to the right side wall, and we're passing through one of the ruined buildings. But a bolt from an imp causes Ayre to lose his footing and topple backwards toward the wall, which wouldn't be a problem. The building hugs right against it, so there's no lava. Except we promptly find out the gimmick with the walls as ghostly hands reach out of it as soon as Ayre stumbles close, and clamp down on him, pulling him tightly up against the wall. The hands are either extremely cold or necrotic, as I can immediately see Ayre's pale flesh start turning blue with their grabbing him. Either way, we gotta get him out of there quick. Besides, I don't like where some of them are grabbing. We're gonna get out of PG territory really fast. I turn and shoot the face of the centipede clambering over the rubble that Luke was about to engage and shout at him. Luke, ghost hands. He takes one look and makes a dash for Ayre, golden energy flaring around his blade with a shout as he activates some elemental skill and cleaves down through the pale blue limbs and well into the stone wall itself. There's an unholy wail as half the hands retract, and Luke grabs Ayre with one hand, yanking the elf free of the hands on the other side. I shoot another centipede while Corrigan unleashes a storm to chase the imps away. Can you run? I ask my friend. Ayre's squinting, and there's lots of blue fingerprints over his bare skin, but he nods. Yeah, I'm good. Going to need some of those healing bullets, though. That sucked a third of my hit points. I reach into my satchel and toss him a vial of apple juice instead. Down it, and let's keep moving. He nods, does so, and then because there's no reason to let the mana regeneration go to waste in the meantime, begins spamming spiral shot into the imps. The extra firepower marks a new leg to our progress, and before long, we're breaking through the other side, onto a large, cobblestone clearing that stretches from wall to wall, capped with familiar doors. We hold off the last stragglers until they drop into the muck, and I add their loot to what we picked up along the run. And finally, we're all allowed a moment to breathe. At least Ayre's colour has come back. Okay, I declare as I flopped in against the fountain in the middle of the cobblestone. Who's for a break before we tackle this flaw's versions of the halls again? In fact, let's break for lunch. I don't hear any objections, which is a good thing, because I think I'd overrule them. If nothing else, I need the time to restock on bullets. Gun Girl Book 2 Chapter 58 Wrestler. Chapter 58, Wrestler. We're all feeling recharged and refreshed after a quick lunch break around the fountain, and its cooler air. I actually put thought into the meals each person got this time to maximise our performance in the second half of the dungeon, at least for time. Luke threw into a Hamburg steak with essence onions and essence mashed potatoes smothered under essence flour gravy with mushrooms, completed by a side of essence spinach. It'll give him an hour-long buff to his strength and toughness. Corrigan initially turned up her nose at her essence mixed nut curry with broccoli alongside fish and essence blueberries on account of the curry's strong and familiar smell, but actually seemed to really like it after giving it a try. It'll boost her intellect and spell power. Ayre and I had the same dish in essence garden salad, featuring a whole host of essence vegetables, including baby spinach leaf, carrots, olives, nuts, cucumbers, snap peas, tomatoes and onions, as well as shredded cheese under a creamy, sharp dressing that reminds me of blue cheese. It's a surprisingly fit meal, and even if the system calls it rabbit food, the boost to our agility and stamina will see us through any new challenges this last stage of the dungeon has to throw at us. Now, we've decided to take the doors in the same order we did above, and we're standing before the door to the left. Like above, this too has lettering carved into its mantle. Arena of Strength. I read for the sake of Corrigan and Ayre. Sounds like, instead of a trial, we're going to have a fight. Luke tightens his grip on mutated steel. If it's a contest of strength, I'll make sure we don't lose to anyone. I grin over at him and slap him on the arm. We'll be counting on you, but just like last time, we're here to support you. He gives me a nod back, and we step toward the door, Luke taking point and pushing the door open with his hand. Sure enough, under the torchlight and leering gaze of the three-eyed mural is a pounded flat circle of dirt, and at the back end of the room is another ogre, just like the idolmaster that concluded the floor above, except this one's waiting in a squat, apparently in the middle of an exercise set, and when it stands up, the torchlight glistens off of well-oiled muscles. A metal and wood right arm that reminds me of Sire's prosthetic leg, long, disorderly hair and a decidedly very female silhouette. When she turns toward us, her piercing eyes stare out at us from a lovely almond-shaped face. Wow, she's pretty, I note out loud before I can stop myself. Then, is she our only opponent? Ayre elbows me. What does identify say? Oh right, I can do that. I tear my eyes away from the muscle mommy and focus on the spell. Wrestler Ogre, same level as the Swordmaster Ogre. Wait, I have to wrestle her. Luke begins to panic a little, though, as it turns out, not because of her size. I have no idea where I'm supposed to put my hands. I scowl and poke him in the side. No, she's going to try to wrestle you. You don't have to reply in kind, you know, though it's definitely going to make it hard to use something as large as Utaji. She turns toward us fully and speaks, much in the same way as the Idolmaster. You challengers who have overcome the trial of strength, now prove your worth to me. I have no way of knowing if that's all these ogres can say, but it's worth trying to find out the rules. None of us are wrestlers specifically. Is that a problem? This isn't an actual wrestling match, is it? Her eyes snap to me, those piercing blue orbs. It's a fight. I don't care how you fight. If you can't defeat me, then your pilgrimage ends here, right? Then I hope you don't take offense if I try to make this quick, I say as I move my hand to my new holster and unfasten the strap. This is the strength of my people. She visibly braces herself for an attack, but there's no way she can expect what I'm packing. Energy flares around me as I activate Empower, and around the barrel of my gun as I trigger Spiral Shot. I'm putting everything into this as I focus on my quick draw. The barrel slides free with buttery ease, and even with my enhancements, I can't give a segment of time between when it clears leather and when I fire at center mass. That metal so close to position already, slides up to protect her chest from attack. The round impacts the limb, creating a loud, ringing reverberation that fills the room. And then the yellow light rushes over her as she seizes up, her every muscle spasming under the effects of the paralysis round. I twirl my pistol and blow on the barrel. Fool me once, ogres, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Luke, you're up. The Swordmaster hero rushes forward, prepared to deal with this ogre just like we dealt with the Idoker one. By the time he's halfway to the ogre, however, something's wrong. The twitches are getting sporadic. Luke, look out, she's breaking. Before I can finish my warning, the ogre throws her arms wide with a battle cry, seemingly breaking out of the paralysis effect by sheer force of will. Instead of being vulnerable to a coup de grace, she reaches out and grabs Futeji by the blade mid-swing, getting into a direct struggle of raw strength with Luke despite all of his bonuses. Spread out. I immediately tell Ayre and Corrigan with a wave of my arm before I start changing out my magazine for my overpressure rounds again. This fight isn't going to be over as quickly as I'd hoped. Take your shots when you see them, but check your fire. We don't want to catch Luke in our attacks. The ogre's blue gaze shifts off of Luke to focus on me again. So you're their leader, she observes, almost in a purr. Oh, crud, I get the feeling I just pulled aggro. She abandons the direct contest of strength to shove the blade to the side, getting in close, and wrapping her supple arms around his torso and pressing a couple other supple things against him that cause him to immediately lock up. Upsa-daisy, she says with a grin. What? No upsa-daisy. But each of their strength is no doubt vastly in excess of their physical weight, and without any leverage, there's nothing he can do but go up in the air. Ah, stop. That's not nice. That's not nice. His panic seems to make her grin all the more before she tosses him to the ground off to the side, the impact heavy with all of his armor, and Futeji actually clatters out of his grip. Your turn, cute little leader, she calls out, turning to me. I suppress a swallow and raise my gun again, momentarily glad that our other two party members probably can't understand what she's saying. She raises her artificial limb in defense again. You may thunder like the master, little one, but you aren't good enough to get past me. The wrestler charges at me, and I squeeze off a few shots, but dive to the side before she can get within arm's reach of me. I'm momentarily taken with the thought of what Ayre could do with a prosthetic like that. But then, given their similar construction, it's possible this was exactly where she got it. And, as impressive as this ogre seems to me, she's still only a silver rank monster. Her prosthetic would still hold back a platinum rank adventurer. The item just wouldn't be able to keep up with the demands that would be placed upon it. No, it's no wonder why the red-headed bartender decided to retire after losing her leg, even if she had a combat-ready prosthetic replacement. Two people that aren't distracted are to either side, however, and the miniboss had surrendered her own cover when she tossed Luke aside. The moment she comes to a stop after failing to grab me, Ayre and Corrigan open up on her with fire magic and spiral shot. The attacks crash into her from either side, and I wheel around, firing into her as well. While she's staggered, she's forced to abandon my pursuit and hunker down under our bombardment. One would think this would be a death sentence, but she just brings her arms up to either side to absorb the brunt of it and endures. We can't keep the onslaught up forever. It won't be long before I'm going to have to reload. Soon after, Ayre is going to need to switch quivers. At some point, Corrigan is going to falter. If this damnable woman doesn't break before then, she's going to turn around and break us. But it's enough time for Luke to recover. Just as our barrage starts to fade, and she begins to unwind herself, he slams into her from her blind spot, fist drawn back to slug across her jaw. She tumbles backward from the force of impact, and Luke takes the opportunity to bear her cur low and around the middle. The ogress swears at him as she rains blows down on his armored shoulders, but he doesn't let go. He squints up at her through the pain and the bastard manages a grin. Upsa-daisy. You little foo. She goes up and around in a side salto, and he slams her into the ground with enough force that we all brace to catch ourselves against the aftershocks. I waste no time, reaching into my bag as fast as I can to throw a quiver in one direction and a vial of apple juice in the other. Each of my fellow ranged combatants grab their respective item and either swap it out or down it as appropriate as I'm changing to a new magazine. Luke staggers back to his feet, glances over his work, turns back to us, and gives a flick of his chin. Like flipping goats back home, he says with a weariness that suggests maybe he's overstating. I'd be mildly surprised the wrestler's initial throw didn't break his back if I didn't have a good idea how ludicrously high his toughness was. But it still must have hurt. But that's not the problem. I stare at him like he's gone crazy. Stop bragging, and go get your sword, you idiot. My insult confuses him in his moment of pained elation. Ha, that trick didn't put you out of the fight, I remind him even as she, indeed, starts climbing back to her feet. Why do you think it would? Luke, look out. He wheels around, but the ogress grabs him by the shoulder with one hand. You want to play patty cake, pretty boy? She asks with a wide smile on her face. Fine, let's play. Her other hand comes back in a fist and pistons down into his face, but her grip keeps him from going anywhere. Another fist, and another, and another. They keep raining down, and Luke is grappling for the woman's arm, trying to pull himself free. I circle around for an open shot at her back, and she cries out, her assault breaking as red blood trickles down from the hole I placed there. But she pauses to turn to look at the source of the attack. Put him down, I shout as I stare down the barrel of my pistol at her. She gives a dark chuckle. Fine, and casually tosses the Swordmaster hero aside. He might actually stay out of this long enough this time. Again, Ayre and Corrigan unleash their attacks, but she charges through them, now determined to get her hands on me. I dive to the side again, recalling back to my first day in Dabun village, when I was told how the body responded to percentile damage, and couldn't help but wonder where this Amazonian powerhouse's numbers are sitting at. Maybe Olga's got to ignore those responses, because I can't bear to think we've done so little to her unarmored form. Another brace of attacks as she misses me again staggers her, but she rips a statue from the ground and hurls it at Ayre, catching the wall beside the archer and causing it to crumble dangerously close to him. I can't spare a moment to check on him, but the other half of the damage, Corrigan, breaks off to do so without even thinking about it, cutting off both sources of damage. I can't even call after her to hold position, or I just make her the next target. Instead, the wrestler slowly maneuvers me back against the wall with what almost sounds like a giggle. Now, little one, how about a hug? I try to tumble away again, but she grabs me by the ankle and swings me back into the wall, stunning me for a moment as I cry out in pain before she grabs me up into her arms. My face is momentarily crushed into the same soft surfaces that had caused Luke to panic, but then she squeezes, and all thought of anything but the pain evaporates from my mind as I scream into them. Remmi. I vaguely hear Ayre's voice shout from over by the rubble, but it's quiet behind the popping of my ribs. The pressure keeps on growing, never relenting, only tightening. Each new milestone causes me to cry out again as my chest cavity gets a little narrower. I can't reach my sword or crossbow, and at some point, my pistol fell out of my grip. Reflexively, I flare in power, but it doesn't do anything against her powerful build. And then it all stops and everything falls silent as something rips through my belly, from my sternum to my pelvis. It's an odd feeling. There's enough pain in my everywhere else that it just feels like getting my insides pushed around at first. But then there's a coldness that settles into my torso, and my belly starts to feel wet. They all gress, and I both look down, and, incomprehensibly, there is a slab of sharpened steel connecting us. For her, I can see where it passes through her own abdomen. The tip that is passing in my front, and out of my back is narrower, but with her organs shoved into me and my fluids trickling back down into her, we've inarguably shared a transplant. It's forever and a moment that we're both standing there staring, and then her grip slackens, and we fall. I slide off the tip as her knees collide with the floor, and behind her, I can see Luke with UTG steel, drawing the blade back out of her, and I just stare blankly as he rears back and takes her head off. Book 2 Chapter 59 Shellshook. Chapter 59 Shellshook. Remmi. I'm not really paying attention to Ayre as he throws his bow to the side and beats a path across the arena to skid his knees in front of me. My glazed eyes are instead staring at an invisible window in front of my face. Status: critical wound. You have suffered a traumatic injury that has inflicted severe damage to your internal systems. These systems are now hemorrhaging and beginning to fail. This process will be represented by a percentage health point loss every second until death or until you're stabilized. Sufficient medical care or healing has a high chance of stabilization. You have a very small chance to automatically self-stabilize a subsystem every tick. Performing any strenuous action may worsen hemorrhaging and accelerate system failure or destabilize an already stabilized system. Strenuous action may include, but not be limited to, forcing locomotion, casting, engaging in combat, or attempting to self-administer medical care. You are advised to seek aid immediately. Those system failures must be impacting me physically beyond just the recurring damage, because I can barely move, and my sluggish mind can come up with only one solution. Productively thinking, well, poop, as I watch my life start to tick away. Remmi. Ayre's still repeating my name for some reason, but then the elf slaps my face and grabs me by the chin. Remmi, stay with me. His eyes are wide, dilated, and damp in the corners. Tell me what I need to do. With a groan, I turn, locate where my pistol fell, and shakily reach my hand out toward it. Ayre assumes I'm pointing him to it, and immediately grabs it. Right, the healing bullets. Oh, but that's not what's in it. He fumbles about with the pistol, turning it around in his grip and trying to remember what he's seen me do countless times to eject the magazine. He finds the release on the left side, presses it way harder than necessary, and gives a yelp as the magazine drops out. Should have caught that healing. Second pouch, I mumble, sliding my hand toward it, right side. He all but dives into the pouch and comes up with the green striped magazine like he's coming up for air. Got it. He jams it into the slot and has to whack it a second time to get it to click, then brings it toward me, holding the thing in both hands, fingers already in the trigger well. Instinctively, I pull away as much as I can, but all I can manage to fumble my sluggish brain through is chamber. The mumbled word confuses Ayre, who leans in closer, gun still between us. What was that, Remmi? Screw accelerated system failure. This prit-faced elf is about to kill me. I surge forward with a burst of reserve strength, grabbing him by the shirt and yanking him face to face with me. You whack that slide, I growl with every bit of malice my dropping hit points have left me, or so help me. I'm breaking your bow down for firewood and using it to start an elf barbecue. My intensity leaves him momentarily stunned even as I release him and slump back again, panting from the exertion. He looks down at the gun and runs his hands over the slide. I can practically see him recalling the motion I did. He gives the slide a tug, then, when that doesn't take it all the way, he regrips and gives it a firm yank. Something comes flying out of the ejection port and goes skittering to the floor. Corrigan hurries over and picks it up. It's one of her bolts. You kicked one of the bolts out. Luke looks too. It's not a green one, though. Is it one of the ones she was firing at the ogre? Ayre pales as he realizes what had nearly happened. Oh, essence. I almost launched a real one into her. I can't manage more commentary. I can already feel an extra trickle of blood from my last stunt, so I just sigh at the near accident being avoided, and lay there waiting to be put back together. Ayre again hefts the unfamiliar shape of the pistol up between us. It's just like a crossbow. He mutters to himself in reassurance. Just like a crossbow. He levels it out, trains it on my torso and flinches as he pulls the trigger. The gun goes off, kicking in his hands, and the bullet hits me in the upper right of the chest like somebody struck me with a hammer, and my body goes sprawling back into the dirt. Ayre just stands there like an idiot, staring down at me, but it's Luke who recalls me taking several shots to heal his hand. The Swordmaster hero comes up next to Ayre and grabs him by the shoulders. Moa. As bidden, Ayre fires again, then faster. The bullets cause my body to buck and flail, and I can hear the elf's voice like a rising whine behind the gunfire. The shots are landing a little more wildly, but at this range, he can't really miss me. 20 bullets in, and the explosions stop, replaced by the repeated clicking of the empty mechanism. I can't really see what's going on, though, because my gaze is still trained on the ceiling, my torso feeling like I just stood in front of an army of paintballers. But after several long moments, that window blips out of sight, which, I figure, either means I'm dead, or the bullets did their job. Honestly, I'm still getting mixed signals from my body on which that might be. I think it's several minutes before I dare pull myself back up into a sitting position, and the sight before me is something to behold. Ayre's on his clasped knees, still holding the empty pistol, and looking as afraid as if he'd been the one to get shot. Luke and Corrigan are sitting together, watching us both worriedly. When he sees me sit up, he does the silliest thing, trying to hide UTG steel behind his back, and look innocent about it. It doesn't work, of course, and just looks ridiculous. I look around at all of them, and scratch at my chest. The pirate captain was right. Those things really do sting. Remmi mumbles like a shell-shook victim. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I chuckle weakly at the elf. Also, we need to talk about mag dumping, and when it is, and is not appropriate. Luke leans forward. You okay, Rem? I thought you'd stand up to that better. No, it's fine, I assure him as I shift and rub my side. You did the tactical thing, and ended the fight. It's my fault for not taking time to teach Ayre how to use my pistol specifically for something like this. Heck, I didn't even know critical wounds were a thing. I pause, tilt my head in thought, then amend my statement. Okay, I know intellectually that wounds like that exist, but I wasn't aware of the status effect of critical wounds. I'm pretty sure we all knew what you meant, Corrigan puts in, but glances to Ayre. Those of us that are still here. Luke nods. Yeah, we're taught to recognize the signs of the status as part of our guard training. It's a nasty one, but I figured you'd be hardy enough not to suffer it, and we'd be able to patch you right up. Well, you're half right, I answer back as I push myself to my feet with a groan. My health points are back up and climbing, my stomach is scarless, and I'm back in action. Once I'm up, I look down and fiddle with the hole in my dress with my finger. Gonna need to find a mending spell for this, though. Luke coughs awkwardly and looks away, red in the face. I ignore him for now and concentrate on Ayre. I kneel before the elf and put my hand on my chrome pistol. Hey, you still with us, Ayre? So much noise, he mumbles. I still dilated. I smile and put my hand on his head as I begin to channel heal. Don't worry, I'll get that healed up for you, my sensitive friend. We've definitely got to get the system to put some healing protection together for you. It's weird, Luke puts in. I didn't think it was really loud. I mean, it was really loud, but it wasn't, like, painful, you know. Grandpa said elves have sensitive ears, Corrigan contributes. That's why they don't like our parties. Maybe your weapon hits them just right when it's so close. Yeah, that's pretty much what I figured, I agree. Under the green aura, Ayre is starting to settle down. The ringing is slowing. I pat him on the shoulder with my other hand, then reach down and take the gun away to holster it. I'll reload it later. Instead, I turn to the others. So, that was a rough fight. Did we get anything from it? Luke reaches over and drags a pair of gauntlets into the middle of our messy semicircle. Just these. She didn't so much drop them, as they were left behind when she vanished. And how's everyone's health and manner? Luke raises a hand. I've actually got an accelerated healing ability, so I'm pretty good, and I'll be topped off with the breather. I nod. Nice. I should consider grabbing that, too. It'd certainly help with recovery time. Corrigan. I recovered most of my mana from that potion you gave me. She fidgets for a moment. Actually, it tasted really good for a potion. I kind of want another. She looks up quickly. But not right now. I don't need it right now. That'd be a waste of something so valuable. I can't help but grin at her reaction. Apple juice. She freezes at that, clearly confused. What? It's sweetened apple juice, I repeat myself. It's not a potion, Just essence-infused sugar and apples. Just like your lunch. She stares at me a moment longer as she processes that. You have magic food. I thought you just had some sort of amazing cooking skill. My grin gets a little self-conscious. Well, yes, I have the cooking skill, too, and I'm sure that helps, but essence is a heavy lifter. I hold up my finger before my lips as if shushing her as I wink. Secret hero-only ingredient. Once Ayre is sufficiently settled, I turn my attention to the gauntlets with a critical eye. I rub my chin with my other arm crossed over my abdomen. This one's going to be tricky. I don't think any of us are going to be able to make proper use of it at all. Always curious, Corrigan leans in eagerly. What's it do? It's called the Ogre's Vests, and the gauntlets have to be worn together to get the benefit, I explain. Having already identified it, it grants improved striking power and toughness, but it's classified as a weapon, so you can't use it with any other weapon to put the effect on that instead. Honestly, it's really hard to get any use out of if you don't already fight hand to hand. What do you do with magic items this powerful that you can't use? I just shrug. Sell them, usually, if we don't have anyone in mind that could use them. Ayre and I found a magic flaming sword in my first dungeon we're holding onto as a gift for the Empress, for example. But we found a lot of stuff over our dungeon tour that just isn't of any use to us or anyone we know. Well, actually, she brings up with shy hesitancy, we do know someone who could use this. I move my gaze from the gauntlets to her. Who have you got in mind? My grandpa, she finally admits. He fights barehanded, and I'd really like to get him a gift for my first ever dungeon run. I glance to my fellow hero. Any objections, Luke? He shakes his head. None here. I think it's a great idea. Chief Ronlo will definitely like it. He then gets an embarrassed grin and rubs the back of his head. I just hope he doesn't rope me into helping him break them in. I glance to my friend. Ayre. He shakes his head, still a little groggy, but recovering. I'm fine with it. And back to the little Oni. There you go. It's yours to give to your grandfather. Her eyes widen. Just like that? Just like that, I confirm. You want me to store it in my bag until we're out of here? Yes, please. Book 2 Chapter 60 Mages. Chapter 60 Mages. So what is a mag dump, anyway? I look over at Ayre, where he asks the question, and give him a big grin. Oh, so that did get through to you. I thought you were spaced out for sure. I can see his gaze getting flatter, so I widen my grin in reply as I give my answer. Well, a mag dump is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you discharge, or dump, an entire magazine, or mag, in one go. There's a few niche scenarios where it's called for, but it's generally considered overkill and a waste of possibly expensive ammunition. I gesture at the bundle of spent brass at Ayre's feet to illustrate my point. Ayre follows my gesture down to the floor, and I'm treated to the sight of a blush creeping up his neck and into his cheeks. You said there are times when it's good. There are times when it's appropriate, I emphasize as we begin making our way out to the main hall again. Like when you're stress testing a firearm or attachment, or testing your high-speed accuracy and control. So it's not for real situations. Ayre turns toward me fully. I've seen you do these dumps before, Remmi. I nod in agreement to his second half. I have. It's not usually for real situations, I confirm, but there's unusual situations too. I hold out my hand as I begin counting on my fingers. Normally, it's for suppressive fire, forcing the enemy to stay behind cover while your allies advance. Concentrated fire can also be used to overcome a hardened or otherwise stubborn target when you don't have a better shot to take. No matter the defense, be it a riot shield, the stone body of a golem or a defensive barrier, saturating a target's defenses with the kinetic energy can overwhelm and break them, especially with the right bullets. Corrigan actually speaks up from behind us at that. I don't know what kind of special shield type a riot shield is, but saturation is about the only way to bring down a barrier spell if you can't get to the caster themselves. You have to overstress it with powerful blows until it shatters. Grandbar says that's the big role of siege weaponry on the battlefield, to take down defenses so regular forces can actually reach the enemy. I immediately begin bobbing my head. Exactly. It's the same concept where I'm from. Siege or artillery weaponry is used to break through fortifications and defenses. We even have defense systems that function by shooting down incoming attacks, and still the most reliable solution is overwhelming them through saturation. It's the same thing with one-on-one or small-scale combat like what we do. It's an acceptable strategy to just soak the target in lead to achieve penetration. That makes Luke's nose wrinkle. Lead? Why would you use lead for your weapons? It's so soft. It just folds up. I give a snap of my fingers as I point to him. That's actually exactly why we use it. The deformation is a feature, not a bug. Bullets move so fast that if they were made out of a harder metal like steel, they'd shoot right through you and out the other side with minimal damage. Unless it directly passed through something vital, you'd still be coming at us with little more than a stagger slowing you down. But the lead smashes down and tears apart, spreading the damage out over a larger area. It gives the projectile a larger footprint on impact without killing its aerodynamics getting there. I can see Corrigan's little mind working away admirably at the physics of the problem. But doesn't that just make it splatter against harder targets like the barriers? It would, I agree. But that's why we have different bullet types for different situations. Just like how Ayre uses a hooked arrow for hunting to make sure the arrow stays in, but uses those things with a long, wicked spike on the end for taking down an armored target, why people developed splayed bullet heads, called hollow points, to maximize shred against soft tissue, and jacketed or solid heads to increase penetration. In fact, my main round I use for combat combines both features, and a high propellant concentration for an all-purpose, high-energy projectile. It's what I would choose to use for breaking a barrier, along with spiral shot's increased penetration bonus. I see, the little Oni observes, holding her chin in thought. So you'd saturate the target with bolts specialized for penetration until its defenses failed. Exactly. I nod again. That's a perfect example of when a mag dump would be warranted in actual combat. Ayre's gaze breaks away from my face, and goes down toward the hole in the abdomen of my dress. But not when saving a friend. Or, how can I resist throwing an arm around his shoulder, and pulling him into a hug after a line like that? I'm grinning as I pull us up cheek to smooshed cheek. Saving a friend is a great reason to mag dump, I assure the archer enthusiastically. I can hardly think of a better one. His words are slightly deformed by the pressure I'm putting on his jaw. Then why'd you make it sound like a bad thing? I consider that. Not releasing my best friend from the hug. Well, it's not that it's a bad thing. Just a wasteful thing. I know you were panicking, but the appropriate course of action would have been to pause after a few rounds, assess the progress, and then apply more as needed. It'd be like dumping our entire supply of healing items on me when all I needed were a couple. If I couldn't just buy more rounds from the system, what would we do for healing going forward? We've probably still got 2 more boss fights ahead of us. Yeah, I guess that makes sense when you put it that way. Ayre admits. Sorry I wasted your bullets. I'd just hug him harder. Sorry, you saved my life, and I can just buy more. I'm just helping you learn for the future. Firearms are a big responsibility, after all. Why are you talking like I'm going to have to learn all about them? Instead of answering him, however, I go about ordering restocks on ammunition. After all, we're standing in front of the door marked Arena of Guile. A few more minutes, and we're walking into the arena itself, though after the literal nature of the previous room with its roped-off dirt floor, it almost feels wrong to call this one an arena. It's more like a library, the walls covered with nooks filled to the brim with rolled-out scrolls, soft candlelight illuminating the space in contrast with the restless hot torches. Everyone, stay alert and ready, I advise, even as my eyes roam around to take in all of the room's features, immensely curious as to whether the scrolls have anything real on them at all, or are just decoration. I'm definitely nabbing all of them, or to loot will let me, before we leave, just so I can sate my curiosity. It'll bug me for an eternity if I never find out if they're all nonsense or not. We're obviously about to face some sort of mage for this one, and I doubt he's going to be the magic missile and incinerating ray type. Heck, we'd be lucky if he's the turns you into sheep and frogs type. It gives me a sideways glance I'm becoming familiar with. For a place supposedly without any magic, your people seem to have a lot of mages. What kind are you thinking, then? Illusions? Definitely, I affirm. Misdirection and even outright illusion magic were central to the entire Hall of Guile. Just illusions? Luke asks foolishly. That doesn't sound so bad. No, illusions are actually really bad in the middle of battle. It's Ayre who's fervently correcting him, fists clenched before his chest. What are you supposed to do when you can't trust your own senses? Or trust them too much and end up hitting an ally? It's true that, on their own, illusions are the most harmless offensive magic I put in. Illusions are dangerous because of what they hide, not what they do. I fully expect it won't be just illusions, only that illusions will definitely be there. I expect he's going to have something nastier than just those alone to take advantage of them, or to make them worse, and really mess with us. We round the corner, and there's a bent, old ogre mumbling senilely over a scroll, jotting down random thoughts before that ever-present three-eyed mural. Identify calls him a walk ogre, again the same level as the two before him, despite his emaciated frame. There's a lot of things that pair well with illusions, I answer, now more on guard at this disarming sight than before. Just be ready for anything. The ogre's laugh splits the air suddenly. He doesn't rise or stop writing, he just tosses his head back and cackles. Gahahaha. So you're the clever one who made a mockery of my hall. His voice is like wind to dry reeds, but he rolls the scroll up and slips it into his robes, then begins mumbling incantations and making flowing hand gestures. Slowly, a storm cloud collects underneath his cross-legged form and lifts him up into the air, turning him around to face us. You challengers who have overcome the trial of guile, now prove your worth to me. At the clearly ceremonial standard greeting, my hand moves to my holster. You're the first one to speak before issuing the challenge, I observe. He pauses and peers down at me with one eye, leaning over his cloud to do so, though he keeps his hands raised before him, wrists back, his fingers seemingly compulsively twitching and wiggling. And you're the first one to understand anything besides the challenge. Aren't you a curious one? You must be a hero, then, though it's impressive even one of you has learned to talk with us. You're the second dungeon monster to recognize what I am, I answer calmly, though I actually first talked to dungeon monsters by pretending to talk like a pirate. The system seems to have learned since then, or dungeons have. Pirates, Desert Cove. He immediately deduces. Did you know those ladies are even older than I am? That's followed by a dry, coughing laugh. Behind me, I know Ayre and Corrigan can only follow half of the conversation, but I feel their tension, just waiting for my lead. I, however, continue to engage in pleasantries. They've held up better. That just makes him laugh all the harder. They had the good fortune to find eternity when they were young. He boasts once he catches his breath. I had the good fortune to find it when I was wise. But there is always more to learn. For instance, where he reaches, however, he pulls out nothing, and confusion passes across his ancient mane. He begins to pat himself down. Where did I put it? He begins to turn on his cloud, digging around behind him on his left side. Right hand, I immediately declare, and an arrow and lightning bolt both go shooting by the old man's upraised hand as he only barely jerks it out of the way in time. In fact, he doesn't quite manage it. There's a red line across his palm from Ayre's arrow. He looks down at the blood with the face of a startled, lost old man, but then he licks it and begins to laugh again. I'm grinning a little, too. Sorry, Mr. Warlock, I tell him smoothly once he settled down enough to hear me again. But I'm afraid my people have a long history of fascination with legerdemain. You weren't looking for anything with your left hand. You were tracing a spell with your right. All of your fidgeting to get us to ignore it as more of the same. He leers over the edge of his cloud again, a wide, manic grin on his face. The doddering senility is gone, but there's a deep madness in its place. And I'm about to start a long history of fascination with you, Miss Hero. What an intriguing specimen. I can't wait to find out what makes you so special. His cloud swivels back out, and to as great a distance from us as it can manage in the enclosed space, his cackling driving us all to ready our weapons. The time for talking is over. Now, it's time to face the Master of Guile. Chapter Holidays. Chapter Holidays. Corrigan and Cougar are on the floor, on either side of a wooden panel painted with bright, colourful swirls. Drawn over the top of the colours is a labyrinth of ladders and slides, all piling against each other in a meso-labyrinth. There's an adventurer can only take them one space at a time. The only girl moves a stone for herself horizontally across the board, but gasps when she comes to a stop. Oh no, that's a slide. To her credit, she honours the landing and slides her stone all the way to the bottom. Then she picks up the wooden cube, puts it in a cup, and sets it before the rabbit. Your turn, Cougar. The horned rabbit rears back and kicks the cup over, sending the cube skittering out, and then hurries over to stare intently at the other stone on the board. Obediently, the mage moves the second stone according to the number of dots on the top of the cube. Congratulations, Cougar, you've taken the lead. At the praise, the furry monster does a quick, tight lap of excitement. One end of the dining table has another panel on it, this one with the layout of a large manor drawn out across its surface and laid over a grid. Tassum, Benaru, Urin, and Luke sit around it, each holding a set of cards and keeping a notepad close by. And I declare it was Lady Violet, with the crossbow, in the study, Benaru states confidently after looking through his notes one last time. Tassum opens up the paper envelope in the middle of the board to check the card stored inside it. That's another one for you. That's your third, so you're tied with Sacred Urine now. With her name mentioned, the white-haired elf gives a warm smile. I quite appreciate the competition. Why, it is a pebble to my belt to know that I can hold my own against the intellect of the battle mage hero. This game is a surprisingly engaging puzzle, as well. The assassin chuckles. You can just say you're having fun. Priestesses are allowed to do that, right? Luke, meanwhile, lowers his head to the table with a heavy groan. I haven't been anywhere near winning even once. Can't we go back to that proper to bind game? That one was way more fun. Benaru pauses in shuffling the evidence cards to glare across the board at him over the upper rims of his glasses. That would be because I was keeping track of your money for you. The swordmaster gives a nervous laugh at that as he rubs at the back of his head. I thought you were just doing that to be nice, Benny. I was doing it so that the game would move along. The young nobleman corrects the former guard. Every time you had to pay for anything, it took you an eternity to count your tins. He gives the cards a tap as he finishes. Honestly, I think that a line 4 token game might be more your type of experience. Like a dog promised a treat, Luke sits up sharply. If I set it up, will you play it with me? No. At the other end of the table, Empress Tanner, Saner, and Ayre also have their hands full of cards. But there is no board between them, only a pair of stacks of more cards. One sits face up, revealing colourful faces with comically large imperial numbers on them, while the other is face down. Suhai, who is, for once, devoid of imperial regalia, and clothed in what passes for casual attire in the capital, takes her turn by placing one of her 2 cards atop the face-up pile. Unlike the number cards, this one has 4 different colours on it, and the imperial symbol for 4 in the corners. 1, she says calmly. Red. Saner doesn't complain, simply proceeding to draw 4 cards from the face-down pile before taking her turn. But Ayre isn't so quiet. I can't believe she keeps trouncing us. When I heard the Empress was going to be here for this, I was tossing, wondering if I could be executed for not throwing a game. But it hasn't even come close to coming up. Tanner gives a diplomatic chuckle, but her smile only raises up half of her face. For the record, Ayre, the answer is no. I would be more upset if you did throw a game. However, if you want to defeat me, you will have to come at me with more fire than fretting over your own head. That gets the elf to scowl as he gives his hefty hand a wave, showing off what is definitely over a dozen cards. Fire. What fire could catch under this much suffocation? That's about when I step in from the kitchen, a tray in each hand. The house is an open concept between the kitchen and dining room, but after teaching them how to play the assorted games and making sure they knew each one had their instructions written down on a sheet of paper in Imperial Common, I've been busying myself in the kitchen. Aside from the occasional need for a ruling or clarification, they've all pretty much tuned me out, so I might as well have been in a completely separate room. Cookies are ready, everyone. Sorry about the wait. Everyone having fun. Almost everyone looks up from their games expectantly at that, and at the aroma coming off of the platters I brought with me. Not Benaru, though. He looks up, and he frowns. Remmi, I've been meaning to ask, is there some intent behind that garment you're wearing? Well, if that isn't diplomatic noble speak for, why are you wearing that hideous thing? Then I don't know what is. I let him off the hook, though, because at least he's trying to be nice about it. Instead, I look down at the outfit for myself. It's a mini dress in bright red fabric trimmed at the collar and hem with poofy white fluff designed to resemble fur. I've got matching white poof bracelets, a capelet in the same style as the dress, and matching slipper boots for indoor wear. I know it's not the coverage that bothers him, because that aspect isn't much different from my normal wear, and is actually quite common for the region. It's probably the colour, then. It's traditional, I chirp in reply. I tried asking Ayre to dress up, too, but my best friend wouldn't do it for me. The elf in question sighs as he sets his cards down. You didn't try to ask, Remmi. You cornered me with something bright green, and a manic look on your face, then tried to tie it to me with a twisted red and white rope. You would have looked so cute in it. I would have looked like a heretical pine tree. Well, anyway, I carry on as if his objection doesn't matter, and begin setting down mugs of steaming hot brown liquid before people. I didn't just make cookies. I brought drinks, too. Creamy, sweet hot chocolate. With marshmallows. Zutana takes a deep inhalation through her nose from over the cup I set before her. Remmi, I absolutely adore the substance you call chocolate, and I've never thought to melt it down as a drink. But did you say marshmallows? Yuff. I point to the little white globs floating atop the blend of cocoa, milk, sugar, and vanilla. Right there. They add a little more sweetness to the drink, and are a very popular addition. I actually had to use real mallow, too, since I can't exactly get essence gelatin. Ayre gives one of the baby marshmallows a poke with his finger. Remmi, these aren't marshmallows. They're nothing like marshmallows. I lean in close to his cup with a frown to confirm what I already know to be there. What are you talking about? They're exactly like marshmallows. What else would they be? Too heavy to float, the elf suggests. They're full of air. Air floats. I wave him off. Yes, that's how it works. It's Sainer's voice that gently lifts up into the argument. It's probably not my place to say anything. But are you sure you aren't talking about two different things? Because it sounds like you're each expecting something very different from the other. I look at her, but then I sigh and settle my voice into a softer register. I would absolutely agree with you. That's exactly what it sounds like, except it's not possible. I don't speak Imperial Common, remember. I can learn to write it, but Essence translation basically makes it impossible for me to learn how to speak it. I motion to my elvish friend. When I say marshmallow, Ayre hears marshmallow, regardless of what I'm saying. When Ayre says marshmallow, I hear the very concept of marshmallow. Miscommunication based on the concept of something we both know is thereby impossible. Zutana takes a satisfied sip from her mug as the others each come and get theirs. Then we are faced with an impossible fact. She smiles with nostalgia. Master Yuan put many such puzzles before me when I studied under her. Let's examine this one. You each have a concept of a marshmallow. That is undeniable, as it is a necessary prerequisite for heroic translation. Clearly, however, they are not the same concept. They must differ along some line or another. She turns first to me. Hero Remmi, answer me thus. What is a marshmallow? I give a slow blink as I process the unexpected question. Well, it's a confection made from mallow, a marsh plant, hence the name. Beside me, Ayre gives a vehement nod of agreement. Zutana raises a finger, the long nail painted olive green, I notice, and taps it against her chin. On the surface, then, the definition is the same. But we know its properties differ, as you consider it light enough to float, while Ayre considers it heavy enough to sink. In that case, a confection differs according to its ingredients. Besides mallow, what are the ingredients in a marshmallow? Well, sugar and vanilla, mostly, I answer. It doesn't take me long to come up with it, since I just made them today. But this time, Ayre doesn't nod. His neck stiffens, and his head jerks toward me like he's unsure what he just heard. Honey and nuts, he corrects me after a moment, as if he had to process reality's diversion from his expectations. Zutana's face just splits into a smug smile, and she takes another sip of her cocoa. I stare back at Ayre as I try to trace back in my head where he could have come up with the idea that honey and nuts go in marshmallows. Then my eyes widen, and my jaw falls open as I hit on it. Ayre, that's an Egyptian marshmallow. I don't know what that word means, he smugly replies. It's a real marshmallow. I wheel to the other end of the table. Guys, tell the Thigh Elf they're crazy. But the other end of the table isn't what I expect to see. Benaru, Tassim, and Yurin are all very much ignoring my existence as they continue playing their game. Luke seems to have been left out of this round on account of being completely distracted by the cookie platter, where he is rushing to shove iced sugar cookies shaped like trees, canes, and ornaments, and butter cookies shaped like bows and snowflakes into his mouth like a starving man who was displaced before a buffet. The sudden silence spreads across the room until even those ignoring me turn to see the problem, and even when all eyes in the room are upon him, it takes him several more long moments to realize it, himself. The shoveling slows. He looks around the room, and he goes through the complex process of swallowing everything already in his mouth. I saw your cookies are just so good, Rem. The first thought that comes to my mind comes out of my mouth. It's a good thing Ayre makes more as a captain than an average guardsman. She's going to need it to keep you fed. Several scoffs and chuckles come from around the room, some of them from directions I wouldn't expect, as Luke starts to look as red as his hair. I then grin smugly. Maybe you should take some cookies to her as a gift for putting up with you for all these years. The way his face innocently lights up with excitement completely kills the vibe, though. Can I? Of course, I go with instead. I'll even send a thermos of hot chocolate as my way of saying I'm sorry she was too busy to make it. I'm sure one of us has a spare time stock bag to stuff it in. I motion to Benaru when he raises his hand. There you go. And I made an absolute mass of cookies in case everyone tore into them, so don't worry about eating so many that they won't be enough. That would be a heroic feat even for you. Before the conversation can go much further, I feel a heavy thump against my leg, and I look down to see a very cross-looking rabbit staring up at me. Oh, don't worry, Huger. I didn't forget you. I reach for a wide, shallow bowl that had been among all of the mugs. Unfortunately, chocolate's bad for rabbits, and I didn't want to risk it on you, so I made you something special. And I set the bowl of hot malted milk down before him, along with a tray of butter cookies. As I come back up, Yurin is turning one of the ice trees back and forth in her fingers, lazily examining it as her head rests on her other propped arm. I have been wondering, Remmi, what, exactly, is the purpose of this celebration? It has certainly been refreshing to spend such time with everyone, but why were you so insistent upon this? My arm's empty of trays. I'm free to cross them as I tilt my head in consideration of the question. Well, that's a very complex topic, and the two things you're asking about are only tangentially related. Part of it's that, what with my whole reason for even being here over with the destruction of the corruption, I've had a whole lot of time to feel really lonely as everyone else drifted back to the lives waiting for them. I guess I just really didn't want to spend this day, of all days, alone in my workshop. Oh, gosh, now I've gone and done it. Everyone's looking at me like I just told them my dog has cancer. You have my deepest sympathy, truly, Yurin assures me after a moment, and you are always welcome to pay me a visit when you are feeling lonely. But what of the day itself? Why is it special? I give my hand a wiggle. That's where it starts to get complicated. There's actually a lot of holidays going on at once, all month long, in fact, to the point it's called the holiday season, and some people will even just say happy holidays, instead of naming a specific one. Usually, it's about renewal, but there's a day about charity and helping the poor. Another holiday is actually 8 days long, and celebrates a miracle, where temple lantern oil that should have lasted only a single night lasted for 8 days and nights until more could be prepared. I motion to one side for emphasis. I know the Toastin year starts on the first day of spring, but our calendar year reaches its end less than a week from today, and the eve of the new year is a time of festivities celebrating everything good in the past year and all of the open opportunities of the new one. Many faiths just focus on the winter solstice for being the shortest day of the year, because it means that every day after it, the long darkness of night will be a little shorter. I've been taking off on my fingers to help me keep track of them all, but now I thumb to my own chest. In the faith I was brought up in, today in particular is a celebration of the coming of a divine saviour, and the days named after him. However, it's big enough that it's celebrated by just about everyone, whether they're believers or not, as a time of family and friends coming together and showing their appreciation for each other. Luke is also trying to tick through his cookie crumb-coated fingers, but he's clearly not keeping up. Wow. That really is a lot of holidays. How do you fit them all in? I shrug. Most people don't actively celebrate all of them, and more than a few are redundant with each other or end up getting merged together for convenience. You might have 3 important days in 1 week, but scheduling conflicts make it easier to celebrate them all at once. Do that often enough, and the all-at-once approach just becomes the new normal. Of all those present, while I have all of their attention, Yurin looks particularly perplexed. Remmi, am I to understand that your people practice multiple different faiths concurrently? I give a bit of a grimace, though not because I think she's going to be mad. It's because it's another complex answer. Individually, no, not usually. While someone might change faiths over their lifetime, the one they practice at the time, they do so because they believe it to be the correct one. Across the world, though, the number of religions we practice is in the thousands. I pause to consider that statement, and how it could be misleading to my friends, though all but a tiny handful of those are extremely niche and isolated. Almost all believers in the world hold to just one of 4. She lets out a tired sigh as the cookie in her grasp droops. I suppose we can return to why you felt it necessary to use believers as a qualifier at some later date, or perhaps it will be answered by my next question. Why is there so much uncertainty about the nature of the heavens in your world? No evidence, I reply without hesitation. We don't have an essence system. After all, we've got lots of stories about the actions of the divine, and some of them make more sense than others, but none of them have definitive proof. Every faith's got an answer for why this is, usually centering around the withdrawal of gods from the lives of mortals as their intervention became less essential for our survival. Like how a parent has to allow their kids to grow more independent so that they can eventually move out and become a successful adult in their own right. My finger goes up practically of its own accord as I continue. Ironically, belief itself is also often a big motivator. If a deity is super blatant about their presence, it takes very little effort to believe that deity exists. If they are distant and work through limited miracles and coincidental positioning, where spiritual labor becomes heavier, and there is considered to be a direct correlation between the strength of one's faith and the spiritual power they can call upon. Benru adjusts his glasses as he finally deigns to contribute to the conversation. I remain astounded at the sheer breadth of knowledge you consider normal, Remmi. You speak of familiarity with the myths of countless people to whom you hold no ties, as if you could apostle for any of them. Functionally, that is knowledge only necessary for foreign diplomats, who must know the culture and history of those with whom they seek to connect. What purpose could it serve for any other? I beam as I inhale to answer, but he immediately cuts me off. Ah, just for fun then. How privileged. My beaming smile turns into a scowl. Okay, Benny, rude. That may not be wrong, but still, and it's not just for fun. I shake my finger in his direction. Understanding many cultures helps us relate to them. That knowledge helps your diplomats manipulate other people, but for us, it connects us to them. It helps us empathize with them. We see each other as fellow humanity, with a grand mural of interconnected myths and legends between us, spanning back into the distant past, and I swing my hand outward dramatically, and infinitely into the future. Tanner actually chuckles at my show. If you're looking for something to keep yourself busy with, hero Remmi, perhaps the diplomatic corps might not be a bad decision, after all. But Ayre scoffs at that. Or maybe she'd be more fitting for a theatre troupe. I shoot a dirty look at my unrepentant friend, but Ewan speaks up before things can derail further. Your people's great value placed upon interconnections is admirable, Remmi. In a world without essence, personal bonds are perhaps the only way to know another and appreciate their presence. In the cold, dark depths of winter, coming together to support one another simply because they are a fellow person, and that fact alone is enough to treat them as family, is perhaps the most wholesome reason I have ever heard for a holiday. She raises her mug of hot chocolate into the air before her. I, for one, am honoured to be counted as such a person to you, and may the whole of Tallest one day be seen in the same light. I can't help smiling so widely at that as everyone else's mugs come up to the toast that it feels like my lips might split at the seams, and I'm not going to tell them I'm fighting back tears. I'm just so happy to have such good friends. Book 2 Chapter 61 Dream. Chapter 61 Dream. As soon as the old wall ogre starts moving, I push myself ahead of the others. A power flares around me even as I activate Spiral Shot as well. Spiral Shot sounds like a spell that gets expended with a single bullet. It's right there in the name, after all. Spiral Shot. But it's a bit trickier than that. The spell actually has a duration attached to it. It doesn't just affect the first shot, but every shot fired for the entire following second, with the timer starting only after the first shot is fired. I checked my quick draw class skill before coming in here, too. And wouldn't you know, it functions almost exactly the same way. The timer starts from the moment it leaves the holster, but it's still time for multiple shots. If Tanner's Idoka quick draw really is the same skill, I can absolutely picture her cutting down a dozen clustered foes within the window of the single ability. A regular archer like Ayre, though, because of the pulling of the arrow, the drawing, the aiming, and the firing, each one having to form a complete cycle, would be very hard-pressed to get more than one extra arrow in, maybe two. Even if they were on the same level as the Empress, they'd still be far slower in their attack speed than someone who just has to make another swing. This would explain why Spiral Shot is normally considered a sniping skill, making one attack count extra hard. I'm definitely not at her level, not at all. But my weapon cheats. It's far faster than any other weapon in all of Tallest. Back home, the record for speed shooting our M1911 was 7 rounds in a single second, but as impressive as that is, the limit was human, not mechanical. At 200 agility, boosted up to 350 with Empower, I'm betting I can bottom my clip, and I'm sick of my shots being blocked by these ogres. Even as I draw, a staff materializes in the Walk's hands, and sure enough, he immediately erects a barrier. But I'll unload those overpressured rounds as fast as I can pull the trigger, rivaling an assault rifle for rate of fire, as a blitz of lead crashes against his magical wall. It flashes, it buckles, and finally, it shatters like glass under the barrage, the last 1 or 2 bullets digging into his side. Barrier down, I shout as I dump the magazine out of the grip, already pulling another out to slam in its place. Everyone forward. Luke charges past me, sword drawn back, while Ayre and Corrigan step ahead of me, one releasing his own Spiral Shot and the other ripping forth with a bolt of lightning. Before the incoming attacks, the Walk inhales deeply, then belches out a thick, rolling purple fog that crashes into our ranks, engulfing everything within the room. The last thing I see is the backs of my friends disappearing into the mists before it hits me. 2. Asterisk. I snap up in bed, my heart pounding as if I just had a nightmare. I think I did, but the details are already escaping me. I must have overslept. The sunlight's already pouring in despite the closed blinds. It's okay, though, it's the weekend. Sleeping in is what the weekend's for. I toss my gaze around the room as if to reassure myself it's really where I am. But it's just like I left it the night before. There's my stuffed rabbit on my headboard, staring down judgmentally at me for having a stuffed animal in my 20s. My desk is covered with notes, schematics, and revisions of schematics. I don't know why the company wants a water wheel and ground batteries in this day and age when a solar panel array would provide more power. But I get paid to figure out how to make their dreams come true, not wonder why they aren't normal in the first place. I'm stretching my limbs out over my head when my phone suddenly comes to life, buzzing and vibrating like it's possessed and nearly making me jump all over again. Oh, it's Riley. I swipe up on the green button to accept the call, suppressing a yawn. Morning, Riley. Morning. The officer's voice comes over the line. It's 10:15. Don't tell me you just got up. We've been waiting outside for 15 minutes. I rub the back of my head in embarrassment. Hey, sorry. I was up late working on the Anderson project you should have just knocked. Remmi Lee, if I'd been knocking any harder, it would have been with the precinct's battering ram. Hurry up and get ready. I'm here to spend my day off with friends, not stand around on a deck. You could at least call it a porch. Porches are on the ground, not 3 stories up, my friend replies sharply. Put some pants on and come let us in. This summer heat is brutal. All right, I'll be right there. A few moments later, I'm still in my nightshirt, but I'm pulling on some jeans, and my eyes fall on the drawer of my nightstand. My pistol's there, bullet in the chamber, safety on. I can't say why, but I want to take it with me. Normally, I wouldn't think of doing so, not just to go to the mall with friends, let alone letting them into my apartment, but I feel compelled, inexplicably unsafe, like I'm in a dangerous situation. Probably the remnant of my nightmare. Screw it, I already know Riley's carrying her service weapon, and it's a constitutional carry state. I pull the gun out, and, just for extra safety, pop the magazine out, and clear the chambered round, slipping it back into the top of the magazine before sliding the magic rectangle back in. Safety on, chamber empty. I get it in my inside the waistband holster, and slit the whole thing into the small of my back, then pull my shirt back over the top again. Thus prepared for whatever it is I think my friends are going to pull. I head to the front door to let them in, and there they are when I open the door. Riley's standing there in a loose blouse and jeans, arms crossed, and her red hair just making her look even angrier with me at being made to wait. Beside her, Ayre is much more appropriately attired for the weather in a short sundress tied off with a sash of darker blue at the waist, and a matching scarf of light, airy fabric around her neck. Always the fashionable one, that one, making us look like schlubs. Wait, Ayre, I spit out before I can stop to think about what I'm saying. Why do you have tits? She looks down at the bulges emerging from her chest, touching them, with her hands as if confirming their presence. Am I not supposed to? That shifts the hair around the sides of her head, and my attention flips again. And what happened to your ears? Her hands go up to her rounded, perfectly normal ears reflexively. But Riley rolls her eyes, and her whole head with them. You're being weird, Remmi. She scolds me and immediately starts ushering me back inside, Ayre hesitating but following a moment behind her. And we're burning daylight. Come on, hurry up, and get ready before you get us stuck in rush hour. I finish getting ready, and we head out to the mall like we had planned. There's enough different stalls to cater to all of our interests there, including several sports and outdoor stalls for Riley, plenty of clothing stalls for Ayre, and lots of electronic stalls for me, though I do spend my time and drop some funds in those outdoor stores, too. It's been a while since I left the countryside, and there's not as much use for the stuff in the city, but the countryside hasn't entirely left me, either. It's a couple hours of working, shopping, and talking later that we find ourselves in the food court. All of the friendship and activity almost managing to bury my sense of unease that's been plaguing me since I woke up. I'm famished since I didn't get any breakfast, and I'm ready for this break in the day's activities. Ayre's poking at a garden salad, while nodding along to Riley's complaining of how her chief keeps putting her with this jerk who thinks sitting in a patrol car watching traffic is a great time for flirting. The redhead manages to maintain her rant even around her burger and fries. Both of them pause in their exchange to stare at me when I sit down with the Hamburger Supremo combo weighing down my tray. You work at a table, Remmi, Riley points out bluntly before I can even unroll the first burrito mondo. All of that's going to go directly to all of the worst places, and you'll be complaining about it by month's end. I frown at one of my two best friends, though even Ayre is looking at the spread of food with unspoken concern. Don't say that like I don't get exercise. Besides, I didn't get any breakfast this morning. I'm hungry. You didn't get breakfast because you slept through it, she immediately counters, which is a bad habit you need to make sure you don't fall into. I told you I was working late. Riley starts in on how that's a bad habit, too. But I'm distracted as my eyes catch a shock of even redder red, and my gaze goes to four new people that just walked into the food court. They're pretty far away from us, but at least one of them stands out sharply. One's an Asian man that looks like a science major, Another is a young woman that looks incredibly serious. A third is the shortest of them all, and almost goes unnoticed in the crowd except for her huge rack. The fourth is the one that drew my attention. He's big enough to be a football player, and his hair is so vividly red that I can only assume it's dyed that way. An unrelated, pale child with a red backpack runs by the group, holding a magical girl wand over her head as her grandfather follows after her. Just the normal chaos of the Mal's food court lunch rush, a melting pot of countless divisions of society all brought together by their shared need for nourishment. But then my attention shifts to the big clock above their heads, and I find myself squinting at it. Is this really the first time I've looked at a clock all day today? I can't remember doing so this morning, even on my phone. The call from Riley had taken up the screen instead. Remmi, are you listening to me? I turn back to Ayre and Riley, the former looking worried, the latter looking peeved. Instead of answering her question, however, I ask my own. Hey, what time is it? I dunno, the redhead answers with a befuddled look. A little after noon. 1-ish? Why? You suddenly remember a deadline you forgot on a Saturday. I look back to the clock again, then to those figures on the far side of the food court, then back to my friends again. I'm not sure. I'm definitely forgetting something. What? Like Ayre's tits? Riley asks, referencing my earlier odd behaviour. You've been off all day, Rem. If there's something wrong here, it's with you. Don't think I didn't notice you brought your gun out just to let us inside this morning. Ayre jerks her head around to the redhead in surprise at that. She did. The officer nods. Had it stashed in the back of her pants. I noticed it when I chased her back inside. Been carrying it all day too. I give a growl of frustration, as much with my head as with my friends pestering. Something's wrong, I'm increasingly sure of it. But what? My gaze turns back toward. Riley's hands come down on the table, and stop staring at that damn clock. I turn back to her again. No, seriously. What time is it? That clock's not right. The two of them check the clock out, as well, at that, but their expressions are confused. Looks fine to me. Riley puzzles. What time does it say? Her fist comes down on the table again. Damn it. Would you stop asking that? How many times are you going to make me answer? You haven't answered yet, I point out. Why can't anyone tell me what time it is? Why can't you check it, yourself? I turn to Ayre instead. Ayre, am I awake? She tilts her head in confusion. I mean, is that a serious question? I'm holding my chin in thought. It's like trying to check the time in a dream. I can see it clearly, but I can't make any sense out of it. A dream that's important. I suddenly straighten up with a gasp. My nightmare. I almost always remember my dreams, but I couldn't remember this one. But images are starting to come back to me. Swords, bows, staves. Ayre was there, with pointed ears. Same thighs, though. No, Remmi, focus. There was a dungeon, and we had to purify the core. We were fighting ogres. A mage, eh? Fudge sticks, an illusion mage. I jump up to my feet sharply enough to startle my friends, and cause the food trees to rattle. Remmi, Ayre asks in shock. What's wrong now? Riley demands. That's it, I'm dreaming, I say out loud. Mostly to myself, as I turn on the spot. That's why things aren't adding up. I'm still standing in that damn arena, and I'm dreaming. Riley's getting to her feet now, too, her face etched with concern. Remmi, what are you talking about? How to wake up, though? It's a spell, an effect. I've got to cleanse the effect right. Remmi, please, Ayre pleads. You're scaring us. I suddenly give them both a wide grin that I hope is reassuring. Don't worry. It's all going to be fine soon. I'll get you out in a minute, too, Ayre. Then, to my red-headed friend I haven't seen in months, my smile a little sadder. Gonna be a bit longer before I get back to you, Rye. I ignore their outbursts now as I close my eyes, clasp my hands, and place my index fingers against my forehead like a single, big finger gun and pray to the system this works. Purge. And the entire food court goes dark and silent. Book 2 Chapter 62 Curses. Chapter 62 Curses. It's a sudden jolt as I hit the ground. The fall isn't far, maybe less than a foot, but it's unexpected enough that I land on my knees. I'm surrounded again by old paper and candlelight. The chrome of my pistol catches the illumination at my feet, and my hand snatches it up before I can have second thoughts. So a hero can even break out of my dreamers. Hazel old ogre cackles at the far end of the room at what he apparently thinks is an absurdity. But then he motions to the side, though perhaps not every hero. I follow his motion to take in what is alongside me. Luke, Ayre and Corrigan are all unconscious, hovering off the ground as their forms are suspended in midair, their bodies surrounded by currents of black energy like chains that hold tight, but never quite touch. Luke's more brawn than brains, I admit out loud, more to keep him talking as my wits come back to me than out of an interest for more conversation, while my friends are trapped. In fact, he's the one that cleared the Hall of Strength, beat the wrestler chick, too. He's a good sort, though. The kind that you can always count on to do what's right, even when you don't know what that is. I almost would have rather he woke up instead of you, Remmi Lee. His words remind me I never actually gave him my name, and his grin widens as if he notices that realization. The other's dreams are so mundane, so ordinary. He makes a motion as images pass through the air between us. Luke is back in the village, in a guard uniform, and Anara and Rune are there, along with another girl I haven't met. Luke looks completely lost, but the girls are all asserting different things that he needs to do. If I had to guess, each thing that has to be seen to immediately correspond to an activity that will necessitate a particular girl's company. I don't envy him. You couldn't pay me enough to be a harem protagonist. Ayre's dreaming of me. It's touching that we both see each other as essential to one another like that. He and I are going hunting, and I've pulled out some sort of eldritch device that I'm swearing will allow us to spot our quarry from above. It's called a drone, Ayre, and it looks nothing like that tangle of cords, though maybe that's just what my creations look like to him. Maybe I should actually make one, and freak him out. And Corrigan, the moment I see her screen, my heart aches for the kid. It's the first time I've ever seen her parents, but I can see the family resemblance immediately. The same parents Chief Ronalo told us were dead. She's playing with some simple toys while her mother makes dinner, and her father patches the roof. There's smiles and warmth in abundance, and I just want to run right over and throw my arms around the girl. But your dream, the old ogre continues, then gives a euphoric shudder. Your world, you truly are foreign. It's unlike any land I have ever seen. I'm reminded of the last moments of my own dream, and for some reason, my mind latches onto that hunger of missing breakfast, the smell of that burrito mondo, the feel of it in my hands, and I realize I didn't even get a single bite before I woke myself up. Done it. I should have stuffed my face, then broken the illusion. Now, my stomach's all upset at me, convinced it's gone hungry and been denied its due tribute of a half pound of refried beans, peppered hamburger, salsa, sour cream, semi-fresh vegetables sauté too, close enough, and Beria imitation cheese sauce, all wrapped in a toasted flour tortilla. It actually grumbles loudly as I start to drool over the recollection. The sound drives me to swallow and focus back on the current moment. That's because it's not connected to any land you've ever seen. I answer the ogre directly. My concentration focuses briefly on my gun, on my innate knowledge of its state. Did I get it reloaded before that wave of fog hit us? Yes, I did. I'm from a planet called Earth in the Sol system. I don't know if Tolist is another planet or another reality, but we've mapped our entire world, and this place is nowhere on it. The old ogre is giggling like a manic child. Yes, your magic is so foreign in appearance, yet so advanced in application. I'm going to put you under, and keep you there until you rot away, studying every beautiful facet of it. My nose wrinkles in a reaction of immediate revulsion. Man, if there was ever a guy who needed to go touch some grass, not that he could. As a dungeon monster, this is likely his only means to experience the outside world. As a dungeon boss, it's likely his only glimpse outside this room. For a sapient, intellectual being, that probably means a lot. I saw firsthand the way an eternity could sap mundane joys from living for the pirates of Desert Cove. But that doesn't mean he gets to treat my head like a slice of life anime he can binge for his personal amusement. Instead, I raise my pistol into a ready position. I think you're going to find that a lot harder to do a second time. But he titters anyway. And do you intend to fight me alone, Remmi? No fellow hero at your side. Not even freeing sweet, loyal Ayre. You really expect me to believe you'll let me? He breaks into a full cackle at that. You'll never know unless you try. And the longer you wait, the longer they wither under my curses. Just like you. I toss a diagnose at Ayre, bracing myself for what I'll see. It's not because I don't believe the walk, it's because I do. Walks hex, minus 10% penalty to all statistics, minus 1% cumulative penalty every minute, while sustained. Current penalty, minus 41%. Wow, that is an absolutely brutal debuff, especially combined with that sleep spell. What did he call it? Dreamer's Haze. I definitely have to look up both of those. The hex wouldn't be as brutal without the sleep spell to hold people under it for so long, but making an opponent weaker the longer a fight goes on could be a powerful ability. Even the 10% initial drop could be tide turning in an otherwise close fight. It also gives me a firm idea of how long we've been out. Half an hour for what felt like several in the dream, and everyone down to nearly half their full power already. If it reached a 100% penalty, what would happen then? Would we be comatose vegetables? Or would we just die as our health points reached 0 out of a maximum of 0? But that the penalty is still accumulating means he's still actively maintaining the effect. Across 3 people, formerly 4. It must represent a tremendous effort on his part. I second-guess my assumption that he wouldn't let me free them. He might be calculating that I would be expending a great amount of my own personal resources to release significantly weakened allies, while freeing up his own resources for him to scour us out with. I give a glance to my own active status, but it's empty. My mind catches on that. Empty. Quickly, I do some mental math. If we've been out for half an hour, the meal buffs would be nearing their time out, but should still be there, even if they're being countered by the curse. I focus on those last few moments of the illusion. I broke out, but did I really cast Purge from inside of the dream? Purge is an indiscriminate spell. It doesn't just cure negative effects, but strips all active effects from the target, good and bad. This makes it effective both offensively for removing an opponent's buffs and as support for removing an ally's debuffs, but also means removing the other side as well. If the party's been stripping an opponent's ability to fight back, all of that goes away too. If the front line has been receiving regular support, the back row has to start all over again. It's absolutism, the source of its flexibility, Also makes it a major pain in the neck, but it means that all of the damage done to our stats instantly vanishes. We won't have our meal buffs, but will otherwise be at full strength, which the Warlock may not be banking on. On the other hand, Purge is an expensive spell, not only requiring physical contact, but costing 100 mana per cast. Even with my reductions, queuing all of us would take a whole third of my total mana, drastically reducing how much else I can do for the rest of the fight. And without my reductions, freeing all of us wouldn't be possible at all. Even if he recognizes that I used Purge specifically, he must imagine I'll have to choose only one, maybe two of my allies, and then be completely vulnerable to him just casting the spells all over again. Yes, the more I think about it, the more I realize that he set my friends up as a trap, and I can tell he sees when the realization fully hits me, as his eyes widen and he cackles again. You're a smart one, Remmi. He praises like a fond college professor. Most don't break out at all, but those who do rarely recognize the weight of the situation as quickly as you have. Clever girl, but what will you do now? I regret my pistol and focus it on him in resolution. Simple. I shoot you first. He starts to cackle, but my first shot cuts him short as he barely weaves to the side. My follow-up shots chase him across the room, but by the time I'm halfway through my magazine, he's casting again, and instantly, everything feels heavier, slower, thicker. My status, something I kept open specifically to keep an eye on, says he's cast a different debuff. It only affects my agility, but it lasts for a whole minute, practically a lifetime in combat, and chops it by a whopping 25%. But the description says it's sustained too, meaning it'll drop early if I can break his focus. I'm right, aren't I? He boasts. You're an agility class. I may not know anything about your strange gun, but the slower you are, the weaker you are. You basically just lost a quarter of your performance. How much longer can you really last? Okay, he's right. He doesn't know squat about firearms, but I take a moment to trace his erratic pace across the room. I thought you people treated the numbers game with reverence, like cultivation. It's much easier to sneer at the effort others put in when you can erase it with a flick of your wrist. He mocks back. He's like a fast-moving clay pigeon, or one of those annoying light gun ducks. With my penalty, there's even the illusion that he's gotten even faster. Too bad for him and a pretty good skeet shooter. All I've got to do is lead him properly. Well, my people keep track of different numbers, I reply. Muzzle velocity, chamber diameter, twist rate, grain weight. My eyes narrow. That's the power of a gun. It doesn't care about agility. His eyes widen, but he's too slow. The supersonic round drips from my barrel and tears through his chest. His movements become more erratic as he starts to ricochet out of control around the room, but I've got his clock now, and I put several more rounds into him before he goes crashing to the ground in a pile of scrolls and tossed shells. I dash for him with Empower and drive my knee into his chest, but as I try to bring my weapon to bear on his face, he grabs my wrists and suddenly, I'm in a contest of strength and against all sense, I'm losing. Blood runs over his grinning teeth, but his manic eyes remain wide. Did you forget, little Remmi? Did you forget that this old man is still an ogre? I grit my own teeth, straining to keep him from fully controlling where that barrel points. But I've got another trick of my own. Did you forget he's still a man? I ask in reply, then yank my knee back off of him to drive my foot into his crotch. His eyes bulge as his face contorts in pain, but his grip slackens, and in that moment, I regain control, put the hot barrel to his forehead and dump 3 more rounds into his brain pan. His limbs flop limply to the ground, the room falls silent, and his body disappears from underneath me. The next moment, I hear 3 thumps behind me as my friends begin to groan. Book 2, Chapter 63:15. Chapter 63:15. For being a shattered fountain courtyard placed at the end of the Devil's Botanical Garden, it still manages to flood me with relief once we emerge from the arena of Gal back into the second floor main hall's warm embrace. I let myself collapse against the dark stonework, letting the warmth from it soak into my back like impromptu heat therapy. My friends and allies share looks between each other, since this is hardly my normal go-getter, now hyperactive energy. Luke's the first one to speak up. Hey, you took out one of these guardians completely on your own, Rem. That's pretty amazing. Great work. I wave it off. I just got lucky, and happened to have the right spell on me because I aborted an impulse while drunk on hard orangeade. The guy wasn't exactly that tough past that. He had more curses, but he could only curse me, not my gun. Ayre takes a more concerned approach, delicately sitting on the rim of the fountain next to my slumped form. If the illusion brought up anything painful, Rem, you can always talk to me about it. Oh, they think I'm depressed. I mean, I guess I am, just a little, but not like that. It was really nice, actually, I answer, giving his leg a reassuring pat. You got to meet a friend of mine from home. We went shopping. I pause and look Ayre over from head to toe and back again. Actually, you look great in a sundress. You should try it sometime. That gets me exactly the same confused expression that Dream Ayre had given me when I objected to her having tits. A sundress? Yeah, it's a lightweight, sleeveless dress for warm weather with simple, relaxed designs. You paired it with a belt and a scarf. I could never pull it off without looking like I was trying to be fancy. But you wear it like a natural. Thank you. It takes unconscious, visible effort to change back to the topic at hand, So what's wrong then? Did the illusion make you homesick? A little, I admit, but I just tell myself the same thing I've been telling myself since I got here, that I'll get back someday. Or I won't. No sense missing out on the present. I pull myself up into a more proper, less sprawled out, sitting position. No, what's got me down is this dungeon. Our first silver-ranked dungeon. And honestly, it's really making me feel like I'm 15. That triggers another round of looks between everyone, and Luke comes over to join us on the fountain. Do you mean the age? Or the level? The question makes me blink, eyes widening in realization. Oh, right, they really are the same at the moment. I guess I've never really paid the age much thought. I know everyone else perceives me as younger, but I've always had other things to do, other things to focus on, and being a hero always meant I was dealing with things beyond what a 15-year-old back on Earth would ever have been expected to handle. On Earth, a 15-year-old might have a part-time job, or younger sibling they have to babysit. They're too young for a car, are probably still prohibited from dating without supervision, and are still heavily reliant on the provisions of their parents. Here, from day one, I've been thrown into combat, become a landowner, built my own house twice, revolutionized the coffee industry, and traveled the country without escort under the mission of purifying the land against dark forces. I may be 15, but I haven't been living like it, not even by this world's standards, much less the ones I reflexively measure everything by. Ayre picks up on it immediately, and giggles, covering his lips with his fingers. That's Remmi's, wait, I'm 15, face. That finally pulls Corrigan into the conversation. She doesn't know how old she is. You know, Ayre answers, grinning, sometimes, I don't think she does. She definitely gets so busy thinking of things to craft that it slips her mind. I reach over and slap his knee. I just forgot they were the same right now. Obviously, I meant my level. That makes the little Oni's eyes widen. You're only level 15. Rem's numbers are weird. Luke provides informatively in my defense. 15 for her doesn't mean what it does for anyone else. Her numbers are more like those of somebody 20 or 25, and her performance is more like somebody level 30. Corrigan's face plainly shows she's trying to square that kind of performance with someone with the lower level. She fights at twice her level. It's Luke's turn for widened eyes, and after a moment of deep concentration, he gives up and starts using his fingers. It doesn't take much effort to figure out he's trying to double 15, and check the result. Usually, yes, Ayre provides to fill the awkward resulting silence. In some situations, even higher. I actually struggle to keep up with her. I've always marked it up to her being a hero, but from what Luke shared, she's weird even for them. I'm not pouting. I'm not. Do you have to compliment me by calling me weird? Ayre tilts his head thoughtfully to one side. No, I guess not. You're right. I could absolutely call you weird without the compliment. I'd give his legs a shove this time. If you're gonna be rude, get your perfect thighs out of my face to do it. Since the topic's moved on, Luke seems to have given up on his math and leans down toward me. So are you saying you don't feel strong enough? I twist up one side of my mouth and give a non-committal wiggle of my hand. Yes and no. It's complicated. I'm weird because my stats only affect me. That trading of looks transpires again, but Luke soon focuses back on me. Sorry, as opposed to what, exactly? I slap the pistol in my holster. No matter how fast I get, no matter how tough I am, no matter how much I can lift, my weapon's power is set. Now it's set really crazy high, and it has its own skill tree to take it even higher, but it's still a bottleneck. I pause for a moment, then shift toward him. It'd be like if you had a sword that always did 300 damage, guaranteed every swing. At first, you might say, hey, that's a really strong sword, and you'd be right. But when it's still doing 300 damage when your strength is, like, 30 quintillion, it becomes a problem. He wrinkles his nose and looks toward the others. Is that a real number? Corrigan sways back and forth. Technically, I let out a huff as I slap the stone with both hands. The number's not the point. It's just an example. My point is, this dungeon has been a chore. There's been whole sections we couldn't have done without being way more powerful than we are if we hadn't had a dedicated strongman on the team. I turned specifically to the Swordmaster hero. Luke, if you hadn't decided to come with us, we'd probably still be stuck on that boulder puzzle, and even if we figured out a way to cheese that, the wrestler would have likely killed us. To be direct, this is not a dungeon Ayre and I could have done on our own. Remmi, that's normal, Ayre puts in consolingly. It's actually really bizarre that a two-person team, and with both people of the same specialty besides, went around clearing dungeons like we did. Most teams are well balanced with specific roles defined and covered, and almost always 5 or more. Even with 4 of us here, we're still technically undermanned. What you're experiencing isn't weakness. It's the strain of having to cover for the roles we're lacking. I take that in for a moment, then look around at the group. What roles are we still lacking? That drives Ayre to sigh as he actually pinches his nose, shutting his eyes. You mean besides the fact that Luke and Corrigan are only temporary? Even if they were permanent members, that's 1 frontline warrior and 3 backline attackers. Furthermore, Luke is much more focused on offense than defense, and we're effectively forcing him to do both. We also have no support at all. He opens his eyes again and turns his hand palm up toward me. Ideally, we'd have at least 1 other person on the front line who's focused on defense. We would also need a priest. Not only do they heal, and are able to remove negative effects and curses, but they can cast barrier to protect vulnerable members or those who are in immediate danger. We would also want someone well versed in traps and scouting, and not just because this dungeon had an entire wing dedicated to the things. It's a good role to have in every dungeon. Finally, he turns to Corrigan. And Corrigan, I mean no offense, but a well-rounded mage is essential in dangerous dungeons. It's fine to have a specialty, but being able to cast a simple slow fall would have literally saved our lives today, not to mention the usefulness in a basic understanding of illusion magic. That you can only cast offensive spells basically just makes you another backliner, and forces other teammates to pick up those tasks. I consider Ayre's words for a moment, while poor Corrigan tries to find something fascinating about her shoes. Wow, so the fact that we're only one warrior and 3 ranged units is actually really stupid. It's been manageable because you're so diverse, he offers. You've been filling 3 different roles at once, and Luke's been managing too. But if you two weren't heroes, then yeah, the setup never would have worked. Oh, well, that's a sobering evaluation of the state of our forces. Really, I'm surprised I didn't put it together sooner. I'm hardly oblivious to the concept of party balance. Tank, DPS, healer, blaster, they're the standard roles of any party. In most games, the DPS doubles as the rogue, scouting for traps and threats, and it's nice to have one more person specializing in buffs and debuffs to really maximize performance. Ayre and I probably qualify as DPS. We've also both got scouting profiles. Corrigan is an eponymous blaster. Luke serving as the tank, the one that takes hits and holds aggression so that the rest of us can put in our work. My healing bullets and a small collection of spells have so far let me pretend to also be the party healer. That's what Ayre means by it being manageable. We're technically covering all of the essential positions, but we're doing it with a skeleton crew. Worse, like Ayre said, he and I cover the same roles. Though it pains me to admit it tactically, one of us is redundant. Add to that the fact that our black mage didn't bother learning anything but fire and thunder, and it paints a grim picture of our readiness. It's definitely a problem we're going to have to look into, especially when Ayre and I take off on our own again. But it's not the only issue. I give a sigh. Well, besides that, if I'm operating at a 30, then I'm still underperforming. The ogre sub-bosses are all in the upper 30s, and you can bet the final boss is going to be even higher. Remmi, Ayre tries again. I know you're used to thinking of such things, but most people can't see monster levels. We just know that they're stronger than us, and that's why we bring a well-balanced team. Well, I'm used to being overleveled, okay, I insist as I finally push myself up to my feet. I don't like leaving things to RNG where I can skew them in my favor, instead. And after this dungeon, I'm definitely taking a look at pumping my numbers up again. I'm sick of close calls. In games, close calls were your warning sign that you were falling behind in the ground. Corrigan looks to Ayre. What's orange eye? The elf waves it off, though. Some figure of speech Remmi's people make. It basically just means chance or luck. Then Ayre focuses on Mia again. If you want to look at games again, after this dungeon will be a good time to do so. I'm going to need to spend some time training too. Just don't overdo it, or get so obsessed with numbers that you lose sight of what you actually need. I roll my eyes as I reach into my bag. Yeesh, Ayre, you're starting to sound like urine. I'll be reasonable about it, I promise. Maybe invest some more in my gun's power ranks, too. I pull out a twisted, gnarled staff of bleach white wood. It's impossible to say what type of wood it might once have been, but it looks almost bone-like now, and in the very peak, there's an embedded stone of cloudy purple the size of a fist. By the way, I say, I pulled this off of the walk when he died, and I toss it to Corrigan without preamble, watching her fumble with it to get hold of it without dropping it, or her old staff. Looks like we finally got an item for you, Corrigan. Congrats. She holds it reverently, running her hands up and down its length. What's it do? Ogre's wicked staff, I provide. Increases intellect and maximum mana, and reduces the cost of spells. Also improves the effectiveness of your curses. That last one gets a frown out of the girl, but I don't know any curses. I just grin, glancing to Ayre as I reference the elf's previous criticism. Take it as motivation to get more well-rounded. Book 2 Chapter 64 Chicanery. Chapter 64 Chicanery. Instead of the final massive doors leading into another arena, we find ourselves walking through a long path that spirals upwards. It can't possibly be long enough to bring us up to ground level after the incredibly long fall we had to get down to the second floor, but it sure feels like it might be. On the other hand, that fall was impossible, too. A human in freefall can cover a mile in a little under 30 seconds. We were falling for whole minutes. That would put us miles underground, around the depth of the deepest man-made hole back on Earth, the Kohler super deep borehole. If that were true, it would come with countless problems that would have already killed us. Even without the magma in the main chamber, bad air, high hydrogen levels, and literally oven-like temperatures would be constant. The stone would be incapable of holding these heavy, solid structures, either, being far softer and more malleable. Most pressing of all literally would be the atmospheric pressure present at such a depth. It sounds too ridiculous to be true, so I'm second-guessing my math. But if I'm remotely right, we should be getting crushed by several thousand atmospheres of pressure if we really are so radically deep. Now, That changes significantly if most of the mass above us is air. But that was only the case in the entry hall. Ever since the main hall, there's been a definite roof over our heads, and no reason to assume there isn't a mountain range above that. If these air pockets we're travelling through within the dungeon structure were able to survive at all, they would be incredibly heavy, incredibly hot, and incredibly under-oxygenated, and walking through them would be like traversing half-melted muck. In other words, we can't be miles underground, not really. More likely, the dungeon is distorting our perception of space, time, or both. The alternative is that it projects such a total mastery of its internal space that it can completely ignore environmental physics like their inconsequential suggestions, and hold dominion over a truly absurd geographical volume. Yes, trickery is far more believable, even in a world with bottomless wells of arcane power that passively reform the terrain around them. After all, the latter explanation would require the dungeon to control an area akin to the city of Philadelphia, more than enough to swallow the better part of the surrounding region. I find even the idea of the dungeon's total mastery more believable than that. Still, as we walk, and these thoughts move through my head, I can't resist putting a hand against the stone wall, confirming to myself that it is both solid and cool to the touch. Just thinking about the implications has me imagining the wall squishing under their own weight and squirting out into misshapen plastic masses at the temperature of a fresh peter, and the reaffirmed reality is soothing to the unexpected bout of claustrophobia that mental image triggers. We're doing it again, aren't you? Like a girlfriend frustrated with finding the toilet seat up again, Ayre's voice yanks me out of my inner thoughts. Just, physics quandaries. I laugh nervously, like I've been caught doing something I shouldn't, rubbing the back of my head. Ayre's gaze is firm and accusatory as he leans toward me at the waist, hands on his hips. Magic, end of quandary, he says flatly. Instead of capitulating, my face falls into a deep frown of rejection. That is not a satisfactory answer. In fact, I'll have you know, because magic is universally considered a lazy and sloppy narrative tool. Don't care, the archer replies while sashaying away on up the spiral. That's the answer, whether you like it or not. And your satisfaction won't matter much if we all die because you weren't paying attention to your surroundings. I hunch my shoulders and grumble at how completely unfair that comeback is. It doesn't matter if it can be explained by magic. Magic has its own rules that need to be understood to comprehend what's going on, to make it possible. And Ayre cutting that intellectual curiosity short with an undeniable yet cheating reminder that we are still in a dangerous environment is just dirty. In my simmering grumbling, watching the elf saunter away, a petulant further argument raises to my lips, muttered into the empty air. Your hips should be illegal. Nobody answers my petty accusation. I doubt anyone even hears me. Ayre, with his elven ears, is the only one that might, and even he's far enough away that I'm probably safe. Instead, the four of us continue our ascent in relative silence, Miss Scolding treated as just a normal part of the day. That is, of course, until the irrationally long spiral ascent triggers an old memory for me, and I can't help but blurt it out. Anyone else feel like there should be an organ playing in the background, getting louder the further up we go? No, just me. Corrigan looks over at me, giving me a completely baffled look. What's an organ? Ayre's huff immediately cuts through the group, and though he continues working, his hands find his hips again. Please, do not encourage her. She should be focusing on her surroundings and using her life sense skill to make sure we're not about to be ambushed, not striking up conversation about the dungeon's lack of musical instruments. I sigh and roll my eyes. Yes, Mum, I sarcastically reply, activating the skill. Of course, absolutely nothing comes back. Yeah, I hate to be the one to deliver the shocking revelation, but, turns out, we're in an empty spiral staircase. Ayre glares back at me. You say that like it can't change in an instant. You were the one just complaining that you felt overwhelmed. Vigilance in a dungeon is a consistent effort, not an occasional glance. This time, my sigh is deeper as I stretch my arms above my head. It's not going to change in an instant. This'll take us all the way to the door of the room for the final boss. Nothing's going to happen before then. Ayre turns around, hands back on those stupid hips again. You're going to be really sorry if you turn out to be wrong, Remmi. Fine. I relent. I'll keep life sense up. It's not going to find anything, but I'll keep it up, for you. Ayre gives a nod that I don't feel is sufficiently appreciative of my sacrifice, and faces a round forward again. I was right. License never picks up a damn thing, but, eventually, those elven ears do. They twitch up and down on the sides of Ayre's head as his pace slows cautiously. Do you hear that? Sorry, Legolers, I quip flatly. The rest of us round ears are still too far away. Still larger on license, though. What you got? Ayre frowns, his eyes concentrating on nothing. I don't know. I can't clearly make it out yet. It sounds like shifting weights, maybe. I sigh. Well, if even you can't make it out yet, we might as well keep going. Maybe there's just a lot of shifting constructs in the boss room. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter when we can't define it. There's nothing we can do about it, anyway. This earns a round of agreeing nods, and we continue on our way. Soon, we can all hear the heavy impacts thumping faintly through the walls, and it's not long after that we can all recognize them for what they are. I immediately rule out machinery. The thumps aren't regular enough to be mechanical, and each one is followed by a faint, rolling boom that reminds me of distant thunder. If anything, it sounds more like Somebody's fighting. Luke beats me to it. They must have gotten to the dungeon lord before us. Corrigan looks over at him with an expression of pure disbelief. How? That drives him to rub the back of his head as he strains his brain. I'm not sure. Maybe while we were in one of the trial rooms. You mean the trial rooms with the keys to opening the way forward? The little girl's question cuts him to the quick, and he just gives a dopey grin and a long, protracted goo as he continues rubbing his head. Corrigan's right. Ayre agrees. It's basically impossible for them to have come in after us and gotten here before us. They had to have come ahead of us first. But he reaches up and holds his chin thoughtfully. But they were far enough ahead, then, that the dungeon had time to reset. This place isn't like the forest cavern. It's got locks and puzzles and guardians, and physics chicanery, I add, definitely helpful. But then I head off Ayre's glare by crossing my arms. It's probably nothing to worry about, though. The last time somebody got to the last boss ahead of us, we ended up making new friends. Those kids were in a lot of danger, though, Ayre corrects me, his expression going serious. I pop my fist into my open hand. All the more reason to hurry up. If they've been in here for long enough for everything else to reset, they might be in a desperate battle of attrition. That confuses Corrigan, though. You battle attention. Attrition, Ayre corrects. It means a loss of something when it's ground down. As a strategy, it's when, instead of attempting to overwhelm your opponent directly, you try to outlast them. They might be stronger than you, so you're betting that your resources can outlast theirs. You shelter in place, fight in shifts, optimize your defenses, and hope they wear out before they can break through. The kid frowns worryingly. That doesn't sound like a very good strategy. It's a desperate one, I confirm with a nod. You don't take it if you have any better options. That's why we should hurry. That seems to sink through everybody's heads. The others nod, and we start jogging up the spiraling path. It's still several minutes, but soon, we're standing before the biggest dolls we've seen, a double set painted with the same mural of the three-eyed ogre. The impacts are louder now, and we can feel them vibrating through the floor right through our boots. The floor of the dungeon that can play fast and loose with physics can't ignore the ones connected to whatever is making those attacks. So I conclude, standing before the mural, anyone want to take any bets on the last boss? Ayre has the ogre's third eye monocle over his right eye, and already has his bow strung. Shut up, and make sure your bullets are ready, Remmi. We've got to get in there as quickly as possible. Nobody can last long against attacks like that. I sigh. Right, my bad. But then I look back at my friend, grin, wink, and hold a thumbs up. Don't worry. I'm locked and loaded. Then I wave over my fellow hero. Come on, Luke. Give me a hand getting this open. He comes up and pushes on one door while I push on the other, and they slide open to permit us entry. The room immediately makes the other arenas look tiny. It's almost like an outdoor area, with an impossibly high ceiling that disappears beyond sight, and old trees tied with rope. At the far end isn't just a shrine, it's a whole archaic temple. The floor is even traced with water paths that run together into shallow pools. There's no kids here, though, and no team hiding behind barriers to fight in shifts either. The boss is the largest ogre we've seen, even bigger than the muscle mommy wrestler ogre. His hide is a dark brown, glistening with thick, rippling cords underneath. His weapon is a spiked iron club so massive I'm not sure even Luke could actually use it. Every swing unleashes a booming blast of sonic energy, and calls down lightning bolts when he thrusts it up into the air. But what he's fighting immediately fills me with a chill. It's in the form of a man, a warrior in heavy armor, perhaps wielding a large sword not unlike Luke's, except it's long and narrow instead of thick and heavy. My mind immediately goes to a long, silver-haired man with one wing, but I keep it to myself. It's a side thought, promptly shelved by the immediate threat. Because this thing is definitely not a man. There's no definitive facial features at all, just an entire form made of flames the purple of bruises. And then, right before our eyes, the staggering ogre makes one final, desperate lunge, and the figure sidesteps and makes one downward swipe. The ogre's head rolls 100 yards before it disappears with the body it left behind, that massive canabo colliding loudly with the floor, and the gateway to the dungeon's core spirals open like an iris of energy in midair. Book 2 Chapter 65 Phantom. Chapter 65 Phantom. This purple thing gives me the same sense of wrongness that I got from the Undead Abomination clear back in the forest outside of Dabun, and it's impossible to ignore how it resembles the heart of corruption. My hand is shaky as I raise it up to make a monocle around my eye, because I already have a very good idea of what Identify LV2 is going to tell me, and I really don't want to see it. Name, Phantom of Corruption. Race, Projection. Age, 0. Level, Class, Swordmaster. Status, Malicious. Health, slightly injured. Energy, high. Vitality, high. Conditions, none. There are numerous problems with the status window that appears that immediately leap out to me. First off, just from the top down, what the heck kind of race is a projection? Is it just an illusion? This thing is definitely no hologram. It's got a presence. So if it's not a light or magic projection, what is it a projection of? And then its level. I've never failed to be able to identify something's level. Granted, I've never tried it on the high-level adventurers I know, because that seems rude, but I was able to tell the level of the Undead Abomination when I was only level 5, and that was an even bigger gap than between me and the ogre subs's now. Is the gap between me and this phantom even higher, or is there something else keeping me from seeing it? It has a real class, too. The Undead Abomination's class was just corrupted, but this thing's an actual, system-recognized swordmaster, and it doesn't have the corrupted condition, either. Even the foxy receptionist, which I still can't believe is what he was actually called, had that condition. It was how I knew he was possessed by a heart of corruption. But this phantom of corruption isn't corrupted. Does that mean that this is truly its natural state? Just a pure manifestation of corruption, like the heart. As focused as I'm on it, it doesn't seem to even recognize we're here. When the portal opens, it just turns from where the ogre died, and starts toward the dungeon orb, like nothing else exists. That's bad. Bad, bad, bad. My instincts scream at me, and I remember that dead world of the forest cavern dungeon. Before I have time to consider any other course of action, my gun is in my hand, and a bullet is ricocheting off of a stone statue just past the phantom's head. It pauses, and I feel its attention land on us before its head even turns to face us. It's a sickening, heavy weight that feels like a physical manifestation of disease has slammed down on my shoulders and compressed my chest. It feels hard to breathe, even though nothing's stopping me from doing so. Luke already has Yuteji steel in his hands, but I see a bead of sweat forming at his temple. Obviously, he feels it, too. Ayre, I shout without taking my eyes off of the phantom. Take Corrigan back to the doorway and keep her safe. The elf's voice is shaken. What is that thing, Remmi? Hearing my best friend's chords quake makes me tighten my own grip on my pistol as I narrow my eyes, trying to push the aura's effect away from me. It's the enemy. I barely get the sentence out before a flash of power sets off an alarm in my mind. Attacking has drawn its attention. It seemed like a great idea at the time, but the cold sweat dripping down my back is starting to make me think otherwise. The phantom is too far to reach me with his sword, but that doesn't stop him from swinging it right at me. No, not at me. At my gun. It's going after my weapon. The fact that its blade is too far to reach me doesn't matter. I pull my hand aside and twist my body, getting out of the path of the sword. A wave of darkness cuts the air right where my hand once held my gun. Luke shouts. Ayre is scrambling to get Corrigan to safety, but for a brief second as the phantom's attack passes by, none of their sounds reach my ears. There's only silence. Silence so deep, so complete, that it feels like the fundamental laws of the universe have suddenly changed. As quickly as the silence came, it leaves again. Noises flood me, sounds that I knew had to be there all along, even if I couldn't hear them. But they seem distant now, not because they are further away, but simply because now I'm starting to understand just how deadly this phantom really is. If I don't focus, we really will die. I unconsciously swallow, but my mouth is so dry that I only gulp down air, and even that feels then going down. Remmi. Luke's voice rings clear in my ears. Flank it while I'm the target, Luke. The phantom swaps targets as soon as Luke gets in range. Both of their swords clash, but Luke is the one who gets thrown away. I fire a barrage at the phantom to draw its attention again, but I don't even think it was necessary as it's barely even taken its eyes off me. My bullets hit something solid, but I can't even tell if they're doing any real damage to it. Not that it matters right now, where we haven't even been able to get into a proper formation yet. Since the phantom is facing me directly, I fire a headshot at it. There's a metallic sound, and 2 glimmers of light as the phantom cuts my bullet in half, punctuated by the sound of 2 tiny impacts behind the phantom. I gulp again. Finally, the phantom moves. Whoa, I jump back, the phantom's blade suddenly close to my face. Fast, too. I have to lower my gun when the sword comes around again. My plan was to bring it back up after, but I don't even have time to do that before a heavy fist slams into my face. Ignoring the ringing in my ears and the stars in my vision, I jump as far from the deadly sword as I can, not knowing whether or not I would make it. Watch out, Remmi. There's a clash of steel as Luke rushes in between me and the phantom, Yuteji clanging against that long blade made of the same stuff as the phantom itself. There's a visible ripple that passes through the air from the impact, and Yuteji is surrounded by an aura of golden power. Like when Luke had Ayre away from the wall of ghost hands, the phantom seems to flinch slightly from that light, but immediately breaks the guard lock and unleashes a horizontal sweep that knocks the hero away. Thanks, Luke. I managed to put some distance between me and the phantom. We can't let ourselves get pinned up against the wall by this guy. I whip around to the side, firing into the entity's flank as I try to pull it away from where Ayre and Corrigan retreated. The bullets impact solidly again, but no blood emerges, and the phantom pays the wounds no mind. It seems happy to oblige my pooling of aggro, however, turning to pursue me back into the greater hole of the room. Mindless beyond the mission? Maybe. Or maybe it just doesn't care about anything not in the way of its mission. How close is that to the same thing? I burn in power as I roll out of the way of that long blade, desperately staying on the move. But it's fast. Faster than me, even with Empower. If it weren't for the long wind-ups the huge sword requires, I'd never be able to keep up. Worse, as I duck and weave and futilely try to keep my distance, some part of me realizes there's a rhythm to this fight. I could know where this monster was going to move next if I could just get in sync with that beat. But I can't. It's not that the phantom is moving chaotically. If anything, its form is exceptional. It's not the movements that are the problem, just its presence seems to throw me off, disrupting my pattern recognition, as if it refuses to be quantified. Is it really some trait of the corruption that's affecting me psychologically, or am I scared? I'm no longer sure. I can't get out of the way of all of its attacks. I can only avoid them being fatal. Even as I turn my pistol away to load a new magazine, I trade the action for another cut across my left arm. When I fire again, though, I trigger spiral shot, and golden explosions go off in the Phantom's face. Like Luke's golden attack before, the Phantom recoils from the holy rounds, and I'm able to keep it occupied as I jump backwards repeatedly, re-establishing my distance from its stupid sword. It rears back to lunge after me again, but I've bought enough time for Luke to recover, and he jumps into the brawl once more. Golden aura smashes against purple flame, and they contest each other furiously, but the Phantom elbow checks its fellow swordmaster, then bashes the pommel of its sword into his nose. Luke staggers back from the blow, and the Phantom rears back to cut him down. Again, my spiral shots ran into the side of its torso, but, again, it looks more offended than injured. I'm pretty sure it tosses me a dirty look. I don't really know why I'm so sure, since it, doesn't have a face, but that's definitively what it feels like. And then purple fire erupts around its blade again as it whips around in a full circle, the horizontal spin sending Luke flying again, this time hard enough that he slams back first into one of the trees with enough force to send a crack splitting through the thick old thing. The pain is visible in his clenched face, but then he slumps to the ground. The Phantom takes another swing of its sword, and that dark plane ripples forth again, crossing the distance in a blink to slice right through the old tree that would have taken 3, maybe 4 people to wrap their arms around. The holy tree groans from its fatal wound before it falls, crashing down on top of Luke's still form. I've reloaded again, and before the Phantom can get any ideas of going to finish him off, I open fire on it. This time, however, it's not nearly so impressed, its blade turning and deflecting my bullets. I'm really getting sick of sword people doing that, I shout out loud. Didn't anyone ever tell you that trick's Hollywood nonsense? My empowered spiral shot rips through the air between us, but there's a gust of wind, and suddenly, the Phantom's covered half the distance between us, off to the side of the shot. Immediately, I adjust and fire again, but it vanishes again, and I almost freeze up as its shadow falls over me directly. It's almost like it's telling me, I don't need nonsense to deal with someone as weak as you. I try to fire up into the underside of its skull, but one of its hands grabs my gun arm by the wrist and twists it away. The purple energy burns like real fire against my flesh, and I scream before I can stop myself, but the Phantom isn't done, reeling back its other gauntleted hand and backhanding me across the face. It's the most powerful blow I've ever felt. Even the way the Undead Abomination knocked me around didn't send the utter shock through my jaw that this does. It's like I can feel my jaw and teeth atomize as the impact ripples through the bone. My head talks around sharply. Somehow, my neck doesn't snap then and there, and I don't think I truly lose consciousness, but the next moment I'm aware of my surroundings. My head is against the floor of the arena, and there's something wet between my flesh and the stone. A window pops up in my vision informing me that I've contracted the concussion condition. It's penalizing my intellect and slowing my stamina regeneration. Yes, some part of me says that checks out. I hurt the brain case, and the muscle inside isn't happy. I get my hands under me and try to force myself back up, but a boot slams into my ribs, and suddenly, getting off of the ground is handle for me. I even pull off a full 180-degree flip before I crash into the ground again. Oh, I groan pathetically. Or I try to. The realization that half of my mouth isn't working kind of stunts my snark. The Phantom of Corruption has surprisingly heavy footfalls. I can feel them through the stone as it comes over until it stands above me. It stares down at me, then takes its time dragging its sword around and lifting it up above its head, that long, narrow blade pointing down toward my body. An arrow surrounded by spiraling seafoam energy and an exploding fireball like a small meteor pierce the distance and slam into the Phantom's side. No. The Phantom and I both turn our heads to look back toward the entrance to the boss room, to the elf, and Oni already preparing another brace of attacks. No. Get away from Remmi. Ayre's shout feels muddled through my ears, like it's passing through water. Right, concussion. I'd almost forgotten. Like I'm pulling myself through the muck of a nightmare, I roll over onto my side as the Phantom starts toward its new challengers. It's going to butcher them. It tore Luke and I apart, and we're heroes. It barely even felt my bullets. They're not going to be able to do anything to it. I ask cruel fate why they didn't run even as I know the answer. The same reason I wanted them to run is why they couldn't. My torso protests the movements that bring it mostly vertical, and as my arm drags along behind it, there's a metallic scraping. I look down at the unexpected sound. By some miracle, through all of that, I manage to keep hold of my pistol. There's a thick ring of burnt, purple flesh around my wrist, and the sensation in my hand is faint, but my fingers are still iron tight around the grip. I wiggle my finger, and it responds. Without hesitation, I raise my gun at the Phantom's back, determined to keep it away from my friends. My aching head screams at me that it's pointless. So what if I distract it again? If I can't kill it, and I know I can't, it's just going to turn around, finish me off, and then kill them anyway. I'm not accomplishing anything but buying them a few more moments and rendering their attempt to save me moot. My eyes lock onto a flickering just a little to the side of the phantom from where I'm sitting. It's the portal. Through it, I've got a clear line of sight right to the glowing light of the dungeon core. If we're all going to die, at least I can make sure that one last place is protected from corruption first. Maybe I can't defeat that thing, but with my last act, I can steal its prize. It's a small adjustment in the focus of my barrel. I go to speak the words, but my tongue won't make the consonants. I spatter as I try to make it work, the focus making my head feel like it's about to split open. The phantom is halfway to Ayre and Corrigan, taking its time and slapping their attacks away. I dread to think it's enjoying itself. I use my fear for them to push them from my mind, focusing all of my attention on that glowing sphere. I don't need to speak to use my spells. It's a visualization technique, nothing more. So visualize, you blonde idiot. I do exactly that, reproducing the sensation of that first time the system-granted spell flashed through me. That brilliant beam of light. That cleansing stream. Purification cannon. The ray of holy magic rips through the air with such force that the phantom of corruption freezes in its tracks, its head whipping toward me. But it's too late. By the time it registers the attack, it's already colliding with the dungeon core. The light of the attack fades, and the core pulses for a few moments as if digesting the energy, and then solidifies into a brighter, steady illumination. The next instant, there's a tangible difference that flows through the air. It's comfort, it's safety, and I know it's flowing through the entire dungeon and out into the surrounding region. And then comes the window. You have purified all of the dungeons in this region. This region is now warded against contamination. The phantom stands there staring at the dungeon core for a moment longer, then slowly rotates its head toward me. Its long, faceless glare at me portrays such deep, unfathomable hatred that my heart quivers in my chest. And then it simply sheaths its sword and disappears, its presence instantly vanishing as if it had never been there at all. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding. I don't know if the phantom was expelled by the region being protected or if it just decided to leave since it could no longer complete its mission. But we survived. Another window appears in my vision as Ayre and Corrigan start toward me. You have survived an encounter with the Phantom Warrior. You have failed to defeat the Phantom Warrior. The likelihood of a future encounter with the Phantom Warrior has increased. Reward, plus 100,000 points. All I can think as I let my body collapse back to the arena's floor is that's a lot of points for failure. The last time I got points for failing, it was only 100. And that was against an army of level 25 wood golems. Points are awarded according to the difficulty of the challenge. If the experience of losing to those golems was 1,000th of losing to the sword-wielding purple fart, just how powerful was that phantom? And it's just a projection. So what does that say about wherever it came from? Ayre and Corrigan are helping me up, and my friend is blatantly avoiding looking at the side of my face the phantom slapped. But I barely feel that side at all. That's probably a problem in and of itself. But my mind's honestly elsewhere entirely. Book 2 Chapter 66 Canarbo. Chapter 66 Canarbo. It takes us a while to get all of us back on our feet. Ayre and Corrigan are fine, but Luke and I are in bad shape. I still have a faith. Eek. I lisp and slur as Ayre helps me up to my feet. Again, Ayre averts his eyes from said face. I mean technically, you can't not have a face. That bad, huh? I elfin swear. Ayre turns red, but it finally gets him to look me in the eye. I'll let you off with a warning this time, but only because it sounds like you're spitting more than saying anything. And the whack you deserve would probably finish you off. Than you, oh hither. I'm not your sister. Oi sir, oh hither. Ayre takes the gun from my hand, fishes out a healing clip, slams it in, and flatly shoots me in the face. Then, after a pause, twice more. He clearly mulls it over, starts to turn away, then wheels back and shoots me 3 more times. It's a weird sensation to feel my jaw pull itself back together, and there's a brief, maddening ticklish in my teeth. I work my jaw over good and thorough and gnash my teeth a few times. I'm glad you're getting more comfortable with shooting my gun, Ayre, but save some bullets for Luke too. If we ever want to get you to stop talking, he replies as he returns the weapon to me, we're clearly going to have to take extreme measures. Wearing it won't suffice. I give my best friend a bright, sweet smile. We heroes are tenacious. I can think of other appropriate words. Are they in Elvish too? Ayre turns away rather than entertaining my question. Come on, we're going to need your help getting that tree off of Luke. Corrigan looks up at me tentatively as we move toward the downed holy tree. Hero Remmi, she starts, and it's a bit of a jarring reminder that people actually use my title. What was that thing? For change, I take a moment to consider my words, my expression serious. Like I said before, it's the enemy. It's the very essence of the corruption, though. What do they call it? I take a moment to send my mind back to the terms Yutana used, long before Ayre and I actually encountered the stuff. The darkness. That was the darkness that has covered the Western Demosne, and the heroes were summoned to fight. Or one aspect of it, anyway. The pale girl frowns, not disapprovingly, but at the memory of that terrible phantom. You two didn't seem very good at fighting it. All I can do is sigh in acceptance of the criticism. Unfortunately, heroes aren't created at full strength. We have to grow like anyone else. We just have an easier time doing it. I motion back the way we came with my thumb. Remember when I called the sword ogre the dungeon's level check? Well, we heroes just got level checked, and we didn't measure up. Not at 40% power, anyway. Ayre gives me a worried look before moving around to the other side of the tree. That thing was so powerful, Remmi. I'm not sure having 3 more heroes would have made that much of a difference. It just would have made the fight drag on longer, not altered its course. Yeah, I agree. Looking down at the tree as an excuse to not meet their eyes. Yeah, we've got to step it up. I break the topic by leaning down to check on Luke. He's not responsive, but I don't see any pools of blood. I place my index and middle fingers against his neck. There's a pulse. I then light my fingers and stick them under his nose. Airflow. He's alive and breathing. He's just unconscious. I'll bet the regeneration skill he's got is already mending everything. We've just got to get this tree off of him so it can do its job. I look across to Ayre. I don't think, even if all 3 of us knew in power, we could get the tree off of him with brute force. The size of this thing, it must weigh 5, 6, 8 tons. Maybe more. How do we do it, then? We can't just leave him here. I cross my arms and hold my chin with one of my hands as I consider the problem. With a lever, I could probably roll it, but that would just be like rolling a crusher over Luke. My eyes light up as I give a snap of my fingers. I've got it. We leave the tree right where it is. Corrigan and Ayre look at me like I'm crazy. What? The elf demands. I just said we can't leave him here. I didn't say we were, I counter, shaking a finger at him. We're absolutely taking him with us. Captain Anara and Rune would never forgive me otherwise. We're only leaving the tree here. How are we going to get him out with the tree on top of him, Remmi? I give my foot 2 stomps. It's not the hard clack of stone that comes back, but a muffled whump. The trees are off of the floor tiling. We're standing on dirt. The dungeon structure may be unable to be destroyed, but dirt. We can move dirt. We'll just dig out the ground underneath him. The big tree will hold itself up, and we pull him out. Piece of cake. Corrigan is looking back and forth between us like she's trying to figure out who's winning a game of beer pong. How are you going to dig out all of that dirt? Do you have a special bolt for that, too? But I just grin and reach into my bag, watching Ayre's expression fall as I pull out our 2 camping trowels. Oh, come on, Remmi. I hate doing this stuff. I toss one of them over the tree to him. Get to scooping, Ayre. You are, after all, the strongest person still on their feet. He sighs, but grips the shovel. Anyway, I should have left your jaw hanging off of your face. There's only one thing about your ideas that's worse than how crazy they are. I beam back and grip my shovel, as well. How often they work. Ayre's looking about done with this dungeon, so maybe his nippiness is because he's missing the creature comforts of being back in town. I have to be nicer about my jokes from here on before he snaps and gets really angry. Or maybe he's just worried about us. That would be sweet. Or maybe he really does just hate shoveling. Regardless of Ayre's feelings, we plug along without further complaint, burrowing out the ground underneath Luke. I even get into a nice rhythm and start humming a little mining song while I work. I can't see Ayre's reaction since we're on opposite sides of the tree, but he doesn't say anything about it. Soon, we reach a depth where Luke shifts, and the tree doesn't, and we go a little further just to make sure he won't catch on anything. Alright, that should be far enough, I declare, setting my spade aside. I'm going to get under his arms and pull. If that's not enough, I'll use Empower, and it works. It takes no small amount of tugging, but I've soon pulled the Swordmaster hero out from underneath the tree. Despite my earlier criticism of Ayre for wasting healing bullets, I opt to use my healing spell. It's far less efficient, but I don't know how his armor might interfere with the bullets, or what kind of damage they might do to the armor. After a while of ministrations, Luke's eyes flutter open and see the 3 of us huddled around above him, his back against the tile. We lived. His first words aren't exactly heroic, but I can't say I blame him. I answer with a wide grin. Nope. You're in heaven and surrounded by angels. That's why we're so beautiful. But seriously, sorry about leaving you on the cold, hard ground. I wanted to prop your head up on Ayre's lap because, obviously, best thighs here. But I didn't want my best friend to get skinned alive by Anara, Rune, and whoever your 3rd girlfriend is. My comments are clearly too much for him right off the bat, and his face twists in confusion as he processes it. Meanwhile, I'm blatantly ignoring the glare Ayre's giving me. Times like these call for levity, and damn it, I'm going to deliver. How, he asks intelligently. I try to channel urine for my best motherly smile. Don't worry, the crisis was averted, so it's not important. Right, Luke pushes himself into a sitting position as he rubs his head. So what happened to that thing? My face jumps back to beaming. Ayre and Corrigan saved us. Ayre's glare wilts immediately, and Corrigan looks up in bewilderment at the idea. We did, the girl asks. I nod emphatically. Yup, sure did. The Phantom was just about to finish us off when they grabbed its attention. That bought me enough time to purify the dungeon core, and it shot me a pissed off look and buggered off. That sets alarms off in his eyes as his body tenses, and he immediately starts gripping for his sword. That thing got away. It's still alive. I sigh and put a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, Luke. It's gone and can't come back. Not here. Not anywhere in this region. We'll probably run into it again, but for now, we're safe. I watch him force a deep, stabilizing breath and wonder again what in the world the other heroes ran into on the western border. This level of pike is normal, not for someone like Luke. Besides, I continue as I draw my hand back again to shrug. It wasn't like there was anything we could do to stop it. We didn't really have the means to actually put it down. Heck, look, we could barely fight it. From someone who got to watch from the outside, Ayre contributes with a frown. I'm not sure I'd call it a fight. I shoot him a pouting glare. Josh, not helping. And if you keep frowning like that, you're going to give yourself wrinkles. While Ayre takes a short moment to explore the edges of his cheeks with his fingers to check the veracity of my accusation, I put on a brighter expression as I turn back to look. On the upside, it can be fought. And we got a whole bunch of pity points from the essence system to help us do exactly that. Luke's eyes focus on something invisible in front of his face. Oh, right, I got a notice about that. We got points, too. Corrigan pipes up. I've never gotten so many at once. I glance to her. How many did you get? 50,000. I nod then, and turn to Ayre. Twice the percentage as with the monster nest, I mention, and he bobs his head back in reply. It must be because there's 2 heroes here, he guesses, so we're getting multipliers off of both of you. That makes the little Oni girl's eyes light up. You mean non-heroes always get bonuses like that when the heroes they're with do? Yeah, I confirm, but it's less than what we get, about a quarter of the value. You'll get enhanced point gain in general, too, but, and I make a stressed face, that's kind of a temple secret, so I'll need you to keep that bit to yourself. I only tell you it all because you're going to figure it out when you don't make as much away from us. She gives a solemn nod. I'll stay quiet, I promise. I just thought the points I was gaining was because of the dungeon. The multipliers stack, Ayre informs her. Between constant dungeon raids and doing them with a hero, I'm probably breaking records for growth speed. Or would, if there was enough time to spend the points back down fast enough to keep up with it. I nod again, this time directly to my friend. We're going to need to take time for that now. We can't be caught off guard like this again. But Corrigan speaks up again, this time with a frown. About that, how do we get out of here? We're at the end of the dungeon, but there's no way back up that hole. A way will open after we finish meeting with the dungeon core. The elf provides. It'll put us right back outside the entrance. Wait, really? It's Luke that speaks up. And it's easy to forget this is probably his first dungeon. That's amazing. I thought we were going to have to rock climb back up. Thankfully not, I reply as I get to my feet and dust my knees off. I think you might be the only one to make it. I go over and heft the large metal club up off of the ground where it fell when the dungeon boss was defeated by the phantom. It's longer than I'm tall by at least a foot and seems beaten out of cold iron. Even with my 100 strength, the thing's heavy. The others follow me over, and there's a moment of silence before Corrigan asks, that's going to hero Luke, right? I look to the girl, raising an eyebrow. Does it feel like we've earned it? She looks to the ground at that, and the quiet returns. Yeah, I don't think so, either, I agree, and heft the thing up over my shoulder. What are you going to do with it, then? I'm going to give it back. Without further comment, the 4 of us make our way over to the portal. Ayre and I step in without hesitation, well accustomed to this step. Luke and Corrigan pause at the threshold before following us in. I stop before the brightly glowing orb, then bring the Kanabo around to sit in both of my arms. Hey, sorry for the mess outside, I open. Your dungeon's really great. It was a lot of fun, and challenged us in ways we've never been challenged before. Keep up the good work. To this day, I don't know if the orbs can actually understand my feedback, but I feel compelled to say something about it each time. Maybe it's just a waste of time, but it feels important to me. In fact, we want to come back sometime if that's okay, because I lean forward and set the boss's weapon on the orb's altar. Honestly, we didn't earn this. We got here in time to watch your last line of defense fall to corruption, and then we couldn't stop it, either. We're all still here, you and us both, because I got a lucky shot. I shake my head and stand up straight again. I don't want to rely on a lucky shot. So we're going to get stronger, and one day, we'll come back here again, and we'll earn this properly. Oh, I dig around in my bag and pull out some more essence meals, then lay them around next to the Kanabo. And make sure the ogres get these. Tell them thanks for taking care of us. And the trial halls were so much fun. I step back toward the others, and Ayre guides Corrigan forward while Luke steps up next to me. The other 2 follow the lead from Ayre and myself as we all bow to the orb. Thank you very much. Ogre's Grotto Dungeon Core. Book 2 Chapter 67 Fools. Chapter 67 Fools. The return to sunlight is a welcome relief after the hardest dungeon we've ever done, even without the Phantom of Corruption's attack. It feels like we've been down there for ages, though it's only been a matter of hours. We left town in the morning, and now the sun is starting to hang low in the other side of the sky. And I know it's still the same day because we didn't make camp inside of the dungeon. Still, it's weird to have to use that kind of justification to reason it all out. I have to do an actual accounting of just how much time we really spent to wrap my head around just how little has passed. Sure, it's a lot of hours. Marking off the time it took to get to the dungeon from the village, it was probably 6 or so. Gosh, even putting a number to it makes it feel too small. In fact, the more I think about it, maybe even 6 hours is too generous. It had to be longer than that, right? We did so much, and it wasn't even a full work day. Heck, we'll be getting Corrigan home in time for supper. I go through the layout of the temple-like dungeon again in my head, even though I just did it to estimate the time. It's actually shockingly short, just looking at the number of rooms. Many of those rooms are incredibly huge and busy, but it really only had about 10 of them. Admittedly, that's much bigger than the forest cavern, but it's smaller than the desert cove. Again, only if we're going purely by room count. Desert Cove has a lot of wandering caves that make it seem bigger than it is, while the only space of merit is the ship and the zone the pirates patrol. In terms of content, Ogre's Grotto trumps anything and everything we've seen. Maybe that's because it's a silver rank dungeon. All of the others Ayre and I have done were bronze. That had been deliberate, thanks to Urin's planning. It means our route has been a bit looping, and we had the advantage of starting in a relatively low threat area, so most of the dungeons were naturally just that weak. This approach has given us a chance to grow before dumping us directly into a silver dungeon, even though we're technically ranked appropriately for it. Of course, if Ogre's Grotto has taught me anything, it's that there's more to dungeon diving than being the right rank. The success Ayre and I have had on our own up until now hasn't been because we're a well-rounded, experienced team that covers each other's weaknesses. In fact, we're exactly none of that. No, it's solely because we were just horrendously over-leveled. Corrigan would be a great boon to any party if she picked up some support spells, but for this run, she was just extra firepower in a party that honestly already had too much of it. But look, we couldn't have completed Ogre's Grotto if he hadn't come along. Heck, we may not have even survived it to chicken out. It was right, our party balance is in the toilet. If we want to continue the way we've been going, then we've only got two real options. One, we have to diversify our party. Unfortunately, this not only puts more people at risk, but increases the likelihood of the boons of travelling with a hero getting out to people who would abuse them. Otherwise, we're going to have to ensure that we continue to be horrendously over-leveled for whatever we face. The latter could be done in the short term fairly easily, especially with the pity points and the rewards from our first silver rank dungeon, but I don't feel like it's sustainable over the long haul. As we're all making idle conversation on our way back to town, I'm mentally compiling a list of desirable traits to filter party candidates. Obviously, far and above, the best candidates would be other heroes. I've only had the one dungeon with Luke, so I haven't been able to verify it, but the biggest advantage with a full team of heroes likely isn't the lack of worry over all of the secrets, or even the enhanced combat performance. If we all benefit from each other's aura boost, then the growth of a full hero party would be meteoric. Never mind that we'd all be learning to fight together, so our synchronization would be peak. It makes it all the weirder that we shotgunned all over the Empire, since the temple, at least, seems to know about this unlisted bonus. Either I'm seriously overestimating the dissemination of that information among those responsible for making deployment decisions, or someone is knowingly impeding our growth. I don't want to jump to any conclusions about that, though. There are absolutely plausible reasons for something like that without it being malicious. Even separate, heroes still grow fast, and I don't know the state of the greater Empire. It's entirely possible that there's enough smaller fires that it's a matter of making sure the Empire is stable enough to put a unified front toward the western Demosne. Maybe the monster nests and bandit cells Luke is being sent around to beat down are splitting resources needed for the war effort. Or heck, I'm not blind to politics. Maybe it's a tit for tat to curry the support of the nobility. I can practically hear it. Oh, you have those mighty heroes. They will surely banish the darkness. Of course, I would be glad to give what aid I can, but it is so small for my troubles. Won't someone rid me of these troublesome bandits? Bleh, I can understand it, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Especially since, if politics are anything like back home, these are probably issues they should have been handling themselves all along, and, would you look at that, all of the anti-nest money went to the nobles' private soldiers, and lining their third wall safe, most likely. When the Oni village outside of Dewey comes into sight, I pull my head out of the depressing line of thought. There's nothing I can do about systemic corruption. I'm just a girl with a gun. I can go around and shoot all of my problems, but misuse and overspending is just going to come right back the moment I turn around. Better to let the Empire's own systems handle that, and focus on what I can actually do something about. Besides, I'm sure that all of those suddenly with problems now will be getting investigated for how they let them get so bad after the corruption is dealt with. The smart ones would have quickly mobilized to handle the problems themselves the moment they heard about the hero summoning. As for my filter list, it's actually surprisingly short. First and foremost, they have to be both trustworthy and reasonably competent. Everything else after that is fairly secondary. A dedicated healer would be nice, but isn't necessary, and I'm a better scout than anyone we might bring on. Support is even optional with my essence goods, though I wouldn't turn down not having to burn consumables for it. What we really need is a tank to keep the trouble away from Ayre, and my beautiful face again. I hold no illusion that we'll be able to get anyone as good as Luke, but anything would be better than the nothing we've got now. Maybe you know someone who's looking for a party and won't sell us out to the lowest bidder, or, more likely, we'll have to ask her to vet people from the guild. I should write to her after we get back. She did ask for an update in her latest letter. I'm sure she'll be happy to hear from me after a landmark dungeon like this, though she'll probably need 2 pots of mint tea to get through the part about the phantom. My first sign that something is wrong is in the way that the Oni we pass look at us. There's the talking and pointing that normally goes on as many of them recognize us from when we left this morning, that there's a sadness in their eyes, a disappointment. A few women point openly to the large tear in my dress over my abdomen, and I self-consciously grip their edges to pull it shut. Suddenly, the way they're acting makes me feel like I'm flashing everyone I walk by, or something. A few younger people are sent running ahead of us toward the center of the Oni village, where Chief Ronalo's longhouse is. It's not hard to guess that they're going to let him know his daughter has returned. I try my best to put the worst of the stares and gossiping out of my mind, telling myself that, surely, Ronalo will be able to straighten any such confusion out, whatever it's about. A part of me wonders if something might happen to him while we were out. Before I can squash it, my imagination grabs the thought and runs with it. Did a pro-imperial faction avenge Lord Mayor Oshu by eliminating the figure seen as his opposition? Did one of the merchants want him out of the way to try to push the strip mining quarry through anyway? Did Lady Regent Noya only ask me who I thought would be a good mayor so she would know who she needed to remove to retain control? All of these thoughts are completely baseless, each one more so than the last, and I tell myself as much. But I'm still relieved when I see his towering form stepping out of the longhouse. Corrigan clearly had no such deep inner spiral of conspiracies and paranoia, because she throws aside all ceremony the moment she lays eyes on him. Grandpa, her shout splits out just before she starts running for him. The chieftain comes down on one knee with his arms wide as she crashes into his chest. He immediately folds those massive limbs around her like he's never going to let go. Ah, my beloved little flower, home again. You have no idea how much I've worried for your safety at every moment since you left my sight. I'm fine, Grandpa, really, she insists back. It was rough for a while, but everyone else got hurt way more than I did. He raises his head to look at us, though he still keeps his granddaughter in his embrace. There's confusion in his eyes as he looks us over. Were they? He asks her. They seem all right to me. I'd assumed you all fell back when things grew too dangerous. Fell back? Did he think we bobbed in and out of combat? No, obviously. We surveyed our enemies first before we ever committed to any fight whenever possible. But his confusion clearly seems to be over our lack of wounds, so I raise my hand. I can heal, I provide. We patched everything up before we came back. Oh, he declares, nodding with the new information. Yes, that makes much more sense. I didn't realize your abilities were so diverse. Thank you for prioritizing her safety. That's what we're supposed to do, I reply with what I hope sounds like humility, and not bragging. She's the mage, we're the marshals. It's our job to make sure she's free to do her job. In fact, she was quite helpful, and we even picked out a few ways for her to grow going forward, didn't we, Corrigan? She leans far enough back from her grandfather to nod energetically. Yeah, I'm going to learn curse magic to weaken enemies, and make them easier to fight to go with my new staff, and support spells to aid the group in emergencies, starting with slow fall. That puts a confused look on the old man's face. New staff? What new staff? Did they buy you one for the dungeon run? She laughs that off. No, the dungeon had several lesser lords that we had to fight to get to the true dungeon lord. One of them was a mage, and he dropped it. His confusion deepens. Are you saying you did reach the dungeon lord? Now, it's our turn to look confused, and we exchange glances between each other. Corrigan even twists in his grip to look back at us. We cleared the entire dungeon, Ayre answers for us. It's been culled. You four-culled the entirety of Ogre's Grotto in half a day. I give an uncomfortable shrug as I share my early account for lack of a better answer. It was only 10 rooms, kind of. One of the rooms was a really long hall that could probably be called half a dozen rooms, and some of the rooms were really big. But still, Ayre decides to change the topic before I embarrass myself even further, and not a moment too soon either. Without anybody allowed to go in, their Arcana level had already gotten high. If the mining talks had dragged on for several more weeks, you'd have been looking at an expansion event. Oh my, Ronalo intones, and for a moment, he looks his age. That would have been very bad. If such an expansion wouldn't have reached the Oni, it almost certainly would have swallowed the mine site, and then all of our bickering would have been for nothing. He gathers himself admirably, however, and clears his throat, his voice returning to that booming megaphone he so proudly broadcasts. But it was not to be, thanks to your fine efforts. And to think that you young sprouts actually cleared the entire dungeon, and in such amazing time, as well. Suddenly, all of the whispers click in my head. Wait, is that what everybody thought? That we were coming back early, because we'd lost? He belts out a big belly of laughter, and returns to his feet, with a nimbleness that denies his age. Corrigan scooped up in his arms. We underestimated you all, and have been made the fools. Never mind that. Come, join my family for dinner. I insist. We will celebrate my granddaughter's first dungeon culling, and you will all tell us all about it. Ayre's the only one not looking excited at dinner with the Oni. Can we hold off on the spirits this time? But Ronalo's answer is just more laughter. Book 2 Chapter 68 Team. Chapter 68. Team. The dinner goes very smoothly. A feast of roast boar, baked potatoes smothered in wild herbs and grilled greens. We sit at the long, low table we'd previously had the meeting over the mine at, but this time, Luke sits next to me rather than Mayor Oshu, and I have to say it's the far preferable company. Sure enough, is drinking, but this time Ayre stays far away from it, sticking to chilled mountain spring water and juice. Surprisingly, Luke does the same. Shamed, and with even Corrigan abstaining, I too feel pressure to skip the firewater. Chief Ronalo tries to change our minds, but Ayre refuses like he's asking him to stab himself, Luke insists he has watch in the morning, and I plead solidarity with my friends. We lay out pretty much the entirety of our adventure in the dungeon, and Chief Ronlo and his staff listen intently. They seem particularly interested in my theory that the site was once an ancient Oni temple or proving ground, and that the ogres within are likely archetypes of the facility's original purpose. Corrigan's grandfather is absolutely delighted with her gift, as well, swearing to cherish it, though he gives Luke an eager glance that makes the young man swallow. It is a marvel that you are so mighty at such a low level. Chief Ronlo praises me after we finish, as I'd mentioned worrying we were underleveled, and Ayre explaining that we were actually just understaffed. But it is truly amazing that you conquered such a difficult dungeon with so few people, and in so little time. Well, it's not something I intend to attempt again if I can avoid it, I admit, if at all possible. The next time Ayre and I challenge a silver rank dungeon, I want us to be much stronger and have more people. Ah, that's right, he recalls as he strokes his beard. It's normally just you and young Ayre. He glances to Luke. Won't you be joining with your fellow hero now that you've met up? The question clearly pains the Swordmaster hero. I really wish I could. It was a great experience working together, but our paths just happened to intersect. I've still got orders from the capital that I have to follow through on. Rem and I are both just passing through Dewey, and then we have to go our separate ways again. Corrigan, who has been looking like she swallowed a bug since her grandfather brought the topic up, finally finds her voice. Grandfather, she starts formally, I want to go with Hero Remmi. I want to join her team. He looks over at her in shock. You what? Why? She looks down at her plate, with its fruitcake dessert. I know you always say how strong I am, but I also know now how much I'm lacking. I'm worried I'll be a burden to them, but now I understand the trial set before the heroes, and I don't think I can stay here and stand by while I know it's happening. The trial of the heroes and his confusion. Chief Ronlo turns to look at Luke and myself for an explanation, but suddenly, neither of us want to meet his eyes. We left out a part of what happened in the dungeon, Chief, I offer tentatively. Something happened that didn't have anything to do with clearing it. Something to do with why I'm going around clearing dungeons up and down the border. You aren't just doing it for training, to catch up with the others. That's part of it, I admit, but there's another reason these dungeons in particular have been selected. Luke reaches over and puts a hand on my shoulder to interrupt me. Chief, these are matters the throne wants kept to a minimum of years. The old man hesitates, but nods. I understand. He raises his hand with a flick. Leave us, the staff bow, and immediately file out. Once they are all gone, he turns back to us once more, squares his shoulders, and folds his hands before his chest, all mirth gone. Now tell me what it is that my granddaughter knows. We're making a barrier against the darkness I provide without hesitation. The dungeons are the key. They're the primary method by which it spreads into new regions, but once they're purified, they repel it instead. If we can form a complete barrier of dungeons all the way up the border, it won't be able to enter further into the Empire directly. Maybe, if we can then get into dungeons inside the Demesne, we can even start pushing it back. He strokes his beard as he mulls my words over. I'm a tall order, but a workable plan. But Corrigan said she witnessed what you're up against, herself. Was Ogre's grotto infected by the darkness? Again, Luke and I trade looks, but I answer after only a moment's pause. No, but it was a new thing. We didn't actually defeat the Dungeon Lord. We arrived just as an agent of the darkness did so, and opened the way to the dungeon core. Ronalo's eyes alight with fire. Someone is helping the darkness to spread into this region, under our noses. But Corrigan reaches up and takes hold of his arm. It wasn't a person, Grandpa. It looked like one, but it wasn't. It was just shaped like one. It was made of the evil stuff. The being was called a phantom of corruption, I provide. It's the second form of the pure essence of the darkness that I've personally encountered. Do you remember that Undead Abomination I talked about? I call his attention back to the night of the celebration and wait for him to nod. That thing was animated by a heart of corruption. It can possess things and people, but can't really do much on its own but tempt you. And this phantom was different. He asks. It's my turn to nod. It acted on its own. It fought us, and the system called it a projection. I don't know if it has its own will, but it's definitely formed by something else's. He leans closer to the table now, but you were able to defeat it and save the dungeon. For the second time, we all break eyes from the Oni chieftain, but again, I answer anyway. We saved the dungeon, but we only succeeded in driving the phantom away, I explain. Its level was so high, Identify wouldn't even tell me what it was, and it was incredibly powerful. Chief Ronlo's gaze goes stormier at that, and that is the kind of beast that I would be sending my granddaughter up against. Corrigan is at his side again, tugging on his arm. Grandpa, you said I am as strong as they are. That I'd even be gold. But the large man sighs and lets his head hang. After a moment, he raises it again and puts an arm around her shoulders. My beloved girl, I said that you are as strong as a silver rank adventurer, and I hold to that. But that is not the same as a hero, and a silver rank clearly isn't strong enough to face that kind of opponent. Given that it even beat 2 heroes, I'm not so convinced that even a gold rank could defeat it. And if even such heights can't deal with this foe, how can I send my only granddaughter to her death against it? I won't die, she insists. I'll get stronger. Stronger than a gold rank. Chief Runlo stares down at his granddaughter for a long moment, then turns away from the table, rotating her before him as well, so they are facing each other. He kneels as far down as he can to be as close to her eye level as he's physically capable of. Tell me, sweet child, why your heart is suddenly set so strongly on this. She too takes her time answering, but she's not gathering her thoughts. The child is fighting back tears. It's a horrible thing, Grandpa. If you had seen it, you would understand. And I can't stay here. I can't sleep in my bed safe and sound at night, knowing it's out there hurting people, infecting them, infecting the land. That thing isn't a being like you or me or the wolves that prowl the hills. It's a walking plague. But then she looks to me, and turns her mind from the horde thought of the phantom with a sniff. And Hero Remmi needs people she can trust, right? People she can tell stuff to that won't spread them around. I know I wouldn't do that. I know I'm someone she can trust. She turns back to her grandfather once more. I want to go with her, Grandpa, because she needs someone like me, and because I can't stay here. He's clearly moved by her speech, but as he faces the table again, he's mulling the matter over with his fingers twisting his beard. Perhaps we're advancing too quickly. Young Remmi, you have not actually stated a position on my granddaughter joining your mission. This whole discussion is pointless if she does not actually fulfill a need for your team. At that, Corrigan's pleading eyes turn to me as well, but mine go to Ayre. It's not out of avoidance, however. My best friend understands immediately that I'm seeking his input, and though he gives it thought, he soon smiles and nods back to me. I, for my part, beam brightly as I face Chief Runlo and Corrigan again. Corrigan has grown to do, Chief, before she can help to the full degree she is capable of. But I do believe that capability is something our team can use, and that we can bring her to that level. She's a powerful, gifted mage, and we'd be delighted to have her along. Corrigan's face lights up like a fireball, and Runlo is nodding along to my words as if they confirm his own bias for his granddaughter. Then it seems I have little choice, he concludes, though I have but one stipulation. When his eyes meet mine again, they're full of competitive fire. You've denied me my brawl once already, young Remmi, but now, I must know if you are able to protect my precious granddaughter. Do you think you can prove yourself more able to protect her from the great hams you'll face than I? My smile hasn't dimmed at all. It doesn't even flicker as I draw my pistol. Great, and wise Chief, I can drop you in a single blow. And I casually point my weapon at his chest and pull the trigger as he crashes to the floor, ceasing as yellow bolts flicker across his form. I'm not too worried. After all, I can just use cleanse to remove the paralysis early. He doesn't need to suffer like Oshu's guards did. Book 2 Chapter 69 Teammates. Chapter 69 Teammates. Mataru asterisk. It was definitely hard leaving May at home at first. No, not May. I know no one named May. My sister is Ayumi, and I'm Arisu. I must grind that into my head until I believe it, or else I risk slipping at the wrong time and falling to my own traitorous tongue. Our very futures depend on no flaws ever being found in our masks. So it was hard leaving Ayumi at home. We'd been at each other's side without ceasing since we saw the guards outside the estate. No, that too had to pass. It was ever since those monsters attacked our parents' caravan, rendering us orphans with nothing to our names but what we carried on our backs. It pains me to remove our parents from our lives so absolutely that we can't even recognize their existence when they're the whole reason we're doing this. But the sacrifice is for their sake, for their honor, for our father's vengeance, for our mother's redemption. If we're ever found out, the best case scenario is getting shipped back to Ceres in province, where our uncle will never dare let us out of sight a second time. The worst case, I don't want to think about it. It might be that the 4 heroes find us, and they decide to finish what they started with our father. I don't know why they'd bother hunting down and killing off a couple of children, but I don't know why they'd kill a good man like our father, either, who only ever took care of us and his people. The day the Western Dynasty was declared lost and the evacuation order came down, he held mother and wept. I'd never before seen father shed a single tear, no matter what happened, but that day, he cried like a baby. It was because the order was the absolute declaration that he had failed his people. So many dead, and even those that survived to escape. Their livelihoods were destroyed, their homes gone, their villages fallen, everything they had ever known was upended. To my father, it didn't matter that his family would be fine. We would simply relocate to our estate in the capital and wait out the conflict. When the brightest minds of the empire figured out how to fight back against the darkness, what scarce resources we had left would proudly go to the front line until our home was liberated once more. No, there was no reason to cry for us. He cried for his people, because he cared for them as strongly as he did for us. At least there was an easier explanation for why the 4 heroes would want us dead. Now that they had killed our father, they created the reason themselves. So deeply wronged by them, it's a given that we would hold enmity for them. So long as we draw breath, there's nothing that they can do to appease us. However, we are still children. They have already killed our father and seen our mother stripped of title and estate. While it is bewildering why they would so target our family, the strongest allies against the darkness they might find in the whole of the empire, they may see it as sufficiently defanged. Without our own family's title, even May and I are nobles only by proxy. We are the niece and nephew of the Lord Regent of Serizan Province, one of the smallest and most unremarkable regions in all the land. The highest we might now reach is to be named mayor of a backwater village, where we might live out our lives in quiet solitude. Frankly, if such a thing had come about honestly, I wouldn't even be particularly opposed to such a life. I would strive to do as my father before me and care for the people under my charge as well as I was capable, with full zeal and dedication. The number of those people would be no more relevant than their collective net worth. All that would matter was that I was tasked with doing my best to make sure that they could do their best. Such is the principle of duty instilled in me by my father's example. The only reason that I can possibly conceive for why they would target our family, as unthinkable as it might be, is that the four heroes, themselves, are in league with the darkness. Perhaps, in consuming the entirety of the demoscene, it has grown powerful enough to twist the sacred summoning and direct the ritual to its own chosen operatives. If that's true, then the Empire is in incredible danger. All the more reason for us to grow stronger as quickly as possible. With great effort, I pull my mind away from such dark thoughts. I was thinking about my dear sister. The first time I left her at the house while I went on a mission with Tan's team, I was anxious the entire time. I was terrified that she wouldn't be there when we got back, that someone would find her while I wasn't there to protect her, that any number of things might have happened to her. When we got back, and she was there waiting for me, I clung to her and swore I'd never leave her side again until she threatened me with violence if I didn't remove myself. It was a source of great amusement to the others. But then Tan sat me down and explained how unserviceable such an oath was. If I wanted to take care of my little sister, I couldn't stunt my own progress until she was old enough to join me. If anything, taking care of things until then was my sacred duty as her big brother. Who was going to feed her and put a roof over her head until then? If not me, who was going to save up for her class ceremony so that she could one day join me? Of course, Tan doesn't know Ayre already has a class, and we plan to keep it that way until I can afford it or we part ways, whichever comes first. But his words were wise. Since then, I've pulled myself away from her to focus on my training, on our missions, on earning a living for her and improving myself. Each time I come home to find her safe and secure, it becomes a little easier. We've spent months by each other's side, but to continue forward together, we must be willing to part for a little while. On the topic of self-improvement, though, joining Tan's team has been one of the best things to happen to us since leaving Serizan. Ayre's class lends itself well to self-study, so her seclusion has actually been a boon in disguise. And she's confident she'll soon start acquiring skills related to her other work so she'll be better able to support us. Meanwhile, the runner, the archer, has been coaching me in matters of wilderness survival, teaching me to spot and follow tracks, set and locate traps, identify and harvest beneficial plants, skin and prepare animals, and establish and maintain a base camp. Already, I know enough that our previous floundering in the wilderness pains me, though most of my time is spent under Ayre's tutelage. Each of my new teammates has something important to teach me. I already knew how to maintain my blade, but my Toro has been teaching me how to maintain my shield and armor, as well as the basics of metallurgy. I've made enough progress that he started talking about renting some time at the village forge to get me some hands-on practice. I want to make my own rapier, but he says that's a far too complex weapon to start with. He knows it probably sounds boring, but it's best if I learn the basics on daggers and simple tools. He's actually the one that is teaching me how to tan the leather that Ayre is teaching me how to skin. Ayre is far from the equal of the magic tutor our parents had us studying under, but it's not for a lack of fundamentals. She's a patient teacher that is excellent at explaining the arcane processes, and though she looks mousy at first glance, she is actually quite stern about disruptions. She also knows of a great number of spells, even if she hasn't formally learned them by the system's recognition. This means she can recommend spells for completely different classes, even if she would never use those spells herself. It was her suggestion that I learn Acceleration Burst to help me close the distance to my opponent and add to the momentum of my thrusts. I'm hoping she also has some ideas for something I can use to penetrate heavy armor or high defense. Tan, though, has personally taken on the role of my combat teacher. As a bronze rank, he's much stronger than the others who are iron rank, and it shows. Every time we spar, he jokes that it won't be long before I pass him by, but I'm still unable to even leave a mark on him. The mentor my parents hired, who was in charge of my sword training, was a retired silver rank, and I feel like Tan must be at the upper end of bronze by comparison. In fact, maybe the entire team may be near ranking up. I suppressed the worry over where it would leave me, who won't be allowed to rank up at all until my next birthday. Being stuck at wood rank would mean that I'd then be dragging the entire party's average rank down, even though, without me, their average rank would then be bronze. With me tagging along, our average would still be iron. I'd be single-handedly undoing all of their hard work. But there's nothing that I can do about it. The guild's advancement rules are ironclad, and I'm already lying about my age by 2 years. If the team decides to bench me in favour of higher payouts until my birthday, that will just be the way it is. It might even mark the time for Ayre and I to move on. I just have to make sure that I learn as much as possible from them, while I've still got their attention. There's a light, but sharp bunk on my head that makes me blink and refocus on my surroundings. It's evening, and we're sitting around a campfire. It's one of the rare times we've taken a mission that's too far away for us to tackle it and make it back home in a single day. We're going to be clearing out a goblin nest tomorrow. Today was spent in travel, and the day after tomorrow will be spent heading back. I'd helped Ayre set up camp while Ayre made a simple stew from our rations, some leftover game meat, and some wild herbs I had spotted along the road. Maybe I'm biased, but I think Ayre's stew is better. Of course, neither of them actually have the cooking skill, and Ayre has the advantage of better ingredients and seasonings. That being said, it's edible, and far preferable to an empty stomach, so I'll keep my thoughts to myself. Instead, I turned to look at Ayre, the one who hit me, giving her a look of confusion. I met with her sharp smile, the look she gives me when she's amused, but looking to hammer a lesson home. Ayre, you're thinking so hard that you're making your food cold. I look back down at the bowl in my one hand while the other is wrapped around the spoon. The metal conducts the heat into my palm, but it's far less than when it was first dipped into the dish. With a determined expression, I take a deep scoop and stick it into my mouth. Tan apparently waits deliberately until my mouth is full before questioning me. So what had you so deep in thought? You're not worried about the goblin den tomorrow, are you? I shoot him a glare that has him grinning, and the girls giggling while I rush through chewing. No, I'm not worried about them, I answer once I manage to swallow. Like he said, it'll be fine so long as we don't let ourselves get cornered. What is it, then? Ayre asks. I'm actually sitting between her and Ayre. I'm not sure why, but that's always how it tends to end up, like they're trying to protect me from getting tangled up in anything Tan and might try. You aren't homesick already, are you? I shake my head, then decide to be mostly honest. Actually, I was thinking about how strong you all are. Tan has to be at the top end of bronze if he's not already ready to test for silver, and the rest of you must be far up in iron. Tan's grin softens. Hey, you're no slouch either, Ayre. Trust me, you're carrying your weight, and even if you weren't carrying it on the front line, you're a huge help with everything else. You're taking a big load off of Ayre and Maitoro's shoulders. He makes a show of grinning all the more broadly, and puffing his chest out. Honestly, recruiting you may have been the best decision I've ever made. Maitoro gives him a doubting side eye. You made that decision, did you? Funny, my memory must be a little fuzzy then. The way I remember it, it was the girls who pushed for it. That makes Tan deflate fast, and he scowls over at his friend. I signed off on it, didn't I? You make it sound like I was against it. It's true, Ayre agrees with our leader. The only thing you were really against was cleaning out the third room. But I speak up again. It's not that, I insist. If it were just keeping up, I think I could do it. I might still be the least experienced member, but I don't think I'd be holding anyone back. Maitoro motions to me from across the fire to continue. What's the problem then? I look down at my stew again and purposefully take another bite, chewing it over thoroughly and swallowing before giving my answer. I was just thinking that it's only a matter of time before you all test up. But no matter how much stronger I get, I can't test up until I turn 15. If you all do that before then, keeping me around would mean our average rank would still be iron. I'd be holding everyone back, no matter how strong you became. It would only make sense to leave me at home with Ayre then, as I'd be costing everyone so much money on every mission. I was even thinking I might have to leave. An awkward silence falls across the camp that makes my stomach curl, as they all exchange long looks with each other. Oh, Essence, they've already had that very conversation, haven't they? Actually, Ayre, Tan finally says, rather carefully, let me ask you something. How many iron rank missions do you think it normally takes us to meet our expenses? I blink at the seeming non sequitur, but do the math in my head. Well, given that you take a percentage off the top for it, and we manage 4 or 5 missions a week, assuming a portion of that is emergency funds, and we aren't living by wire, I'd assume our expenses come out to about 2 bars a month. That figure makes Tan visibly flinch, and it takes me a moment to realise that's actually a whole lot of money for commoners. But Ayre is clapping excitedly. Very good, Ayre. Wow, I didn't realise you were so skilled at numbers. I blush and scratch at my neck. Well, I mean, it was an important skill for my family, so my parents made sure I learned. That's true, but they think it's because my parents were merchants. Keeping a balanced book is just as important for a noble house, though, if not more so. If a merchant goes bankrupt, it only affects their business and immediate family. If a noble house does, all those in their land suffer. Actually, Tan corrects me, however. It's only about 50 tins. We each pay for our own food and equipment, so the only real overhead is land fees and the like. We only need to do 1 or 2 missions a week to cover our operating costs. That's why that percentage was chosen. That gives us time to rest, train, and take care of personal matters. I stare back at him like I'm hearing nonsense. We're doing 4 times the workload we should be. Why are we taking so many, then? Ayre, and I didn't drive you into debt, did we? Tan gives an uncomfortable laugh, but waves the idea off. No, we're very much in the black. You see, actually, we set a deadline for ourselves, and that deadline is your birthday. I'm blinking like my eyes have gone dry. My birthday? What does that have to do with anything? Are you planning on cutting me loose then? Ayre throws her arms around me with a cry. No, Ayre, stop that. We're not going anywhere. That's what it has to do with your birthday. Maitoro smirks at the sight of me getting smothered by the archer. What our dear leader is trying to say is that we're all trying to push ourselves to be ready to test up by the time your birthday rolls around. So, that we can all do it together with you. And since we know you're saving up for your sister's class ceremony, the extra funds from all of the extra work we're doing is going to pay for it. It was going to be our birthday present to you, Arisu, Ale Beams. But when you were getting so worried about it, you kind of put us in a tight spot. I stare blankly into the fire in shock. They're going to all of that trouble for me. Why, we're just teammates. No, we're not even that. Teammate suggests I'm their equal, but I'm just a glorified squire studying under them. A squire who can't rank up, and who brings a sister along as an extra mouth to feed that can't join the team at all. No matter how I look at it, Ayme and I are just added expense, but they're willing to go that far for us. Ayre frowns and leans around in front of me, grabbing my cheeks to manipulate my face. I know that expression. You're thinking more negative thoughts about yourself, aren't you, Arisu? Didn't I just tell you to stop that? I force myself to smile against the pool on my cheeks. Yes, Miss Ayre, I'm sure he. Tan gives a chuckle and downs the last of his tea before pushing to his feet. Well, now that rabbit's loose, it's getting late, and we've got to get on the road early tomorrow. My churro's got first watch, so I'm going to go ahead and turn in. Arisu, finish your stew, then you do the same. All right. Ayre is still holding on to me. I still don't like the idea of Arisu sleeping with you boys. It would be much safer in our tent. Tan gives her flat, bewildered look. Ayre, Arisu is a boy. A very cute, sensitive, and fragile boy. What in the world do you think my churro and I are going to do? Eat him for midnight snack. Book 2 Chapter 70 Concerns. Chapter 70. Concerns. To Her Imperial Highness Sultana Furinshao, from your loyal servant Sacred Yuan Holt, on the matter of the stand against the darkness. It is my pleasure to inform you as to the progress of the Gunslinger hero's defense of the western imperial border. Her advancement has been excellent, and continues ahead of schedule. As of her latest report, fully 1/3 of the border against the western demesne has been secured, capstoned by the completion of her first silver rank dungeon, the Ogre's Grotto. Though it was completed alongside the Swordmaster hero, it has proven, as we anticipated, a suitable marker of her advancement. She has already begun to push herself further now that she has tasted the challenges ahead of her. I expect that silver will soon become the new standard of her progress moving forward. Were it that the dungeon was the sole motivator of her growth, I would be satisfied in knowing that her plans remain on path. Unfortunately, this is not the case, for a new champion of the darkness has emerged. Far more powerful than the previous heart of corruption, and capable of independent action, this phantom enters dungeons directly, slays a dungeon lord to force open the path to the core, and then, presumably, infects it directly. Presumably, because this one was interrupted before it could proceed to this final step. By sheer good fortune and the blessings of their essence and ancestors, the Gunslinger and Swordmaster heroes arrived just in time to witness the death of the dungeon lord. However, all three forces turned their eyes from them in the battle that followed. Not only did the Phantom easily dispatch the dungeon lord of one of the strongest silver rank dungeons, but it proceeded to do the same to 2 of the 5 sacred heroes. It was only by the Gunslinger heroes' quick and unorthodox thinking that we did not lose both Juri Village and 2 heroes, all in one battle. From the Gunslinger heroes' report, the Phantom took the shape of a man in heavy armor and bore the Swordmaster class. It wielded a long, thin, 2-handed sword with great skill and moved with alacrity. Holy magic from both heroes caused it to recoil, but they were unable to deal significant definitive damage. Only when the dungeon core was purified did it abandon the battle, giving us the one beacon of light that the darkness seemingly cannot yet counteract the purification process. It is good that the Gunslinger hero is ahead of schedule, for this new development has placed us on a timer. Our enemy has been found to hold the same strategy as our own, and we are in a race to complete our barrier before they can create a channel through it. Any inward cut by the darkness will create an insurmountable back foot in our efforts to wall off the still uninfected inland, forcing us to chase it north instead. Were this to occur, my estimates place the losses in the hundreds of thousands of lives, and all of the imperial provinces northwest of a line stretching from Agansur to Habeng. I need not detail the economic and military losses that would follow, due to the percentage of imperial mining interests in the affected region. There's no question that this represents a significant new obstacle to the smooth continuance of our projections. This Phantom is a powerful adversary in possession of anomalous abilities, the least of which may be translocation. Without knowing its maximum range, we must assume that it is capable of appearing anywhere, of assaulting any fortification, stopped perhaps only by purified regions. Worse, we do not know its numbers or of any other forms it might possess in variety. The only thing that we truly know of it is also the most terrifying, that it is, in fact, a mere projection of something else, something presumably even more powerful and cunning. Mark my words, Your Highness. We have seen but the first layer of the darkness's capabilities and the forces it can bring to bear. As we near our objective and pull its own further away from it, it will certainly bear its fangs ever more fiercely toward us. I urge you again to question the true value of those missions upon which your generals and nobles disperse the remaining sacred heroes. Had they been laid as one upon this course the moment we discovered the repelling effect of purifying the dungeon cause, we would surely now be staring at the end of corruption's ability to reach into our lands, and the cusp of chasing it back to whence it came. Instead, the heroes are scattered across their empire, incapable of raising a unified hand against any single threat, and even when they do stand one day side by side, they shall be nearly as strangers to one another. But, my little Zhuhai, the border against the Demisnu is not the only place from which the vile darkness strikes at us. Corruption does not target that which it already holds within its monstrous fist. It has no interest in a heart full of vice, but covets the virtuous. It turns from the philanderer, the traitor and the thief, and sets its lecherous gaze instead upon the pure and the selfless. If we fall for the illusion that the distant west alone is where our foe acts, we may return from the fields of battle victorious, only to find that our homes are enemy territory. I know it was my advice that you not rush to judgment against House Hagasu, but the news of your rapid successes in tracking down hives of corruption with the aid of its lady does not fill me with the joy that one might expect. Be wary of a path through smiling enemies. An informant who can so easily point out enemies that specialize in nesting among us can only do so from a position of intimate familiarity. Whatever power she names as her oracle, trust it as you would the tail of a scorpion, and should she ever offer you one of your own, no matter how sweetly she speaks, no matter how sensual it seems, your best answer to her is your blade, for she is about to sting you. My advice would be that you not wait for such a time to come to pass. We know now that purification can remove the corruption from a soul as surely as it may from a dungeon core. Make her undergo a purification ritual at the great temple, performed by the high priest himself. Frame it within whatever pretense you believe shall prove effective, and promise her, within reason, whatever you must to convince her. If everything she desires cannot convince her to undergo a harmless procedure, then I implore that you do not threaten her. Simply reunite her with her husband Ayre, without warning or pretense. My heart screams that you are in danger, Zhuhai. If Lady Hagasu is, indeed, an agent of corruption, then her target can only be you. I plead with you, do not let your guard down about her. To the contrary, hold it tighter the closer she draws to you. Your previous missive asked after her children. Whether she is corrupted or no, I understand that the bond between a mother and her children is not so easily severed. No doubt, the lack of personal correspondence from them rests heavily upon her heart, no matter her brother's reassurances. Unfortunately, he has proven no more forthcoming to me. I do not believe the children still reside at the Regent of Sarazen's estate. I no longer believe they returned there at all, but ran away again the moment Dabun's gates were out of sight. Share that what you will with Lady Amara, but neither do I believe that they are dead. If the Lord's search parties have not found them, then the only logical conclusion is that they managed to slip past his net. If they managed that much, then they are resourceful and clever, and I would not do them the injustice of assuming that they could not turn those traits toward reaching safety. If you wish me to extend a net of my own, I'm prepared to do so, but I do not believe it wise. The children are driven by their own deep G's, and any attempt to turn them aside shall prove of only temporary effect. I hold to my suspicion that they are not corrupted, just as certainly as I do that they are not dead. They will return to us when they are ready, and we have many other, more demanding demons to slay. Be wise, my Empress, and be strong, but, more than anything else, be safe. Tilda, your faithful servant and friend. Urin, Urin. My quill still hovers above the end of the scroll, even though I have put my signature to it. The letter is complete, but it is far from containing the entirety of my thoughts. Unfortunately, some of those are not fit even for Zhutanner's ears. Certainly, she knows some of it. She even suspects a good deal more. Some things, however, are simply too beyond the limited perception of a mortal mind to even consider. With a sigh, I set my quill in its divot and begin to roll the scroll up between my hands. Once it is laced and set in with all of the other correspondences I must mail, I turn and look out the window of my temporary housing. For a moment, I can almost hear Remmi calling as she comes back from applying to become an adventurer, and in my mind's eye can see her running across the temple grounds. I do not need to ask her for any further details about the phantom. I suspect that I know exactly how that sword looked, how that armor appeared. She may have been unable to distinguish a face, but even after all of this time, that would be no impediment to me. I turn from the bright, colourful sunlight of the outdoors and look toward a dark corner of the house, where my ceremonial staff sits, waiting for me to need it. In truth, it only looks like a ceremonial staff, but it has been a very long time since I have had to think of it as anything else. The seal has yet to fail completely. That cannot be questioned. If it had, the phantom would be redundant, and young Remmi would not have lived to tell me of it. Until now, however, the darkness has been a passive thing, dangerous, but functionally willless. I wish I knew if this new threat is the sign of a weakening barrier or a growing influence. It cannot be an act of the corruption, alone, not from some emergent property of intelligence. At least, I hope that cannot be the case. It might actually be a worse scenario if it is using them as a blueprint. I cannot go and investigate it by myself. Not only would it leave the Empire without my defences, but I cannot risk giving the darkness another pawn. It makes me feel helpless in a way that I have not felt for so very long, but for now, I must leave this matter to the sacred heroes. I must trust in their ability to grow and adapt. I must put my faith in young Remmi's precocious nonsense to accomplish what eludes me still after all this time. It is strange. I think I might actually miss her ridiculous behaviours, and her random notions about things she has no reasonable right to know. I sigh once more and set the matter aside. I have determined there is nothing else for me to do, and work remains. I pull another scroll before me and unroll it. This one is not blank, but holds a compilation of testimonies and figures. Apparently, the forest cavern has been acting up again. No one has been hurt, nor returned overly alarmed. But if the guild cannot muster anyone able to see to it, I might have to go. At least it is something that I will be able to do. Book 3 Prologue. The story so far. Remmi Lee, a 24-year-old engineer from early 21st century America, suddenly found herself summoned to Tolist, a world of Asian fantasy governed by the mysterious, but all-powerful Essence system, as one of 5 sacred heroes that were intended to fight back an unexplained darkness threatening to engulf the Furinshao Empire. Bewilderingly being reverted to a 15-year-old form, she was given the unique Gunslinger class, and her personal pistol, an M1911 clone, accompanied her. Though the unprecedented event of something material accompanying a summoned hero initially caused issues, they were soon resolved with the help of Empress and her mysterious elven advisor, Sacred Urine. In her need for training to catch up to the other 4 heroes, Remmi was sent off to the distant, but relatively safe Dabun village in the Saracen province. There, she met and teamed up with the fashionable and cosmopolitan elven archer, Ayre, and the two became fast friends despite the foreign girl's oddities. Together, they delved into the region's old dungeon, the forest cavern, and encountered, even in this quiet backwater, the reach of the darkness. Fighting through the undead that now fill the caves that were previously rich with life, the 2 adventurers were able to purify the dungeon's core and free it from corruption. In doing so, they discovered that purifying dungeons actually created a repelling effect against the darkness, and were soon dispatched by Imperial Order to use this newfound knowledge to construct a barrier all the way up the border with the Western Dynasty, the fallen land that seemed to be the source of corruption. On their travels to do so, they experienced many new places, like the resort-like city of Kaiwoku, and its mysterious being a lonely dungeon, Desert Cove. By far, however, their greatest challenges would be found in Jiri village. Its mayor, Lord Oshu, had cut off access to the local Ogre's Grotto dungeon in an effort to choke the native Huomi tribe out of mining rights to their mountains, making it a matter Remmi must see resolved before she could continue her own mission. Ogre's Grotto, however, proved a still greater obstacle as the team's first silver rank dungeon. Even with the additional aid of the young Oni mage Corrigan and the swordmaster hero Luke Flamvel, the dungeon nearly overwhelmed them. Though they fought their way through to the dungeon's boss, however, they were headed off by a new manifestation of the darkness, the Phantom of Corruption, who turned out to be entirely too powerful, only driven off through Remmi's quick thinking. This new enemy raises the threat level of the danger posed to the realm, but it will hardly be the sole matter demanding the Gunslinger hero's attention, as new mysteries begin to stir in quiet Dabun. Book 3 Chapter 1 Shamisen. Chapter 1 Shamisen, Remmi *. The marketplace of the city of Lori is a bustling, busy place, the sheer mass of people seeming to force the stalls back into the brick and mortar by raw presence. It's like somebody fused Black Friday with a convention during a festival. And not only are there an unfathomable number of shoppers here, but many of them are my first sight of people from outside of Furinshao. According to Ayre, Lori's Indian-like Grand Bazaar used to be part of the Western Dynasty, but the Dynasty is actually a significantly large area spanning a number of provinces. Lori was grown into the hub of trade it is today by its location at one end of the moon-crossing chain of 1,000 golden links, the Tolstein equivalent of the Silk Road. Yes, I complained intensely about the name, but when I pointed out it was a mouthful, my friends turned on me like I was the crazy one. Apparently, I'm the only one that has to sit through 11 syllables of Wuxio woo-woo. For most everyone else, it's a tolerable 5. Essence translation, yay. Anyway, this position transformed it into a cosmopolitan, multicultural melting pot unlike anywhere else in the empire, and earned its overseeing regent a great deal of wealth and influence for very little personal effort. However, when the darkness swept through the Dynasty, somehow, Lori was left outside of the sphere of influence. While it survived the collapse of the Dynasty, its regent did not, and with so much of the original province lost, the decision was made to dissolve the position, and Lori was incorporated into the neighbouring region it bordered. A cynical part of me wonders how much that political manoeuvre cost Lori's new lord. To be honest, though, it's drowned out by the part of me that's squealing like a kid on Christmas morning that found out her present was a shopping spree at Toys R Us. I've spent a small fortune on books both foreign and exotic, which I categorised as travel expenses, 2 fortunes on spices and seasonings, which, of course, are camping supplies, and 3 fortunes on magical constructs and other devices that caught my eye. These got listed as research materials. Ayre scolded me for wasting money, and dismissively ignored my pleas that they were absolutely essential purchases in the pursuit of our mission. However, he went silent somewhere around the foreign silks when I passed him a bag of baz, and hasn't bothered me since. He even got tagged by an alchemist selling facial cream, when she told him it was the best for keeping skin moisturized, firm, and glowing. I'm not even going to remind him that he already bought something like that in Kaiwoku. Heck, maybe he's already used it up. That has been a while ago. I'm just penciling it all under esprit de corps. Honestly, I actually feel like the books are the biggest haul. I unexpectedly found something resembling light novel series, and grabbed a bunch of them. I'd call most of them Zanxier, but there's also some about heroes like me. Fictional ones, sure, but the genres still court my interest. Disappointingly, science fiction doesn't seem like much of a genre here, probably because science isn't much of a thing here. The closest thing seems like mages researching dark magic or building golems. Speaking of pseudo-fi about golems, I may have given into guilty temptation and picked up one book called The Artificer's Carved Lover. I have a suspicion, just from a quick flip through, that it has a rather different climax from the Jewish golem, and if it's as steamy as I think it might be, I'll be keeping it far away from Corrigan. In my defense, not all of the books I picked out are for entertainment. The bazaar has a thorough collection of intellectual literature on artifice, enchanting, medicine and crafting. I even picked up one on herbology and medicinal alchemy. It might give me more ideas on what to plant in my essence garden. The one I'm looking forward to reading the most, other than Carved Lover, is a book I found on siege weaponry, Go Big or Go Home, an examination of engineering solutions to walls, giants, officers and other impediments. The title was particularly eye-catching to me, but Ayre couldn't intuit the nationality of the author's name. If we were on Earth, I'd guess a curry might be African, or a very reduced pen name, but such a guess doesn't do much good here. In the spirit of keeping up party morale, when I noticed Corrigan starting to get mopey and counting her tins too many times, I swooped in and topped her off, too. After all, while most of our group's wealth is from my crop sales, and the loot from dungeons Ayre and I had cleared by ourselves, she's been pulling her weight ever since. I don't mind giving her a little forward bonus for a special occasion like this, and the look on her face when she came out cradling 3 magic books, and a stuffed doll made it worth every bit. Still, if we're going to make this an extended stay, we'll have to find a good place to pawn some more of that loot. We're fine for a day or 2 of this, but if we try to hit every good store in this open market, we're going to need at least a solid week, and a couple big, fat sacks of dosh. Though the mental image of that comically sized sack slung over my shoulder makes my inner cartoon villain giggle, and maybe my outer one, too, which gets me the standard weird look from Ayre. I'll explain it when you're older. I grin at him. I think I'll find a way to endure. He snarks back, then returns his attention to a rack of foreign outfits. But then I see it, and everything else in the entire city disappears from my mind. The rack before me holds, in a wooden display case lined with felt, a truly lovely shamisen. Its pale wood is trimmed with cherry pink, in an eye-catching contrast to its pure white strings and tuning pegs. The skin is etched with cherry blossoms and curling swirls like the winds that carry them aloft. It's paired with a shimmering ivory barkai. Ayre raises his head and looks over in my direction when he realizes I've fallen uncharacteristically silent, and after a moment, he comes over beside me, tilting his head to see what, exactly, I'm looking at. The instrument. It's beautiful, I breathe. The elf's eyes drift down to the base of the display case, and then his mouth starts to look like a downward-facing horseshoe. Remmi, at least get stunned by the price before you get stunned by the product. I turned to face my friend. We can afford it. Besides, imagine how nice it would be for long trips or beside the campfire. He sighs, crossing his arms. I don't think it would stand up to that kind of life. This thing's definitely far more meant for the eyes than the ears. It's a work of art, I insist with passion. Yes, it is, he agrees, unmoved, and as such is intended for a wall or table, not a campfire. While I'm pouting at him, Corrigan pops up between us. Here Remmi can play the shamisen. At that, Ayre peels open one eye to send it my way. That's actually a good question. Can you play it? Or are you just going to cheat and buy the skill? Rude. I plant my fists on my hips. I'll have you know that I absolutely can play it. Their doubting gazes make me sweat for a moment before, less confidently, I clarify. Well, I can play a guitar. And they're very nearly the same thing. What's a guitar? Corrigan asks predictably. I hold up a finger with a smug look on my face. Like the shamisen, it's a plucked string instrument with a long neck and a hollow body. Its big differences, though, are that it has twice as many strings, and a somewhat different, skinless body, and it has crossbars down the neck called frets. It also comes in more varieties for different specialties and effects, like the steel or electric guitars. I play an acoustic guitar, which is the closest to the shamisen. But if you can play one, then you can play most of them. Ayre turns toward me fully now. If you know so much about them, why don't you just make your own guitar, instead of buying a shamisen that's not what you're familiar with, and wouldn't stand up to the rigors, anyway? Okay, yek. That's a really great point. Is there any reason I couldn't just build my own? Yeah, now that you mention it, I could do that. I muse as my mind starts sorting out the construction details. That puts a victorious grin on my friend's face. You could make it in the same style if you really like it that much too, and for way less money. Even Corrigan seems excited at this new project. Yeah, I want to hear Hero Remmi play a guitar. I wondered if it sounds much like a shamisen. Hero Remmi Lee. I'm halfway through inhaling to answer the little Oni when I hear my name shouted out, and I turn to see a young woman in the uniform of the messenger corps heading right for us. I raise my arm all the way up so she can better see us, but the way she's heading, I don't think it's really necessary. She's already got a clear bead on us despite the crowds, so I just wait for her to reach us. Wow, I praise her once she's suitably close to do so without blowing out my throat. You're a really good tracker. I've had messengers only able to get to the right building in a place with a fraction of the population, as this place has. Only a dozen people in the inn, and he still had to call for me. She grins proudly at my compliment, not even winded. Hey, thank you for your kind words. Only the most skilled messengers are employed in the big cities. It's the only way to make sure the job gets done. She reaches into her satchel and pulls out a scroll with a seal on it I recognize as Urin's, which she passes to me. Here you go. Hope it's good news. More deliveries to make, so off I go. Thanks, I say, waving. Have a great day. Once she leaves and I unroll the letter, the other two gather around to catch a peek. That was sacred Urin's seal, wasn't it? Ayre asks, trying to curve his eyes around my shoulder. What's it say? Do we have new orders? Is there news from Dabun? I push against his pretty elven face with my elbow. Give me time to read it, and I'll tell you. And technically, you don't get any orders. I'm the only one that's got to follow them. Corrigan comes up from the other side. Can they really make you do whatever they want? Just give you orders, and you have to do it, even though you're not from the Empire. I sigh at that, but shake my head. Honestly, if I wanted to opt out of all of this, they'd probably let me, if not out of common decency and the goodness of their hearts, then because they can't really keep me from running off somewhere and disappearing if they say no. The Empire's just the biggest nation on the continent, not the only one. I lift the scroll back in front of me in order to start reading again, but I'm pretty sure the summoning ritual filters for stuff like that. If I was the kind of person to see others in trouble and run away, I wouldn't have been chosen. So, if I'm going to stick around and help anyway, I may as well not do it running around blind and with no support, right? It's not about what I could get away with, it's about give and take. I take on a little accountability, and they give me resources and direction. They're both silent as I read for a bit, but Ayre notices when I tense up partway through. Remmi, is something wrong? I shift nervously with a stiff smile. I think I might be in trouble. The elf gives a deep, long-suffering groan as his head drops. Again, at least Corrigan has the decency to look confused. This happens a lot. Depends. I try to joke. Is it a day that ends and why? But it backfires as the girl's nose wrinkles. What's a UI? Never mind. I reflexively reach down and pat her head. I just mean that it might happen a bit more often than it should. How do you know you're in trouble, then? She woke up this morning. I pout over at the recalcitrant elf, who is doing his best to pretend I'm not. Soon, I give up and turn my attention back to answering Corrigan. It's a verbose and eloquently written lecture from our favourite elven shrine maiden. She's saying something went wrong with the dungeon in Dabun, and she's assuming it's my fault. Is it? Ayre asks. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that sounds right. Corrigan takes the opportunity of my distraction to peek past at the letter. I don't see where she's saying it's your fault. I start to jerk away on sheer reaction, but then sigh and lower the letter back down. Oh, it's there. It's called subtext. I motion to the section where Urin is talking about people reporting on anomalies without her going into any actual detail on what those anomalies are. You see here, where she starts getting really talkative without actually saying much. She does that when she's angry, and this spot where she's piling on super proper adjectives. I'll bet she went through an entire pot of tea writing that section. The little girl looks bewildered by my assertions. You can tell she's angrier at you by how she doesn't say she's angrier at you. How is that even possible? Practice. Again, I shoot a glare at Ayre, and again. My best friend is completely impenitent, so I turn back to the Oni again. Also, I have the diplomacy skill, and it's going off like a blaring alarm. Okay, so there's something wrong with the forest cavern. Ayre finally decides to be helpful, though he does it by crossing his arms across his belly with a cock of the hip. That's bad, sure. But what does she expect us to do about it? She does know we're at least in the area of Lorry, right? Even if we burned through magically enhanced horses in the maddest sprint possible, we're at least a week out, maybe 2, at a bare minimum, and those horses would have to be put down when we were done with them. I reach down and rub the strap to my seemingly empty leather backpack between my fingers. Apparently, it's bad enough that she wants us to use the Wanderer's Stones. Ayre looks at me like I just announced that I entered us all into a swimsuit competition. The Wanderer's Stones, the ones she told us were incredibly expensive, and only to be used in the utmost emergency. Those Wanderer's Stones. No, a different stone that only points north. Of course those stones, I confirm. But look around the crowd. We should probably go somewhere we can be sure it'll be safe to return to. Remmi, they don't have a return function. This time, I meet Ayre's eyes directly with my frown. I know that, but I'm not killing horses to get back here. My eyes start moving around toward nothing, a sure giveaway I'm flipping through menus. You're going to buy the beacon teleport spell. Ayre's words cause Corrigan's face to perk up. Hero Remmi is buying a new spell. One that she said was way too expensive when she found out about it. I just roll my shoulders as I get to the page in question. That was a long time ago for the way we've been going. That number's not nearly so impressive anymore. Ayre holds his hands out in front of him like he's grasping for reason. Doesn't that mean you should be spending it and leveling up instead of wasting it on a spell? I've been leveling up, I counter, and I'm not wasting it. It'll also allow us to get out of dangerous situations. You know, like dungeons, where we can't get back to the exit, or fights against unbeatable monstrosities of the darkness. My friend gives me a look like I just made a dirty play. Yes, okay, that's true. He sighs and turns away. Then you're right. We should head somewhere else to use it. Maybe even outside the city gates. It's a good thing we haven't paid for an inn yet, I guess. Not yet. I stop the elf before he can sashay away. That confuses him, and he looks back. Not yet. I hold up a finger and close my eyes as if I'm delivering great wisdom. I may not yet know what I've done, but I know the first step in making amends, a peace offering. Before we leave this shopping utopia, we must first find the finest herbal blend for the ancient elven palate, suitable for release of tension and enhancing focus. Book 3 Chapter 2 Detection. Chapter 2 Detection. The sound of the shattering crystals hangs in our ears a disproportionately long time, even as the plains outside the walls of Lori seem to disassemble around us and rebuild themselves into the familiar yard of my estate in the woods outside of Dabun. As soon as I'm able, I turn around on the spot, inhaling deeply. Home. Oh, how I missed it. I'm gladdened that it has taken root so deeply in your heart. The voice causes me to stop on the spot, my spine stiff, and I turn my neck with surprising difficulty toward the source, the smiling, patient face of a white-haired elf in white robes with red sashes, who looks entirely too young to have mastery over such a motherly expression. Urine. I greet her, my voice slightly shrill beyond my control. What are you doing here? I would think that should be apparent, she replies far more easily. I was awaiting your arrival. It's actually Ayre that manages to verbalize the issue first. You haven't been standing there ever since you sent for us, have you, sacred urine? Her smile turns into practiced amusement as she places a hand against her cheek. Why, no, of course not. I sent that letter a week ago. You would have me grow roots of my own, standing in one place for so long. I turn fully to face her. Then how did you know when to be waiting for us? Her smile never falters. Oh, surely nothing more than an educated guess. I give a quick, bemused shake of my head, not beating those allegations of divination magic, urine. Divination, she repeats, her face shifting into one of confusion as she works through what I mean. But then she gets it, and her smile returns, again in amusement, precluded by a little laugh. My spells to know the very future of events. Your people are truly imaginative, Remmi. But if such spells existed, surely they would be so overused as to render themselves all but useless. Just imagine, everyone using magic to predict everyone else using magic to predict everyone else. An endless chain where nothing would be accomplished for tactical insecurity, and none of the answers would be valid for everyone constantly changing them. Lost art. Got it. I decipher. And I think her expression might have tightened up just a little at that. That clearly isn't what she wanted me to take away from her minorant. But hey, play games, get prizes. I don't dwell on it or rub it in her face, though, and instead cross my arms. So, hypothetically, if you were going to set something up to know when someone was going to arrive, how would you do it? Hypothetically, the priestess asks and tilts her head as she thinks it over. Well, there are detection spells used by important places that are triggered when someone attempts to enter the area via teleportation. You should probably invest in such an enchantment for your own property. In fact, I shall see it added to the requirements for the renovations you wanted to do. Is she trying to distract me by changing the topic? I appreciate it. I play into going along with it. I can do the designs for systems, but I have little idea what all I need for security, and the like. Is a system like that what the Imperial grounds and High Temple use? But Urine shakes her head. No, there is an even greater level of security there. Those grounds are completely warded against teleportation outright. Entering them via such a manner is simply impossible. However, you want to be able to teleport back to your home, so you would be better served by the alarm. I nod along with the explanation, and it more neatly matches the question I asked, too. But is there any way to make use of that information? It's all well and good to know someone's coming in, but is there some way to respond to it if you're not there? There's a high-ranked teleport spell, she provides after a moment of thought, that you can set to activate automatically upon a certain condition being met. Theoretically, one could combine these two spells, with one as the condition for the other, to teleport to or away from the receiving location as needs must. Ewan raises her hand to shake her finger at me. Of course, these are both spells of great advancement and complexity. It would require a mage of significant power to achieve this combination. Hero Benaru Sendai might one day accomplish such a feat. Ayre frowns, tipping his head to one side as his ears tilt with him. Does this mean these aren't things that a priest can do, then? Urine gives the archer her smile again, though it's a bit of a sad one this time. Oh, it is not even within the domain of a priest's magic, and a grand shame it is. We could know the moment survivors of vicious battle arrive, and assemble directly at their location to begin treating the wounded. But no, I know such things through erudition, not through my duties to the temple. I'm left once more wondering about Urine's mysterious background. All of these things are impossible for priests, but are they beyond the White Witch? I keep that thought to myself, as Urine has never outright spoken of her past, and I don't want to be inconsiderate of my friend, but it spins about in my mind all the same. Corgan takes that opportunity to step around from behind Ayre and myself, peering up at the priestess. So you're the sacred priestess that hero Remmi is so afraid of. I stiffen visibly at that statement. It's a reminder that Corrigan really is a child, despite her high intelligence and magical ability. It's a kind of misrepresentation, and lack of tact that can only come from one who's yet to learn to equip a proper filter or know about reading the room. I suddenly find the sky very interesting as I do a very poor attempt at innocent whistling. Little surprise, it doesn't work. Remmi. Lowering my head feels like I'm having to ratchet it down. Yes, Her Excellency's sacred urine. Abduction of children is a violation of imperial law. Your teleportation field seems to have committed a grievous sin. Indeed. Oh good, she's hung up on that, and not reading anything into what Corrigan actually said. I let out a sigh I didn't realize I was holding as I bent down to clap my hands on the Oni girl's shoulders while grinning up at the elf. Oh, she's not abducted. This is our party's new mage. I assure you, she's up to the punch required to keep up with Ayre and myself. Her spell diversity is a little low, but we've been working on that. Urine, meet Corrigan. Corrigan, this is sacred urine, my friend and advisor, and absolutely not someone I should be described as afraid of. A mage? Urine questions, her attention focusing back on me instead of on the Oni girl. Not a shield bearer, not a priest to cast barriers and manage the status of the group, but another ranged combatant that will need to be defended against attacking monsters. I take one hand off of Corrigan to scratch at the back of my head with a nervous laugh. Aha, yeah, I know our front line is non-existent. Ayre offers helpfully. I shoot him a scowl, anyway. I was going to say it's wanting. You should have said it faster, then. I pretend to ignore the fashionable elf and turn my attention back to the ancient one. What I'm trying to say is that we're kinda assembling a team as we come across the right candidates. It's not that we're not looking for a good tank. We just haven't found the right one yet. I stand back to my feet as I put on all of my charm. As for a priest, I've already got the best candidate imaginable picked out. I've just got to convince her to give up working a temple to come along with us. Urine gives a deep sigh, but then chuckles with a shake of her head. But that I could, Remmi. Well, no, I could. A hero has the authority to recruit even a servant of the High Temple. I give a lopsided grin. I don't meet the level requirement for this conversation option yet, huh? No, sorry, she replies apologetically, and I believe her. Until you're stronger, my presence would only serve to stifle your own development. Yeah? From the stories I've heard, I agree. Even with Suhai, you pretty much only advised and let her handle every fight she could without your interference, which would make me an excellent mentor, but a poor teammate, and you acquire the latter. Urine takes a deep breath to indicate a change of topic. But, since you've raised the topic, how has your cultivation progressed? I beam a wide smile, one hand propped against my hip as I thumb toward myself with the other. I'm level 30. Already. She puts on that motherly visage of being impressed with her child bragging. Might I see? Sure. I don't hesitate to open the window and flip it about to share it with her. Name, Remmi Lee. Race, human outsider. Age, 15-24. Level, 30. Class, Gunslinger. HP, 800/800. MP, 600/600. SB, 700/700. Strength, 200. Toughness, 200. Intellect, 400. Agility, 350 points, 246,310. Traits, hero. Gun nut, jack of all trades general. Hedge witch. She reads it over slowly, nodding along. You're keeping a steady spread. Good. Keeping your intellect high will ensure both your spells and your magical rounds remain powerful. And you're not neglecting your physical attributes. You're remarkably hardy anyway. But when one is as prone to harm as you are, war hell can only be a positive. Can I take Suhai yet? Urine's gaze goes from my status window to my face, and I immediately recognize the scolding expression on her own. Do not forget the parables of those who thought the numbers alone were enough to win a fight. My nervous chuckle makes a comeback, as does the itch on the back of my head. Still that one-sided, huh? The priestess gives me a speculative stare for a moment, then sighs again. It is not that she is a poor specimen against which to measure yourself. Your skills are similar, so she is actually a good metric, if I am to speak honestly. The obstacle you would face in sparring against her is not in how your abilities measure up, where you're certainly closing the gap. It would not even be in the diversity of your spells, though hers is far greater and more specialized. Do not permit me to forget to ask after how yours are progressing later, though. I nod. I get it. It's not a gap I can close by buying things through the system. So, what is it then? Again, she hesitates to answer, looking me in the eyes like she's considering whether what she's about to tell me is going to hurt. Remmi, you are a very honest combatant. I do not in any way wish to portray that as a bad thing, for it is certainly not. You enter battle with your intent on full display, and on your honor, refuse to deviate from it. It is an admirable trait to possess, a heroic one even, but it is also why you would lose to my precious Jui every time you faced her, even if you exceeded her in every other category. I take that in and process it with a second round of nodding. She fights dirty, and I fight too cleanly to keep up. Urine doesn't answer immediately. Instead, she steps forward and takes my hands in hers. She gives them a squeeze and looks me in the eyes again. Remmi, by all means, compare your performance to hers. She will prove excellent for this a while longer yet, but do not measure yourself by whether or not you can defeat her in combat. You are each raised for very different battlefields. She waits for my signal of understanding, gives my hands another squeeze, with a smile, then turns her attention to Ayre and Corrigan. And your friends, Am I to assume they have made similar gains? They each beam with pride and nod, and with pride in my own voice. I support them. They're keeping up excellently, what with how we've been pumping through dungeons. In fact, even with just the 3 of us, we're easily clearing silver rank dungeons now. Their levels are higher than mine, of course, but their performance is comparable. Yurin's proud, motherly smile returns to her face once more. What excellent news. I have no doubt the guildmaster will want you tested for gold while you're here. That immediately makes Ayre's face fall, followed by his collapsing shoulders and ears. Not again. Chapter. Camp. Asterisk Remmi asterisk. Hey, you. The girl with the black hair. Comes a squeaky voice from behind us. Ayre, Corrigan, and I are wandering through a city during a rare day off. The most recent dungeon purification tour has left us drained, so we really need that break. As all Murphy could have told us, though it seems our weekend is already getting cut short. What with our walk back to the inn getting so rudely interrupted. At first, Corrigan doesn't even react, as surely nobody would be calling out to her. Normally, if something is interrupting our group, it's with a shout about yellow hair. But then a small light rushes before us, causing us all to stop and look. The light is actually a fairy, tiny, nebular hair and eyes, teal wings you can kinda see through a bit. The short, white dress looks good on her, to be fair, but it's still not quite the same kind of sprite we'd expect to see around here. Corrigan points at her face, finally realizing she'd been the one the fairy was talking to, or trying to anyway. Me? Yeah, you. The fairy flitters up to her face level. You have a ton of magical power in you. Wanna become a magical girl and save the multiverse? Absolutely not on my watch. I've seen this anime, and I'm already smelling danger. I physically place my body between the 2 of them, forcing the fairy to move back, and I already have my hand resting on my holster. Ayre too, seeing me behave this way, follows suit, pulling his bow out of its back sheath just in case this bug means trouble. Whoa, slow down. There, Dragonfly, I speak up assertively. Corrigan's a member of my party. You can't just QB her into some new save-the-world business, when we're already busy saving this one. Corrigan, for her part, does take a cautious step back, as well, clutching her magic staff tightly with how Ayre and I are clearly readying ourselves for combat. I have to hand it to the kid. She didn't blindly jump on the idea like many others probably would have. But maybe that sort of deal doesn't have the kind of social engineering behind it here that it does back home. The fairy is, however, undeterred. Instead, she's getting a rather mischievous smile that doesn't seem nearly as intimidated by our prepared hostility as I feel we are due. Actually, I want to extend that offer to all of you. Because, damn, girl, you've got almost as much power as the tiny one here. And you there, Elf Jeez Louise. We could use an archer like you. I'm not tiny, Corrigan shouts, obviously offended. With her jutted bottom lip and balled fists at the bottom of rigidly downstretched arms, she definitely isn't pouting. Nope. The outburst clearly takes the fairy aback. Sorry, you're right. She apologizes quickly, holding her little hands up in a surrendering fashion. Look, I got excited here. Could we please go somewhere to discuss this properly? At least it seems like the fairy recruiter, for lack of a better term, has come to her senses. And good timing, too. People are starting to watch. Like, more than they usually do with us, and their expressions are confused as they whisper to each other. Could they not see her? Maybe. I give a tired sigh and a roll of my shoulders as I let my hand fall off of the butt of my pistol. Fine, let's get to the inn. I'm famished. I turn my head to my teammates. Ayre, Corrigan, wanna at least hear her out? I don't mind, Ayre says slowly. I stay trained on the little fay, but don't pull any tricks. Corrigan nods, too. If she doesn't insult me again. Alright, let's head back, I declare, moving to lead the way. Dinner. Here I come. I'm ordering goose. Asterisk. Damn, that was one hell of a ride, I say as the 4 of us step out of the portal. The huge, still not quite arch is several yards wide, and even taller, studded with 5 mysterious symbols whose glow has already gone out. Honestly, the resemblance to a simplified version of a Stargate is kind of uncanny. The area we step out onto is largely flat and ringed by trees. But before us stands a tall tower on a miniature island. We're at the shore of a lake, above us a ton of stars in the sky despite it being daytime, and to the left are various prefab buildings that look starkly modern by comparison. It goes without saying that the fairy convinced us to come along. I'm proud to say that none of us are the type to turn down a request for aid anyway, and she assured us that it would only be for a short time, to see how compatible we really are, and such. So off we went, and followed a fairy through a magical gateway. That thing you're never supposed to do even in my own world. And now we're here. I look at my companions, and I'm immediately reminded that it's their first time traveling between worlds. It's a lot rougher than teleportation, and both of them are looking a little green in the face. Ayre, at least, takes it better than Corrigan does. After a few minutes, their dinner settles back down. Maybe it was a bad idea to eat and fly after all, and they too look around. The architecture with those prefabs is Western and fairly modern, clearly closer to my house than what they are used to in Furinshao. Of course, by comparison, the stone gate looks about as modern as Stonehenge. Welcome to the camp, girls, the fairy Suzerain amblily shouts while holding her arms wide. For the next week, all of you will get a taste of being a magical girl trainee here at camp. Since you explained your accomplishments already, I doubt you'll have to attend any theoretical lessons or boring training on campgrounds. It's straight into the dungeons with you. But first her energy slumps along with her shoulders as she lets out a sigh. Paperwork. We all give sympathetic nods at the universality of bureaucracy, and are quickly ushered into a wide building with a red roof and colourful glass windows framed by light grey stone. Judging from the wooden sign with metal cutlery, this is the cafeteria. Why in here? I ask. Considering we just had lunch, it isn't like we need more food. Not that I couldn't go for pastry, because I imagine Isabelle is in there. Suzerain answers. Who's that? Corrigan asks. She's the director of the camp, comes the explanation. Her mom, once the strongest magical girl, made the whole place and all that. She was surpassed by Isabelle herself some time ago. Don't worry, she's a chill one. Unsure of what exactly to expect, the three of us follow Suzerain, who uses magic wind to open the door and step inside. The cafeteria is decently lit, with rows upon rows of mismatched chairs, tables, and potted plants. At the other end is a wide counter, behind which works a maid with long, brown hair and ruby red eyes. Probably not Isabelle, that one. The only other two people are a cute-looking, very fashionable witch in an extremely orange outfit, the first blonde hair I've seen outside my own mirror in way too long, and also sporting red eyes, and a mature-looking woman with silver white hair and trustworthy blue eyes in a red-black dress. The latter is probably Isabelle. The blonde is probably a fellow trainee, getting advice perhaps. Maybe we'll end up working together. Suzerain flies over and informs them of our arrival. Temporary though our stay might be, we are wordlessly seated across from them after the witch girl cleans the table of various girly magazines. Alright, maybe not getting advice. More like putting in a request. With Ayre to my right, and Corrigan to my left, I nod in greeting, raising my hand for a wave. Hi, I'm Remmi Lee, and I look to the silver woman, who, frankly, gives me urine vibes. I'll bet she's way older than she looks, too. Director Isabelle, I assume. Oddly, she looks at the witch, who looks back while trying to hold back a laugh. No, I'm Isabelle. The witch manages to fit through the choking. This is Olivia, our camp doctor and best worker. Oh, sorry, I apologise. Actually, now that I think about it, I should have guessed as much. No universe's urine would ever be directly in power, but Isabelle doesn't take any offence either, waving it off. Nah, it's fine, no worries. Next to Olivia, I really don't look the part, do I? But anyway, she makes a brief effort at straightening herself out to look a little more in charge. Here. Welcome to Magical Camp, the biggest of the 3 facilities to train new magical girls and support those who train is no longer. I hope Suzerain here already told you what this is all about. I nod back. Yeah, apparently, your world is being threatened by Margicos, and you need all the additional firepower you can get. She snaps her fingers before pointing them at me. Straight to the point. I like it. Yeah, Magicos are the worst things you can imagine. They eat emotions, memories, even people, and generally scare the shit out of everyone. They feed and reproduce endlessly like a virus, and cause damage like natural disasters. We've managed to drive a good amount of them back over the last decade plus. But right now, we're facing worse waves than ever before, so recruitment drives are up as much as our funds allow. Isabelle crosses her arms at that with a frown, which, to be clear, is damn stupid. But, and she gestures vaguely at Suzerain, the Fae have their own rules and don't care about anything else. Hey sit, Fae shouts indignantly. This is out of my hands, and you know it. I'm just an office worker and field recruiter, and so are most of the others. It's the higher-ups who still insist on bullshit rules from hundreds of years ago. I look at the little bundle of anger, realizing how modern she has behaved since she found us. Are you domesticated? Normally, such a question might be offensive. Not only does it sound like you're comparing them to a dog, but fairies, at least in the myths I'm familiar with, that take to the mortal realm and viewed well by their former peers. However, she takes the term with surprising pride, holding her hand to her chin like some oh-ho-ho noblewoman. Yes, indeed. Is the first word Olivia has spoken, as she had so far been eerily quiet. If we may stay on topic, please. I'd like for the 3 of you to sign the paperwork. Please be assured, this is merely a formality. Yeah, definitely getting the urine vibes from where we've been clowning for too long. Ayre, who has also been quiet so far, speaks up too. I have a question, if I may. Olivia gives a nod, clearly now taking over the meeting. Please, go ahead. Can guys become magical girls? It's Isabelle who looks surprised, eyes widening for a short moment. Though again, if Olivia really is the local urine, any surprise would never reach her face anyway. No, the blonde answers. The fairy magic only works with girls. Nobody quite knows why that is. But if boys are infused with it, it will at best wane and disappear shortly. And at worst, they explode. Lively Isabelle delivers that with undue cheer and animation. But don't worry, that never happens to girls. I hold up my hand. Stop, here's a guy, so this won't work out for him. Isabelle, Olivia, and Suzerain all look at my longtime partner in shock. The fairy is holding both hands to her mouth in realization that she had apparently royally fucked up, while I'm pretty sure Isabelle's eyes go to Ayre's thighs. Oh, that's not good, Isabelle understates. Then, faster, Olivia, wait. We abolished that rule years ago. Olivia had already been drawing something from her dress, and having seen her eyes widen, I, too, am halfway to standing and ready to draw. But Isabel's hand resting on hers makes her relax. Ah yes, you are of course correct, Director. I apologize. Phew, the blonde sighs at the crisis being averted, then turns to us again, her gaze a little pleading. Well, this is unfortunate. But you two girls, right, please? Yes, I confirm, easing back into my own seat as I gesture to small Oni to make things proper again. This is Corrigan, and the elf is Ayre. As for me, well, as I said, I'm Remmi Lee, pleased to meet you. Isabel nods. Good. So you'll be trainees for a while. Once deemed ready, you'll get a graduation exam to solve, after which you'll officially be magical girls proper. For the time being, you can stay at one of the dorms. 2 girls people per room. I raise an eyebrow. I don't doubt that my team can plow through whatever test their Sailor Moon wannabes go through with ease. But this is already sounding like much longer than what we'd agreed to. Excuse me, I speak up. But we only agreed to do this for a week at most. We have our own problems in Tolist. In fact, I'm one of 5 heroes set to fight the corruption infecting it. It sounds a lot like your magicals, with a dash of Zerg for extra fun. Once again, the 2 women look at Suzerain. I have a feeling she's in a lot of trouble after this is all settled. I'm sorry, she apologizes. This was the only way I could get them to come here in the first place. Isabel double face palms, slapping one into either eyeball with a groan. Ugh, fine hero, you say. That at least means you're powerful, right? And so are your friends. Arms before my chest, I nod. Yeah, we've been pretty active in our world, so we've got some decent gains. You guys have a way to test that here. Her look shifts to confusion. Like what, exactly? Well, Tolist has an essence system that measures everyone's stats and abilities, and assigns a level summarizing it. Isabel is looking at me like I have multiple heads. Are you talking about a video game or something? I don't think she was expecting me to nod in hearty agreement. Exactly like a video game. Everyone's got a level, class, skills, the whole shebang. I pat my hip, drawing their attention once more to my holster. On account of specializing in my pistol, I'm the Gunslinger hero. The 2 women before us blink and look at each other, clearly unfamiliar with the idea of a system being anything more than a gameplay convention, which is weird, because I definitely had Isabel pegged for someone who would recognize an ice guy when she heard it. I fear, begins Olivia, that this is going to be a long evening to sort through all of this information. But then she looks to me. Young Ayre, however, may not be the only one troubled here. Firearms are not a particularly effective weapon next to magic. Why? I ask, and I can tell by their faces that they pick up on the slight tension I'm giving off at that. This is going to be one of those worlds, is it? Well, not on my watch. Again, the exchange looks before turning back to me. It is a simple power differential, Olivia explains. Sufficiently advanced weapons can be effective against a magical's minions, and a magical girl centered around them can be acceptable fire support for a proper frontline team. But gunpowder weaponry certainly doesn't qualify for either. My smile feels a bit tight on my face, and I'm sure it shows. Well, I've seen plenty of fireballs. And I can tell you that if you think they're more impressive than a bullet to the brain pan, you're running off of Hollywood logic. Be that as it may, Olivia replies with a little more sternness in her tone. We've worked extensively alongside armed forces in the past. When we say that firearms are ineffective, we speak from experience. You let me worry about effectiveness, then, I reply. In the meantime, don't think of it as a firearm. Think of it as a one that casts a very special spell called Mygostumpus, and leave the rest to us. Book 3 Chapter 3 River. Chapter 3, River. It's a strange feeling, coming back to the log cabin, and its rustic, rough wood front porch. We haven't really been gone that long, all things considered. But it's been for longer than this cabin had been standing before we left. Despite this, it still feels like coming home, and a part of my mind is already thinking about how I'm going to make another bed for Corrigan if we're staying here for long, where I'm going to put it, and whether it's time to expand. On the other hand, the house isn't empty. Someone else has been living here the entire time I've been gone. In fact, she's still here. No, this isn't a home intruder situation, and I'm not about to castle doctrine a squatter. I paid her to be here, after all. That's right. I'm talking about the house matron who's been taking care of everything while I've been gone. Except she's been living in this house now for longer than I have. I can't kick her out. I just can't. I don't know what her own living arrangements are, but I can't make her life unmitigated chaos by flitting in and out of here willy-nilly. I'll have to find an excuse to keep her on all the time, even if, when I'm here, it means she has mostly paid leave. Of course, that too will necessitate a bigger space. Maybe it's time I pull the trigger on the construction of the actual house. I need a secure place to work anyway, and I might as well get that ball started rolling now, instead of waiting for a time that will never be perfect. The workshop could be finished quickly, which would allow me to work on projects while still supervising the rest of the construction. Of course, that also means that all of us, including the matron, will likely be staying at the inn. Well, she'll probably go home, actually, wherever that is. But I definitely at least want to ask her for her input on what the house needs. Ilara, the house matron, is, I want to say a young woman, but that's really from my old world's perspective. She's probably in the latter half of her 20s, if I had to take a guess, as she's past the awkward still looks like a teenager phase. Unfortunately for her, that makes her almost twice my current age, and the oldest looking person currently seated at my dining table. A table which, by the way, is completely maxed out on seating. If Kyuga wasn't here to play with Corrigan over by the beds, they'd probably both have to be on somebody's lap. Ironically, it's my own fault for insisting on making it a Western-style table. If it were the local type you kneel at, it would have been a simple matter of dragging over an extra cushion. Instead, Ayre and Yurin are sitting in the chairs at either end, while Alara sits across from me. Apparently, in addition to coming to greet us, Yurin had arrived in time to also send the women in to start preparing tea. Courtesy of that, my self-heating kettle and a tray of sweet rice cakes sit between us as we each have our own cups and plates. Essence rice cake with jam, a sweet and savoury snack made from Essence crops, consisting of a ball of sweetened rice flour dough wrapped around a dollop of fruit jam and then chilled. Simple, yet a classic, flexible favourite of all ages. Get the recipe. Consuming this item provides the following benefits: increased stamina recovery for 30 minutes, increased mana recovery for 30 minutes, increased childhood nostalgia until they run out. Well, gee, I'd almost thought the marketing department had taken the day off upon seeing an entirely normal item description for identifying the cakes. If I didn't know better from the part telling me what to do, the addition of the extra, completely fluff effect at the end certainly gives it away. Maybe the main department made her tune it down, or maybe she's just a foodie and takes good food seriously. Remmi, Yurin's voice cuts into my focus. Pay attention to what is being said to you instead of identifying the food. I pout a bit, wanting to deny that's what I was doing since she called it out so precisely, but unable to do so since she's right. Still, Alara was speaking to me, and I owe her the courtesy of listening. Right, sorry. I place the cake back on my plate and turn my attention back to her. You were talking about the crop yields. She nods and is kind enough to backtrack a little for me. I was saying that they've shown no loss of quality or quantity. Bushes, vines, and trees continue budding and developing in cycles no matter how many times they're harvested, and ground crops regrow no matter how many times they're cut. The only ones I have to replant are the root vegetables, and if they're delayed any further than any of the others as a consequence, I can't tell it. Because of this, Yurin steps in to continue, where stockpiles waiting to be picked up are so significant that we have increased shipments to the capital, both in variety and quantity, merely to make room for new produce. On the other hand, you're being very generously recompensed, and Imperial chefs have dedicated great effort to deciphering the best combinations and preparation methods. I have a report for you on their findings, though perhaps it is better described as a cookbook. I'm almost distracted by the idea of a cookbook assembled by the greatest chefs in the capital specializing in essence crops, especially given that many of them are ingredients they'd never seen before. Still, another concern quickly rises to the front of my mind. One hand cups my chin as the other arm folds across my abdomen, and I furrow my brows as I chase the thought down. That may be great from a production standpoint, but isn't it terrible from a security one? Many of the crops will contain seeds, or don't need them at all. Every potato, apple or sugar cane that leaves this property is a propagation risk. One would assume as much, Yurin confirms, and the thought certainly occurred to us. However, though the protection methods elude us, some do, indeed, seem to be present. We experimented with planting some of the crops elsewhere to see how difficult it would be for a third party to do so. But once removed from the property, even the root vegetables ceased to grow new crops. I do not mean that they merely ceased to grow essence crops, but that they refused to grow at all. Even though all of the conditions were met, potatoes rotted in the ground and seeds refused to sprout as if barren. That surprises me, and I'm sure it shows on my face. Wait, they'll grow when replanted here, but won't even try anywhere else. Did the seed bullets permanently alter the soil, or something? But the priestess shakes her head. One of the first things we did in response was send specialists out to examine the estate for just such a change. Alchemists and druids both concluded that the soil and environment are, in all relevant, detectable ways, identical to anywhere else in the region. She meets my eyes and raises a finger. The answer is likely far simpler. I remind you, Remmi, that the essence sees everything we do, constantly monitoring, recording, and evaluating us. That these are essence crops implies that they retain some sort of connection to the heavens. It would thus be a simple matter to witness that they are being used in an unintended way and merely terminate their flow. So the system is just unplugging anything used without permission. That's convenient. I'm not convinced it's quite that simple, but it's as likely as anything else I might suggest, and the difference with the alternatives is probably largely semantic. Well, that's a weight off my chest, I confirm. How generous a compensation are we talking about here? Your exact worth is a somewhat abstract value, and I confess that, for all of my talents, property assessment is not among them, Yurin admits. If you wish an exact number for your own records, I can send for a copy. As a rough estimate, you can consider yourself equivalent in income to a moderately successful provincial lord. That gets my thinker thinking again. Ceres in province is way too small to meet that description, so does that mean I'm wealthier than Lord Etia now? Or did I just elevate his wealth by proxy? Though I suppose it's still possible to outturn him by exceeding what he collectively takes in taxes. There is definitely one way I'm surely saving a lot of money. He's not, however. What about my expenses? I assume I'm on the hook for shipping, guild fees and assorted taxes. And I know I'm covering the inspection fee to the temple and Ayre isn't working for nothing. But I'd guess that's a lot less than it costs to run a province. It is, the priestess confirms with a nod. That will change as your enterprise takes on more responsibilities, such as security and transportation, that have thus far been handled in your name for sake of your role in defense of the Empire. It shall not be to a meaningful degree in the grand schema, however. Her eyes narrow sternly, in the way they do when I've done something wrong. Normally, a portion would also go to the temple as tithe, but since you're a foreigner and of differing faith, I have made certain that you're exempted. This will not go unnoticed indefinitely, however, and shall draw considerable ire from clergy and competitors alike when it is uncovered. Before that time comes, you should decide if you want to continue your exemption or choose to contribute formally. I can't hide my nervousness with my grin. I try, but the expression is infected by it as I rub the back of my head. Gee, urine, no pressure if you think I should be paying tithe. Just say so. She makes a conscious effort to relax her face as she closes her eyes, and tilts her head slightly downward. Of course I believe you should be paying tithe, Remmi. And not merely because I'm a sacred priestess, and know full well the good those funds would go toward. Everything you have and do is thanks to the heavenly blessing of essence, especially as a hero. Even your very crops that have earned you this money came from the system. The Holy Temple of Ascendance represents the mortal servants of those same heavens, those who seek to understand and enact its mission on this mortal plane. Yuan opens her eyes again, though she has carefully avoided the sternness when she looks at me this time. Tithe is not given in the name of the temple, but as an expression of thanks for the generosity of the heavens it represents. For a hero, of all people, to be seen refusing to pay it, why, it could only be seen as ingratitude. I take a deep breath and lean back in my seat as I exhale. All right, I'm not blind to the value of optics. I assume you have access to my accounts. Take the appropriate amount out, but if it's at all possible for it to work that way, I want it to go to the local temple first and foremost. If that money is really going to improve the lives of the faithful, I want it helping the poor people here, not the wealthy merchant princes of the capital. Yuan's face immediately lights up in a warm, proud, motherly smile. Of course, Remmi, I will see that the funds are allocated according to your wishes. I know I just sighed, so I resist the urge to do so again as I try to bury the suspicion that I just got taken. So how much does that affect my actual purchasing power? Now that I have the ability to come back here regularly without interfering with my running all over, I'm thinking it's time to start on some essential projects for the estate. This cabin is now officially too small, and I need a separate, additional building for working in, plus parts, tools and materials. It's time to do some upgrades again, and then I'm rotating back to Ayre. I also want to expand the crops, potentially by a lot. I've got a better idea of what I want now, plus a whole lot more native stuff I've learned about. Not to mention, eventually, those cinnamon trees are going to be ready to harvest if they're not already. I've also got projects planned for essence spirits and essence honey. I've got a feeling, though, that we're rapidly exceeding what he can handle when we're not here. The matron looks apologetic at that. Yes, I'm afraid that what you're at now is already a nearly full-time job for me. That they mostly care for themselves is the only reason I can keep up with it. I only need to take care of harvesting, replanting, weeding, fertilizing, feeding the livestock, keeping the records and tending the grounds. The guild comes by to handle sorting the shipments, thankfully. But yes, if you're expanding that much, I'm going to need extra hands. I nod to her in heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, Ayre, for all of that hard work. Then, once I get a grateful smile from her, it's back to Yuan again. So, yeah, all that. Can we afford it without wrecking the saving the world budget? It's her turn to sigh, at least. To oversimplify it, you can pretty much afford any single purchase you desire, so long as it is not a village of your own. You're not dealing with a total, absolute sum, so much as you're dipping into a river. It will lessen the amount of water for a time, but it will refill. If you, indeed, intend to delay your return to the field to improve your performance, your finances will have the necessary time to recover. I have already been in touch with amenable contractors in anticipation of such projects, and they can be here to compare plans within the week. I beam her a bright grin of my own. You're amazing, Yuan. But then I put my hands on the table and lean forward again. Speaking of the animals, though, how's the experiment progressing? Ayre and Yuan share a look between the two of them before turning back to me, and it's the matron who answers. Would you like to come see? Chapter, Camp PT. Sure. Chapter, Camp PT. Sure. I didn't think we needed the upgrade, but apparently, working with magical girls comes with an actual power buff that the system recognizes as a new trait, fairy blessing. They even give it a whirl, and try it on Ayre anyway, and it seems to be sticking stably enough for now. He and Corrigan got incredibly excited when they read it, but I didn't get to see its effects for myself. Much to the staff's confusion, despite multiple attempts, the blessing refused to apply to me. Instead, every time, the essence system gave me an error message. Error. An external entity is attempting to connect to your being in a manner that conflicts with an existing process. The more powerful effect has been automatically retained. Olivia claimed no knowledge of such a thing having ever happened before. Certainly, while one can't become a magical girl twice at the same time, their operations span countless dimensions, and they'd never encountered any other effect that prevented it. Even if I had no magic potential at all, which certainly wasn't the case, the contract could still be made. It just wouldn't amount to much of anything. And then there's the fact that the system automatically decided that its version is more powerful and took its own initiative to shove the Fey Pact into the trash can. I think that raised a whole bunch of philosophical questions they aren't ready to consider, and Ewan will want to hear about when we get back. In the meantime, though, I decide to interpret it as meaning that my friends are now basically lesser heroes, and the next morning, Isabel takes us out to one of the dungeons they have set up for letting trainees practice against captured magicos. She says she won't be doing any of the fighting, and is purely there to observe because of our unique situation. Not only does Ayre need supervision for any sudden spikes of instability, but they apparently have a response system for the camp, and I'm not plugged into it. There's also the issue that I theoretically shouldn't be able to harm the magical boss without being a magical girl, so seeing how it reacts to my superior essence hero blessing firsthand is important intel gathering. So, girls, Isabel starts as we approach a rather simplistic brick building that looks something like an old ruin, then catches herself, turns to Ayre, and apologizes. Oh, sorry, force of habit. Of course, something like that doesn't bother Ayre at all, and the archer immediately waves it off. Please, don't worry about it. I'm used to it. If that's easier and causes few problems, don't stop on my count. Honestly, it would have been a larger problem if he'd been sharing a room with a stranger, but that's exactly why we made sure Ayre and I share a room, while Corrigan moved in with a girl closer to her own age. Apparently, they'd hit it off quite well, and discussed magic until lights out. Meanwhile, I got to listen to Ayre complaining about how weird the furnishings are, since they're of a decidedly Western style foreign to Furinshao. But at least it meant we didn't have to worry about any uncomfortable disclosures. Now, Isabel gives an appreciative nod at Ayre's cooperative attitude. Thanks, it'll definitely be easier if you're really sure you don't mind. I was going to ask if you've any previous experience with fighting slimes. She gets a confused look on her face as, instead of answering, Ayre and I immediately start switching our gear. I start unloading the paralysis rounds I normally keep loaded when we're in civilized areas, including popping the one out of the chamber and swapping it for a red-striped magazine of explosive fireball rounds. Meanwhile, Ayre has removed his 2 quivers and passed both to me. They slide into my pack and disappear within despite being longer than the bag, and, with a shift of my shoulders, I tilt the pack so that another 2 quivers stick out in their place. These have flattened heads that will relay more kinetic energy into an amorphous target than a sharp arrow that will pierce right through. Oh, I guess I have my answer, she concludes after a moment, then glances to Corrigan. Do you need to change anything? The little girl shakes her head. My spells are anatomically agnostic. Isabel and I both grin at the kid pulling out the thesaurus on that one, and she ruffles the maid's hair before continuing. The first magical trainees usually challenge, unless they're just better suited to another, is Slime Princess. She's a bit unusual if you're accustomed to enemies with a skeleton, but her minions are pretty weak. Even if we do run into problems, you shouldn't be in too much danger. Alright, then, I say as we approach the entrance. We'll treat this as a bronze rank dungeon until we have reason to do otherwise. Everyone ready? Corrigan and Ayre give me nods, and Isabel steps back, ready to let me take the lead, while she waits in case we need emergency evacuation. The inside of the ruins definitely has the whole slime theme down. There's blue slime crawling up pillars like fungal creeping vines, and violet pools of slime that bubble caustically. The general path is mostly clear, but there are some places off to the sides it looks like we could get to if we feel comfortable with jumping or don't mind a light, quick acid bath. If you have any questions, Isabel is saying, please do your best to figure it out for yourselves. The staff isn't supposed to be giving direct assistance to trainees, so try to pretend I'm not here. I'm not really listening, though, as a slime the size of a small dog had been passing by the entrance hall, and has taken notice of us, slowly pulling itself our way. With little thought about it, and less warning, I quick draw and fire at the thing from the hip. The magical explosive round pieces through it with energy sufficient to cause a cavitation, and then detonates with enough force to rattle the walls, causing all 3 people with me to jump like they'd been struck by lightning. Hey, Corrigan, good news, I announce cheerfully. They really don't like fire. What the fuck was that? Isabel immediately demands. Are you using explosive rounds? I toss her a grin before blowing on my barrel. Magic explosive rounds. They're one of my favourites. Ayre's scolding is different, even as it's delivered with legs rigidly together, and arms clamped straight against the side of his body with his fists curled outward. Remmi, you're supposed to warn us before you start shooting. I just shrug in reply. It was right there, coming up on us like the world's lamest gumdrop. I had to act. We might have only had 3 hours to live before it reached us. Isabel is just left burrowing the palm of her hand into her face. Maybe I picked the wrong dungeon. It's a trial run, I remind her. It's fine. Everyone, move forward. Keep your eyes peeled in all directions. If it's drippy, droopy, or shivering, assume it can attack, and that's how we proceed. It turns out the place has some rats of unusual size, too, and Isabel explains that her magical causes mutations in lesser animals as a passive effect. They're not true minions like the slimes, but they'll fight for the boss all the same. It doesn't really matter much, though, as it's all very much below our pay grade, and the dungeon is a very small one. A few rooms, some boxes of crystals that identify tells me are healing items, and one hair clip against poison that I passed to Ayre. And we find ourselves standing around a fairly large hole in the floor that's surrounded by slime. Well, that's a one-way trip, I observe. It feels kind of early for a mid-boss, but I guess it is just the tutorial. Ayre gives me side-eye. This is another realm entirely from our own, Remmi. You can't possibly think your dungeon logic still applies here. It applies everywhere, I argue. It's the most efficient way to design things, so any dungeon system is going to converge on it. That's how I knew it would work in Tolist in the first place. That still looks like a long way down, Corrigan says, poking her head over the hole. We can get down safely enough, but getting back up could be a problem. On it, I reply, reaching over my shoulder to pull a long length of rope from my pack, as well as a piton and a hammer. The piton goes into the stonework far enough away to be clear of the slime with a couple of solid swings, and I fasten the rope to it with a quick slip knot and hitch before tossing the other end of the rope down into the hole. Wow, you all really are prepared, Isabel marvels. Always, I agree. Our whole job is running dungeons and purifying them, so we get a lot of practice. I turn to face the hole once more. Well, is all I say, then I jump. Alan's why. My boots land with a splat in several inches of slime, but fortunately not the caustic stuff. I take a few steps forward so I'm out of the way of the others, and take in the new room. Yes, room, singular. There are no exits except for the hole we came through, and though the room is large, probably about a third that of the entire floor above, the middle is consumed by a much deeper pool of slime, to judge by its darker colour. There are several more splats behind me, as the others follow me down. That didn't translate, Remmi, Ayre immediately complains. That's because it's not my language, I reply, and that being the case was the point. But it basically means, let's go. Corrigan is looking around the new space, though, instead of obsessing over what I said. Where are we? Boss room, I conclude immediately. It really is a tutorial dungeon. Ayre readies his bow immediately at those words. But then, where's the magico? In the big slime pool in the middle of the room. That gets me a glare like my confidence is cheating somehow, but it stops when the waters begin to ripple, and the top of a girl's head pokes up out of it. Except she's every bit as translucent as the slimes we fought on the floor above. She looks around the room for a bit before spotting us and gasping. Then she rises up higher. Turns out, she'd actually be pretty cute if it weren't for the whole slime thing. And you know, being buck naked, though she's got Barbie doll anatomy below the waist, so it's probably fine enough. Oh, company. Her voice is bubbly not in the literal sense we might have expected. Her enunciation is actually quite clear. Rather, it's got that airy quality one associates with very positive people that have very few thoughts in their heads. Hello there. For all of our dungeoneering experience, we're not all that accustomed to being welcomed in by the boss, and we find ourselves giving somewhat stiff replies. Hi, I try as I hold my thumb and forefinger up in front of my eye like a monocle. Are you the magico in charge of this section of dungeon? Name, Slime Princess. Race, magico. Age, N/A. Level, N/A. Class, slime evolved. Status, curious. Health, unharmed. Energy, high. Vitality, high. Conditions, none. She mimics my gesture playfully. I am. Did you want to be friends? That depends, I reply. Is it true that you eat people's minds and turn them into mindless monsters? That makes her frown. And she really does have an adorable pout. The only people that ask that want to fight, and I'm not good at that. Either I lose, and when I come back, I get lectured by my big sister, or they just disappear and come back to beat me up later. Sounds rough, I agree as I unfasten the belt securing my gun. But it also sounds like a yes. Sorry, I'm going to have to turn you down. Pity, my party could actually use an indestructible tank. Remmi, Ayre asks. Let me have first shot, I instruct the archer. Everyone keeps telling me I can't hurt magicos and guns are useless. It's starting to get under my skin. Don't bring the roof down on our heads just because you've got something to prove, my friend warns. I'm not sure these walls are inviolate like ours. That makes me grin. I'll try not to make a mess. It makes Isabel, on the other hand, frown. She can't possibly bring the whole building down with the pistol. Get real. Heck, she probably couldn't even do it with a bazooka. The place is enchanted to contain monsters from beyond reality. It's not going to collapse from a few pop marks. Oh, we're going to fight now? Slime Princess asks. Despite her claim of not being any good at it, she's swaying back and forth in excitement. Okay, here I come. The moment she starts forward, magical energy explodes from around me. Empower's aura ignites as I draw, an action that itself triggers a class skill that further enhances my damage. Seafoam green energy swirls around the gun from spiral shot. The barrel glows an angry red, and the moment I pull the trigger, the bullet that emerges multiplies into a cloud of lead from spread shot and multi-shot. Each technically weakens the individual resulting projectiles relative to the original, but there are so many, and bullets are already so powerful, that it's a radical net gain. The bullets, glowing golden from holy arrow, spread out because of spread shot, only to flash and turn from the effect of homing shot, causing them to all pivot and swarm back in on Slime Princess like a plague of angry, fiery locusts. The resulting explosions rip through her aqueous form until it's obscured from sight. But I'm not content to wait for the smoke to clear, and before the bonus from my quick draw can expire, I'm already pulling the trigger again. Now, purification cannon. The pink, spiraling beam erupts from the barrel of my gun as the rest of my magazine of explosive rounds vanishes to fuel it, and it crashes through the remains of the Ditzy Magico to slam into the far wall with enough kinetic energy to feel like a massive earthquake. Behind me, my friends scream as the room trembles and great chunks of the ceiling fall to slam into the slime around us. Isabelle makes a motion with her wand, then she speaks into it like it's a radio. Olivia, emergency evac, now. There's a sensation that fills me like what happens ahead of a teleport spell, and then the entire collapsing room fades to white. When shapes and colours return, we're standing in what must be the nurse's office. Olivia is there, and there are several cabinets of medicine and equipment, as well as a number of curtained-off beds. Olivia takes only a moment to confirm none of us are critically injured, though she still looks saddened. They couldn't do it then, but Isabelle storms forward and slams her hand onto the head nurse's desk, not without levelling the entire place. One attack, and all of the wards could have been crayon doodles for all it mattered. The white-haired woman gives a thoughtful hum, and moves over to a computer to begin checking something. Ayre, meanwhile, stomps over to me and winds up a swing of his bow with both arms to smash it into my upper back. What's wrong with you? Firing off a purification cannon in an enclosed, underground space. You could have killed us all. I nearly collide with the floor from the blow, but I catch myself, and I reach over my shoulder to rub at the impact site. A little rubble wouldn't have done worse than bruise our heads. We would have been fine. You took your something to prove too far. The exchange makes Olivia's eyes widen as she pauses whatever she's doing. Remmi was the one who did it. With a gun. Yeah, I'm starting to suspect Isabelle isn't furious so much as she's excited. You should have seen it, Olivia. She must have cast half a dozen augmentation spells, all without a single incantation or pose, and they all went off without so much as a hiccup. I almost feel bad for how much she splattered Slime Princess over every wall. She doesn't sound like she feels bad. She sounds like someone just gave her an espresso at a pop concert. I take a step forward. Is that not how it's supposed to work? I was kind of under the impression that was the point of augmentation magic. It isn't the augmentation magic that is the problem, Olivia patiently explains. Magical girls have been trying to find a way to use projectiles for as long as we have existed. It is incredibly hard to argue against the theoretical effectiveness of a siege cannon augmented by magic. The problem is that a separate projectile fights against the magic, weakening both. That is why you need a weapon with an absurdly high base power or incredibly powerful magic, and in either case, you're going to be many more times as effective doing literally anything else. Even I've tried to make them work, Isabelle puts in, and I definitely meet the incredibly powerful magic requirement. Firearms are cool, but they just don't do the job. And it's not just powder pew-pews, either. It's all physical projectiles. Magical girls that you suppose actually fire bolts of magic, not real arrows. She crosses her arms. Sure, you can apply that to guns, and shoot energy bullets, but then you might as well up your caliber with a magic staff and cut out the middleman. Or at least paint the gun pink with sparkles so it's cute. Hey, I will never spit on a pink pistol, if that's what somebody likes, I reply immediately. I've seen plenty of cutesy guns, and every one of them will shoot you just as dead as edgelord Matt Black. I've seen Gun Gale online too. Isabelle pushes back, probably unaware I get the reference. But it's not about preference. Cuteness is a literal power multiplier for magical girls. She gets a more thoughtful expression. Where did you say you all were from? Tallest. The blonde tilts her head toward Olivia. Maybe we should visit them with a magical research team. See why their magic works, and ours doesn't. I scratch at my chin. I mean, I could put you in touch with some people, but I don't know how much it depends on the essence system to function. I've never used magic from anywhere else. If it does work, though, it should work with anything. Tallest doesn't actually have guns. The spells I used were designed with archers in mind, but I've never had any compatibility problems. One projectile weapon interfaces with them the same as any other. The witch gives a deep sigh and lowers her head with another cross of her arms. Well, at the very least, Remmi, I owe you an apology. I was wrong to dismiss your firepower, and you were right to be proud of it. Corrigan throws her arms up in the air like a celebration, and she blew the magico all to pieces. It's Olivia who speaks up next, however. That may be the case, but that unfortunately doesn't mean that she did any damage to it. Ayre cocks a hip while folding his own arms in disagreement. In what world does blown to bits mean unharmed? This one. The nurse turns the monitor toward us, where sensor data is listed. This is a training camp, which means we need records of exactly how team performs. These are the records from your battle against Slime Princess. The results are clear. You knocked her out, which is certainly impressive for a single attack, but you failed to cause her any actual harm. Isabelle turns back toward us already inhaling, probably to tell us about the importance of the fairy blessing that they couldn't put on me. But I hold up a hand to pause her because of a blue window that just appeared in front of my face. Hold on, Looks like the marketing department may already be on it. Marketing department. I give the message a quick read through before flipping it around so that everyone else can see it. Dear hero, we here at Heavenly SYSTEMS letter 1D40 letter 1D39 know even better than you do how full of wondrous things the multiverse can be. We can completely understand the desire to see all of it with your own eyes. However, a primary obstacle in an infinite multiverse is preparing our precious heroes for everything they might encounter when they venture beyond our standard operating range. For instance, you might encounter giant, humanoid squids, environments that don't obey the expected laws of physics, or even monsters with an incredibly specific vulnerability that makes no sense whatsoever and we couldn't possibly be held legally liable for not anticipating when applying certain automatic filters that are in place for your own safety. But there's no need for you to worry, because you may be traveling outside of your normal service area, but we're still here to help you be the hero you need to be. In order to finalize the necessary settings, we need to observe a dataset where conditions operate as natively intended in order to compare them against your recorded baseline. You can facilitate this process by accompanying others with the necessary settings already applied, and our systems will automatically record all critical data. Remember, a little hardship now can lead to great rewards down the road. We at Heavenly SYSTEMS letter 1D40 letter 1D39 look forward to seeing the incredible otherworldly trails you'll blaze together with us. Isabelle is staring at the window floating in the air before us all with an incredibly flat gaze. Ah, and you say this is normal? The system spoils her rotten, Ayre confirms. But what is it wanting? I think it just wants to see someone that already has the fairy blessing trait beta magico, I guess. It's not going to admit that it's not the better blessing, so it's hoping there's just a toggle that's missing somewhere. So we're going back in. Corrigan asks. Soon as Director Isabelle says it's fit to do so, I confirm. Or we go after a different one while it's recovering. Either way, all we need is for you two to have a shot at doing the fighting this time. Book 3 Chapter 4 Cream. Chapter 4. Cream. The stable and grazing field were the last things I built before we left on our whirlwind tour of the western provinces. Well, I built the stable. One does not so much build a field as they clear it and build the fence around it, but details. Since it was likely to be a long-term structure, I went to the trouble of doing it right. Well, as right as I could. The fencing's quality, and low and tight enough to keep the chickens from wandering off, but the floor of the barn-like stable is done in sealed mud brick. I would have preferred concrete, but this is what was available unless I wanted to track down what was necessary to make it myself. I wouldn't have minded doing so, and I'll definitely insist on it for the house, and probably the workshop, but there just wasn't the time before we would be leaving. The stable building, itself, is made of wooden crossbeams and frames, covered over with planks and a roof of bamboo shingles. I won't lie, even at the time, I was thinking of it as practice for the house. I knew the gist of framing in building construction, but I'd never done it with my own two hands before. The stable taught me a great deal, and helped me refine my ideas immensely. Now, it smells like hay and dairy, mostly because that's what it contains. I admit, Hero Lee, I thought you were crazy when you said you wanted the stalls cleaned regularly, Ilara is saying as we step into the cool interior, mostly illuminated by the open windows. Rather, the windows can't be anything but open, as they have no panes or shutters, just wooden cruciform crossbars to impede access. Flameless lanterns hang at the entrance for use after dark. Since they are magical, they're much more expensive than simple enclosed lanterns, but far safer in the event they land on hay or some other flammable material. I look around at Ilara's words, though. It's for the animals' sake. We don't want the experiment ruined by preventable infection. But it looks like you've been keeping up with it well. Yes, actually, she confirms. That's what I was going to say. I've never seen a stable so easy to clean as the one you've built here. I put the animals out in the field. I do a little shoveling into your wheelbarrow, and then I turn on the water, and it all runs out through the gaps at the base of the walls. The brick rinses right off and air dries by the time I bring the animals back in. I grin at her praise. My people are fundamentally lazy. If there's a way to build that means less work going forward, it's worth putting in a little extra initial labor to save time later. Most would not consider that reasoning for innovation praiseworthy. Remmi, Ewan calmly informs me from behind. I shrug it off though, then call it optimization. The less time we have to spend on otherwise labor-intensive drudgery just to maintain what we already have, the more time we can dedicate to building new things, which you absolutely won't also optimize to need as little from you as possible. Ayre joins in on the criticism, too. Do your people just live to see how much they can cram in a single day? Yes, I answer with a sharp nod and absolutely no hesitation. Then I grin with a wink as I spin one finger in the air. Sometimes, we even consider sleep worth cutting into so we can fit in more things. That doesn't sound healthy, Corrigan disapproves. She's pulling up the rear while holding on tightly to Cougar, who, for a change, seems perfectly content to be carried around like a plushie. Maybe it's because she's a kid. Maybe he just knows I'll notice. It's a lot easier when you've got easy access to inexpensive stimulants, I boast. Then we tend to crash and recuperate on the weekend. The child is correct. Ewan agrees. That is not the path to a healthy, balanced lifestyle. Ayre taps his chin with an index finger, eyes rolling up somewhere toward the loft in thought. It does explain why I think it's normal to run around like a distracted squirrel, though. I let my friend's teasing roll off of my back and turn my attention to the stable's first residence. A space the size of 2 stalls serves as the chicken's coop, complete with beds to nest in, seed feeders, a bird-sized door into the field and plenty of eggshells for them to peck at. There's more of them than when I left, I observe. Ayre leans in eagerly beside me. Is there anything else you notice about them? I take a closer look, narrowing my eyes like I'm staring at her spot the differences puzzle as I glance from fowl to fowl, each clucking happily to each other as they go about their happy chicken life. I kneel down next to the gate, and one of them looks at me, then hurries over. Good. Ayre has been handling them like I instructed so they're comfortable with people. I scoop the fluffy dinosaur descendant up and hold it close to my chest as I stand back up again. It coos as I stroke its feathers. Its glimmering, immaculate feathers. Wait, are my chickens shiny? I wheel on Ayre with a suddenness that startles her. Do I have shiny chickens? The matron gives a nervous chuckle at my energy. We started letting them hatch when we confirmed the new eggs had become essence eggs. With new attention to detail, I lift the shimmering chicken up to eye level with me. Its glimmering feathers sparkle in the sunlight as it tilts its cute little head to look back at me. I feel like I should be shoving this thing in a poke bowl. Name, chicken. Race, chicken essence. Age, 0. Level, 5. Class, chicken. Status, friendly. Holy shit. I immediately, reflexively slap the hand that had been making a monocle over my mouth and shoot a glance at Corrigan, but she and everyone else are just looking at me in confusion. So I turn back to the window, and to that level in particular. This fluffy little darling is level 5. Doesn't that mean it could kick the tar out of a horned rabbit? With that thought, Huger is the next one my eyes fall on. He very clearly is not privy to my inner thoughts, but that's probably for the best. I don't actually want him deciding he needs to train my chickens in kickboxing. Besides, I meant a normal horned rabbit anyway. Wait, do I want him to train them in kickboxing? It'd neatly immediately solve some of those security provisions Urine and Ayre were talking about us needing. But no, I want them sweet and docile, especially if being an essence creature gives them a huge level bump. I don't want it going even higher with actual combat skills to back it up. That would be a massive risk to the hired help we were also talking about needing. Oh, but they still need to stay on the essence feed, Ayre is saying. It's not self-sustaining. They'll stay essence chickens, but their eggs will revert to normal eggs. I hug the warm, soft sweetheart back to my chest and turn to Urine. Well, I guess that addresses our worries we were having about it becoming an environmental hazard. Even if some of these little ones get away, they'll just make regular chickens. The priestess nods back to me. The discovery was a weight off of my mind, as well. If they had remained altered, there was a very real chance I would have to order their euthanasia. Heresy. We do not murder the chicken. I snuggle the birdie closer to my heart. Don't worry, the mean elf won't hurt you. The mean elf looks entirely unimpressed as she crosses her arms. And what do you intend to do with them when they have lived out their time and can no longer produce eggs? I don't hesitate to answer, though I do jut my lower lip out and to the side as I do so. Thank them for being their adorable selves and eat them. But that's different from suggesting cutie genocide. I see, she replies levelly. Remmi is a concept of hypocrisy foreign to your people. I frown and turn sharply away on my heel with my chin pointed upward, a gesture my bird mimics. I have no idea what you're talking about, I declare as I start goose-step marching further into the depths of the ban. Ayre, onward to the milk. Behind me, Ayre stops next to you and like he's considering patting her on the shoulder, but the priestess shakes her head. This is simply Remmi, she explains to the archer. I cannot say I blame her. They are precious little creatures. It would be terribly easy to grow attached to them. Truthfully, I am glad the euthanasia proved unnecessary, as well. We make our way onward to the cow stall. Unlike the chickens, we only have the one. It's a simple matter of output. A single chicken produces about 5 eggs per week. A single cow will produce over 50 gallons of milk in the same time. Even with my dimensional storage, we can only use so much, and unlike eggs, refrigerated milk spoils in a week here because it's not homogenized or pasteurized. Yeah. That's another thing I'm going to have to build something for now. If essence milk is going to be useful to others without needing rare and expensive magical storage, I can't tolerate such a uselessly tiny shelf life. Pasteurization will be easy. I just need to get a double boiler and teach Ayre how to do it. The trick's going to be the other half of the equation. While pasteurization will increase the shelf life of the milk tremendously on its own, it won't be bio as much, and the cream will still separate over time. Not only will that negatively affect the milk's quality, but when the cream mixes with the air, it changes the proteins, kind of like rust, which causes it to sour. Nobody wants milk rust. Unfortunately, to homogenize the milk, I'm basically going to have to come up with a high-pressure pump to force the milk through a small nozzle. I'm not really looking forward to explaining to everyone why I want to repeatedly run every litre of super milk through a glorified, food-grade, heated pressure washer, but the alternative is so inferior that I don't think I'll be able to tolerate it. Of course, if we want to make butter and certain cheeses, and we absolutely do, that cream would have to be removed before homogenization. But that's simple enough to do. Even in an entire gallon of whole milk, there's only about a heaping half cup of cream left in. Of course, having that much to spare would require our cow's milk to be particularly high in milk fat, and I don't know if it is or not. Even if it isn't, though, we can still use the low-fat milk for low-grease mozzarella, or sell it to Ayre at a discount. After all, low-fat milk is better for steaming and frothing, so she can use it in her lattes and cappuccinos, while lowering the price relative to using whole milk. Sadly, the cow doesn't glimmer like my sweet chicken, but she doesn't seem to mind. She's just chilling out as she munches away on her feed. I can tell at her glance that Ayre has been sticking to my recipe, though I was pleased to find out that a balanced cattle diet was something Imperial natives were familiar with. Even though we're using essence crops, I only had to tweak it a little bit. The main body of the feed, native grasses and clover, required me to plant crops that humans can't actually get any use out of, but it was all in the greater cause of that precious fluid. It's then got a flavorful mix of corn, rice, and soybean meal. Normally, bone meal would be used as a calcium supplement, but we already were going to have plenty of eggshells, and in the event the experiment succeeded, I wanted us to be in the habit of saving and processing the eggshells to make that component an essence component, too. After that, the whole thing is deliciously seasoned with garlic, rosemary, citrus peel, caraway and oregano. The end result smells good enough to eat, and increases milk production and nutritional value while, well, to put it simply, reducing how much the old girl farts. She may not care, but we sure appreciate it. I thought Ayre would go through the process of milking the cow right in front of us, but she and Ewan have proven well prepared. Rather than a milk bucket, she goes to another empty stall and comes back with a pitcher and 5 cups. I would be worried about exposure, but I recognise the enclosed metal container as my own design. Trying to follow my success with a hot plate teapot, I tried to use an ice stone to make a pitcher that would keep its contents chilled without needing ice. The wooden handle proved necessary when too high a setting turned the whole thing frosty. She pours silky, ivory milk into each cup, and then passes them out to each of us. But before I drink it, I identify this, too. Essence milk roar. Fresh milk, straight from the HEAVENLY letter 1D40 letter 1D39 tap. Already a superfood, this cool, creamy beverage has been further fortified by vitamins and minerals that don't even exist. All of the calcium you know and love, now with a supernatural supercharge. Essence milk. It does a body GRR. Consuming this item grants the following benefits: 50% increased strength for 1 hour, 50% increased toughness for 1 hour, increased stamina regeneration for 1 hour, 2% smoother, clearer skin for 24 hours, 0.02 cm growth, 0.02 cm bust growth pre-existing tissue acquired. Okay, I really hope that last bit is just the marketing department being funny again. I don't want to end up 6 feet tall with unibags in a few years from this stuff, or find out what it would mean for Ayre. Really, I'm crossing my metaphorical fingers that it's just a snipe at urine. I'm pretty sure it's not real. Mostly, it's probably not. Right. Everyone is staring at me, so I shove my vain insecurities aside and take a pull. Before I realize it, the cup is empty, even though I didn't deliberately drink the whole thing. I let the residue off of my lips with a smack. Creamy, cold, and softly sweet. Yep, that's milk. All right, I conclude confidently. Wow, that's good. The others drink, as well, and Ayre and Corrigan give confirming sounds of agreement. That's the best milk I've ever had, the archer declares. Is it really essence milk, though? Sure is, I reply. Check your status and effects for yourself. There's a moment of silence as both of them do so. I'm sure Ayre and Ewan have long since seen it for themselves. Oh, wow, Corrigan proclaims. All that for a cup of milk. I could actually get Grandpa to drink it if the milk back home did this. I'm eager to see how it changes with processing, I put in. But at that, Ayre moves to stand directly in front of me, the most serious expression I've ever seen on his face. In a completely, and somewhat intimidating, deadpan, he states, but a single word. Custard. I give a nervous grin. Custard. You promised essence custard from essence milk, essence eggs and essence sugar, with essence caramel sauce if this all worked. You told me to think of how much better it would taste. Been a bit on your mind, huh? You promised. Okay, you'll get it. I assure my scary best friend. It'll be ready for dessert tonight. Alright, please stop staring at me like you're about to stab me. It's Ayre that speaks tentatively into the following silence. Actually, Hero Lee, if you're expanding the farm anyway, have you considered horned rabbits? I lean around Ayre's intense form with relief. Rabbits? Ayre, everyone is raising rabbits. It's hardly a product in demand. She clasps her hands together. Yes, but think of what they could be like as essence rabbits. The soft fur, the glistening horns, the succulent meat. Oh gosh, she's actually starting to drool. I'm saved from having to answer by Cougar. Having been put down so Corrigan could drink her milk, the mention of horned rabbits immediately has his attention. And as the house matron starts fantasizing about their meat, he hops over with all of the casual attitude of crossing the room. Her yelp splits the stable air as he pants her knee out from under her, and she goes down on her butt. Yeah, that's why I'm not doing it. Ayre, I conclude with a factual air. Contrary to popular belief, I don't actually want the fluff kicked out of me. Book 3 Chapter 5 North. Chapter 5 North. Dinner went splendidly. Ewan stayed, too, which made it the second largest group I had cooked for since coming to Tolist. She wouldn't admit it, but I suspect even she was lured in by the prospect of essence custard. It made for a crowded table, once I assembled a couple extra chairs, but in a good way that made it feel like a proper welcome home gathering. I went all out with the dinner, too. I wanted something distinctly American, to double down on the hominess feel, and to give my friends a new experience, but I struggled to come up with an all-encompassing meal. Any addition of meat would mean a non-essence ingredient, and I hadn't yet had time to make any cheeses. Oh, I'm going to. It's right up there on my to-do list with figuring out how to make spirits in a timely manner. And then it came to me in a flash of inspiration so simple that I marvelled at its profundity. When was the last time I'd had a proper breakfast? A real American heartland spread? Certainly not since coming here. The standard Furinshao breakfast is universally rice porridge with meat. The well-off can add an egg on top if they're willing to pay for the decadence. Yeah, technically, my friends were expecting supper. But is there anything more fundamentally American than throwing decor into the wind in the name of comfort and having breakfast for dinner? Decision made. I set out on my planned course of action. Buttermilk pancakes were non-negotiable, but I knew I had no access to maple syrup. Solution: Pancake Benedict. Drop a poached egg on those flappies, and smother the whole thing with the yolk and butter richness of hollandaise sauce. A bowl of grits, lightly sweetened with sugar and butter, helped offset the thick sauce, and some butter toast with some of the Lara's jam, and a cold glass of milk rounded things off. I wanted to include fresh squeezed juice, but I worried about too much sweet, especially with the custard and caramel sauce coming in for dessert. While I was out getting lumber for the new chairs, I got a sample from the cinnamon trees to see if they were ripe yet. So, since I wanted a nice, bitter coffee for a hot after-meal beverage, but new Essence Arabica would be too overpowering, I decided to make something else I'd once mentioned to Urine and Ayre. It wasn't true Kisher, as I'd left out almost all of the sugar to keep its flavour profile sharp, but the warm cinnamon and spicy ginger still made for a nice coffee replacement. I think it was a hit, or at least nobody'd left anything but empty plates. Ayre stayed to make conversation over the tea for a while after the meal was over, but eventually excused herself. I expressed that I didn't want to kick her out just because I showed up out of the blue, but she assured me, oddly, that it wasn't unexpected at all, and she'd already been looking forward to spending the night in her own bed again. So, with a promise to be back in the morning, she headed out. Urine, too, would obviously be returning to the temple once she leaves, so the only one extra that I had to accommodate was Corrigan. Unfortunately, I had been right about the lack of space, and there was no way to fit another proper bed in here without starting to block other things. On the upside, I've long prioritised our group's comfort while camping, which means sturdy cots and bamboo pads, with quality pillows and comfort-like sleeping bags. It was a simple matter to pull one out of storage and set it up for the only child, and now she's quite asleep, mumbling no doubt about her new favourite sweet, Kyuga curled up against her chest. It's only Urine, and I'm still up. In fact, sitting at the table in the light of a candle, the rest of the cabin in darkness, as we sip at the last of the Kisher. You speak as if you intend to remain in the village for a time. The pause before the priestess says this indicates a clear change of topic from the gossip we'd been exchanging, and I can't help but feel like we've moved on to the main topic she's here to discuss. It's not like I haven't been expecting it. Honestly, while I've enjoyed the chat, I've really just been waiting for this time to come. So I nod without hesitation before I answer. Now that I've beacon teleport, I can return to Lori at any time, or come back here whenever I feel like it. If I really wanted, I could wake up here in the morning, grab some homemade breakfast, help with a few chores, consult with the contractors, and swing by the guild, all before early morning is over, spend the rest of the day clearing the Crystal Forest dungeon, and be back here for supper and sleeping in my own bed. It'll save me a ton in hotel fees. The flat look that meets my declaration clearly says I'm heroing wrong. Hey, don't look at me. It's not my fault that my hero system is bound. I'm determined to make my life as easier as possible. I'm sorry the Shrine Maiden hero had to rough it from here to Saskatoon, pale both ways in the snow barefoot. But I'm not the heavenly ESSENCE letter 1D40 letter 1D39 complaint department. She lets out a deep sigh, but shakes her head. I'm going to treat all of that as sarcasm. Nevertheless, you misunderstand my response. I was simply thinking that you have a very flippant view of your abilities, and polished by the understanding everyone else in Tolist has of what is required to cultivate them, yourself. You see financial benefit and convenience for a fungible number of points and some of your abundant mana. You have no comprehension of why that is not the standard of the realm. I give a slight pout as I cross my arms. That's not what I said. Intelligently, she ignores my petulant double negative. It does not matter. You cannot know what you cannot know, and what you cannot know cannot be held against you. It only means that you have a strikingly different perception of the world than everyone around you. I do not wish to reprimand you for that, as it was without doubt a consideration for why you were chosen in the first place. That puts a grin on my lips. You were just momentarily stunned by the reminder. Precisely, she confirms with a sip of her tea. Please do not do us both the disservice of making an expression as if that is something to be proud of. If I have any counsel at all to give on the matter, it is to request that you please strive to remember that difference, and seek not to devalue the genuine effort of others. I nod to that. It's a perfectly reasonable request. It's not like I don't know there's a difference just because I've never experienced it. I, too, after all, come from a world where growth comes from effort, even if it can't reach superhuman levels. And I've seen the dirty looks Ayre shoots me, where I pull a new spell out of thin air. Sure, technically, it's still taking the effort to get the points in the first place. But I understand that's not the same as the direct, a kind grind everyone else has to do. Asking me to remember to have some humility is completely fair. This was an unintended segue, however, Yurin admits. While you could keep such a schedule, it does not seem as if you intend to do so. I wish to ask after any particular matters you are seeking to accomplish. I lean back in my chair, rocking back onto the back 2 feet as I hold myself from falling by propping my knees against the underside of the table, and I tap my chin as I gather my thoughts. Well, there's the house, of course. The cabin is officially too small, so if we're going to be coming back here at all, sparingly or not, it's time to expand. Yurin tips her head in agreement. It is important to have a comfortable home to come back to when one travels often, and you have already spoken of your plans for expanding your team. You also mentioned a workshop, though. Yeah, I confirm. I gotta be honest, I need things Furinshao just doesn't have, in no small part, because it doesn't even have the tools needed to make them. It's not just for making better hot plates, either. There will be some of it as I get a better understanding of Tolstein engineering, but it's also things that are going to be directly necessary for us as adventurers constantly going into ever more dangerous dungeons, such as the needle splitter and young Ayre's strange, multi-string bow you made. But I shake my head. No, those are baby toys. I ignore the way her eyes go wide at the suggestion that a semi-automatic crossbow and a bow design that increases performance by half at the same draw weight are so dismissible. I'm already looking at radical improvements to both that will completely reframe the very concept of weapon operation and performance. And even then, the needle splitter is a passion project and prototyping platform, not something I intend to use to shift the balance of a battle. I'm not surprised to hear that is the fate of the needle splitter. But what is it that you have planned for the bow? You have already surpassed Imperial science in that regard. Surely it is enough to increase the draw weight as needed. The very suggestion drives me to scowl immediately, my brows furrowed in anger. Good enough is the excuse of surrender, Yurin. It is the lustful whisper of sloth and lethargy. I let my chair come back down on all 4 legs a little harder than necessary as I shoved my hands against the tabletop. Stone spears were good enough. Bone lameler was good enough. Hide and reed were good enough. We didn't need steel. We didn't need Kevlar. We didn't need denim. Is that the kind of world you would have us forge, Yurin? A world where houses remain built of stacked mud and people wash their hands with caustic ash juice. Yurin holds her hands up to appease me. Calm, Remmi. I meant your principles, no affront. My question was not a suggestion of stagnation, but bewilderment at what possible manner by which the technology could truly be further advanced. My scowl retreats to a bit of a self-aware frown as I settle back into my chair again. Right, yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, I guess that's a bit of a button for me. Yurin gives me that warm, motherly smile. I understand. Your world is defined by constant advancement and the pursuit of excellence. It is your ancestral answer to the absence of heavenly essence, even if you've been unaware of that absence. Without its support and guidance, to slow down is to court death. But Remmi, the bow, it also meant we had to learn about how the world actually operates, instead of somebody having the gall to go, because magic. I realize I'm grousing a bit, but I can't help it. We didn't get solutions handed to us just because we were good boys and girls who spent enough time reading the right books. Yurin gives another sigh as she tries again to pull me back on topic. Remmi, there are times appropriate for asking how the bridge supports its burden, and there are times where it is of greater importance to simply cross it as quickly as possible. Counterweights, by the way. Remmi Lee, cease. Right, the bow, let's see. I lean back again, the odd balancing helping me gather my thoughts like a full-body fidget toy. Well, how to start? I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark, here, and guess that the Empire doesn't have a deep, widely-taught understanding of electromagnetics. Yurin's gaze is flat once again, but not in criticism for once. We understand electricity, and we understand magnetics. I fail to see why you're joining them into a single topic, however. Because they are a single topic, I insist. Magnetic poles are how electric current works. You literally can't have lightning without them. Remmi, you can absolutely have lightning without magnets. Indeed, I have never, in all of my years, seen lightning move between magnets. Alright, Miss Holy Priestess, how do you think magnets work then? It's her turn to think for a moment. The contrasting nature of the material either attracts its mate or repels its like. That's what it does, Yurin. How do you think it does that? She holds up a finger, goes to the utensil drawer, and pulls out 2 spoons. She then comes back to her seat across the table from me, holding them in either hand. Materials are magnetic because one has something the other lacks, and its very essence recognizes this lack, desiring to return to a whole state. Behold, if I strip from the spoon in my left hand in a way that does not reduce its physical mass, and transfer it to the spoon in my right hand after a brief moment, she brings the 2 spoons near to each other, and they snap together immediately. You ionized my silverware, Yurin. That puts a rare frown on her lips. I confess that word did not translate, which is strange. If it truly describes what I did, then the concept of the word should have been connected by the essence that translates for you. I try not to groan as I rub my temple aggressively with the palm of my hand. No offense, Urine, but that's because you don't understand what you did. You think you moved some intangible essence of one spoon's being to another, and sure, in a sense, that is what you did. Ionization is the term that describes exactly what that essence is and what its movement does, but since you don't actually know it, there's nothing to translate it into. Tolstoyan physics always comes so close to being accurate that it's downright painful how they always seem to stop just short of the finish line. With remarkable calmness, Urine disconnects the spoons and sets them down on the table. Very well, Remmi. Let it not be said that I do not have more to learn. Enlighten me. It's my turn to hold up my finger, and I go digging in my storage space, eventually pulling out the 3 things I need: an electric stone, a length of wire, and an iron pin. I connect the wire to opposite sides of the stone. I found out early on that they work kind of like button batteries, with the middle wrapped firmly and repeatedly around the pin. Do you know what I'm doing? Her eyes are narrowed at what I'm doing, like she's trying to assemble a puzzle. You are electrifying the pin. The same thing that moves electricity through the pin, I explain as I turn the stone on with a pulse of manner, is what creates magnetization. It requires an understanding of the very structure of matter, called its atoms. Current flows by shifting the electrons of atoms from one atom to the next. Actually, current flows in the opposite direction of that movement. But that's an irrelevant nitpick right now. The point being, something that is magnetic is something that has had its electrons shifted out of a balanced alignment. So, if current is the movement of electrons, and a magnetic object is one that has had its electrons moved, not only are they fundamentally connected processes, but one can be used to cause the other. I see, she nods after a moment. You are attempting to do the same thing as I did with magical theory by using electricity to prove your assertion of connection. But how will you prove it is magnetic? Will you make another? That puts a grin on my face. Oh, that's the fun part. Just let me prep one more little thing while we give the pin time to cook, and I dig back into my bag for a scrap of paper. I tear a big enough piece for the pin to sit on, set it aside, and put the rest of the paper back. That should be long enough. I turn the stone off again and unwrap the pin, then I place the pin, floating atop the paper, on top of my tea. As the ripples fade, the pin slowly rotates until it comes to a stop. Are you trying to stick it to your tea? Urine asks in disbelief. Oh, no, the tea's just to hold it aloft. What's important is where it's pointing. Pointing, she repeats, then looks across the cabin, back to the pin, then back out again, trying to figure out where it might be connected to. To the mountains. North, I say with absolute certainty. It's pointing north. Her skeptical frown makes a return. How can you know that? Because that's the only place it can be pointing. Magnetic north. Her eyes widen as she makes the connection. You made a compass without instilling a discern direction spell into an artifact. The technology was critical for oceanic navigation, I explain. Before its development, we had to use the stars, which shifted by season and were often lost behind cloud cover. She looks between me and my teacup a few more times in disbelief. But what does this have to do with a bow? Chapter, Enlittlement PT1. Chapter, Enlittlement PT1. Asterisk Remmi asterisk. I'm laying back on my bed. A real bed, with a mattress and box springs, unlike anything I've slept on since coming to Furinshao. Though the summer air outside my double-pane window is warm and humid, the air in here is just cool enough that I'm quite cozy underneath my linen sheets and fluffy comforter. And scrubbed clean from a good, long soak in a bathtub with hot, running water and proper scented soap, shampoo and conditioner. Under the sheets, I'm clad in comfortable pajamas, and despite the late hour, my room is lit, not with candles and a fireplace, but with luminescent ceiling lights and a bedside lamp. The overhead lights are off, but the lamp provides a nice glow without being blinding. If I tilt my head and listen carefully, I can even hear the gentle blowing of cool air from the floor vent along the wall, the source of that comfortable temperature difference. No, I'm not back on Earth, though if I close my eyes, it almost feels like I could be. I am, in fact, still in Tolist, in the forest just outside Dabun village. Through the marriage of Terran residential engineering and imperial magic artifice, my completed manor has achieved a state of modern comfort. Dinner was even a pasta casserole made of essence crops with cheese aged from essence milk, baked in a temperature-regulated oven. And nobody washed dishes by hand in a sink of boiled water afterward, because, once scrubbed out, they went into a dishwasher. And the leftovers went in the fridge. Like proper, civilized people. A manor. It's still hard to think of it in such a grand term like that. To me, it's still just a large house. Urine pointed out that a manor was just the main house of an estate. And by such terms, even my previous cabin was technically a manor. When I complained that a manor was supposed to be a massive, grand affair, Ayre had held his hands out in the space between the open-concept kitchen and dining room, spun about, and demanded to know what I called this. Urine had been more constructive, saying that if I wanted a more traditional layout for a countryside estate like this, I would have spread the structure out instead of stacking it on top of itself. It would have been divided into separate buildings surrounding an internal courtyard, with different accommodations for guests, servants, and religious observance. Only in the imperial city, where horizontal space is limited, are noble houses arranged vertically. I can understand where she's coming from, but I can't help but see that as a huge waste of real estate, a sentiment that set Ayre to cackling at what he declared to be my hypocrisy. I mean, sure, I've got the land for it, but it would require clearing a whole bunch more of the forest, and probably extensive relocation of everything else, including the essence crops, some of which are whole trees. Explaining that to them didn't drive Ayre to retract his accusations of hypocrisy by that point. But, damn it, at least I'd planned around these things. I should be getting some credit for that, but at this particular moment, it's not really the house that's occupying my thoughts. As I'm laying in that bed, its frame low to the ground to appease imperial aesthetics while concealing the box springs from sight, there is an invisible display window open in my field of view, blue with a clear trim, and black text for clear contrast. In that window is a complete list of every spell the essence system can teach me. I have a spar with Ayre tomorrow, and it's been too long since I've picked up a flashy, new spell. I'm hoping to remedy that tonight, and surprise my best friend with it. Unfortunately, the bulk of all spells in existence just aren't very interesting. You wouldn't think magic could be boring, but the sheer mundanity of some of these makes my brain yawn compulsively. Sure, somebody came up with them because it makes something easier or faster, but there just isn't much to be said about a spell whose entire purpose is to rearrange furniture. That doesn't mean I'm above taking them. I'd be quite the hypocrite if that was how I felt about them. Some of my first spells were for cleaning and starting campfires. I even have one for aging cheese and booze. These aren't combat spells, and the flashiest they could get is for cringy party tricks. They're utility spells. Their whole purpose is to take something you could do for yourself, and do it for you in exchange for magic points instead of time and manual labor. They just aren't what I'm looking for right now, and many of these are so niche that I don't think I ever will. Other spells are just weird. I've seen no fewer than 3 different spells for turning a wrinkly old wizard into a beautiful young woman, and 2 for turning a witch into a wrinkly old man. And these aren't curses, either. They're target, self. I really don't want to think about the implications of these being something mages came up with willingly and intentionally. And you'd be amazed, and probably disgusted by all of the things you can make come out of a fountain. And I'm going to look for a brain bleach spell for all of them clearly inspired by loneliness. Not to mention all of the fetish stuff. Giving people unlimited magical power, and then recording everything they come up with is as bad as browsing the internet without a filter. But finally, I come across something that is just what I'm looking for. In fact, it's very possible that the system was watching my painful search and took pity on me by slipping this in, because the spell description was clearly written by the sales department. Status shuffle. Tilde. Ever stood before an immovable boulder and realised how useless it was to be fast? Have you desperately needed to solve a puzzle box and considered how little good being able to take a punch was doing you? Perhaps you had to outrun something and realised you needed more legs than brains. It's a natural consequence of needing to be ready for anything that we just can't get away with mimicking as much as we want. You just can't afford to neglect the rest of your body for hyperperformance in one particular category. Or, at least, you couldn't before status shuffle. Punch that boulder. Take that hit. Lose track of your own metaphors. It's all possible when you have status shuffle. Once activated, this spell will reallocate status points from categories you consider expendable to a single category you desire to juice. Be warned, this reallocation will last for the duration of the spell and cannot be undone by additional casting. Do not use status shuffle in rapidly changing situations, while under the influence of intoxicants, or if you're pregnant or may become pregnant. This spell has the following effects. Reduces up to 2 base statistic categories by up to half of their total value. Raises 1 base statistic category by the total value of the reduction selected. Duration is determined by the intellect of the caster prior to any reductions or increases. Can only be cast on self. Any sustained multipliers or other bonuses are calculated off of the modified values after recalculation. Any actions taken under status shuffle will be the user's responsibility. My grin spreads across my face, and I do my best not to giggle in my glee as I will the purchase to take place. I can't wait to knock Ayre's socks off with this in the morning. Ayre. Remmi is up to something. I don't know what, exactly, but she's been far too excitable all morning not to be. I always worry whenever she gets like this. Not like sacred urine worries. She worries like Remmi is going to violate some fundamental tenet of reality. And, even worse, everyone's going to see it. No, I worry, because it usually means trouble. Sometimes minor, and always working itself out somehow to turn out to have been a positive all along. But usually trouble first. When she gets like this, it means she's about to push boundaries, and she likes pushing boundaries. In fact, I'm fairly certain that the whole reason she gets excitable in the first place is because she knows the potential of what she's planning to do to cause trouble. It's not hard to figure out that whatever she's excited for has to do with our spar. It's the only really big thing in our plans to do. She's been looking forward to it all, and said excitement just keeps climbing higher the closer the time comes, like a spring being wound to snapping. So it's with no small amount of trepidation that I take my position across the field from her. Since we're both ranged combatants, we've taken to starting at what most would consider rather extreme positions. It would be quite a distance for a melee specialist to close before any combat could actually begin. But for us, it's at just a distance where we're not truly outside of each other's effective range. But we're starting at distances where our accuracy relative to our opponent's movement starts to get a little fuzzy. If Remmi stayed still, I could still shoot one of her essence tomatoes out of her hand at this distance, and I have no doubt that she could do the same to me. But neither of us had any intention of remaining a stationary target for the other. As soon as the signal to start goes off, marked by when the bit sacred urine will flip hits the ground, we'll both immediately start moving. We try to hem each other in with our shots, control each other's approach, but ultimately, we won't really be starting the fight until we're close enough to reliably land shots against our opponent's ability to evade. That may sound a lot like the melee quandary, but it's actually a very short window of time for us. And it's really more just to prevent Remmi from cheesing her quick draw and rendering the whole point of the spar moot. Ready, Ayre? She calls from across the field. Ready, I call back. Her grin widens, and at a more normal volume I wouldn't have heard if I wasn't an elf. She replies, no, you're not. Then she raises her voice again. Yuan. The sacred priestess extends the hand where the coin is cradled against her thumb. When this imperial coin touches soil, so shall the match begin. She sends it shooting up into the sky. Remmi and I both follow it up, but it quickly reaches a point where it's indistinguishable against the light of the sun. Instead of tracing its path, we're left waiting for it to come down, and waiting, and waiting. How hard did she flick the thing? From across the way, Remmi goes, wow, that's gonna hit terminal velocity. I'm not really sure what that means, but I don't like the combination of a word that references finality with one that means speed. There's a shrill, almost painful whistling that hits my ears as I'm finally able to pick out the coin's descent, and out of the corner of my eye, I can see Remmi tracing it, too. My fingers tighten around my first arrow, my arm increasing tension on the string. The coin hits in a spray of soil as its spinning form carves a small trench, but I'm not paying it any mind. I'm too busy starting the channeling of spiral shot as I swivel toward my friend, who promptly explodes into a pillar of smoke. What something small and yellow comes blasting out of it. I release my arrow on reflex, but I don't even have time to process the overshoot before the orange splats of Remmi's training rounds trace a quick line up my right side, moving from center mass up toward my shoulder. Tag, 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 a little girl's voice declares at the same time, and my mind immediately assumes Corrigan is doing commentary, despite her being away visiting her grandfather. The blur passes me on my right side and impacts the ground several body lengths behind me. This all happens in mere seconds, and most of those seconds were spent staring at smoke. The actual attack could have been measured in fractions. My mind is still playing catch-up, and has only started to realize I've been shot when the little girl's voice speaks again, this time from behind me, from where the yellow projectile landed. A very smug, hee, looks like my win. I start to get a very bad feeling in the pit of my stomach as I slowly force myself to turn toward the impact site. And it was definitely an impact. There's a small crater where all of that momentum connected with the grass and dirt, and someone is standing in it. Remmi, the yellow hair the same yellow as the projectile means it could be no one else in all of Furinshao. But nothing else fits. The figure is barely more than 4 shark high, and surely not more than half a dozen can heavy. Maybe if it were soaking wet. But then she turns towards me in response to me calling her name, and there are those strikingly blue eyes, now seemingly so large in her face, and I realize that her dimensions are like those of a child. This is right about the same time that my mind identifies the grey-blue corona-like flare around the projectile as her clothing flaring about this tiny form like a sailcloth of death. The same clothing that, no longer being dragged along with her, has largely slumped to the ground. Her dress hangs heavily off of one tiny shoulder as the skirt comes to a stop somewhere past her knees. She's still standing in her boots, but mostly because she landed in them. One step is going to leave them behind, and the previously tight stockings are pulling atop their rim. Really, most of her clothing is bunched up around the tops of her previously knee-high boots as the last rigid barrier before leaving her completely. The child before me gives a gasp of shock, holding the now bulky pistol away from her as the other hand comes up over her mouth. Ayre, when did you get so big? I barely process the stupidity of her question, my brain already going into panic. I reach down and grab the little girl under her arms, hauling her up into the air and out of her boots and stockings and belt as I spin toward the priestess, the child's expression looking confused at the sudden change in position. Sacred urine. I call out. Problem. I try to get my brain to relay to my tongue the no doubt extensive list of precise issues laid out before us, but it stubbornly refuses to do so, and as I'm hurrying toward her, I can only repeat myself, taking the child, for emphasis as if that will explain everything I can't spit out. Remmi problem. Chapter, Enlittlement PT2. Chapter, Enlittlement PT2. Asterisk urine asterisk. I take a long, deep breath, pulling the air fully into my lungs until my ribs protest, and I release it in a slow and composed fashion as I try not to think about one of the 5 heroes chosen by the heavens to do battle against the darkness sitting on the knee of the archer across the table from me in a children's linen dress and sandals, cheerfully munching on a cookie as if nothing is the matter with the above situation. And then I pour myself another cup of herbal tea for good measure. So allow me to go through this once more in assurance that I understand, I say as I lift the warm mug up between my hands. Remmi has actually made her own ceramic cups that have little loops on the side for holding to, but I still prefer to feel the heat radiating into my palms. Ayre had teased her again at the reveal for her supposed disdain of crafting, but I suspect these, at least, were nothing more than an appeal to familiarity, as one might reach for chopsticks in a land of spoons. I focus on the issue of reduction, sitting past the mug after a reinforcing pull of the hot tea. You discovered a new spell created by the Essence system, personalized explicitly to appeal to you, complete with references to specific past instances where it would have been of direct benefit to you. Trusting fully in the system, you purchased the spell without hesitation. Is that the sum of things before today? The girl nods sharply. That's right. The system has never led me wrong when it comes up with a special offer like that, so I see no reason to change course now. I take this next step carefully, as, while my next question feels obvious, I'm compelled to preface it. Certainly, Remmi, I, of all people, should be encouraging that mentality. However, can you truly say this time has had no ill consequence? She frowns, and it makes her look even more like a precocious child in thought than it normally does. Yes, I mean, it did exactly what it said it was going to do, and then her face splits into that grin. And I'll never pay full price for dining out ever again. My brows furrow as I allow myself to frown. You believe the appropriate use of this state is to defraud those people attempting to ease the financial burden upon young families. You, in the mimic, is obvious when she immediately begins to backtrack, but the way her eyes dart about tell me that it is not penance she seeks, but escape, and my eyes narrow further. Asterisk, 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 Remmi, asterisk. Urine throws my front door open hard enough to rattle the wall, and as she storms out onto the front deck, I have no choice but to follow her. On account of the firm twist she has on my ear, sure stings, for somehow not doing any health point damage. Ah, urine. I cry out, with my neck bent at an angle chasing her brisk, angry pace. If you keep pulling on my ear like that, people are going to start mistaking me for an elf. Ayre is trailing behind us, his hands knitting together, and pulling apart again as he frets over what to do. I can't say I blame him. It's not like taking on the Sacred Priestess is high on my list of preferred ways to get revice-guyed, either. Urine, however, ignores my pleas and seems to pay no mind to Ayre's plight. You spoke true, Remmi, she pronounces as she drags me down the stairs and through the garden path toward the road. This spell was a blessing from the heavens. It has given me a second opportunity to instruct you properly. If you so wish to be treated as a child, then I shall oblige you. Where are we going? To the temple. Children's service will be starting at the hour, and we must get you donned appropriately. Do you intend on dragging me by the ear the whole way? It's gonna come off by then. She finally comes to a stop, just at the beginning of the road into the village, and frowns down at me as I'm twisted around to look up at her while minimizing the talk on my ear. If you try to run, know that no amount of boosts provided to you will allow you to cross more than half a dozen paces, and then I will be quite cross that you broke my trust and attempted it. I swallow. Yes, ma'am. Promise extracted and fear instilled. She releases my ear with a nod. Then, during long walks, it is appropriate to hold your guardian's hand to ensure that you do not wander off, and she holds hers out to me, her expression expecting obedience. Well, it's better than going by the ear. In that manner, we proceed down the long hillside road into the village, making our way, the three of us, toward the temple. Ayre continues to look uncomfortable and out of place, but Urine walks as if this is all just another casual, pleasant stroll home. Rather than give her the satisfaction of doing the same as Ayre, I strive to imitate her. I'm quite used to being recognized by the villagers at this point. There's a very real possibility that I'm the only blonde in the entire empire, so even if I wasn't also famous as the eccentric neighborhood hero with the funny ideas and friendly helpfulness, or, at least, that's how I like to think they view me, I'd still be instantly recognizable in this little bunny village. Sure enough, it's not just the sight of the head of the temple escorting an unknown child that's getting everyone's attention, and soon, murmurs loud enough to be understood start to reach us. Who's that child with sacred urine? Wait, that hair, is that hero Remmi? Oh heavens, she's so small. Did a dungeon curse her? What dungeon could have done that? And when could she have gone? I heard she can basically teleport anywhere she wants now. She could be clearing a dozen dungeons all over the empire, and we'd never see her leave. Oh, who cares how it happened? She's adorable. I care how it happened. It's the fountain of youth. Backs it up a little too much for my tastes. Look, she's blushing. Are we being too loud? Can she hear us? I don't care. I just want to pinch those little cheeks. If I can hear the villagers, then I know for a fact the elves with me can. Yet, while Ayre is casting his gaze about in every direction, Urine remains unmoved. It could be normal afternoon market chatter, for all her response gives. She walks along with me in tow as if she did it every day. Urine comes to a polite stop when one of the merchants steps out to approach us. The woman's face is a contrasting mix of schooled worry and impulsive smiles every time she glances at me in my linen dress. Sacred urine. The woman's greeting has a convincing sound of forced positivity. This is hero Remmi, isn't it? Has something happened to her? Is everything alright, Miss Jira? Everything is fine. Urine's tone is calm and steady, and her smile is gentle. This is the Gunslinger hero, yes, but she has not been harmed in any way. She simply encountered a new status, and once we confirmed that it was not to be concerned over, she thought to take this sudden opportunity to experience children's service at the temple. As you are aware, she came to us from another land, and missed a chance in her own childhood. Children's service, the woman repeats, and her gaze drifts slowly back to me. as if she is still trying to keep it from doing so, but then she seems to realize she's doing it anyway, and all restraint evaporates as her face lights up in a broad smile, like the face people make when they see a stray kitten sitting in their flower pot and looking up at them without running away. Why, Remmi? You can't go to service dressed like that. The children have to wear their special smocks to the temple. Her tone is pulled up in pitch and almost sing-song at first, but then she frowns, and her tone saddens. Oh, but I suppose you wouldn't have won, would you? I get it. I look like a child, I know, but she seems to be having fun with it, so I guess that's okay. She does not, Yurin is quick to confirm. It is why we are not heading directly to the temple. We intended to purchase one. Jira wheels sharply back to the elf, her face leaping back into a bright smile. Oh, there's no need to buy one. If it is for an adorable little Remmi, I'm happy to give you one. Come in, come in. I was just about to close for the evening, but I'm not about to miss this. Yurin starts forward again, following Jira, who happens to be a clothier by trade, toward the doorway to her storefront, and with a tug on my hand, I come along as well. We cannot afford too much time to shop, she warns. We must still actually reach the temple, and must do so at least a little early so that I may tend to my own preparations. Oh, don't worry, Jira insists as she reaches up to the wall to turn the interior lamps back up to full brightness. We won't need to do anything custom. And she actually reaches down and pinches my cheek, more's the pity. She stands up straight again, and makes her way towards the doorway past the counter. I always keep a few smocks in stock for situations like this. She stops in her tracks as those words leave her lips, and she looks back at the two of us, Ayre having stayed outside, probably because I be changing clothes. Well, maybe not this situation exactly, but you understand. For when a child needs a new one in a hurry. Yurin gives a reassuring smile and nods, but just before she shuts the door behind us, I hear the other villagers start gossiping again. Instead of positive, however, I could swear they're grousing about Jira getting to me first, like I'm some sort of doll they feel they have to fight over. I don't know why, it's not like any of them run a clothing store. Where else are we going to go? In short order, my linen dress has been transferred to my storage, and in its place, I find myself wearing a simple and dyed cloth that I feel should be coarser than it is. Fortunately, it seems like the inside has been deliberately weathered to a down-like softness that feels nice against my skin. It's almost completely a straight sheet of cloth, except for the inclusion of large, loose three-quarter sleeves. It then wraps around my body so one side is drawn over the other across my chest, and is then secured with a thin, red rope, the colour I've come to associate with the temple. Matching red thread embroiders the collar, but the outfit is otherwise completely unadorned. I almost feel like I'm wearing the world's thickest, baggiest jinsam. The way the two sides cross over makes it a little more complex than the simple blue and grey robes we received at the Grand Temple, but not by much. I look down at my sandals from the dress as Jira is taking it upon herself to pull my hair out of the outfit's neck and arrange it in a presentable manner. Do I need special shoes, too? Yurin shakes her head. You only wear your shoes to the temple. As when you go to another's house, you remove them as you enter. The children are barefoot on tatami mats during the service. Oh, that makes sense, I agree then. Once Jira finishes, I hop down to slip back into the flip-flops. Thanks again, Miss Jira. I would normally just call her Jira, but something about having to crane my neck to look up at her makes that feel rude. She chuckles at the properness, that waves my gratitude off. Getting to dress you up was payment enough, dear. You're too precious. I told you, it's a gift. Well, where I'm from, I was always told to thank someone for a gift. As you should, Yurin interrupts. And you have my thanks, as well, Miss Jira. But we must be away before we are late. Jira waves goodbye to us as Yurin leads me back out the door once again. Then it's off to the temple, and it occurs to me that this will be my first time inside of it since it's been built. Unlike the ones back on Earth, or at least the Christian ones, the worship area isn't at the front of the complex. Instead, there's a reception area that almost makes it feel like an onsen crossed with a doctor's office. It makes a kind of sense, I guess. Tolston temples offer a lot more services than Sunday service, counselling, and the occasional potluck. It's part emergency room, part psychiatrist's office, and part community centre. To my delight, when Yurin leads me to a room down a side hallway, I find myself standing amidst colourful walls adorned with simplistic depictions of scenes that are clearly religious, even if I, of course, have no reference for them. And some of the village children are already here. Even Yurin's eyes widen a little when they turn to see us and greet me by name. Is that Remmi? It's Remmi. Remmi's here. Remmi, you're small. I'm surrounded in moments, and my hands grasp theirs as we laugh and spin. What are you doing here, Remmi? One girl asks me. Children's service is for kids. Well, don't I look like one right now? I ask in return, so I thought I'd come check it out. Is it fun? Yeah, a boy replies off to my side. Sacred Yurin tells us stories, and then asks us questions about them to make sure we understood them. And if we answer right, we get honey candy. I'm sure my eyes sparkle at that, but suddenly, Yurin's hand clamps down on my arm and pulls me off to the side. It's uncomfortably tight, if I'm being honest, but it's the universal sign that I'm in trouble again. Remmi, why are you so familiar with the children? Oh, was that all the issue was? I give a big smile back to her. Oh, I play with the kids all the time when I come into the village. They don't give me nearly all the stuffy attention the adults do, and they teach me about all of the interesting parts of town. That drives Yurin to lean back, taking a long, deep breath to assert control over herself once more. Then she leans back down to me again. I remind you that you're here as educational discipline, not to play with friends. You will not wind the children up. You will sit through the lesson. You will listen. You will accurately answer any questions asked of you, and you will not be receiving any candy. I'm not pouting. I'm not puffing out one cheek and jutting out my lips, reverting my eyes to the side, and I'm certainly not doing it over the denial of candy. That's fine, I insist. I can always make my own later. Good, she confirms with a sharp nod. And after service is over and we return home, if you have behaved yourself, I will undo your transformation for you, as I doubt purge will suffice. If you do not do as I have told you, you will go to bed early, as you are, and be awakened in the morning to assist me with chores. This will continue until your behavior improves. Am I clear? Yes, ma'am. Good. And she releases me. Go sit down. And Yurin's motherly smile is back on her face as she moves to the front of the room once more, spreading the instruction to the children. Everyone, gather around. Let us begin. Needless to say, I intend to do exactly as she says. Book 3 Chapter 6 List. Chapter 6 List. I spend a lot of time trying to explain the science behind the concept of electromagnetic acceleration to Yurin and how I think I can implement it into Bo using electric stones in a manner that still utilizes Ayre's strength. I'm not really sure how much the actual mechanics stick with her, though. I'm certain she's not going to be building any magnetic circuits anytime soon. But she's smart enough to understand that, like a shareholder listening to a proposal, the how is for me to figure out. The result is where the valuable data is for her. She's still processing those results as she runs hands and eyes over all of the scattered, assorted sketches and diagrams I've drawn up to try to illustrate my idea. It must all look like mad science gobbledygook to her, yet she's rifling through it like it might be holding a secret elixir to keep her from death. 500% not over our own bows, but over your own replacement design. Yurin pauses, trying to process the number for a moment, then raises her head to look at me, her eyes wide and unfocused. That is what is set over our own. 800% over a traditional composite bow I provide. That means the performance would be equivalent to 9 times the draw weight at the same level of effort. When she starts to waver faintly, I hold both of my hands up, waving them as if to dispel my asthma. That's just what we engineers call napkin math, though, a rough ballpark guess. The actual value could deviate wildly based on tons of variables. I give my best reassuring grin as I rub the back of my head. Heck, I don't even know for sure if it'll be possible yet. My rambling seems to have at least formed some sort of foundation for her mind to stand on, but she still looks pale enough in the candlelight to be made of wax on the verge of melting. Her eyes focus on my face again, though, and her body steadies, so I consider it an improvement. You do not understand the gravity of what you are saying, Remmi, she pronounces gravely. We are not of your world. These numbers are not being applied to a standard baseline. Multiplicative power growth is not a linear advancement here. As the user grows more powerful, as they boost their abilities and attacks with spells, that growth becomes exponential. You're not speaking of raising one's performance by the equivalent of 9 levels, but 9 times that level. More, even, depending on the individual. The priestess sweeps her arms wide as her voice pitches. Heavens, Remmi, we are not yet even speaking of enchantment. My own eyes widen at that as I pop the palm of one hand with the fist of the other. Ooh, enchantment. I need to make sure to study that, too. She practically comes over the table at me. Remmi, no. That makes me tilt my head thoughtfully. Actually, I'm kind of surprised I don't drive you to say that more often. The flat stare that pieces my soul is interrupted from becoming a lecture by shuffling from behind us as Ayre props himself up on one arm. Is everything okay? He drowsily inquires. I beam him a smile I hope isn't too nervous as I wave the idea off. Oh, no. Yurin and I are just talking about boring stuff like heresy and existential crises. Go back to sleep. You're not missing anything. Oh, okay, the archer says as he turns over to do just that. There, I can see those white hips through the blanket from here, even with so little light. Thought it was something important. I cross my arms with a sigh and a stern shake of my head. Seriously, this is why I need a bigger house. The bedrooms should not be in earshot of the dining room. It's time enough for Yurin to regather her wits, however, and, in a much quieter voice, she issues her next demand while stabbing the table with her finger. Remmi, you must not use this modification on your gun. That would be too far, but I scoff and wave her off. Don't worry, Yurin, the technologies aren't compatible. It only works with a bow because of its long draw and low speed. To even start accomplishing the same thing, I'd need a barrel 3 times as long as Ayre's entire draw length, and then the bullet is so small that it's hard to effectively accelerate with magnets. Plus, acceleration is a game of diminishing returns. The more you want to speed something up, the more energy it takes, and a bullet is already going so fast that it takes a lot. My assurances don't seem to soothe her concerns as much as I think they should. She just stands up straight and crosses her arms with a frown. And if it were not so impossible, You would endeavor to do so without hesitation. I roll my eyes hard. Of course I would. Why wouldn't I want a 9 times more powerful weapon with basically no performance drawbacks? Yes, that was my mistake. That was not a question I truly needed to ask. If it wasn't my fault, I don't get why she's still looking at me like I'm the one in the wrong. But she moves the conversation on. Anyway, aside from the bow, what other projects did you have in mind? Well, actually, I do want to build a long gun. The calm demeanor Urine has only just so carefully reassembled immediately shatters again. You just gave me your word that you would do no such thing. I hold up both of my hands again, as if it would actually do anything to stop her if she really wanted to throttle me. Not for magnets. Nothing with magnets. It's more like knowing you'll occasionally need the better range and accuracy of a larger crossbow. She doesn't look like she wholly believes me, but she quiets down and takes a moment to regather herself yet again, complete with a deep sigh and crossing her arms like she's restraining them from violence. You are right. I apologize, Remmi. I should not have jumped to conclusions. Certainly, there are tactical reasons to carry a larger weapon. Your gun is akin to a sidearm, after all, is it not? I nod eagerly, relieved that the conversation seems under control again. Exactly. I hold up a finger as I explain. Now, it's a very good sidearm, with solid performance in all categories, and a high maneuverability that I love. But there's a reason I keep referring to myself as a mid-range combatant. A pistol can be used at extreme ranges, but with rapidly diminishing effectiveness. Precision targeting takes longer and longer, with decreasing impact force and greater spread. Urine frowns again, but it's only thoughtful this time as she pinches her chin, so I'm not spooked by it. That is normal for projectile weaponry. The further you want to shoot accurately, the more skill is required, and the more energy is lost. No crossbow, and few archers could land the shots that I have seen you make during practice with such reliability, especially not in such a mobile package. I cross my own arms again and give a negative shake of my head. I'm not saying it's not better than the local alternatives. It absolutely is. There's just no competing against that kind of raw kinetic energy with tension-based propulsion. I snap my attention forward to lock eyes with her as I push to my conclusion. But that's because it works under completely different physics. A longer track on a crossbow doesn't do anything to improve the flight of its bolt, because that's all governed by the span of the bow assembly. But a bullet is being shoved forward by a contained explosion of gas, and the barrel is the enclosed environment shared by the bullet and the gas. By giving the gas only one path through which to escape, which it must do, it continues to push on the bullet until such time as there is a new path of lesser resistance. Now, I emphatically poke my palm with my other hand's index finger. By extending the barrel, which is also lined with grooves to increase the projectile spin, you dramatically multiply the amount of time the bullet is under pressure, and how aggressively it spins while in flight. Thus, even a bullet of the same caliber can experience a significant increase in power, accuracy, speed, and range through the use of an extended barrel. Urine groans as she grinds her palm into one eye like she's trying to banish a migraine, but then she pauses mid-motion with the other eye going wide, but looking at nothing, the sure sign of a system message. Then the eye narrows and her hand drops. It seems the heavens might have a sense of humour after all. Remmi, she complains. It apparently considers trying to comprehend your babbling as intellectual labour. From the bed, Ayre's voice lifts up. Told you. Go back to sleep, Nosy Ayre. I snap before turning back to the priestess. Did your intellect go up? That gets a scoff. Oh, no, absolutely not. That value is far too high to be shifted so easily, even by your antics. I did receive points toward it, however. She clears her throat to return to the topic, trying to look stern and authoritative. I recognise the strength of your argument. As I said, there are certainly tactical reasons for a larger, specialty weapon. If you truly believe it will serve an essential role for your team, far be it from me to stop you. What else? I think on that for a moment, sorting the various projects I've built up on my wish list while I was gone into serviceable categories. Well, there's some tiny things. Things I want to test or tweak. More crops I want to plant. More food I want to prep. More books I need to at least look through. Stuff that won't take up a huge amount of time, and is kind of one and done. That's the big bulk of the list. Other than that, and the ones we've already mentioned, there's just a few more things. Urine smoothly returns to her chair and picks up her tea again. I'm listening, she urges me on after she takes a sip. I bob my head in determination. First off, I need to investigate the viability of essence cheese and essence spirits. Unfortunately, except for a couple variants of each, both can take years to be ready while requiring very specific environmental conditions. So part of determining viability is going to be finding out if there's any way to accelerate the aging process. I'm hoping I can pick Saya's brain for some shortcuts. Maybe she'll be able to help me with another part, too. I need to find out what you all use for bacteria. The priestess blinks at that, lowering her mug in confusion. That last word, Remmi, it did not translate. That immediately drives me to Saya as I flatly slap my cheek. Of course not. What I'm really after is what Tolstoyans add to the dairy to make specific varieties of cheese. Different reagents are among the biggest factors that produce different flavour and consistency profiles. You don't have to use anything specific, but different cheese types might have different effects, too. They certainly have different cooking uses. At that, she nods in understanding. Yes, this I grasp. She confirms. Sire will almost certainly be able to answer your questions on the matter. You said this was only the first of your final things. Now I get a little hesitant. Well, actually, one of the things is asking something of you. That gets Yurin's eyebrow cranked up. You have never required a special bulletin point for that in the past. That's because it's not for me. Exactly, I admit. You're pretty good at training others in magic, right? But that puts her eyebrow back down again, into a suspicious glare. It was I who trained arguably the most famous warrior mage of the previous generation, against whom you still feel compelled to measure yourself. So it would be reasonable to claim that I'm pretty good at it. Yes. Why? Do you wish me to take on the burden of supplementing young Corrigan's grimoire? But I shake my head. No, it's Ayre I want you to teach. Her eyebrows go back up in surprise again. Ayre, I've been working with him on scouting and survival. I provide. And his spiral shot is really nifty. But he's kind of lacking much of anything else. His only support spell, as far as I can tell, is night vision. Dark sight. Yeah, that one. I don't really dwell on the correction. Point being, he's really good at sticking something with an arrow, but not much else. Yurin smirks. You have just summarized the job of an archer quite succinctly, Remmi. I roll my eyes. I know, archers do archery. It's in the name. I'm talking about what he can do with those arrows. I could probably craft him some special gimmicky arrows, but those never work as well in real life as they do in the movies. I was really hoping you might have some tricks to teach him, like homing shots, fan shots, or something that multiplies the number of arrows as one is fired. Something that lets him actually contribute, if we have the misfortune of running into another phantom. At the mention of the phantom of corruption, Yurin's face grows grim, but she nods. I believe I might have something in mind. Priests using bows is not unheard of, after all. However, why ask this of me? You have access to every spell in existence, and, as a fellow marksman, obviously have a vivid image of what he requires. Even if you have to buy the spell, as well, it is wholly likely to be just as beneficial to you. I roll my shoulder uncomfortably. I don't think I'll be that good at teaching someone else how to use spells I got from the system. Besides, I can't do it, because I'm actually going to be the one working with Corrigan. That's clearly not what she expects to hear. You do not believe yourself able to properly instruct another in how to cast a spell, and yet you are the one who should be working with the spellcaster. What in the realms is it that you intend to teach her? And my grin goes luminescent. Science. Specifically, the science of thermobaric detonations. Book 3 Chapter 7 read. Chapter 7 read. I don't think Yurin really comprehends the concept of the thermobaric effect. However, a word that she doesn't understand, coming from me, and then followed by detonations, seems to have caused her close enough to actual palpitations that, after I said it, she, almost on autopilot, drank the rest of the tea and left to go home. I wonder what kind of image flitted through her imagination. When you actually know what something is, it's so much harder to picture it being anything else. Well, she returns with the morning, fully refreshed and composed as if nothing had been amiss the night before. That's probably a priest's skill, allowing them to keep their cool when everyone around them is freaking out so they can be a suitable rock in the storm for their flock. Or, maybe she just has practice. Ayre and I help Alara with the morning chores while Corrigan plays with the chickens. Then the rest of us gather in the yard after the matron leaves. She needs to file her report on the morning's harvest with the guild. That we have a briefing waiting for us. Yurin had probably intended to tell us about the troubles with the Forest Cavern dungeon when we arrived yesterday, but catching up had consumed all of our time. While Yurin and I had some time together that evening, it was after everyone else had turned in, and she wanted to cover the details with the entire team, all at once. Well, that time has finally come. Immediately of note is the satchel she is carrying with her, but she neither opens nor references it before she starts. The Forest Cavern was your first dungeon, Remmi, and only a startlingly brief time ago, she opens, directing her attention to me. It is the only dungeon in the Ceres province, but it is known as a very small one of low threat. Many times, it has been considered for demotion to Iron rank, but Lord Etier has beaten the efforts back each time, as it would mean a great devaluing of the territory. She turns to motion to her side, not to anything in particular, just for emphasis. Because it is also a source of semi-rare alchemical plants, it has economic value, as well. Indeed, it is one of the safest and most reliable sources of many flora that simply cannot be deliberately cultivated. As a consequence of all of these converging traits, it would not be controversial to say that the guild knows more about this one dungeon than it does of nearly any other. Inasmuch as one may know well any dungeon, of course. Again, however, Yurin turns back to me. You never saw it as it was, Remmi. When you came to its threshold, it was in the grips of corruption, barren of life, and struggling with the last of its strength. You purified its core, and that should have allowed it to recover. Except it didn't. I insert myself into the lecture. Almost as soon as it was reopened, you started getting reports from confused adventurers who weren't finding what they expected. I even have on my serious face. And this is serious. If something's wrong with how I've been doing purification, I've got a major backlog of problems that's about to come toppling down on top of us. Yurin looks serious, too, as she nods. But that's much more common for her than it is for me. Precisely. Accounts confirm that the verdant abundance of the cave has returned with a relish, but the specific species seem to have changed. The monsters, as well, are not the same as they have been for so long. Ayre visibly mulls that over for a moment before speaking up. Is it possible it's because of the corruption? Maybe because it was so close to falling. Its injuries ran deeper than we thought. After such a traumatic experience, anything else would almost be expected to come back a little different, wouldn't it? Oh, right. That's a good guess. I bobbed my head eagerly at that. Like some of the data's been damaged and had to be reconstructed, and we're just seeing the parts where it had to fill in the gaps. My expression immediately collapses as I see Urin's. She's nodding, but I can already tell she knows it's not so simple. That would be a reasonable assumption, and it was at the top of the possibilities we were considering. And then her focus homes right back to me again. However, when I sent you that letter, it was because we had received undeniable evidence to the contrary. I can't resist my compulsion to swallow sharply underneath that gaze, something that pointed in my direction. And only now, instead of answering with words, does she lift up that satchel and pull something from it, one of several somethings to judge from the remaining weight in the bag. It's only about the size of a baseball, and is a brilliant, crisp red that catches the sunlight where it peeks through its mouth-watering amber curtain. All four of us present recognize it for what it is immediately, but very nearly no one else in this world might. At the very least, no one else in this region. That's because I was the one who introduced them, and the only ones I've shared them with have been my party, Urin, and the Hagasu children. Even of that group, only Urin and Ayre know the recipe. Not that it's particularly complex. Someone could have reverse engineered it in fairly short order, but it wasn't anyone here, and I seriously doubt those kids went and opened up a sweets shop. Urin waits until all of our eyes are on the item in her hand, and expressions of recognition have filled our faces. An adventurer made it out of the dungeon with a stash of these. They were all confiscated, of course, and the man was interrogated. He confirmed that no one brought them into the dungeon with them, but that they were recovered from the dungeon itself. Corrigan is quite lost, but Ayre was there with me in the Forest Cavern dungeon. It was our second mission together, and our first culling. It remembered something like that. The situation is far more dire than a mere stolen recipe. Urin corrects the archer, and then lobs the apple to me, confident I will catch it, identify it. I hold it up before me and do exactly that. A Kano candy apple, a beloved treat for all ages. This deceptively simple sweet takes a crisp, tart apple and submerges it in sticky, sugary caramel to create its quintessential autumn taste. Because it was created from a sample of an essence dish, it has been infused with akanner to imbue it with much of the same power. Consuming this item grants the following effects. Restores 50% of maximum health points. Restores 50% of maximum magic points. Increases maximum health points by 25% for 1 hour. Increases maximum magic points by 25% for 1 hour. Increases chance to repel doctors for 24 hours. Increases chance to attract dentists for 24 hours. I feel my gaze flatten across my face as I read the window. Yeah, sure. I'm glad you're having your fun mocking my cultural proverbs. But do you have to do it while jabbing your finger in my face like that? You might as well just have hung a sign on the entire description that reads, "It's Remmi's fault." The others are clearly waiting for answers. Well, Corrigan finally pipes up. What does it say? I turn to her, holding the apple in my hand. It's exactly what it looks like. The dungeon is making copies of my candy apples. The effects aren't completely the same, but they're very close. I glance back to the priestess who works for the throne. I hope you paid that man you Rob confiscated these from. Do not change the subject, Remmi. She immediately answers with that tone that says she's not in the mood for jokes. You left the equivalent of a heavenly artifact with a dungeon core, and no one has been able to cull it since. Urin steps right up to me and pokes me hard enough in the collarbone that it actually hurts. The Empress sent you to this province to protect the place of her birth. She gave you her family land. Do you believe that there is anywhere you may run if you repay her by getting it consumed by an unstoppable dungeon? Hey, surely I can only be held, 50% responsible for this, at most. I try, hands raised in a plea for mercy. Well, if I may fulfill my role as your advisor, I recommend very strongly that you do not cease at 50% of fixing it. Ayre's face twists up in confusion. Wait, if you're only half responsible, where are you pinning the other half? I don't know. I desperately throw my arms up in the air. Maybe recovering from corruption made it extra suggestible, like how you can't have someone just coming out of anesthesia sign contracts. Or maybe it was a side effect of the purification technique the essence gave me that it failed to elaborate on. Maybe all of the people telling me, oh, it's common practice to leave an offering, should have clarified that you're supposed to keep it to gift cards and socks. I'm just saying that I shouldn't be the sole scapegoat for catastrophe just because I was trying to be thoughtful with my gift giving. Urin sighs, and it seems like some of the fury dissipates. I hope that's not just my imagination. It is true that you did not act in malice, but with compassion and forethought to the best of the information you possessed. You do not deserve to be gallowed by the whole of that burden. Even I could not guess at such consequence when you first told me of your offering. She takes a step toward us again, however. Nevertheless, that is the situation that we have found ourselves in, and you do not yet seem to have realized its gravity. I say again, Remmi, no one has successfully culled the forest cavern since its recovery. Do you remember what happens if that continues for too long? It's not been so long since I've last had to consider the possibility. The mayor of Dewey Village had blocked off access to the local dungeon in the process of trying to pressure the adjoining Oni tribe into agreeing to his hostile takeover of their lands. When we got that out of the way, we found that the energy of the dungeon had built up, not yet to dangerous levels, but certainly getting there. If it had been allowed to overflow without being culled, the dungeon will reach critical mass, I answer, triggering an expansion into the surrounding area. Even if the first time doesn't catch anything essential, if it's truly unstoppable, it will continue to do so, growing stronger each time, until it swallows Dabun village, and eventually the entire province. But then my own expression freezes, stiffens, and then twists into confusion. Wait, no one has succeeded in culling it. We have silvers, golds, and even platinums at the guild, and no one has pulled it off. Not even you. The priestess rounds and crosses her arms. If it were something even I could not accomplish, I assure you, we would not be sending a team of silvers, even one headed by a hero, to deal with it. If it exceeded even my abilities, the appropriate answer would be to try to destroy it entirely or seal it away. The devastation from a ruptured arcane font would be preferable to the inexorable creep of erasure. No, the attempts have been made by established bronze rank teams that are well familiar with the dungeon's normal mannerisms. We are fortunate that there have been no fatalities as a result, but the guild has forbidden further deployments until the matter is resolved. Corrigan looks between all of the taller people speaking. Then why were we called to come take care of it? Like Hero Remmi said, there are high ranks a lot closer than low, and shouldn't we be focusing on the barrier against the Demesne? Simple, I answer for Urian as I shift my weight to 1 foot. You break it, you buy it. Besides, if this really is a consequence of how we've been purifying the regions, we have to know, and we have to figure out why it went sideways, or we're going to just reproduce the problem all the way to the northern coast. We'll just have replaced one unstoppable expansion with another, and then Mother Dearest will never let me hear the end of it. I think the unstoppable expansion part is a little more important than the part about you getting scolded until the end of time. Ayre criticizes my priorities with a frown. If you understand the existential nature of the situation, Urian refocuses the conversation. Then you understand what must be done. She places her finger against me once more, though thankfully not with so much force this time. Remmi, you must fix this. You must determine what went awry and correct it. Not just the village, but the whole of the empire may depend on it. With all of the authority placed upon me by the throne itself, I declare this your most primary and immediate mandate. I give her a solemn nod. For once, there are no jokes, no silly comments, no redirections. I'll do my best, Urian. I promise. Book 3 Chapter 8 Angels. Chapter 8 Angels. Of course, something immediately goes wrong. Because why wouldn't it? It's not so much a problem as it is just a massive, glaring red flag. But we hardly start out before we encounter the first sign that the dungeon has fundamentally changed. Dungeons are a sort of non-Euclidean space where the natural laws, or at least your perceptions of them, get a lot more wibbly-wobbly. Concepts like gravity, thermodynamics, the square-cube law, and even distance and time are influenced a lot more by the whims of the dungeon core than by those of Einstein. The more powerful the core, the more these things can be bent. That is to say that the actual internal size of a dungeon isn't necessarily going to match the size of the outside world that it occupies. However, every dungeon also has an exterior domain, a kind of zone of control that serves as an external barrier between it and the rest of existence, where it wields less influence than within the dungeon proper. This domain is also the space that the dungeon will swallow the next time it expands. However, calling the domain a barrier isn't a coincidental choice of words. See, dungeons really don't seem to like visitors, so each one gusses itself up a little differently to discourage approach. The domain might be a barren, bone-strewn path leading to an ominous entrance, or it might be a snippet of ocean waters washing up against a stone wall of water-worn divots and grottos, only one of which is the actual dungeon entrance. This is actually a rather weird habit, because every indication is that, in some manner, the presence of higher life forms like humans feeds something back to the dungeon, supplementing it with vital energies it can't get from its arcane font or as some sort of data feed. So a dungeon wants, in so much as it can be personified to have wants, to keep us close without letting us in. If we're close, it gets those resources. But if we get in, we start disrupting its power build-up. The most active dungeons, then, have a domain that offers some benefit to venturing into it while still discouraging actual entrance. The forest cavern had accomplished this by misdirection. Its domain was an unsullied expanse of green, untouched by boot or blade, and if you got off course, mist would envelop you, and you would find yourself back where you came in at. It wasn't flashy, but it did the job, and it was probably a fairly low-energy solution, a perfect fit for a low-powered dungeon out in the middle of nowhere. That's why I can't seem to bring myself to do anything but stare dumbly at the neat, pristine, quality road nestled between perfectly manicured ditches and a charming tree line. It's not that much different from the main Imperial Highway, or the road curling up to my estate that connects it to the village. The air is refreshing, the sun is pleasant, and we're feeling entirely too welcomed. This feels way too base backwards, I note. You know full well that didn't translate. Ayre flatly snipes back at me. Otsue. Ah, there's that red in his cheeks. Shut up. I give him a break for now and turn to look over the group. There's 4 of us here, and all of them are staring at the road like I was. Unfortunately, the 4th isn't Urin, and it's not anyone from the guild, either, but I don't feel gypped. After all, we've got an actual frontliner for this one, and he's the world's strongest horned rabbit. I really thought I'd have a harder time convincing him to join. When I asked him, I stressed the threat to the village and mentioned the benefits a dungeon would bring to his training. I even pointed out that he would be the first wild monster to clear a dungeon, and yet I expected it would take much more than that: bribes, promises, even special den structures for the estate. But after some expected hesitancy, he volunteered right away. Maybe he's more serious about protecting this place than I gave him credit for. Not serious enough to walk on his own 4 feet, though, when Corgan remains happy to carry him around like a baby. What do you think, Cougar? I ask. After all, the way he's watching it, even he knows this isn't normal. Which wouldn't surprise me. He probably knows the dungeon's boundary very well from his own patrols. They're rolling out the red carpet for us. Do we accept it? He glances to me for a moment, then looks back to the road. With a brief effort to get his feet under him, he hops from Corrigan's arms and to the ground. The rabbit takes a few tentative hops forward, then looks back to us once more, and then he bolts at full sprint down the lane. Hey, don't leave us behind, the only child calls, starting forward after him. Huger, don't be reckless, Ayre shouts as well. He's faster than Corrigan, but not fast enough to catch up with Cougar. I chuckle at the scene, then cheat by engaging in power and keeping up with a lot of them with a light jog. This is nice, running along with friends on such a pleasant day. It almost feels like home. Asterisk. Wow, they really pulled out all of the stops with the remodel, didn't they? I ask as we stand before the entrance to the Forest Cavern dungeon. You think I could hire the court to consult on my house for the estate, but Ayre gives me a flat, semi-revolted look. First the crystals, now this I'm starting to think maybe you and this dungeon share the same kitsch taste. Before, the entrance was a simple cave, literally a hole in the wall of the cliff face. After the interesting way the domain filtered visitors, the actual doorway had been a disappointment. I'd rated it a 6 out of 10. But now, the cave entrance has been rounded into a smooth half-oval that looks deliberately crafted, and mirrored winged figures that I can only describe as angelic are carved into the cliff face to either side, as if beckoning visitors in. The figures are a bit ambiguous, so I can't really tell if they're pretty men or androgynous women, but that's probably the point. When I turn to Ayre, I decide to ignore his comment about taste as I point to the carvings themselves. Hey, Ayre, does the Tolston faith have angels, or are these supposed to be harpies? The archer gives a put upon sire as he crosses his arms, and his ears droop. I feel like you wouldn't have to ask such questions if you listen to sacred urine as much as you should. He raises his head to meet my gaze as he moves to answer me anyway, though, to be honest, that first word didn't translate, so no, it's safe to say we don't have that concept. Harpies are often considered to have a stronger tie to the heavens than the human races that are bound to the ground, though, because we're closer to the arcana, while they are further removed from it and closer to the essence. The connection to the essence, then, is stronger and purer than ours. Ayre crosses his arms again with a bit of a scowl. Nowadays, that's generally considered to be mythology, as the essence is so far away, and the arcana so close, that the difference in exposure by altitude is irrelevant. It also gets uncomfortably close to echoing the kind of sentiment that led to the use of arcana being branded as heresy and grounds for violence in olden times, so you're unlikely to hear even the harpies themselves make such a claim anymore. A lot of them still go into the clergy, though. I turn back toward the statues, pinching my chin in thought as I look up at them. So that's how they're seen here, huh? Kind of weird I didn't see any in the capital then, though I guess I didn't really see much of the High Temple. My friend nods back. If you were going to see them anywhere in the capital, that's where they'd be. They're more common in mountainous or wide open regions, and are usually assigned there. They're agrophilic by nature, so they don't really care for dense urban sprawls, forests or valleys. I bob my head firmly at that. I can definitely relate. City life has conveniences, to be sure, but wide open spaces are the places to live. Maybe I should have chosen to be a harpy during calibration. Flight through open skies, aerial superiority as I shoot down at my foes. But then, depending on how their wings work, it might have gotten in the way of the fine motor control necessary to operate a firearm. And who knows how much of a pain it might be to get gunpowder soot out of feathers. Not to mention all the time I spent in caves like the one in front of us. Nah, never mind. Sticking with human was the right way to go. In slides Ayre's critical, plushlit face to my field of vision. Bottom lip jutted out judgmentally. You're thinking about something weird again, I can tell. I snap a bright smile onto my face with practiced efficiency. Anyway, let's head in, shall we? That's not an answer. Fortunately, I'm saved from having to give my friend one by the appearance of the dungeon's entry notice. Unfortunately, it's because it doesn't bear good news. You are entering Forest Cavern Dungeon. Arcana level critical. Point multiplier 500%. Warning, the site's energy levels have reached a critical state. It will soon undergo an expansion event. If this is not an approved domain expansion, emergency procedures should be enacted accordingly. If suitable action plans are unavailable, Immediate cascade neutralization should be prioritized. If neutralization is impossible, evacuate all sapient life from the affected area until expansion is complete. Estimated time remaining until expansion event, 11:40-2:33. I've never seen an Arcana category that high, or an active countdown. Ayre observes first. Corrigan groans and rubs at her eyebrow. Trying to understand this box is making my head hurt. Don't worry, I assure her, serious again as I draw my pistol. It's just saying to do what we came here to do. Heads on a swivel, everyone. If the dungeon is unstable, there's no telling what we're going to run into in there. Ayre gives a firm nod, unfolds his compound bow and pulls an arrow from its quiver to hold at the ready. That gives Corrigan focus, too, who grips her bone-white staff with conviction. At her feet, Kyugo's hackles raise as he curves himself into the fluffiest, most hostile U-shape imaginable. All right, boys and girls, I declare as I give the slide a sharp pull. It's showtime. We all pass through the tunnel entrance and leave the sunshine behind us. Like our first time here, it transitions into a curving, dimly lit, downward-sloping tunnel. Unlike before, it's got a much more finished look to it. Instead of the natural look, each section of the floor is leveled off, and the walls and ceiling are smooth. Instead of sudden drops, we have to work our way down. There's very comfortably arranged steps to take us down to each new platform. Crystals still provide the illumination, but they are mounted in brass fixtures to the walls at regular intervals, and they glow with the same yellow light as a holy Arcana crystal. Still, we move slow and steady, our eyes peeled, and our best ears open for so much as a pin to drop. Each step is made as silently as possible, and I keep my gun constantly trained on that ever-rotating passageway ahead of us. Just like the last time, however, nothing comes at us, and we eventually exit into a large, open chamber. Unlike last time, it's not empty. The entire room is centered around a glistening fountain. Crystals light the ceiling far overhead as if we stepped back into the daylight. Soft spring grass and flowers cover the floor and fill the air with pleasant scents. All assortments of chairs and benches circle the courtyard, providing plenty of seating for the nobody that's here, and long tables fill the spaces between, piled with all sorts of fruits, berries and fresh vegetables. It feels like we've stepped into some sort of fair at the park, and we just got lucky enough to be the first to arrive. All of us have begun to break our tight formation as we try to take it all in, though I'm the first to voice our no doubt shared thought. What in the world did we walk into down here? Oh my gosh, hi. Welcome to the Forest Cavern. Clearly, our nerves aren't entirely sedated, because as one collective movement, we all wheel on the high-pitched, sunny voice in an instant. I've got my trigger half depressed. Ayre's arrow is fully drawn back and spiraling with green energy by the time he's whipped around. Corrigan's staff is flickering with lightning, and Kyugo jumps, spins in midair, and comes down ready to lunge. But if we were shot by the park, we're definitely not ready for what we see before us. Book 3 Chapter 9 Help. Chapter 9 Help. When faced with the prospect of single-handedly reenacting the Valentine's Day massacre at the hands of a full team of adventurers, the feathered girl before us reacts in what might be absolutely the most natural way possible. She screams, she cowers, and she begs for her life. No, wait, please don't hurt me. I just wanted to say hello. Hunkered down on the ground before me, with her arms raised to protect her head, is a child that I'd guessed to be between 8 and 12 years old. It's that weird age bracket where they're just tickling puberty, so I can tell she's older than Corrigan, but isn't really in the thick of it yet, so she's clearly younger than Ayre or myself. Her side-swept feather-cut hair, at least I think it's hair, and not very fine. Downy feathers is a rusty auburn reminiscent of pine bark, and her big, terrified eyes are the bright green of fresh foliage. The feathers down her arms start out the same reddish-brown as her hair, but rapidly transition to pure white by the time they are off her shoulders, forming broad, pseudoluminescent wings that are currently draped protectively across her form. She's barefoot or, well, bare talon, as her lower legs are sheathed in scales up to a little below her knees, giving an impression like boots. As for what she is actually wearing, that's a China silk shift dress. Left sleeve is probably for the sake of her wings. Since the fabric is so light, it's semi-sheer. I can't really make out solid details through it, but it would be enough to put her decency in danger if she weren't wearing a brown, form-fitting underlayer of a high neck, cropped surplice and side-folded boy shorts. The collar of the top pokes out of the neck of the dress, though it leaves the front of her actual neck open. I'd be embarrassed to wear it, but it looks both youthful and pure on her. It doesn't do anything to hide how wide her hips and thighs are, though. Maybe it's a harpy thing, since they're bird people, but why do I keep running into people in this world with better thighs than I have? First boys, now young girls. It's enough to give a gal a complex. All that to say that I want to pat her head and feed her snacks. I definitely don't want to perforate her like a turkey. My gun barrel is already starting to lower out of readiness all on its own. But while emotional conflict might be on my face, Corrigan's is etched with confusion. What language is she speaking? I can't understand a word of it. And Ayre's face is tense, his bow still held completely steady. That's because she's not speaking a language at all. That's a dungeon monster. A what? The little Oni jerks her attention from the bird girl to stare at the elf in shock. But she's so pretty. Come on, Ayre, I put in with a nervous laugh. Just because she's a dungeon monster, you don't have to be so tense. We're good friends with a whole ship full of dungeon monsters, after all. Sure now, we are, the Archer enters. But first, they tried to kidnap me. That's just because they thought you'd look cute in a sailor uniform. I shake a scolding finger at him. And, for the record, they were right. That manages to get him to lower his bow as he focuses on me instead of the girl, and promptly whacks my forehead with the weapon. We really need to discuss your poor impulse control, Ayre. My nonchalant reaction to his abuse seems to drive his ears into a waggling fury. It was because they wanted to turn me into another dungeon monster. Because you would look cute in a sailor uniform. Don't just repeat yourself like you think it proves your case. And the last sapient dungeon monsters we encountered tried to either kill us or trap us in an eternal dream. Corrigan nods firmly in support of that argument. I was there for that one. Besides, Ayre continues as he sweeps a dramatic arm toward the girl, who flinches away from the limb, with the one who told us to keep our eyes open for anything weird. What's weirder than a tiny, little backwater dungeon like this having a sapient dungeon monster? I don't know. Maybe if she were playing a banjo and saying public domain Joe, I suggest with a shrug. But then I cross my gun arm under my chest and place the fingers of my other hand against my cheek. Though actually, it kind of makes sense. A dungeon as small as the forest cavern probably can't support many true sapients. It must have invested most of its power in creating her. But then the question becomes, why? She's not a powerful defender. If anything, she gives me mascot vibes. The girl is slowly starting to unfold herself as she realizes we're talking amongst ourselves instead of hurting her. She looks up at me in particular, and then scrambles toward me, gripping the hem of my skirt while she's still on her knees. Yeah, I can understand you, she proclaims. Everyone else that comes in here sounds like gibberish, but I can understand you. The others tense up at the sudden motion, but I make a deliberate show of openly holstering my pistol for their sakes. Then I take the girl's hands in mine and kneel down to her level. I can understand you too, I tell her with a warm smile on my face. And I'm sorry we pointed our weapons at you. We were just on edge, and you surprised us. We're not going to hurt you, I promise. My words settle her down, but she still meets my eyes. But why? Why can't I understand anybody else? You can understand me because I'm a hero, I explain. We aren't actually speaking the same language at all, but the essence translates the concepts behind our words into the language the other can understand. It's something only heroes get because we've got a direct connection to the essence. In that way, I'm a lot like you the way you're bound to Arcana. You do know that you're a dungeon monster, don't you? Slowly, she nods. I understand that I was born of the forest cavern and exist to help it fulfill its purpose. But if doing so means I need to communicate with people, why didn't it make me able to do so? I rubbed the backs of her hands with my thumbs. I don't believe it to be a deliberate oversight. In fact, I think it is more likely that the dungeon core itself doesn't know the language of the outside world and can't give you knowledge it doesn't have. The good news is that this is a handicap that can be overcome. It used to be that even heroes couldn't communicate with dungeon monsters, but I figured out how to do so, and that knowledge now allows the essence to translate even their speech and writings. Her green eyes still peer up at me. But how does that help me? I can't do that. You're a smart girl. You can learn the language yourself if you put your mind to it, and then the core will learn from you, and you'll be able to greet everyone that comes through here. I gently guide her back to her feet. But first, we need your help with an even bigger problem. The whole region outside of the forest cavern will be in danger if we don't come up with a solution. That idea clearly disturbs her. She gasps, her eyes wide. Oh no, that sounds horrible. What's wrong? What could I possibly do to help? Instead of immediately answering, I rub her fingers again. I'm Remmi. Do you have a name? Hon. She opens her mouth, but pauses, then jerks her head back and forth. I'm sorry. I crack a grin, unable to help myself. Sorry is a terrible name. You can do better. The harpy's face immediately breaks into confusion, and she begins to sputter. I what? No, I mean. Behind us, Ayre groans, hips tossing to the side opposite his eyes are rolling too. Oh, come on, Remmi. I can only understand half the conversation, and even I can tell you're just tormenting her now. I move one hand from hers to wave it back and forth at both of them. Sorry. I couldn't resist. The elf crosses his arms across his stomach and juts his head the other direction. Region in danger, Remmi. I know. I'll focus. I turn back to the bird girl and take her other hand up again so I'm holding both of them before me. Alright, then. Is it alright if I give you one? How about angel? She wrinkles her nose. That's the first word you've said that I couldn't understand. I smile gently. That's because it's a word in my native language that you don't really have a concept for. But with your brilliant white wings, I can't help but feel it's appropriate. You see, if it could be said to mean anything, it would be a being who comes down from the heavens in service of the divine. But her face falls at my words. Oh, that sounds too grand for me. I turn my smile up to beaming as I give her arms a swing. Nonsense. Names are meant to be artistic. I jerk my head toward my best friend. Do you really think that elf over there has anything to do with the Ayre, Remmi? That's not what my name means. I ignore him and keep my focus on the harpy. Besides, if you find it aspirational, doesn't that just mean it gives you a goal to live up to? She thinks it over for a bit, but finally nods. Okay, that sounds good. And it's better than not having a name at all. Right. I chirp in agreement. Welcome to Ceres province, Angel. That finally puts a smile on her face as she laughs and thanks me. But then her mind catches up with the moment. But what does that have to do with the region being in danger? I'm still smiling back. Nothing. I just needed something to call you. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Remmi mutters again, but I wave him off. I'm getting there. I turn once more back to Angel, reactivating my serious mode. See, the reason why we're answering the crisis by coming here, and why we need your help, is that the threat to the region is actually coming from the forest cavern. The harpy gasps, recoiling from me. The forest cavern is the threat. No, that's not possible. It can't be. It wouldn't do that. That crosses me as a rather odd thing to say, for some reason. We've seen our share of dungeons, and even a decent sampling of sapient dungeon monsters, but they've never tried to argue that their dungeon isn't a threat. In fact, most of them seem pretty proud of it. But Angel acts as if I just claimed the priest had 8 babies. Let's calm down a moment and gather our facts, I urge her calmly. Most dungeons seem to be pretty hostile to outsiders. Not all of them, true, but they don't invalidate the trend, and even they still see outsiders as a resource. But you say that's not the case here. All right, I believe you. But why isn't it the case? And with all of the fervor of one defending a beloved master, she answers me. Because that would go against everything we're here to do. Oh, so there's a definite goal, then. Interesting. And what is that? Angel, we want to behave ourselves. My blood runs unexpectedly cold at those words. It's a lousy mission statement, vague and poorly defined. But that's not what causes my face to pale, and my grip on Angel's hands to loosen. Ayre immediately takes a concerned step toward me. Remmi, what's wrong? I know where those words came from, and I rotate my frozen expression toward the archer. We've got a problem. Book 3 Chapter 10 Plan. Chapter 10 Plan. So Sacred Urine was right. It is your fault. I frown under the weight of my best friend's judgmental gaze. I said it was possible. When you said it, you were joking. I hold out my hands to either side as I turn my head away dismissively. How was I supposed to know it would go this far? It's you. He points out unhelpfully. Otsui. I shout back like it's the greatest comeback imaginable. Of course. He goes red. If you knew what you were saying, you'd stop saying it. But I grin victoriously. Oh. Then maybe you should tell me. Even redder. Absolutely not. Angel pokes her head in, and I'm reminded that she can only understand half of the conversation as she keeps glancing from me over to Ayre before trying to focus on me again. And, going back over what she just heard, my half was certainly the less useful one. Remmi, what's wrong? What's the problem? Why are you fighting? Is it something I said? I turn back to her, and the poor girl is practically distraught. Her eyes are wet, and she's quivering just enough that her feathers are ruffling. I rush back to her side to stroke her shoulders and soothe her down. No, I say quickly. No. First off, we're not fighting, not really. We just tease each other for fun. It doesn't work for everyone, but it does for me and Ayre. It helps us keep each other in line. I ignore the thigh elf doing the eye roll again behind me. And it's nothing you said, or rather, it's nothing you're at fault for. I break my gaze from her and look to the side and toward the ground. We just know where you got that idea from. She seems almost owl-like when I look to her again, her great, big, green eyes staring up at me like I might be about to share the secrets of the universe. You do. Don't look at me like that, kiddo, I reply bashfully. It's not that impressive, it's me. It's me. I'm the one that did it. The girl's facial expression is like she just realized she's having lunch next to the governor. Or, well, regent, I guess. Heroes can give orders to dungeon cause. Now I'm rubbing the back of my neck in discomfort. Not really, no, or, at least, I get the strong impression it's not part of the normal kit. I wasn't aware it was possible at all when I did it, and I'm honestly not sure why it listened. Angel retracts a bit, frowning as she considers this information. But then why is it a problem? Isn't it a good thing that we're doing what you asked? Boo. And there's the difficult question. Just hearing it spoken aloud makes me grimace. It's not that it's not a good thing, Angel. It's just that, well, do you know why adventurers come to dungeons? Her face lights up, and she nods fervently. Yeah. They come so they can get things they can't get anywhere else. Like special herbs and treasure. And to pay tribute to the core. I nod slowly, careful how I answer. Yes, those are all excellent bonuses for coming to a dungeon. But there's a reason we have to do it, even if none of those good things were around. You see, if you leave a dungeon alone long enough, it will eventually expand to claim more territory. You have to wear it out regularly, or else it could expand into roadways, infrastructure, even villages. She takes that in for a moment. What happens to the village? It gets absorbed into the dungeon. I'm pleased to see that she's putting in the time to carefully consider the implications of these things. But I realize there's more work to be done, when her face ignites again with joy. Oh, isn't that a good thing? She beams. The people in the village can come stay with us, and we'll take care of them and keep them fed and safe. Angel, no. My immediate rebuke shocks her, but I don't leave it hanging. Do you really think the forest cavern could maintain an entire village worth of intelligent monsters? What happens to those it can't support? And even if it could, those people would never be able to leave again. They'd never get to go to their favorite bakery, or visit friends and family a village over. Their lives would end. And the villagers that didn't get caught in the expansion would lose everything they ever had for generations. Their homes, their land, their places of precious memories, their ability to provide for themselves. Oh, she slumps quite heavily when she realizes what she's been suggesting. Yeah. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound good at all. The burb looks up at me when I rub her head. What do you usually do to stop it? Then, I give a sigh even though I knew it was coming. Well, like I said, you have to get the dungeon to tire itself out. It spends a lot of its energy making challenges and monsters to fend off adventurers with. And when we overcome those, much of that built-up energy is lost or absorbed, so that it's no longer climbing toward an overflow. I lean back a bit and cross my arms. Unfortunately, right now, the forest cavern only has a single monster, and no one can bring themselves to attack an innocent child who just wants to greet people and make sure they're taken care of. So, as it stands, unless we were total psychopaths, it's currently impossible to cull the dungeon. The poor girl looks crestfallen as she follows what I just said to its logical conclusion. So if I didn't exist, then people wouldn't be in danger. No, I whip back around to her and grab her by her shoulders again. Firmly this time. Maybe even a little too tightly. No, Angel, I'm banning that line of thought here and now. You are forbidden from thinking along those channels. Do you understand me? A good person is never a suitable sacrifice for a maybe. This isn't just because it's an incredibly self-destructive way to view something from a psychological perspective, either. Angel isn't just a person that exists independently in the world. She's a dungeon monster. Depending on the connection between her and the core. If a thought like that is allowed to take root, the core might delete her on the spot in its desire to behave itself. Once I get confirmation from her that she understands, I release her and turn away again, thinking through the problem out loud. You are not the obstacle here, Angel. The problem is that you and the core don't know how to fulfill your objectives in a way that doesn't contradict them through unforeseen consequences. You don't have the knowledge necessary to make informed design decisions. You're also running off of a relatively small battery, so you don't have the wiggle room to make sweeping changes. An idea catches in my head, and I wheel back toward her. Angel, what do dungeon calls get from people? What? She blinks back at me in confusion at the sudden topic shift. You've implied that dungeons know they're doing things to draw people in. I explain. You immediately understood that you offer unique materials and desirable items. But why? The dungeons obviously also want to prevent people from actually reaching their cores. Dungeon lords exist with a very explicit, instinctive desire to prevent access to that space, even when they're sapient beings that understand it's necessary for treatment. I motioned with my hands to try to indicate the shape of my thought process. But if the core was truly sustained solely by its arcane well, there would be no need to let the outside world in at all. The most effective defense would be to prohibit access entirely. Don't provide an entrance. Better yet, make the entire dungeon space solid bedrock. If nothing can get to the dungeon core, then nothing can threaten it. My arms go out to either side of me, but that's not what happens. Every dungeon builds a complex internal space. Every dungeon makes an entrance. Every dungeon includes valuables that people are going to want. Why? Why do dungeons want people close when they put so much effort into keeping them at arm's length? Angel, bless her heart, really struggles with that one. Even the others can tell how hard she's thinking, and Ayre gives the girl a sympathetic nod. Remmi Lee does ask people all of the hard questions. Well, the harpy eventually offers up. I know that having guests provides us with stuff. I don't really know what to call it. There's not really a solid idea of it, but the dungeon likes it. It makes the dungeon stronger, and teaches it how to do new things. I nod, as that checks with what I already know. The pirates of Desert Cove told us that the dungeon uses data from the people coming through to update its foot trail, but Angel's answer helps explain another major mystery. I think what you're getting from people is essence. I offer her. As pure arcane constructs, dungeon calls probably can't absorb essence directly like living beings can. However, when beings who have a high concentration of essence in their bodies, like those with classes, come into a dungeon, or even its domain, that essence probably bleeds out, providing the core with additional power. Ayre inhales sharply, eyes snapping wide. That's what Desert Cove was doing. I point to the elf with a snap of my fingers and nod. Then, for the benefit of Angel, Corrigan, and Kruger, I elaborate. There's a dungeon Ayre and I cleared called Desert Cove. It's only a bronze rank dungeon, the same rank as this one, and yet it hosts an entire crew of sapient pirates. Almost nothing else, mind you, but that's still a huge power load. Olga's grotto had only 4 sapients, and it's a silver dungeon. I cross my arms for a moment as a sort of punctuation. Of course, just because Forest Cavern and Desert Cove are the same rank, that doesn't mean they've got the same output. At the very least, though, they should be in the same neighbourhood, even if they're at opposite ends of it. So what does Desert Cove have that allows it to power an entire crew while we struggle to fuel one adorable, little bird girl? People. Corrigan offers. Again, I nod. A thriving tourism and fishing industry. Desert Cove hit the jackpot of prime real estate, a gorgeous coastline, and fish that are cheap enough for it to spew out en masse, so people flock to its domain. Because tons of people are voluntarily spending all day fishing its waters and playing in its surf, it has a continuous influx of actionable energy, not only allowing it to keep an entire crew alive, but preventing it from running dry even with near constant adventuring. But the little only looks confused. She's taken the opportunity of all of this talking to sit down next to her red, rigid backpack, and has her staff laid across her knees. How does that help us, though? Isn't too much energy the problem right now? It's not a solution for right now, I explain. It's a component of a solution to keep it from happening again. I think I have an idea, but it's going to require giving people a reason to come here. If this works, Forest Cavern Dungeon, and Dabun Village with it, is going on the map in a way no other dungeon in all of the world has ever been. Corrigan is beginning to look very uncomfortable. This is going to be dangerous, isn't it? And probably heretical, and 5 different kinds of illegal. Ayre agrees, with an expression of resignation. But even I have to admit that seems to be where Remmi manages to turn moronic insanity into miracles, and we aren't exactly flush with time or alternatives. The archer drops his arms and takes a resolute step forward. What's the plan? I'm going to draw up a detailed operational plan, and try to convince the dungeon core to follow it. I declare as if it's foolproof. Meanwhile, you and Corrigan are going to make Angel indispensable. How are we going to do that? The mage asks, tilting her head to one side. By teaching her to speak Imperial Common before the expansion timer runs out. Book 3 Chapter 11 Sludge. Chapter 11 Sludge. Ayre's staring at me like he's second-guessing the vote of confidence he's just given. You want us to teach someone we can't communicate with an entire language in under half a day. I do my best to return the expression. Well, yeah, Ayre. If you could already communicate with her, there wouldn't be much of a point, would there? And how do you propose we do that? I break my imitation of my best friend stare in favor of a beaming smile. I suggest starting with the alphabet. Ayre's gaze gets even flatter, which drives my wattage even higher. Finally, he gives me the only appropriate response and cracks me over the forehead again with his bow. I rub the spot with my hand for a moment. Ah, it's the timetable you're worried about. No problem. Of course, I have a solution in mind. Remmi, Corrigan whines. Nobody trusts you when you act like an overconfident mad alchemist. Even Huger is giving me a judgmental stare like he finds me unbelievable. I keep my nose up in the air as I dig around in my storage. Oh, you all of so little faith. If I say I have a solution, have I ever failed to follow through? I pull out a little glass jar with a victorious flourish, holding it out toward my friends' faces. Garter, 4 sets of eyes Angel, Ayre, Corrigan, and Huger all lean in close to it to examine the thick, syrupy concoction behind the glass as if it would reveal its nature to them. It's purple. Angel half asks, half states. It looks like liquefied brews. Corrigan contributes. Ayre tilts his head to peer past the bottle at me. You didn't come up with some crazy idea to bottle corruption, did you? Of course not. My expression is hurt and aghast in equal measure as I retract the jar as if to protect it from hasty hostility. This is made entirely from essence crops. It's just purple because it's got beets and blueberries in it. I won't deny that the benign explanation for the colour causes open expressions of relief to pour across the faces of my party. So it's something you cooked up in the kitchen, Ayre summarizes. But that still doesn't look like anything edible. What else did you put in it? I put on my sales skill smile as I hold the jar up next to my face. It's a blend of produce chosen for their amplifying effects on brain function, reduced to concentrate it into its purest nutritional state. Ayre's gaze is actually narrowing again. So you didn't pick them for taste. Spit it out and answer the question, Remmi. What else is in there? Vitamins, minerals, omega-3, amino acids, complex carbohydrates. Gotta have that energy. Ayre takes a threatening step toward me. The bottle, Remmi. What did you put in it? I put on my best pouting face. A lot, okay. You can't expect me to remember it all off the top of my head. You have 400 intellect, Remmi. I absolutely can expect it. I give a defeated sigh. Fine, but you're going to be very disappointed when you realize you're making this great big deal out of nothing. He crosses his arms and settles his glare on me, unwilling to let it drop, so I begin counting off on my fingers. Egg, milk, almond milk, bacopa, lion's mane, ginkgo biloba, collard greens, broccoli, carrots, tomatoes, squash, turmeric, habaneros, moringa, and a pinch of lemon salt to keep the oils from separating. It's basically a super healthy intellect smoothie. Ayre's eyes go wide, but everyone else looks confused. What's habaneros? Corrigan is the one to ask. A nightmarish torture food from Remmi's homeland. The elf rats on me. It literally only exists to set your mouth on fire. I scowl back at him. That's not true. The breed's made for that way hotter. Habaneros are a naturally occurring monstrosity. The fact that even you can't deny it's a foul demon plant does not engender confidence in your concoction. You madwoman. I make a silly face and tilt my upper body back and forth. Oh, look at me. I'm Ayre thick thighs. And I pulled out my big thesaurus today. I cross my arms back at him. You should know by now that I wouldn't give you guys anything too dangerous. You made coffee that gives 2 levels of caffeine overdose and sold it to the Empire. Rude. I come back. First off, it was confiscated by the Empire. That's entirely different from selling it to them. And second, I said I wouldn't give you anything too dangerous. That it needed to be confiscated is exactly the kind of problem I'm talking about. The only reason it needed to be confiscated is because Yuan declared it a heavenly artifact, or cursed demonic aberration. Okay, that's, like, 3 completely unrelated categories. Ayre takes a deep breath and calms himself back down by force. Okay, stop. Let's back up. This can all be solved very easily with a single question. What is it called? My smile leaps back into being. Rheumatastic think tank juice. He's not buying it. I didn't mean what you called it. You psychopath. What does the system call it? And my smile melts. Purple sludge. I immediately perk back up, but it does confirm all of the benefits I was aiming for. He's not biting. Show us the window, Remmi. I'm not letting you put the stuff in even a monster's mouth without knowing for sure it's not just poison with an intellect buff. I sigh, but oblige him. I cast Identify on the bottle, and then spin the screen toward the lot of them. Purple sludge. A concentrated concoction of collards and unholy confidence engineered to maximize the intellectual benefits of essence crops at the expense of all other considerations. Despite looking like the scrapings off the bottom of an alchemist's still, it's actually an extremely well-considered and brutally healthy nutritional infusion almost fit for human consumption. Consuming this beverage grants the following benefits: plus 300% intellect for 2 hours, plus 300% point gain toward intellect-based skills for 2 hours. Increased intestinal distress may require high toughness to consume successfully. Consult an alchemist if experiencing increased brain size lasting for more than 4 hours. Remino. I motion to the window. It says it's healthy and fit for human consumption. That's a willful disregard for the almost part. He motions to it too. And when was the last time you heard of something being described as brutally healthy? I think there was a diet exercise regimen I read about somewhere and quit Double Down, and it calls it a well-considered blend. It requires high toughness just to keep it down. It might require it. Now who's willfully disregarding keywords? Ayre takes another look at the window. It says it only lasts for 2 hours. But I wave the implied question off. Oh, that's not a problem. It takes so little to make a serving that I accidentally made a whole stockpile. He doesn't look as impressed as I think he should. You intend to force-feed a child half a dozen of these things. You don't need to say it like it's bad, I retort. You know the system likes to exaggerate for laughs. Suddenly, I feel in danger from the look he's giving me. You know what, Remmi? That's a very good point. You have enough to spare. You should drink one first. It will help you with your operational plans. I fidget with the jar, rolling it between my fingertips. Oh, gee, I don't know, Ayre. What would I even do with 1200 intellect? Reflect on your decisions. He crosses his arms. I'm serious, Remmi. I'm not letting you give that stuff to anyone else until you down one yourself. So if you're so sure it's safe, and the only way we're going to get this done in time, you better stop waffling and start chugging. All eyes are on me, so I look around at them, definitely not looking for a route of escape, and swallow. All right, fine, I'll do it. Slowly, and absolutely not like I'm uncorking something radioactive. I undo the lid and turn the jar at an angle to stare down at it. The concoction is slow to shift to the new bottom, but fluid enough that it does so without trailing residue. Once I throw this thing back, it's all coming out, like one angry, toxic slug. Oh, gee, I really could have done without that mental image. Reflexively, I swallow again, and I remind myself that it's just fruits and veggies in milk with an egg. I resist the urge to cast Empire to pump up my toughness as I take the plunge, and down it like a shot. There really isn't much lemon salt, so you wouldn't expect it to hit first, or be particularly noticeable. But clearly a little bit goes a long way, because its sour bitterness is the first thing to impact my tongue. Then there's a sensation of swamp, like I'm taking a mouthful of muddy root. It's earthy and green, but in an aggressive, heavy way, like that root is an anvil sitting on my taste buds. And then the heat sets in, like horseradish and hot sauce. Because the lemon salt kept all of the different oils from separating, it doesn't just land on my tongue. It rolls across it, and snowboards at terminal velocity into my throat and sinuses as I feel the burning around the back of my skull. Despite the presence of beets, carrots, squash, and blueberries, there is no sweetness. It's lost in everything else, leaving behind a dry, bitter cloy of tannins to fill the wake of old pennies. I cough and blink to try to squeeze the water out of my eyes. Yummy, you liar. Hey, it could be a lot worse. I tilt the jar around thoughtfully. In fact, if I dehydrated it entirely into a powder, I could mold it into hard tablets, and you could take it like a multivitamin. The taste wouldn't actually be far off from that. Ayre leans in close to better examine me. You're going flush, but not pale. That'll be the niacin rush. He ignores me. You look steady. Your eyes are dilated, but you're not tipsy. That's the spice. Finally, he looks at me directly. How's your heart rate? Elevated, I reply. But that's also going to be because of the spice. It's I give my head a quick shake to clear the horseradish out. Woo, it's a kick in the head. Ayre frowns like he's trying to consider if my statement should be evaluated as a warning of a literal blow to the skull. And in your compassionate opinion based on kindness and empathy, would you give this to child? I tilt my head as I give that serious consideration. Honestly, yeah, it's nasty, and you're going to want to be sitting upwind of me if I burp, but it's only, like, medicine nasty, or liver and onions nasty. Completely survivable, with a low risk of psychological scarring. The elf skull makes me wonder if I should have specified that the last bit was a joke. Alright, fine, Angel can take it, But you're taking it every 2 hours, too. If this is such an essential moment, then you need to be going at full gallop, too. I snap a salute with a hand that's suddenly bristling with 3 more jars. Aye, Captain. Ayre gives a dramatic roll of the eyes before snatching the jar from me and making his way over to Angel. Come on, Corrigan, he calls as he goes. We'd better get started if we're going to be setting a national record for fastest language course. I set the extra jars on a nearby table and clear a spot to begin unloading sheets of paper. Have fun, you 3. Mama's got an AI-powered 3D printer to reprogram. Book 3 Chapter 12 Proposal. Chapter 12 Proposal. My job is to design an engineering solution for a client that effectively addresses their goals, realizes their desires, and conforms to their budget. I might be sitting in an underground park in a fantasy world, and my client might be a quasi-sapient crystal ball, but those are superficial differences from what I'd done for a living back on Earth. So I'm approaching it with exactly the same methodical process that I've used dozens of times before. First, I have to identify and outline precisely what the client's goals, desires, and budget actually are. That will set the guardrails for the entire project going forward. Many brilliant engineers skip this step, thinking that it will be easy to keep in mind or that these things are flexible, only to end up significantly outside the objective and lose the bid. So that's the first sheet of paper I start writing on, after labeling it objectives. I wish I was working with a notebook, but this is what I have. I'll have to carefully keep it in order and bind it later. Or maybe not. It's entirely possible I'll have to let the core absorb this copy, or significant quantities of it. With that thought, I quickly grab a new spell that will create a second copy of what I'm writing, tracing over objectives again to get it started. It's sort of going to be like writing on carbon paper, and it'll make the essential task of keeping records much easier. The project, then, is a comprehensive wing expansion following the remodeling of the main building as a reception centre and entertainment lounge. The goal is to create a complete facility dedicated to curating the desired customer experience in accordance with company standards and policy. The client has stressed that, while many competitors rely on the industry standard of confrontational design strategies, this facility should emphasize cooperative approaches to developing constructive solutions. It really is a very stereotypical mistake that the core fell into. CEO gets a big, grand idea for the future of the company, thinks the vision itself is sufficient for direction, and decides to cut costs by doing it all in-house. Then realizes after the damage is done that he should have sought professional advice from the outset, and only succeeded in making the job an even bigger and more expensive headache. When I get to the budget, the first thing I include is the rough square acreage of the dungeon's domain. It's a helpfully exact measurement of precisely how much space we have to work with. The client has already plotted out the land, so that's a major logistical headache and delay averted immediately. I do disagree with the placement, however, so I also include a geographical map of the surrounding area, points of concern, the outline of the current domain, and an alternate plan for the expansion that would see it occupying an unused area of wilderness without actually changing its entrance location. Of course, the actual financial budget is a horse of a different colour. Land is basically a simple trinary. Once you figure out how much of it you need, you either have it, can get it, or neither. That last answer is the worst one to get back, because it means the ideal solution is off the table, and you're going back to the drawing board to crunch some way more difficult numbers. But at the end of the day, those really are the only 3 possibilities. Finances, on the other hand, are a logistical scale with extremely tight tolerances. It's even worse when you start operating internationally. The novice thinks it's just a matter of plugging the currency into a conversion calculator, but the real math isn't on currency, it's on culture. An American CEO will look at $100,000 of overflow and give it all the thought of a rounding error. A Japanese one will see personal betrayal by a dishonourable foreigner, but will come back to you every time if you give him everything he wants and still keep it under budget. Do the same for the American, and he'll think you shortchanged him somewhere. There's every reason to keep that same principle in mind here. The dungeon core may not have a personality or culture in the same sense as a human executive of another country, but it has issues, limits, and objectives. Failure to consider those things could see my plan rejected. What are those concerns? I start a column of short notes off to the side, labelled CC, Cultural Considerations. The first thing I write under that label is, behave yourself. That is currently a primary guiding principle for the dungeon's operations, and it has a general understanding of what that means. It may not have a full comprehension of the larger impact, but it understands that behaving means being socially constructive. If I can't stress how my project plan emphasises that responsibility, it's liable to shut me straight out. If only for that reason alone, the entry gets an underline for emphasis. What else? It's a safe assumption that the core wants to grow, though that may not necessarily mean physical growth. Growth in energy harvesting and data input may suffice. It's entirely possible that the exhaustive process of actually expanding isn't so much desirable as it is an avenue of last resort. If a dungeon isn't getting any feedback, it goes looking for it. Since the dungeon is effectively a closed system on its own, if it had the bad misfortune to manifest in the middle of nowhere or doesn't know what to produce to get people interested in it, the only tool in its arsenal is expansion until that status changes. But wresting ever-increasing quantities of space-time from the possessive clause of physics must take exponential levels of energy. There's no way it's a positive return on its own. Yeah, I don't expect I'll have any issues convincing it that the financial growth of more and new clientele is the superior kind of growth, as that's probably exactly what it's already thinking. But that brings me to a point I've been putting off because of how much harder it is to put into this Terran frame of reference. What is the actual form of the financial system we're dealing with here? What is that currency conversion calculation? The simple, obvious, and terribly incomplete answer is energy. It's incomplete, though, because it doesn't actually say anything. All economic systems are ultimately just about energy. Tins, dollars, rupees, gil. They're all just arbitrary units of measurement for energy. The investment of energy and resources themselves purchased with more energy is what determines the dollars and cents of a product. When you put a dollar sign next to something, all you're really saying is that how much you value the energy that produced it. This is why mass production, industrialization, and automation make things so much cheaper, because the amount of energy required, both personal and literal, drops faster than a rock in 10 times gravity. The problem is that there's a reason we come up with such units of measurement, and it has absolutely nothing to do with the Terran compulsive obsession with the ways of Galileo, measure what is measurable, and make measurable what is not so. No, it's because effective planning requires resources to be quantifiable. If you don't know how much energy you have to work with, you don't know how much work you can get done, and even if you have an accurate measurement of the volume of that energy, it's still useless if you don't have a clear definition of how much a given segment of that volume can accomplish. Money serves as a universal metric across all energy sources, providing a single value that any enterprise can understand and use as a shorthand for supply and expenditures. But a dungeon core has no comprehension of such a system, and no way to communicate its own resource allocation. That means I have to come up with it all by myself. Fortunately, I'm in the ideal place to do that kind of math. As Yurin said, the Forest Cavern is one of the best understood dungeons in the Empire. A little math can take into consideration the original geographical size of the dungeon, minus the domain, and compare that to what it normally produced with that energy. I can then compare that to the size of the domain to get an idea of the energy capabilities of that space if expansion occurs. Of course, this doesn't give me an exact value for all of the individual components, like X quantity of stone, Y bushels of herbs, or Z numbers of monsters of a particular size, but it provides a much clearer idea of what is possible within these values. That will have to be good enough. It also gives me an idea of how much Angel costs, which I make a note of. The one other thing I have to keep in mind is the language barrier, that culmination of cultural constructs, social expectations, and personal comprehension that is so much broader than just using the literally correct word. I've already been bitten once by a miscommunication with this particular client, so I have to make doubly sure we're each making ourselves crystal clear. With my outline of considerations complete, I go over its bulleted, organized lists one more time, then set it firmly to my side, not in the way of continuing my work, but never more than a glance distant. It would probably scold me for spending the time to prepare an actual such list when we're already on a timer, but that's the kind of haste that leads to engineering disasters. We're always on a timer of some sort, and nothing is more costly than an avoidable mistake. The time spent creating a guidance sheet is the most powerful time-saving tool in my arsenal. I pause in my work to look over at my best friend, since I'd let myself think of him anyway. He and Corrigan absolutely have the harder job, but I find myself envying them regardless. They're working together, interacting with one another, and struggling to work through their obstacles, them and Angel. Even Kiriger's nearby, watching the show as he helps himself to the park's vegetable spread. Meanwhile, I'm over here, in a corner by myself, scribbling away like I'm going to be late on a homework assignment, and don't have time to play with the other kids. It hits me where it hurts, because I've legitimately had nights like that. Passing exams, getting the research paper just right, burning the midnight oil to finish a proposal before a deadline. Becoming an engineer isn't easy, and I had to turn down a lot of outings with friends. Bowling, skating, shopping, school dances. Sometimes, there's just not enough time to have fun. But this is one of those times. If I don't put my all into this, and get it finished in time, all of their hard work will be meaningless. Lives are on the line, for all of us, and the best thing I can do is respect the hard work they're putting in by doing nothing less. For my own part, I reach over and grab a stalk of arcana bok choy, taking a big bite out of it. Whatever its effects, they don't really matter. The crunch helps me concentrate and it gets a taste of purple sludge out of my mouth. I've had my little break. It's time to get back to work. Book 3 Chapter 13 Tables. Chapter 13. Tables. My guidance sheet that will form the fence outlining the boundary of my project complete. I can finally turn my attention to the project itself. Really, that my client is, in fact, an industrial 3D printer that likes constantly reprinting everything is the biggest boon I could ask for. I don't have to ask for construction crews or building permits. I just have to provide it with what to print. The central core of the project will be a simple square room. Everything will revolve around this one object to produce infinite possible iterations. To keep it interesting, I write out a list of environmental traits that the room may have, sort them by type: flow modifications separate from wall modifications, air modifications, and light modifications, for example, and lay them into tables, including the possibility of not using any of them and the given value remaining the default, which is also precisely defined, of course. Each table is then numbered to allow the core to randomly select the value. These variations should be a basically non-existent drain of energy relative to the room itself. While still providing a visually interesting experience, it prevents a customer from getting lost in a maze of identical rooms. Each square room, then, has between 1 and 4 exits that each lead to another square room, except the first room, which must have an exit leaving the wing. Before an exit to a new room can be generated, it must check for conflicts with already generated rooms. If a room is already placed there, the exit must connect to that room, or the exit can't be placed. Exits may be locked, but if they are, the key must be placed within the accessible area. This ensures that if a dead-end room is rolled with its one exit locked, the system requires the key to that exit be placed in that room. It prevents the possibility of someone ending up trapped by indestructible walls because of a bad roll. The exact nature of the key can also be randomly determined. It can be a physical object in a chest in the possession of a monster, or hidden in the room, or it can be tied to the event of that room, wherein the completion of the event unlocks the door. It can also be an interactable object, such as a lever or switch. So far, however, all I've done is design a randomly generated maze with no content and no purpose. The next step, then, is to provide something to populate those rooms with. That's where those aforementioned events come in. More options provide the possibility for a variety of puzzles, ranging from hidden object to switch combination to good old block puzzles, or monster encounters, where the number and difficulty are based on the size of the participating group. However, events aren't inherently required for moving on to the next room, and events without a purpose are just obstacles. So, for every event generated, the completion of the event must also generate a treasure chest to incentivize participation. To make sure there are actually a reasonable number of encounters, and you don't just stumble right into the boss room, a further limitation on room generation must be placed. No matter the total number of rooms generated, any path that can be taken to reach the boss room must include at least 4 events across the path. This will make sure that the boss room is suitably far away, and the dungeon experience itself is sufficiently long. I picked 4 as the number because that was the number of what would qualify as events the forest dungeon presented us with when I first experienced it, so I figure it's a reasonable number, but still small enough for it to handle. There's also the possibility to spawn empty rooms, with no event at all, and recovery rooms, which offer a place to rest and maybe some limited recovery items, or just snacks, and a nice view. They're a whole table to themselves. However, neither of these room types will count towards the minimum number of events. To ensure that the dungeon core doesn't get caught in an endless loop of infinite room generation, however, I set a hard cap on the total number of rooms. Since they're individually fairly small, given the square footage it seems capable of handling, I place that upper limit at 24, because I like bites. Similarly, to make sure there actually is some exploration to do, I set 8 as a minimum number of rooms. None of these numbers includes the entrance room or the boss room, neither of which counts as an event room either. This means that the size of a given dungeon run can be no more than 26 rooms, no less than 10 rooms, and any route to completion must be at least 6 rooms long. A new room cannot be generated with more exits than there are possible rooms remaining, and if the complete generated map does not meet all of the requirements, such as that it meets the minimum size, but has generated a layout where it is impossible to fit in at least 4 events, the core must reject it and generate a new one before it starts printing. The boss, too, deserves some randomization. My mind goes back to the golem that protected the core back then, and I decide there's no need to reinvent the wheel. The core surely still has that thing's blueprint in memory, and a golem is an extremely flexible base to work with. It can be a wide range of threats just by mixing up its combat systems. That's another table, then, where the core will select between 2 and 4 abilities at random, without duplication. That should mean that, even if the boss is always the same, how it fights, and what you have to do to overcome it will always be different. And, of course, in addition to allowing access to the core, defeating the boss should generate a grand treasure chest, with significantly better rewards than the event treasure chests. But then, now I've included all of these treasure chests, what is the core supposed to put in them? The same money Oz, and plants would be horribly boring and uninteresting. Now, those can absolutely be some of the rewards, as they make great padding. But we want rewards that people are going to be invested in getting. These are my most extensive tables yet, but it's really more due to the breadth of items. There's a weapons table, an armor table, a trinket table, and even a clothing table, and rather than a flat roll, the possibilities are percentage-based, with items with more effects being rarer than those with few or none. The process is roughly as follows. For a given treasure chest, depending on the size, the core first determines how much treasure is actually in it. According to that, it then generates a random collection of items, plus a random amount of the padding, To determine the item, it first randomly determines the type of item. It then rolls to determine how many effects it has. The grand chest has a much higher chance of more and better effects to increase the likelihood that something good comes from it, while it's more forgivable if a mere event chest rolls hot garbage. The chance of certain effects is also percentage based, with better ones being less likely. However, the actual effects are fairly bog standard, at least by my estimation. Increased damage, added elemental effect, decreased weight, certain stat buffs, and so on. Nothing too crazy. We don't want to exceed what the core can generate, but enough that some rookie is going to be very, very happy with the right rolls. The name of the object is then determined by the attachments. If it rolled fire and increased damage on a hammer, it's a flaming hammer of power. Of course, every item category has a separate list of potential effects. As amusing as it would be to see a flaming skirt of penetration, it would be more of an experiment in the bizarre potential of enchantments than it would be a practical item. I also have an extra table that there's a very narrow chance to roll into that should add a whole new depth to dungeon diving in toll list, not to mention the economic benefits. I can hardly wait to see how people respond to the idea of very rare items that get stronger with each matching item from the same very rare list that they're also wearing. In fact, I kind of want some of these set items, myself. That's got to be a sign that it's a good idea, right? As a final touch, there's one last thing I have to include. The dungeon can't kill the customers. If a party is defeated, they are not to be finished off or absorbed. Instead, they are to be knocked out, and agents of the dungeon, who themselves don't need to be sapient like Angel, but should probably follow the same design pattern, will come fetch them, remove all of the loot they had gathered from the dungeon up to that point, and return them to the lobby, the reception area. This provides the incentive not to lose having to start all over without any of the nice items you might have found, while still giving a safety net that allows it to be an effective training environment. Death, outside of unavoidably extreme exceptions, is impossible. Customers simply respawn outside the run with an incentive to try again. With that all sorted, I go through everything one last time to make sure I haven't forgotten or miscalculated anything, then stack the sheets up, bind each of the 2 copies with twine, and put them into my storage. I'm 2 bottles of sludge into my timetable, and nearing time for the 3rd, which means our time is about half over, so as I stand up, I set another 3 down on the table for Angel. The sudden motion causes everyone else to pause what they're doing and turn to look at me. "Are we done?" Ayre asks, sounding both surprised and relieved. I'm done writing everything out. My answer is both confirmation and correction. Now it's time for the sales pitch of my lifetime. "Angel, how do I get to the core from here?" She sputters a bit in surprise before pointing away from the square. "Oh, there's a tunnel that way. Be careful, mister. Golem is still protecting it. He's just only awake when necessary to conserve power." I nod. "Don't worry, mister. Golem and I've met before. I'm off. Keep up the practice. Ayre Corrigan, Cougar, be ready to pull out as soon as I return. We may not have much time to spare." I get nods and words of understanding from all of them, and I give Angel a reassuring smile and a hair ruffle as I pass by. The programming's written. Now, I just have to